Chapter 4196. Yang Kai introduced Bian Yuqing to them, and the two women met before. In the future, you two can discuss the matters of the Void Land. You don't have to ask me, Yang Kai said. Yes. The two women responded respectfully. Yang Kai was used to being in charge, and his temperament was also free and undisciplined. It was fine for him to open up new territories and fight in all directions, but it was a bit difficult for him to stay in one place and manage development. This was also the reason why he insisted on bringing Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing. However, Hua Qingxi did not come along and stayed at the High Heaven Palace, so he could only let Bian Yuqing do more work. After all, the 600,000 people brought this time were all from the astral boundary, and Bian Yuqing knew them well, so it was convenient for her to make arrangements. However, the Void Land was outside of Qiankuan, and Bian Yuqing did not know much about things outside of Qiankuan. Working together with you, he could make up for their shortcomings. With the two of them taking care of the Void Land, Yang Kai naturally did not have to worry too much. The 600,000 people, except for the great emperors, Yang Shao, Yang Shui, and the others who went to investigate, all stood quietly in place, arranged in one square formation after another. Although they looked around in surprise, they did not make the slightest noise, like a well-trained army. With so many people suddenly coming to the Void Land, the first thing to be arranged was naturally a place to live. Fortunately, the Void Land was not small, and there were 7 spirit provinces, so it was not a problem to arrange these people. Yu He and Bian Yuqing immediately got together and discussed this matter. Soon, the 600,000 people were divided into 7 groups, led by some people, and distributed to the 7 spirit provinces. These people originally belonged to Yu He's Tsuewei Palace. After the Tsuewei Palace was destroyed by the Lady Boss, these people followed Yu He to the Void Land. It could be said that they were the first residents of the Void Land, and now they were all disciples of the Void Land. They came earlier, so they naturally knew more about the Void Land. Among other things, it was not a problem for them to lead the way. While they were busy here, Yang Kai suddenly heard a cry from the depths of the Earth Spirit Land, followed by a roar. Immediately, the earth shook, and the spirit energy of heaven and earth became chaotic, as if someone was fighting in the depths of the Earth Spirit Land. Yang Kai was shocked, and he noticed a fleeting aura. He quickly turned his head and looked in that direction and whispered, "Oh no!" As soon as he finished speaking, his body's body moved. As Bian Yuqing flew forward, she asked, "Lady Yueha, do we still have any enemies left in the Void Land?" Yu He shook her head and said, "It's not a great enemy. It's just that this person's existence is somewhat special. I can't explain it clearly for the time being. You'll naturally understand when you meet him later." Bian Yuqing gently nodded. After a short while, the group arrived at the center of the Earth Spirit Land, where the central hall was located. Over there, a fierce monster was lying on the ground, his body filled with the aura of a divine spirit. Who else could it be but Qiongqi? However, even though old Qiong had revealed his true body at this moment, he was bound to the ground, unable to move. The thing that bound him was actually a string of sparkling white filaments. The more old Qiong struggled, the tighter the filaments became. In just a moment, his body was covered in blood. On the other side, Lu Yan had transformed into her fire phoenix form and was soaring in the air, but her mouth was also wrapped in filaments, making her unable to make the slightest sound. Outside the hall, a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure was standing there with cold eyes, carrying Yang Shao in one hand and Yang Shui in the other. She did not have the slightest aura, but Yang Shao, the little bastard who was not afraid of anything, was shivering at this moment. His face was pale, and he did not even have the courage to resist. Yang Shui pursed her red lips. Her face was also pale. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. This woman was Zhu Jiuyin, who had been in seclusion to heal her injuries. Since seizing this Void Land, she had been in seclusion to heal her injuries, and had never shown her face outside. In the entire Void Land, other than the group of people who followed Yang Kai out of the great cosmological realm, no one else knew of Zhu Jiuyin's existence. Calculating the time, it had been about a year since they came out of the great cosmological realm. Even if Zhu Jiuyin's injuries had not fully healed, she should have recovered a lot. He did not know how Yang Xiao and the others had provoked her, but they were actually dealt with like this by her. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Swish, 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 figures flew over. They were the great emperors who had sensed the commotion here and rushed over to investigate. When they saw Qiongqi Lu Yan, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui in such a state, they were all shocked. One had to know that the combat strength of these four was not to be underestimated, especially Qiongqi. As the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, he had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his strength was not much inferior to the great emperors. However, it had not been long since they heard the commotion, and these four people were all wiped out. On the other hand, this woman had a calm look. She was definitely in the heaven-opening realm. They could not afford to offend her. They could not afford to offend her. The next to appear was great dragon race elder Fuxiu. Fuxiu took a look and saw his son being held in the hand of a woman. He was immediately enraged and shouted, "Who are you? Quickly put down Xiao." Dragon race? Zhu Jiuyin tilted her head and looked at the two great elders of the dragon race. She did not put them in her eyes and looked at Yang Kai with interest. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, I wonder how this unfilial son and my sister offended Senior. Please show mercy." Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. If this palace did not show mercy, do you think they would still be alive? When this palace was healing, they suddenly barged in. If it was in the past, they would have already been killed. Yang Kai was speechless and glared fiercely at Yang Xiao. He knew that this stinking brat did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and had accidentally offended Zhu Jiuyin. "Thank you, Senior, but they are new here and do not know Senior's name. I will discipline them properly later." Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flashed, and she threw Yang Xiao and Yang Shui on the ground. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhu Jiuyin had sworn on her own origin to be his Tao protector, and would not do anything to harm him, it was only directed at him, and had nothing to do with the people around him. If Zhu Jiuyin did not let go of this matter, Yang Kai would have a headache for a while. With a whoosh, his vision blurred and Yang Kai suddenly realized that Zhu Jiuyin had already arrived in front of him, and was almost touching his face. He couldn't help but be shocked and quickly took 2 steps back. He frowned and said, "Senior, what can I do for you?" "Move aside." Zhu Jiuyin pushed him to the side and looked at the person behind Yang Kai excitedly. As their 4 eyes met, Shanqing Luo stared at the woman in front of her with a strange expression. She didn't know why, but in her heart, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the woman in front of her was a long-lost relative. "What's your name?" Zhu Jiuyin asked with a smile. "Shanqing Luo." Zhu Jiuyin nodded and raised his hand to grab Shanqing Luo's hand. Under everyone's gaze, he put one of her fingers into his mouth and bit it lightly. Shanqing Luo frowned and could clearly feel that her hand was bitten. Zhu Jiuyin sucked a drop of blood and tasted it. He spat it out and said with a look of disdain, "Why is the blood vein so thin?" "Senior, you..." Shanqing Luo seemed to have understood something as her beautiful eyes lit up. She was shocked and happy at the same time. Zhu Jiuyin grabbed her hand without any explanation and walked towards the main hall behind him. "Follow me." Shanqing Luo followed suit and looked at Yang Kai with anticipation and uneasiness. Yang Kai opened his mouth and did not know what to say. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. "This little girl belongs to me in the future. You don't have any objections, right?" "I don't dare," Yang Kai hurriedly said. "At least you know your place." Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted and continued forward. Yang Kai hurriedly gave Shanqing Luo a look that told her not to worry. With a bang, the main hall's door closed and blocked everyone's line of sight. Everyone looked at Yang Kai. Zhang Wuhen frowned and asked, "Who is this girl?" Su Yan was also a little worried. "Husband, a Luo was taken away by her, is it okay?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It's okay, this is a good thing for a Luo." Zhu Jiuyin's original form was a heavenly moon demon spider, and Yang Kai had learned about the heavenly moon demon spider from Shanqing Luo a long time ago. There was no other reason. Shanqing Luo also had the origin power of the heavenly moon demon spider. Just now, Zhu Jiuyin ignored everyone, and was only interested in Shanqing Luo, indicating that he had also noticed Shanqing Luo's bloodline. Now that he had taken Shanqing Luo away and personally taught her, Shanqing Luo's future cultivation would probably have a unique advantage compared to anyone else. Yang Kai cooperated with Zhu Jiuyin in the great cosmological realm. Firstly, he was forced to do so, and secondly, he wanted to pave the way for Shanqing Luo. Otherwise, if he really wanted to cooperate with Jin Wu, he would have had a chance. It was really rare to meet someone of the same origin. Although the 3,000 realms were big, there were probably not many heavenly moon demon spiders. If he missed Zhu Jiuyin, he would have to wait for God knows how long to find another heavenly moon demon spider. After informing everyone of Zhu Jiuyin's identity, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui felt a lingering fear. They never thought that they would inadvertently provoke such a terrifying existence. Fu Si also had a lingering fear in his heart. If such an expert really wanted to kill Yang Xiao, with so many people present, it was likely that no one could stop him. However, apart from the lingering fear, they were also a little excited. This was because they saw the terrifying growth of the heavenly moon demon spider. They were the dragon race, and among all the heavenly moon demon spiders, the dragon race would always be the strongest. If the heavenly moon demon spider could have such terrifying strength, then what would happen when the dragon race completely matured? It was just that they didn't know how to continue to improve their bloodline power in the past. For countless years, their strength didn't improve, but now that they were outside of this universe, maybe the situation could be improved. Whether it was the dragon race, or Qiongqi and Lu Yan, they seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. As long as they continued to follow this glimmer of light, there would be a day when they would be able to get rid of the darkness around them and see the true light. Chapter 4197. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months' time, the 600,000 people from the astral boundary had gradually familiarized themselves with the void land. Under Yu He and Bian Yuqing's arrangements, these 600,000 people were scattered throughout the void land, each performing their own duties. Under Bian Yuqing's suggestion, the void land had now set up several halls, namely the Alchemy Hall, Artifact Hall, Array Hall, Scripture Hall, Martial Hall, Holy Spirit Hall, and so on. Among them, the Alchemy Hall was headed by the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. He entered the Tao through alchemy and condensed his own Tao seal. His attainments in alchemy had long reached the limits of the astral boundary, and his alchemy skills had reached perfection. If the void land wanted to develop, it was impossible to just sit around and eat. Most of the resources that Yang Kai obtained from the great cosmological realm were spent on the 9 heavens formation. Even if there was some surplus now, it wasn't much. Adding the resources obtained from the 7 possibilities land's hidden treasury and the compensation from the flying flower boat, it was unlikely that they would be able to last long. The cultivation of the various great emperors had already reached the limits and urgently needed to improve. Which one of them didn't want resources of Tier 5 and above? Any Tier 5 resource was calculated in the millions of heaven-opening pills, and this was only Tier 5. Perhaps the great emperors didn't just need Tier 5 resources, but Tier 6 or even higher. If that was really the case, the expenditure would be even more terrifying. This required the void land to have means to generate income. When the void land was just established, it had no connections and no connections, so how could it have any means to generate income? Fortunately, the 7 possibilities land had left behind a decent foundation, and the 7 orchards were the void land's greatest wealth now. The 7 types of spirit fruits were one of the main ingredients for refining the heaven-opening pill. If they could obtain the pill formula for the heaven-opening pill, with the wondrous Pill Great Emperor's foundation in alchemy, refining the heaven-opening pill would definitely not be a problem. As long as they could continuously refine the heaven-opening pill, then the disciples wouldn't be so poor in their cultivation in the future. Hence, the development of the Alchemy Hall was of utmost importance to the current void land. It was also an opportunity for the void land to rise. As for the Artifact Hall, Hoyu was the hall master. Although her cultivation wasn't very high, only at the second-order Emperor realm, her artifact refining skills were second to none in the entire void. Back in the star boundary, Grandmaster Ho's name was well known throughout the 4 territories. Many cultivators were proud to own an artifact personally refined by her. If it weren't for the Southern Gate Army's recommendation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to recruit her. Previously, in the star boundary, Hoyu had refined many exquisite artifacts for the High Heaven Palace, which had played a great role in the War of the Two Worlds. The Hall Master of the Hall of Arrays was naturally the Southern Gate Army. Over the past few days, the Southern Gate Army didn't have any time to rest. Ever since they arrived at the Void, they had been following behind Great Master Wu Liang. He was proficient in arrays and was obsessed with arrays. The Qiankuan world of the star boundary had bound his hands and feet. After arriving at the Void and witnessing the mysteries of the Nine Heavens array, he was instantly unable to extricate himself. He had an extremely high foundation and comprehension in the Tao of arrays. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. For the past 3 months, he had been acting as Great Master Wu Liang's assistant. He regarded himself as a disciple and was cautious and conscientious, even forgetting to eat and sleep. Great Master Wu Liang originally looked down on these array masters who jumped up from the Qiankuan world. However, after interacting with the Southern Gate Army for some time, he was surprised to find that this person had an extraordinary sense of smell and comprehension in the Tao of arrays. The Southern Gate Army's attainments in the Tao of arrays were indeed inferior to his, but that was because the environment in which they grew up was different. If he was placed in a place like the Star Boundary, Great Master Wu Liang admitted that he might not be able to achieve what the Southern Gate Army had. He was grateful to Yang Kai for providing him with the Nine Heavens array and fulfilling his lifelong wish. Great Master Wu Liang didn't hide anything and intended to help the Southern Gate Army. One was willing to learn, and the other was willing to teach. Over the past 3 months, the Southern Gate Army had used the Nine Heavens array as a foundation, and frantically absorbed the mysteries of the Tao of arrays outside the Qiankuan world. Their growth was tremendous. The scripture hall was a place where many ancient records of secret techniques were stored. Whether it was in the Star Boundary or outside the Qiankuan world, Yang Kai had killed many people. In particular, he had obtained many spoils of war in the great cosmological realm, which naturally included many secret techniques and cultivation methods. These things were useless to Yang Kai, but he had kept them all. Now they were placed in the scripture hall for the disciples to borrow and cultivate. Yang Kai handed the position of Hall Master of the Martial Hall to Lu Shui. After all, she was a 5th-grade heaven splitter, and had the qualifications to do so. In this regard, the great emperors had nothing to say. However, most of the 600,000 people who came from the Star Boundary had relatively shallow foundations. They were based on understanding the general knowledge of the martial Tao outside the Qiankuan world. The great emperors and pseudo-emperors would also occasionally open their halls to teach their disciples the things they should pay attention to and the tricks they should take note of during cultivation. In the Star Boundary, it was basically impossible to listen to the teachings of a great emperor. No great emperor had so much free time to do such things. At most, they would accept a few disciples and teach them carefully. However, outside the Qiankuan world, the great emperors also put down their pride and made some contributions to the development of the Void. How precious was the cultivation experience of the great emperors! It was exactly what the 600,000 people needed. Therefore, every time the great emperors opened their halls to teach, it would be overcrowded. In 3 months, it was unknown how many cultivators had broken through their shackles, and their strength had been greatly improved. As for the Holy Spirit Hall, it was a very special hall. It couldn't be helped. The number of Holy Spirits brought from the Star Boundary this time was really high. Not to mention the dozen or so pure-blooded dragon race on Dragon Island. There were also hundreds of dragon race descendants with dragon bloodlines. There were also Wanfeng, Fanhua, Songgu, and many other monster king from the wild ancient land. These monster kings originally had Holy Spirit bloodlines. It was just a matter of quantity. After Zhang Ruo she came out of seclusion, the blood door had been open. Over the years, many monster clans had entered the blood door and obtained the origins left behind by their ancestors. Taking Fei for example, he obtained Ing Qi's origin in the blood door and was now a member of the Holy Spirits. Almost half of the 32 monster kings had become Holy Spirits. There were also the Stone Mongoose clan Xiao Xiao, the Wood Spirit clan Lu Yan Qiongqi, and Jiufeng under Mo Huang, the martial beast of Spirit Beast Island. It was rare to see so many holy spirits gathered together in one place even in the 3,000 worlds. Holy spirits were extremely arrogant existences. Such existences had always been solitary. Only a special environment like the void could allow them to get along harmoniously. The cultivation of holy spirits was mainly to improve their bloodline power and develop their origins. It was different from the cultivation of ordinary cultivator. In this regard, no one could help except for them. However, if these holy spirits could grow up, the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands would not be able to challenge the void. Many halls had their own duties. Although there were some flaws, the void had just been built after all. All kinds of deployments had yet to be perfected. Many disciples could also join different halls to cultivate according to their interests and strengths. In addition to these many halls, the void was now divided into inner and outer halls. The outer hall was the cultivator under the emperor realm. There were many of them, accounting for almost 90% of all the disciples. The inner hall was above the emperor realm. Currently, there were only a little over 1,000 people. These people not only included those from the emperor realm who came from the star realm, but also those who originally belonged to the Jade Star Palace. Once someone advanced to the heaven opening realm, they would automatically leave the inner hall and be promoted to deacon. However, there were only a few heaven opening realm cultivators in the void now. They could only look forward to future developments. In 3 months, the void had already taken an initial outline and embryonic form. Everything was on the right track. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing in the air above the void. He held the void formation jade ring in his hand and sensed the mysteries of the 9 heavens formation. Master Wuliang stood beside him. Compared to the first time they met, this formation Dao Grandmaster had lost quite a bit of weight. However, his expression was extremely excited as he explained the many mysteries of the 9 heavens formation to Yang Kai. True monarch, I'm sure you have some understanding of this 9 heavens formation. It is divided into 9 layers, and it combines many functions into one. It is indescribably wondrous. Grandmaster Wu Yang's eyes were bloodshot, but he was in high spirits and full of vigor. He pointed at the void and said, "The first 3 layers of the grand formation are the foundation of the grand formation. When operating, it can draw upon the power of the stars from beyond the heavens and pour it into the grand formation, maintaining the grand formation's continuous operation. Excess energy will also be stored for emergencies. Not only that, but the first 3 layers can also repair themselves. As long as they aren't damaged too severely, they can repair many of the holes on their own." Yang Kai communicated with the jade ring with his mind and sensed the first 3 layers of the formation. He discovered that Master Wuliang was not exaggerating, so he nodded slightly. Master Wuliang had already introduced these functions to Yang Kai long before he had set up the 9 heavens formation. Master Wuliang continued, "The 3 middle layers are protective formations. The first is concealment. If true monarch is willing, you can activate the formation and completely conceal the void. From the outside, you won't be able to see what's inside. Of course, if true monarch wants to lure the enemy in, you can do so as well. Not only can this concealment formation hide the void, it can also create a disguise to mislead the enemy. The second is hallucination. Those who enter this array will have all kinds of hallucinations and will not be able to distinguish between north and south. Of course, if true monarch has a suitable secret treasure to fill the array core, it can increase the power of this array. This old man has already reserved the position of the array core. When the time comes, true monarch can make the decision yourself. The third is defense. I've already placed the heavenly Luo umbrella that true sovereign brought back in the center of the formation. I don't know who made the heavenly Luo umbrella, but it's of an extremely high grade and powerful. With it as the center of the formation, this old man doesn't dare to say that the void is impregnable, but if we want to break through, we'll need at least 10 middle ranks to work together for 3 days and 3 nights. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said happily, "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Master Wuliang waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. This old man should be the one thanking you. This 9 heavens formation costs a lot of resources. This old man had already thought of it several hundred years ago, but was unable to set it up. Today, with your support, This old man's wish has been fulfilled. Chapter 4198. Suddenly changing the topic, Grandmaster Wu Liang said, "Let me tell you about the last 3 spirit arrays. These 3 spirit arrays are offensive spirit arrays. The first 3 spirit arrays absorb the power of the stars, and most of it is stored in these 3 spirit arrays. These 3 spirit arrays have 3 transformations, each more powerful than the last. If one falls into this spirit array, even a high-rank heaven splitter won't be able to escape." This old master has already placed suitable artifacts in the array cores of the first 2 spirit arrays. The heaven punishing sword that true monarch gave me before is placed in the penultimate spirit array. Using the power of this spirit array to stimulate the heaven punishing sword, it will be difficult for an ordinary heaven splitter to block its power. As for the last spirit array, according to true monarch's instructions, the array core has also been reserved. Although I don't know what arrangements true monarch has made, true monarch must remember that this last spirit array is based on the person. It is best not to use it rashly before your strength is insufficient, otherwise, there will be a risk of backlash. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "I will remember. Many thanks, Grandmaster." Grandmaster Wu Liang let out a long breath and lowered his head to stare at the void. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of arrangements and take in the entire 9 heavens spirit array, a gratified look appearing in the depths of his eyes. "Grandmaster, this is the reward we agreed on before. Please accept it." Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it over. Since he had asked Grandmaster Wu Liang to arrange this spirit array, he naturally couldn't ask him to do it for free. As for the reward, they had already agreed on it beforehand. Now that the 9 heavens spirit array had been completed, he naturally had to pay. Grandmaster Wu Liang sighed and silently accepted the space ring before saying in disappointment and frustration, "I'm afraid this spirit array is the pinnacle this old master can achieve in this lifetime. There will be no chance for me to surpass it in the future. I hope true monarch can treat this spirit array well." For an array Dao Grandmaster like him, the 9 heavens spirit array he had painstakingly arranged for so long was not only the crystallization and result of his lifetime of cultivation, but also the child he had given birth to, so he was naturally reluctant to part with it. Yang Kai's heart stirred and he smiled. "If Grandmaster is not reassured, you might as well stay in the void. I believe that this spirit array will operate for a long time with your personal care." Great Master Wu Liang shook his head and said, "Don't try to rope this old man in, true monarch. This old man is used to living a carefree life and can't stand being restrained. If this old man really wanted to join some force, he would have done so long ago. He wouldn't have waited until today." Although Yang Kai knew that this was somewhat impossible, he was still somewhat disappointed when Grandmaster Wu Liang actually refused. If such a formation Dao Master could stay in the Void Land, it would be of great help to the future development of the Void Land. However, since the other party was unwilling, Yang Kai could not force it. However, true sovereign, please rest assured. Since this 9 heavens grand formation is set up in the void, this old man will naturally keep his mouth shut about the various mysteries within it. If even half a word is leaked, this old man's Dao seal will collapse, the universe will shatter, and I will die on the spot. He was swearing an oath on his own Dao seal. Yang Kai said solemnly, "You're too serious, Grandmaster. Since the lady boss invited you to set up the spirit array, I naturally trust you." Great Master Wu Liang smiled. "That Southgate Great Army under your command has extremely high attainments and comprehension in the Tao of formations. Although he is still somewhat lacking now, there is hope for his growth in the future. This old man can rest assured that the 9 heavens grand formation will be handed over to him in the future." At this point, Great Master Wu Liang cupped his fists and said, "True sovereign, this old man will take his leave now. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future." Yang Kai was shocked. "Grandmaster, you're leaving now?" Great Master Wu Liang smiled. "Thanks to True Monarch for allowing this old man to display his talents in the Void Land. During these days of setting up the spirit array, this old man has received many inspirations and gained many insights. The bottleneck that has troubled this old man for many years has loosened. I'm afraid that this old man is not far from advancing. This old man needs to go back and cultivate in seclusion." Oh. Yang Kai was surprised, but he still smiled and cupped his fists. Then I must congratulate Grandmaster. Yang Kai still hadn't figured out what rank this great Master Wu Liang was at opening the heavens. After all, they had very few chances to interact with each other. However, judging from his aura, he should be at least at the 4th stage, and above that would be the 5th stage. For an Array Dao Grandmaster, this kind of cultivation was already not weak. Since the other party wanted to go back and cultivate in seclusion, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stay any longer. He politely escorted him out of the Void Land until Great Master Wu Liang's secret treasure disappeared from sight. Only then did he turn around and return to the Void Land. Yuhi came up to him from the front, and after meeting with Yang Kai, she glanced behind him suspiciously. Has Great Master Wu Liang left? Yang Kai nodded. Grandmaster has comprehended the opportunity to advance, and is in a hurry to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Yuhi suddenly understood, but then she said with a frown, Young Master, we don't have many resources left. Yang Kai asked curiously, didn't we still have some left? Although setting up the 9 Heavens Great Array cost a lot of resources, and they even gave Great Master Wu Liang a huge reward in the end, he remembered that there should still be some left. Yuhi said, all the old master have already started cultivating in seclusion. They all need 6th-stage resources, and some of the other peak cultivators from the Emperor realm have taken away a lot of 5th-stage resources. Although they can still hold on for a while, once more people condense their Dao seals, the demand for resources will only increase. Yuhi was in charge of the entire Voidland's finances. Yang Kai had also told her before that he would provide an unlimited amount of resources to the cultivator from the star boundary. Those below the 3rd-stage Emperor realm were still manageable, as she didn't need to worry about their cultivation. However, the great emperors had all condensed their Dao seals long ago. They had been at the level of great emperors for tens of thousands of years, and their foundations were solid and strong. After familiarizing themselves with the environment for a while, they all began cultivating in seclusion after settling down. Iron Blood, Red Dust, Beast Warrior, Serene Soul, Heaven's Revelations, Wondrous Pill, Flower Shadow, and Ice Feather. The 8 great emperors consumed 8 sets of 6th-stage resources in one go. And this was only the beginning. The demand would only increase in the future. Yuhi was a little puzzled. She couldn't understand how these people could have such a strong foundation and aptitude, and why they all chose 6th-stage resources one after another. She had also seen many great emperors from other Qiankuan worlds, but those great emperors varied in aptitude. Generally speaking, a great emperor from a Qiankuan world could at least withstand the impact of 4th-stage power, and could at least achieve 4th-stage heaven opening in the future. However, they were not as exaggerated as the great emperors from the star boundary. The reason was none other than their solid foundation and stable Dao seals, which allowed them to withstand stronger impacts. The great emperors had been accumulating at the level of great emperors for too long, a flowing time great emperor. The great emperors from other Qiankuan worlds generally began to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in a very short time, so they didn't have much time to accumulate and consolidate. Naturally, their Dao seals were not as good as those of Zhan Wuhen and the others. In addition to these 8 great emperors, people like Tian Yan, Sheng Yuzhu, Li Wu Yi Yang Yan, and the others had all condensed their own Dao seals in these few months and began their own cultivation. Further down, people like Wen Zishan, Li Jiao, and the others were still in the process of condensing their Dao seals. There were also the 30 people that Yang Kai brought out from the great cosmological realm, such as Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others, who had been consuming resources of different grades. Now, in the entire Voidland, the most that was left were heaven-opening pills, which amounted to 700 to 800 million. Because there weren't many heaven-opening realm cultivators in the Voidland, the consumption of heaven-opening pills was the least. Apart from that, because of the cost of purchasing materials for setting up the Great Formation, there wasn't much consumption. 700 to 800 million heaven-opening pills seemed to be a lot, but how many cultivation resources could they be exchanged for? A set of level 6 resources would cost at least 15 million heaven-opening pills, and 100 million could only buy 6 sets at most. This still depended on the right opportunity. After all, level 6 resources weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. In the long run, the finances of the Void Land were a big problem, so it was no wonder that he was so worried. What about the calabash vines? Didn't I ask you to collect the power of those small calabashes? Yang Kai asked. He said, we've already started, but although those small calabashes can produce level 5 power, the number of times they can be collected is limited. We can only collect them once a month at most. The calabash vines could be said to be one of the biggest gains that Yang Kai had obtained in the great cosmological realm. Among the 3 sacred medicines, the calabash vines were the most valuable. Compared to Pu Baixiong's healing ability and the small mushroom's hallucination effect, the calabash vines could not only allow Yang Kai to display a terrifying level 5 attack at a critical moment, but also become one of the foundations of the Void Land. There were 7 small calabashes on the calabash vines, which corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Usually, they were hidden in the calabashes and their power was not obvious, but they could erupt at critical moments. Since they could erupt, they could be collected. After returning this time, Yang Kai immediately planted the calabash vines in the Void Land. Whenever those small calabashes accumulated enough energy, he let you pick them out. Once collected, it could supply a cultivator with the power of yin and yang, and the 5 elements needed for cultivation, and it was level 5 power. It could be imagined that in the future, there would be countless cultivator in the Void Land who would benefit from the existence of the calabash vines. If the disciples needed level 5 resources, they could be completely self-sufficient. Under the circumstances that the Void Land was still unable to refine the heaven-opening pill, the calabash vines had become the foundation of the Void Land and could alleviate the financial crisis to a certain extent. The price was that Yang Kai had to give up a trump card. In the long run, this was undoubtedly worth it. But young master, those small calabashes are beginning to be unhappy and have been clamoring to move or something. He mentioned the calabash vines helplessly. Don't worry about them. Let Chen Tianfei watch over them carefully. If there are any mistakes, hold him accountable. Yes. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and sighed. But we still have to solve the problem of the heaven-opening pill formula. The Void Land now had a large number of alchemy materials and many alchemists, but they did not have a heaven-opening pill formula, so the situation was quite awkward. Originally, 7 openings Heavenly Monarch definitely had a pill formula, but after 7 openings Heavenly Monarch was killed by Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan. His space ring was taken away by Yu Xiushan. Even if there was a pill formula, it fell into Yu Xiushan's hands. He said, there are many pill formulas for the heaven-opening pill in the 3,000 great worlds, and each one is slightly different, but very few of them are circulated. Young master, perhaps you can go to Star City and take a look. Perhaps you can gain something. Chapter 4199. There might not be any in the star market. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He had stayed in a star market for a while and had interacted with many shopkeepers, but he had never heard of anyone selling the pill formula of the Kai Tian pill. This undoubtedly meant that even in the star market, the pill formula of the Kai Tian pill was a rare item. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. I know who to look for. He smiled and said, Sister Lan? Yang Kai nodded and said, Lady Boss definitely has the pill formula. Moreover, Yang Kai had originally planned to wait until the 9 heavens array was completed before he went to find the Lady Boss. Without him, his current cultivation had fallen into an awkward situation. Without suitable resources from the Gold Row, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Lady Boss had stayed in the First Inn for a long time, the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and had a lot of precious information. Perhaps he could find out where to find the item he needed from her. Now that the 9 heavens formation was completed, and Zhu Jiuyin had recovered some of his strength, the void had a strong ability to protect itself. Therefore, even if Yang Kai left, there was nothing to worry about. Without wasting any time, 3 days after Great Master Wuliang left, Yang Kai made some arrangements in the void and set off. This trip was different from the previous one. Previously, Yang Kai only brought Lu Shui and Guozian, but this time, he brought many people. The falling lotus flower that he had extorted from the flying flower boat was a large-scale secret treasure. It required many people to work together to control it. Most of the cultivator who came from the star realm were cultivating. Yang Kai simply brought Lang Qingshan and the rest who had followed him out of the great cosmological realm. Yu He and Guozian would also accompany him. With Yu He, a 6th grade Kai Tian, holding the fort, no one would dare to provoke him. In the void, Lu Shui, Chen Tianfei, and Bian Yuqing stood side by side and said respectfully, "Farewell, true lord." Lu Shui and Bian Yuqing were fine, but Yang Kai didn't know why Chen Tianfei looked so bitter, as if he was an abandoned woman. Chen Tianfei had volunteered to stay by Yang Kai's side when he decided to find the lady boss. However, considering that he needed to take care of the gourd vine, Yang Kai did not agree. Chen Tianfei's fat face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Ignoring the resentful eyes of this fellow, Yang Kai nodded and plunged into the huge lotus flower. The others followed closely behind. A moment later, under Yu He's control, the huge lotus flower's petals slowly unfurled. As it rotated, it turned into a stream of light and flew out. A crack appeared in the formation with a rumble, and the lotus shot up into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Sigh. Staring at the void, Chen Tianfei sighed heavily. Last time, Guozian and Lu Shui had followed Yang Kai on a trip and had both broken through. After that, he had asked the two of them to find out what kind of opportunity they had encountered. However, Guozian and Lu Shui both kept their mouths shut and did not tell him the details. They only said that it was Yang Kai's kindness that allowed them to achieve what they had today. Chen Tianfei, a 4th grade Kai Tian, had been stuck for many years, but if he wanted to break through, he would need at least dozens or hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. If he could break through after going on a trip with Yang Kai, how could he not seize this opportunity? Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not agree. He could not help but sigh. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, Chen Tianfei turned to look at Bian Yuqing and said with a smile, "Second steward, now that perfected cultivator is not here, and Miss Yueha has left with him, I'll have to trouble you with everything in the void." Bian Yuqing said politely, "I'll need both of your help." Chen Tianfei said, "Of course. If second chief steward has any instructions, just let me know. I, Chen Tianfei, am loyal to true lord. If it's within my power, I will not refuse." "Then I'll thank you in advance," Chen Tianfei said enthusiastically. "If second chief steward has any questions about cultivation, you can also come to me. I will not hide anything." Lu Shui looked at him warily and said lightly, "I will explain to second chief steward about cultivation." Saying so, she pulled Bian Yuqing's hand and walked towards the central hall. Chen Tianfei was speechless. He sighed heavily and could only walk towards the gourd vine. When he arrived, he saw that the gourd vine had disappeared, leaving only a huge hole in the ground. His face immediately turned pale. "My little ancestors, where did you go?" He searched in a panic. Fortunately, after the 9 heavens formation was set up, the formation was not opened. The entire void was a sealed space. Even if the gourd vine escaped, it could not escape from the void. The speed of the falling lotus was extremely fast. In just a day, they arrived at the Star City in the void territory. Every large territory had its own Star City. However, the scale of the Star City was directly related to the foundation of the large territory. In a large territory, there were many forces, so the Star City would naturally be lively. Otherwise, it would be bleak. The foundation of the void territory was not very strong. It was only a 2nd-grade force in the 7 opportunities land. Therefore, the Star City here was not very big, and the goods that came and went were not very rare. However, Yang Kai's trip this time, other than asking the lady boss for the heaven opening pills recipe and information, he also had plans to buy cultivation resources. He still had 700 to 800 million heaven opening pills on hand. However, to the current void land, the heaven opening pills were not urgently needed. What was urgently needed were cultivation resources of various grades. Therefore, it would be best if he could exchange the 700 to 800 million heaven opening pills for cultivation resources of various grades. Since he had come to the Star City, he naturally could not let it go. It was also Yang Kai's first time coming to the Star City in the Void Territory. The falling lotus stopped outside the Star City, leaving Guozian to oversee it. He then led Yu He and Lang Qingshan into the Star City. After half a day, they walked out of the Star City. Within this half a day, Yang Kai had spent a total of more than 100 million heaven-opening pills, all of which were used to purchase materials of the 3rd and 4th grade. In such a small star city, there was no hope of finding 6th grade materials. This was because in the entire void territory, other than Yang Kai's side, no one had the ability to consume such high-grade materials. As for 5th grade materials, Yang Kai did not plan to buy them. The gourd vines in the void land were enough. They could be harvested once a month, and each harvest was enough to satisfy all the needs of a cultivator. After accumulating them over the years, it would be enough. Therefore, he only bought 3rd or 4th grade materials. A set of 4th grade materials only costs 150,000 heaven-opening pills, and 3rd grade materials only cost 15,000. More than 100 million heaven-opening pills. Almost all the 3rd and 4th grade materials in the Star City were swept clean. In all these years, when had the Star City in the Void Territory ever had such a large transaction? Every shop treated Yang Kai as the god of wealth, respectfully welcoming and sending off his customers. Yang Kai did not buy materials below 3rd grade. For the 600,000 people in the Star Boundary, they had a very good reason. They had the entire Voidland as their backing, so they could either reach the heaven-opening realm or reach the 3rd grade at the very least. The people Yang Kai brought from the Star Boundary were all carefully selected elites, so reaching the 3rd grade of heaven-opening realm was not difficult. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could condense their own Dao seals. Countless venerable sovereigns cultivated painstakingly, but were unable to comprehend their own Dao, so naturally, they could not condense their own Dao seals, and their achievements stopped there. Of these 600,000 people, how many could reach the heaven-opening realm in the end? Maybe 10%, maybe not even 5%, but it was the foundation of the entire Voidland, so it was worth a large investment. A few days later, they arrived at a star city in another large territory. This large territory was called Flying Smoke Territory on the universe map. This was the large territory where Flying Smoke Hall was located. Originally, Qiqiao Land and Flying Smoke Hall were neighbors, so there was a lot of friction between them. If Flying Smoke Hall had not attacked Qiqiao Land with all its strength, Qiqiao Land would not have fallen into Yang Kai's hands by accident. To some extent, it was Flying Smoke Hall that helped Yang Kai occupy the Void Land. The Star City in this large territory was not much different from the previous Star City. Falling lotus flowers stopped at the Starfield Ferry in Star City as Yang Kai, Yuhi Langqing, and Qing Shan stepped into Star City. Half a day later, Yang Kai strode away under the respectful smiles of the shopkeepers of the Star City's large shops. Along the way, he bought things. After 3 or 4 star markets, Yang Kai was left with less than 400 million heaven-opening pills. The heaven-opening pills he spent were converted into thousands of Tier 4 resources, and tens of thousands of Tier 3 resources. Such a number was terrifying. Half a month later, Falling Lotus Flowers entered a large territory called Graceful Territory. Using the universe map, they found the direction of Star City. Under Yuhi's direction, Falling Lotus Flowers headed straight for Star City. Yang Kai estimated that after purchasing all the Tier 4 and Tier 4 resources in this Star City, it would be enough for the early stages of the Void Land. As for the remaining heaven-opening pills, he was prepared to see if he could buy some Tier 6 resources. However, Tier 6 resources were really rare, and had always been priceless. Ordinary people would not have the chance to see them. Once they appeared, they would usually be fought over. Perhaps he could go to the Star City where the first inn was located to take a look. That Star City was not small, and might have Tier 6 resources. Moreover, he would need to keep some in reserve. After all, although there were not many heaven-opening realm cultivators in the Voidland, they still needed heaven-opening pills to cultivate. This was especially true for Yuhi, who was at the Tier 6 heaven-opening realm. She needed thousands or even tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills every day. Within Falling Lotus Flowers, Yang Kai pondered for a while before raising his head, only to see Guoziyan staring at him. When their eyes met, Guoziyan hurriedly looked away. Yang Kai laughed. "Commander Guo, do you have something to say? If you have something to say, just say it." Guoziyan awkwardly scratched his head and said somewhat bashfully, "Master, this lowly one wishes to take a few days off." "Take a few days off?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. Where are you going? He also turned to look at him. Guozian's old face reddened slightly. Master, do you remember this lowly one telling you that this lowly one has a daughter? Yang Kai was startled for a moment. After thinking carefully, he nodded. I remember. You said you sent her to a place to become a disciple and cultivate. This was what Guozian had mentioned in the great cosmological realm. At that time, when Yang Kai gave out rewards based on merit, Lang Qingshan, Mangy Head, and the others had all chosen suitable cultivation resources for themselves. Only Guozian had reached the heaven-opening realm, and did not need anything. Chapter 4200. Although Guozian was only a second order opening the heavens back then, he had been loyal to Yang Kai and the Great Void Boundary, so there was no reason for him to not reward him. Later, Guozian mentioned that he had a daughter, and wanted to ask for some resources for her, and Yang Kai agreed at that time. Yang Kai still remembered Guozian's face full of pride when he mentioned his daughter, saying that her aptitude was countless times better than his. In terms of aptitude, she had the potential to reach mid-rank opening the heavens. However, Guozian was Crimson Star's great commander back then. His status was neither high nor low, and his cultivation was neither high nor low. Every day, he tasted blood from his blade, and his future was uncertain. Perhaps one day he would be beheaded by his enemies, so his daughter was not in Crimson Star but had been sent to a certain great force to cultivate. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart stirred. Is your daughter's cultivation place in Graceful Grace's territory? Guozian smiled embarrassedly. Master is right. There is a great blood province in Graceful Grace's territory. This lowly one is old friends with Great Blood Province's elder Gu Zixin. Not long after my daughter was born, this lowly one entrusted her to Great Elder Gu's care. Speaking of his daughter, Guozian was still full of pride, cupping his fists and saying, Master, this lowly one would like to take my daughter back to the void and teach her personally. I hope Master will allow this. Yang Kai smiled and said, This is what I promised you earlier, so how can I not allow it? Saying so, he took out the universe map and found that the Great Blood Province was not far from Star City. With Guozian's current speed, a round trip would take 3 or 4 days. Waving his hand, Yang Kai said, Go and bring your daughter back. This king cannot guarantee anything else, but the only thing this king can guarantee is that she will be provided with the best cultivation resources within her ability to bear. This lowly one thanks Master, Guozian said solemnly, turned around, and was about to leave. Wait, Yang Kai called out again. Is there anything else, Master? Guozian turned his head and saw Yang Kai throw him a space ring. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Guozian found that there were hundreds of thousands of heaven-opening pills inside, and couldn't help calling out in surprise, Master, this is… Yang Kai smiled. You've been nurtured by them for so many years. Now that you're taking them away, you should at least thank the Great Blood Continent. Take these things as a token of appreciation. No matter what, you and your father are still people of the Void Lands. You can't ruin the reputation of the Void Lands. Guozian gripped the space ring tightly and said gratefully, Many thanks for Master's grace. Come back early. Be careful on the road. We'll be waiting for you in Star City. Yang Kai waved his hand. Guozian nodded and rushed out of the falling lotus flower, heading towards the direction of the Great Blood Continent. After he left, Falling Lotus Flower continued its journey toward Star City. A short time later, the pair arrived at the Star City's Void Ferry. The ferry was bustling with people coming and going from time to time, and there were also many large flight-type artifacts docked around the ferry. After finding a place to land the Falling Lotus Flower, Yang Kai led Yu He down, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Compared to other artifacts, Falling Lotus Flower's aura was extraordinary and its shape was unique. After all, it was a flying flower boat, a second-class great force, which had spent a great deal of resources to construct it. It was not something that ordinary artifacts could compare to. Even third-class great forces did not have such capital. In Graceful Grace's territory, only the Pure Swan Pavilion was a second-class great force, but even so, it was unlikely they could produce an artifact on the level of Falling Lotus Flower. Many pairs of eyes looked over, and were surprised to see that Yang Kai, who was walking in front, was just an Emperor Realm Master. The ferry was guarded by the disciples of the Pure Swan Pavilion. Yang Kai and Yuhi had to pay some fees before they could enter. Basically, every Star City was like this. The strongest force in the territory where the Star City was located controlled the Star City and guarded the Void Ferry. They collected some fees from those who entered the Star City, and all the shops in the Star City had to pay a fixed fee to this force. Of course, while controlling the Star City to reap profits, they also had to ensure the safety of the Star City. In the Void there were many star beasts. Once the Star City was attacked, this force would have to send someone to defend it. The Star City in the Void's territory used to be guarded by the Qiqiao Land's people to extract resources from it. However, after the Qiqiao Land was occupied by Yang Kai, the Star City was in a state where no one was in charge. It was not that Yang Kai could not see the huge benefits hidden in the Star City, but that he was powerless. If he wanted to station someone in the Star City, he would need at least a middle-ranked Kai Tian to oversee it. He would also need to send many disciples in charge of patrolling to resolve any disputes that might exist in the Star City. How many middle-rank Kai Tian geniuses were there in the Void? Yu He, Chen Tianfei, and Lu Shui. Even if He was left in the astral boundary, there were only 4. Yu He could not be sent out. Her 6th-ranked Kai Tian was the Void's greatest safeguard. It would be a waste of talent for her to guard the Star City. As the head of the Martial Hall, Lu Shui had the heavy responsibility of guiding the disciples in cultivation. Chen Tianfei had to look after the gourd vine. The gourd vine nurtured 5th-ranked power, and it would be difficult for anyone who was not a middle-ranked Kai Tian to look after it. He could not be counted on either. Among these people, the only one who could be mobilized was Chen Tianfei. Even if Chen Tianfei could be mobilized, without the help of other low-ranked Kai Tian, it would be difficult for him to do it alone. Therefore, even though he knew that controlling the Star City would give him an endless supply of cultivation resources, Yang Kai could only watch helplessly. He could only make plans for the Star City in the Void after a portion of the Void's cultivator had matured. Fortunately, Lang Qingshan and the rest of the group had followed him for so many years, and a few of them were about to advance to Kai Tian. When the time came, it would greatly alleviate the awkward situation of the Void's lack of Kai Tian cultivators. Everything required time. Stepping into the Star City, Yang Kai swept through the shops one by one, and naturally bought large amounts of resources. Just like the previous star markets, the shopkeepers of the various shops were very attentive to him, almost worshipping him as the god of wealth. What made him feel surprised and pleasantly surprised was that in such a star market, he actually bought a 6th-grade resource. This 6th-ranked resource came from a shop that was not very large. It seemed that the shopkeeper had just gotten hold of it, and was preparing to send it to a larger Star City to participate in the auction. However, after seeing Yang Kai's astonishing wealth, after probing a little, Yang Kai immediately expressed his intention to buy it. After a round of haggling, Yang Kai finally bought this 6th-ranked resource for about 17 million. When Yang Kai had just entered the Qiqiao lands, Daiyu had explained to him the value of various cultivation resources. At that time, Daiyu had told him that a 6th-ranked resource would cost about 15 million. However, this was only the most ideal situation. The reality was that 6th-ranked resources were rare and precious, so the price would definitely be more expensive. However, it would not be too expensive. After all, there were not many cultivators who could use 6th-ranked resources to cultivate. This had extremely high requirements for the cultivator's own foundation and Dao seal. 17 million was a fair price. The shopkeeper would not have to travel long distances, and would not have to take a cut from the auction house. It could be considered a happy ending. For an ordinary cultivator, a 6th-ranked resource was precious, but for Yang Kai and the entire Qiqiao lands, a single resource was not enough to make up for future consumption. The 8 great emperors all needed 6th-ranked resources. After sweeping through the entire Star City, Yang Kai and Yuhi were not in a hurry to leave. In any case, Guozian would not be back for a few more days. The two of them simply found an inn to stay in, enjoying the different customs of the different places while searching for the heaven-opening pills recipe. 3 days later, in the main hall of the inn, Yang Kai and Yuhi ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine, sitting opposite each other and drinking. Although Yuhi was a 6th-ranked cultivator and had a high cultivation base, she could not hold her liquor. After just 2 or 3 cups of wine, her small face was flushed red. Her skin was white to begin with, but now it was rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a casual pinch. This caused many cultivators in the main hall to secretly look at her, secretly swallowing their saliva. Yuhi could not help but feel annoyed. She secretly gritted her teeth, looking even more bashful. After drinking a few pots of wine, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he listened carefully. He heard a cultivator at a table say that Yin Xinghua was in seclusion for more than 10 years, and he came out half a year ago. He actually really advanced to the 4th rank of Heaven Opening Pill. How enviable! Another thin cultivator said. He has been accumulating at the 3rd rank of Heaven Opening Pill for nearly 50 years, so what's so strange about him advancing now? Suddenly he lowered his voice. Moreover, I heard that this Yin Xinghua's aptitude was extremely good to begin with. Back then he was expected to directly advance to the 4th rank of Heaven Opening Pill, but later, under the interference of the Pure Grace Pavilion, he was forced to advance to the 3rd rank. The person who spoke earlier nodded. I have also heard of this matter. Now it seems that there is no smoke without fire. The second person coldly snorted. The Pure Grace Pavilion controls a large part of this territory. Although the old pavilion master was at the 6th rank of Heaven Opening Pill, he is old and weak, and probably does not have many years left to live. Below him, the Pure Grace Pavilion does not even have a 5th rank Heaven Opening Pill. If that Yin Xinghua really advances to the 4th rank, after he returns, who in the Pure Grace Pavilion can stop him? When that Yin Xinghua grows up, the Pure Grace Pavilion will most likely be swallowed up by the Great Blood Continent, and the Pure Grace Pavilion's territory will be changed to the Great Blood Territory. Brother Sun's words are reasonable. This Yin Xinghua, as the head of the Great Blood Continent, is indeed a rare character. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. What a pity! But now that Yin Xinghua has advanced to the 4th rank, I wonder what kind of attitude the Pure Grace Pavilion will have towards him. Will they try to rope him in or suppress him? What does other people's business have to do with us? Come, let's drink. Ha ha ha, that's true. Brother Lu, I heard that you recently obtained a new batch of beauties. Is this true? I can't hide anything from Brother Sunday. If Brother Sun likes them, you can come with me later and take away whichever one you like. Then I will thank Brother Lu in advance. The two of them raised their cups and laughed. Chapter 4201. The cultivator at the table briefly discussed Yin Xinghua and the situation in Graceful Territory before changing the topic. There was no more valuable information. Yang Kai raised his cup and drank slowly, shaking his head. From their conversation, Yin Xinghua seemed to be the leader of the Great Blood Continent, and the Great Blood Continent was the faction that Guozian's daughter belonged to. Yin Xinghua's aptitude was originally not bad, and he had a chance to directly reach the 4th stage of splitting the heavens. Unfortunately, under the suppression of the Graceful Pavilion, he had no choice but to reach the 3rd stage. After spending 50 years in seclusion, he finally broke through to the 4th stage. Although he was a few decades late, he had still reached the 4th stage of splitting the heavens. However, different cultivators had different potential for future growth. If Yin Xinghua could directly reach the 4th stage, his limit would be the 6th stage. But now his limit was only the 5th stage. Although it was only a difference of 1 stage, this difference was often the difference between heaven and earth. When Yuhi was at the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, facing the 6th stage lady boss, she had no power to fight back. Now that she had also advanced to the 6th stage, Lu Shui, a 5th stage lady boss, would not last more than 10 breaths of time. People had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. This Yin Xinghua was born at the wrong time. Yang Kai could not help but think of himself. The lady boss had told him before that if he wanted to directly reach the high stage of splitting the heavens, there would be many dangers. Those blessed paradises would not sit idly by and would definitely suppress him. Otherwise, if he directly reached the high stage of splitting the heavens, his growth would be too terrifying. Since ancient times, in the 3,000 worlds, those who had the qualifications to directly reach the high stage of splitting the heavens had always been the disciples of those blessed paradises. These people had a unique advantage, and were loyal to their respective sections. Those blessed paradises naturally would not worry about them overthrowing their ruling positions. Young Kai was different. He had no connection with any blessed paradises, so naturally he did not receive any protection. Now it seemed that this kind of suppression of others was not a rare thing in the entire universe. If Yunqinghua was already in Jinghong's territory, what about the other large territories? It was not a secret that Yang Kai had condensed rank 7 power. He had displayed the divine technique Dharma characteristic many times in the great cosmological realm, and was on good terms with several disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands. After the great cosmological realm closed, those people returned to their respective sections. Their masters would definitely ask about the various matters in the great cosmological realm. Even if those people were grateful to Yang Kai for saving their lives in the great void realm, they would not be able to hide it for long. Therefore, Yang Kai reckoned that he had already been targeted by some of the blessed enclaves. He didn't know when a suppression similar to that of Yin Xinghua would come. This caused him to involuntarily feel a sense of urgency, as if time waited for no man. Unfortunately, resources of the 7th rank and above were too scarce. He still lacked the metal element and the yin and yang elements, so he had no idea where to find them. He hoped that the lady boss could show him the right way. He seemed to see Yang Kai's depression, and silently poured wine without saying a word. After waiting for 6 or 7 days in the star market, Guizian still had not returned, which made Yang Kai feel that something was not right. He had also checked the map of the universe before. The Great Blood Continent was not too far from the star market. With Guizian's current speed, a round trip would take 3 or 4 days, so how could he be delayed for so long? Moreover, Guizian also knew that Yang Kai was waiting for him. If he was delayed by something, he would definitely send someone to inform him. Now that there was no news and no trace of him, could something have happened? With this thought, Yang Kai no longer waited, but returned to the Lotus Flower Landing with Yu. He asked everyone to control the Lotus Flower Landing and fly in the direction of the Great Blood Continent. After flying for less than half a day, Yu He, who was standing next to Yang Kai, suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction, a look of surprise on her face. Yang Kai followed her gaze and saw a spirit province in the distance, but there were no traces of spirit arrays covering this spirit province, so it should be an ownerless spirit province. There were many such spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, and they were scattered everywhere in the void. However, because they did not have a deep foundation, some slightly stronger forces did not pay attention to them. Some heaven-opening realm masters, on the other hand, liked to occupy these spirit provinces and establish their own sects and slowly develop. If they were properly managed, perhaps many years later, these spirit provinces could become the headquarters of a 3rd or 2nd grade force. Young master, there are people fighting over there. He observed carefully for a while before suddenly speaking. In the vast universe, countless people fought and fought every day, and countless people died every day. This kind of battle was very common. However, encountering a battle in this direction made Yang Kai frown involuntarily. He could not help but think of Guizian, who had not returned for a long time. He turned his head to look at Lang Qingshan and said, "Contact Commander Gua, and see if you can contact him." Lang Qingshan received the order, and immediately took out the communication bead used to communicate with Guizian. After a while he looked up and said, "Master, Commander Gua is being besieged. The situation is not good." Yang Kai was furious when he heard this. Who is it? How dare they? There was no doubt that one of the parties fighting in the ownerless spirit province was undoubtedly Guizian. Without needing Yang Kai's order, Lang Qingshan and the others immediately controlled the Lotus Flower Landing, and rushed in the direction of the spirit province. At the same time, they continuously used the communication bead to contact Guizian. Unfortunately, they did not receive any response. Guizian's situation was probably really bad, otherwise, he would have had the time to reply. The spirit province seemed to be far away, but the speed of the Lotus Flower Landing was extremely fast. In less than 30 minutes, they had arrived at the periphery of the spirit province. Yang Kai and Yueha arrived outside the Lotus Flower Landing in a flash. Looking over, their faces could not help but darken. On the spirit province, Guizian was protecting a woman and retreating step by step. His whole body was covered in blood, and his breath was unstable. It was obvious that he was severely injured. The clothes on his chest were tattered, and there was a bloody wound on his waist and abdomen. His flesh was torn, and one could vaguely see his squirming organs. He defended and retreated, and blood splattered everywhere he passed. The woman he was protecting behind him was only an Emperor Realm Master, and her appearance was somewhat similar to Guozian's. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Guozian, she was still tall and slender. 2 streaks of tears that had not yet dried up hung on her cheeks, making one feel pity for her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic and worry. Although she wanted to help, her strength was too low. She could not help at all in such a battle, and instead, she was a burden to Guozian. There were 4 people besieging Guozian, and there were 2 corpses lying on the ground. The 4 people had many injuries, but they were all light injuries. One of them exuded the aura of the 3rd stage heaven opening realm, and the other 3 were all of the 2nd stage. Guozian fought 1 against 6 and killed 2 of his enemies. However, at this moment, he was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. The mighty world force emanating from his body fluctuated, and the power he exerted was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. He was no longer at his peak. On the other hand, the 4 people were despicable and shameless. They had already outnumbered Guozian, and now all of their attacks were aimed at the woman behind Guozian, forcing Guozian to divert most of his energy to protect her. When Yang Kai and Yuhi appeared, they just happened to see the 3rd stage heaven opening realm strike Guozian's shoulder, while he was unprepared. With a cracking sound, Guozian's left shoulder drooped down, as if even his shoulder blade had been smashed to pieces. "Bastard!" Yang Kai angrily shouted. As the golden crow cried out, a golden sun appeared behind him. Scorching hot strength surged outwards as the golden crow forging sun appeared once more. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens as the blue dragon spear appeared. Yang Kai stepped forward and thrust his spear towards the 3rd stage heaven opening realm. Before the spear arrived, the spear was already wrapped in pitch-black golden crow true fire, as if it could incinerate all things. At the same time, Yuhi also released a fragrant caltrip, which turned into a whip and lashed out. World force surged as the aura of a 6th stage heaven opening realm enveloped the entire battlefield. How could the 4 heaven opening realms besieging Guozian have expected such an unforeseen event? Sensing the majesty of Yuhi's 6th stage heaven opening realm, all of their expressions changed. They were inexplicably horrified, feeling as if they had fallen into a swamp. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk with a soft sound. The 3 second-rank heaven splitters exploded into dust and disappeared in an instant without even a sound from their mouths. Another muffled groan rang out as Yang Kai's spear stabbed into the chest of the remaining 3rd stage heaven opening realm cultivator, piercing through his back and out his chest. As he pulled out the spear, blood splashed out as a huge hole appeared in his chest. That 3rd stage heaven opening realm cultivator stiffened, his eyes widening as he staggered forward a few steps. He tried to turn around, but before he could do so, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In front of Yuhi, a newly advanced 6th stage heaven opening realm cultivator, for lower grade heaven opening realm cultivators were simply ants. If it weren't for Yuhi's aura suppressing that 3rd stage heaven opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Pooh! Guozian coughed up a mouthful of blood as he half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The sound of a broken bellows being pulled could be heard. Yang Kai quickly walked towards him. At this moment, the woman who had been protected behind him suddenly jumped out with a long sword in her hand. Although her face was pale, she stood firmly in front of Guozian. She clenched her teeth and said with a trembling voice, "Who are you people?" Seeing Yang Kai and Yuhi kill people like flies, she was naturally frightened. Guozian gasped for breath. "Meow, or don't be rude. This is the master I mentioned to you before." The woman was surprised at first, but she quickly put away her sword and knelt in front of Yang Kai, crying and begging, "Master, please save my father." Yang Kai raised his hand to help her up and comforted. "Don't panic, with me here, your father won't die." He signaled to Yuhi with his eyes, and she immediately stepped forward to check Guozian's injuries. A moment later, she took out a spirit pill and fed it to him, saying, "Although Commander Guo's injuries are not light, There is no danger to his life. He just lost too much blood and consumed too much energy. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Chapter 4202. While Yuhi was speaking, Guozian's eyes suddenly closed and he collapsed to the ground. Father! The girl called Miao, or turned pale and cried out in alarm. Yuhi said, Don't worry, he just fainted. Previously, he had been besieged and could have died at any time. Now that Yang Kai and Yuhi had saved him, his tense mind finally relaxed. In addition, he had consumed too much energy in the previous battle and could not hold on any longer. Although she knew Yuhi would not lie to her, Miao still personally checked Guozian's injuries. After confirming that he had really just fainted, she sighed in relief. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Thank you, Master. Yang Kai said. Commander Guo is a member of the Void Land and has followed me through life and death for many years. If he is in trouble, I will naturally help. There is no need to thank me. This time it was my negligence. Guozian had only gone to find his daughter. How could Yang Kai have known that his life would be in danger? If he had known earlier, he would have gone with Guozian. With Yuhi by his side, such a thing would not have happened. What is your name? Yang Kai looked at her. The girl sniffed and said softly, My name is Guo Miao. Yang Kai nodded and called Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others to carry the unconscious Guozian back to Lotus Landing and settle him down. Yuhi held Guo Miao's hand and comforted her softly. A moment later in Lotus Landing, Yuhi asked softly, What is going on? Who are those people who made things difficult for you? Didn't Commander Guo go to Great Blood Continent to pick you up? Guo Miao should also know about the existence of Yang Kai and Yuhi, probably because Guozian had told her before. Under Yuhi's comforting words, her emotions had slowly calmed down. Hearing this, Guo Miao replied, Those are Great Blood Continent's deacons and elders. The third grade heaven splitter is called Gujishin. Yang Kai was shocked. Gujishin? After thinking for a moment, he said, Isn't that your master? Guozian mentioned this person a few days ago, saying that he and Gujishin were old friends, so he entrusted his daughter to him. Guo Miao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. I don't have such a sinister and despicable master like him. He almost killed my father. Yang Kai frowned. What the hell is going on? Guo Miao exhaled softly and narrated the cause and effect. After listening to her story, Yang Kai finally understood the whole story. A few years after Guo Miao was born, Guozian had sent her to the Great Blood Continent and had her take Gu Jixin as her master. Firstly, at that time, Guozian's environment was very bad, and the three great forces were fighting openly and secretly in Star City. He had sent his daughter away to protect Guo Miao. Secondly, Guozian was only a second-grade heaven splitter and wasn't very strong. Although the Great Blood Continent was only a third-grade force, Gu Jixin was a third-grade heaven splitter and was stronger than Guozian. If Guo Miao was sent there, she would receive better training. Guo Miao's aptitude was not bad. Over the years, she cultivated hard in Great Blood Continent, and Guozian often sent her some cultivation resources, so she gradually rose to the peak of the Emperor Realm. Before the Star City was swallowed by the Great Cosmological Realm, she was preparing to condense her own Dao Seal. Once the Dao Seal was successfully condensed, the next step was to condense the power of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements, splitting the heavens and earth in her body and reaching the heaven splitter stage. Guozian's cultivation was not high, a mere second-grade heaven splitter, but for his daughter he put a lot of thought into it. He risked his life in Crimson Star, and basically converted all his gains into various cultivation resources, which he sent to Great Blood Continent and gave to Guo Miao. Since Guo Miao wanted to condense her Dao Seal, Guozian was naturally prepared in advance. He had spent his life savings to buy 2 sets of 4th-grade resources, and handed them to Guo Miao. Once she condensed her Dao Seal, she could refine the 2 sets of resources. If the Star City where Crimson Star was located had not been swallowed by the Great Cosmological Realm, none of this would have happened. However, more than a decade ago, the Star City where Crimson Star was located suddenly disappeared. Even Crimson Star, Thunder Radiance, and Sword Pavilion, which had been entrenched in the Star City for thousands of years, disappeared without a trace. The whereabouts of millions of people in the Star City were unknown. At that time, this matter caused a great uproar in the nearby territory. Many people had gone to investigate the situation, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Guo Miao also went to take a look under the leadership of Gu Zixin, but she could not find any clues. Several years later, there was still no news of Guozian, and everyone thought he was dead. At first, Gu Zixin still cared about their old friendship. Although he was not very partial to Guo Miao, at least he was fair to her. But one day, several years later, Gu Zixin called Guo Miao over for a talk, repeatedly mentioning the 2 sets of 4th-grade resources that Guozian had given to Guo Miao before, as if he wanted her to give them to him. Hearing this, Yang Kai was puzzled. Gu Zixin is already at the 3rd-grade Heaven-Splitter realm, so what does he want 4th-grade resources for? What use do these 4th-grade resources have for him? Yuhi said, he probably wants to exchange them for 3rd-grade resources, then refine and absorb them to strengthen his foundation and improve his strength. Yang Kai asked curiously, what? Can a Heaven-Splitter realm cultivator continue to refine those resources? Yuhi explained, young master has not yet reached the Heaven-Splitter realm, so you may not know, but after a cultivator reaches the Heaven-Splitter realm, it's not that they no longer have any desire for cultivation resources. Instead, their need for them will increase. Young master should know that the Heaven-Splitter realm can strengthen one's foundation in the miniature universe world. Once one's foundation accumulates to a certain extent, they can break through. Yang Kai nodded. I naturally know this. Lu Shui had told him about this before. The most common and reliable method to strengthen one's foundation in the Heaven-Splitter realm was to take a Heaven-Splitter pill and absorb its medicinal efficacies. Apart from this, there were many other methods. For example, old ancestor Mo had set his sights on the demon territory, wanting to devour and refine the world force and laws of the demon territory. However, this method had both advantages and disadvantages compared to taking a Heaven-Splitter pill. The advantage was that it was faster. Taking a Heaven-Splitter pill was a process of accumulating grains of sand into a tower. The advancement of each grade required many years of accumulation. However, if one could devour and refine the world force and laws of a cosmos world that was compatible with one's body, one would be able to obtain massive benefits in an extremely short amount of time. The disadvantage was that no matter how compatible the cosmos world was, it would definitely not be completely compatible with one's own miniature universe world. As a result, this kind of advancement had some hidden dangers, and one had to spend a large amount of effort to slowly eliminate them. However, comparatively speaking, devouring the world force and laws of a cosmos world was countless times more efficient than simply taking a Heaven-Splitter pill. Apart from these 2 methods, there was also the most common method, which was to refine various resources of various grades. The reason why a cultivator could create a Heaven-Splitter earth in their body was because they had accumulated enough yin-yang and 5 elements energy. After reaching the Heaven-Splitter realm, they could continue to refine and strengthen their foundation. It could be said that a cultivator reaching the Heaven-Splitter realm did not mean that they no longer needed various cultivation resources. On the contrary, their needs would increase. Only after hearing Yuhi's explanation did Yang Kai understand. It was not that he was ignorant and inexperienced, but that his current strength was not enough to come into contact with these things. When Guozian was present, even though Gu Zixin knew that Guo Miao had 2 sets of 4th-grade resources, he did not dare to make any moves. After all, Guozian had Qi Xing behind him. He was not afraid of Guozian, but Qi Xing was someone he could not afford to offend. However, Guozian's fate was unknown, and it was very likely that he had already died. So Gu Zixin did not have to worry about anything. Guo Miao was from the Emperor realm, but she had 2 sets of 4th-grade resources. This was no different from a child carrying a large sum of money through a busy market. It was natural for Gu Zixin to be tempted. That old bastard is really hateful. Commander Guo has really met a bad person. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Guo Miao followed his words and said, that old bastard didn't want these 2 sets of 4th-grade resources for his own use, but because master is in seclusion trying to reach the 4th stage to open the Heaven-Splitter realm, and urgently needs a large number of resources. The old bastard snatched them in order to show his loyalty, so that master can use him more in the future. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered some news he had heard in the inn in Graceful Territory. It was said that Great Blood Continent's Yin Xinghua had broken through and reached the 4th stage. Now it seemed that this was due to Guo Miao's 2 sets of 4th grade resources. And then? He asked softly. Guo Miao said sadly, "That old bastard asked me for them. But these were resources that father had risked his life to accumulate, so how could I agree? I wanted to condense my Dao seal as soon as possible, and then refine these 2 sets of resources, so that old bastard couldn't even think about it. Who would have thought that after I condensed my Dao seal, he actually forced me to refine a set of 2nd grade would attribute resources?" As she spoke, Guo Miao's red lips were almost bleeding from biting them, and her eyes were filled with tears. For any cultivator, one's foundation was the most important. What grade of resources one condensed would determine what grade of heaven splitter one could reach in the future. Guo Miao had been forced to refine 2nd grade resources, so in the future, she could only reach the 2nd grade heaven splitter realm. Cutting off one's future was tantamount to murdering one's parents. However, what was done could not be undone, and she was living under someone else's roof. How could a weak little girl like Guo Miao keep those 2 sets of 4th grade resources? In the end, the 2 sets of 4th grade resources were snatched away by Gu Zhixin and given to Yun Xinghua, allowing him to break through to the 4th stage recently. Originally, Guo Miao had already accepted her fate. After all, she was alone, so even if she was unwilling, what could she do? Unexpectedly, a few days ago, Guo Zian, who had been missing for more than 10 years, suddenly appeared in Great Blood Continent. Father and daughter reuniting after such a long separation was a joyous occasion, but when Guo Zian realized that his daughter had only condensed 2nd grade strength, he was both shocked and angry. He had clearly prepared 2 sets of 4th grade resources for Guo Miao, and Guo Miao's aptitude was enough to refine them, so why was it like this now? After asking, Guo Miao had some misgivings and didn't dare tell him the truth. Guo Zian felt that something was wrong but didn't ask anything, instead feigning ignorance and chatting freely with Gu Zhixin. Chapter 4203. That night, while the Great Blood Continent was unprepared, Guo Zian fled with Guo Miao, learning of what had happened on the way. When he heard that his daughter was actually bullied in such a way in the Great Blood Continent, Guo Zian naturally flew into a rage. He swore to take revenge and seek justice for his daughter. However, he also knew that he wasn't strong enough, so he wanted to hurry back and find Yang Kai. Unfortunately, before he could reach Star City, Gu Zhixin and his men caught up with him. If it was just stealing 2 sets of 4th grade resources, this enmity could be resolved. At worst, the Great Blood Continent could just compensate him. Now that Yin Xinghua had broken through to the 4th grade, his need for cultivation resources wasn't too great. Although the Great Blood Continent was only a 3rd grade force, they should have enough money to compensate for 2 sets of 4th grade materials. Gu Zhixin shouldn't have forced Guo Miao to refine a set of 2nd grade resources and condense 2nd grade strength in order to cut off her hopes. This was completely cutting off any hope of Guo Miao's future. How could such a deep enmity be resolved so easily? The Great Blood Continent should also know this, so after discovering that Guo Zian had fled with Guo Miao, they immediately sent people to chase after them, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future trouble. Although Guo Zian had broken through to the 3rd grade after refining a low-grade world fruit, how could he be a match for 6 heaven-opening realm masters? What's more, he still had to protect Guo Miao. After a fierce battle, he was outnumbered and heavily injured. He knew that today was a disaster, so if he wanted to escape, he could only take risks and risk his life. Although he had killed 2 2nd-grade heaven-opening realm masters, in the end, it was difficult for him to escape. At this critical moment, Yang Kai and the others had come to meet him, and what happened next was needless to say. Great Blood Continent, very good. Yang Kai lightly sneered. When he had heard that Yin Xinghua had been suppressed in the Star City Inn, and had been forced to break through to the 3rd-grade heaven-opening realm, he had felt some sympathy for him. Thinking about his own future, he had even felt a bit of kinship. But now it seemed that this fellow didn't deserve the slightest bit of sympathy. Even though Yin Xinghua had no idea when Gu Zhixin had snatched the 2 Tier 4 resources from Guo Miao, how could Yin Xinghua not know when Gu Zhixin had brought people to kill Guo Zian and his daughter? Yuhi turned to look at him. Young master, what are your plans? Not only her, but Lang Qingshan, scabby head, and the others also looked over. They had followed Guizian for a much longer time than they had followed Yang Kai. When they were in Crimson Star, they were Guizian's subordinates. Usually, Guizian took care of them and saved them from danger many times. Now that they saw the Grand Commander being beaten to such a state, and the Grand Commander's daughter being bullied like this, they naturally shared a common enemy, and their eyes burned with rage. Since he dared to touch my people, I naturally won't let him off so easily. Turn around and go to the Great Blood Continent. I want to find that Yin Xinghua and demand justice. I want to see if he ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts or grew 3 heads and 6 arms. The expressions of Lang Qingshan and the others shook as they immediately left. Guo Miao was stunned and said gratefully and worriedly, Master, the Great Blood Continent isn't weak after all, and we only have so few people. Yang Kai smiled and said, the one beside you is a Tier 6 Heaven Splitter. What is a mere Great Blood Continent? Guo Miao looked at Yuhi and covered her mouth in surprise. Although she had sensed that Yuhi was a Heaven Splitter, and definitely a mid-tier Heaven Splitter, otherwise it would have been impossible for her to kill the people from the Great Blood Continent so easily, she hadn't expected her to be a Tier 6 Heaven Splitter. The falling lotus flower tore through the void and rushed in the direction of the Great Blood Continent. At the same time, in the Great Blood Continent, the sound of a bell suddenly resounded through the sky, alarming countless disciples of the Great Blood Continent, and causing them to look towards the central hall. A disciple of the Great Blood Continent solemnly counted the bell tolls. Only when the tolls stopped did he say with a pale face, the bell tolled 9 times. This is a death knell. An elder has passed away. Which elder? A disciple beside him said, Our Great Blood Continent has 4 elders, but none of them have reached the end of their lifespan. Did something happen to them? A third person said, I saw Elder Gu lead a group of people out. I don't know what they were doing, but they were so aggressive and filled with killing intent. Could it be that Elder Gu was killed? As they spoke, figures flew out from various parts of the Great Blood Continent and rushed towards the central hall. They were all Heaven Splitter cultivators of the Great Blood Continent. There weren't many of them, but they weren't few either. There were over 20 of them, and apart from the 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters, the rest were all Tier 1 and Tier 2 Heaven Splitters. They held various positions in the Great Blood Continent, and upon hearing the bell tolls, they all gathered towards the central hall. Numerous figures flashed into the central hall. A middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat upright on the main seat. This man's hair was jet black, but his temples were grizzled white. He seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. This middle-aged man was the leader of the Great Blood Continent, Yin Xinghua. A tall and sturdy 3rd-rank Heaven Splitter strode in. Looking around, seeing everyone's gloomy expressions, he frowned and cupped his fists. Boss, whose death knell is it? Yin Xinghua said solemnly. It was Elder Gu Jixin. That Tier 3 Heaven Splitter's eyes widened in surprise. How could that be? Yesterday, I was drinking and chatting with Elder Gu, and he was fine. Also, didn't he go to receive that Grand Commander from Crimson Star? Could this matter be related to that Guizian? Yin Xinghua nodded heavily. It should be. That Tier 3 Heaven Splitter flew into a rage. That Guizian has guts, daring to kill Elder Gu in our Great Blood Continent. Where is he? This one will go and twist his head. A man who looked like a weak scholar next to him said, That Guizian quietly left last night, and is not in Great Blood Continent. The burly man frowned. Left? What do you mean? Yin Xinghua said, This matter is my fault. AI, Elder Gu died because of me. This king has let him down. The burly man was puzzled. Leader, what's the situation? Not only was this burly man puzzled, but many people in the hall also felt like they had fallen into the clouds. Yin Xinghua said, Wasn't this king in seclusion to break through? This consumed a large amount of Great Blood Continent's cultivation resources. My Great Blood Continent's foundation is shallow and cannot withstand such a torment. This king made a miscalculation, and at a critical moment in seclusion, I suddenly discovered that the resources I needed were not enough. This was so I could send a message to Elder Gu Jixin and ask him to help me think of a solution. If the resources were not enough, It was very likely that all my previous efforts would have been wasted. Inside the hall, the 20 or so heaven splitters all revealed looks of surprise when they heard this, because they had not known about this matter at all. However, Yun Xinghua was the leader of Great Blood Continent, and if he could break through to the 4th stage, it would be a huge boost to the entire Great Blood Continent. So although this was the first time they had heard of such a matter, no one felt that it was inappropriate. And then, the burly man asked. Yun Xinghua said. Elder Gu did not disappoint and sent over 2 4th stage resources not long after. It was because of these 2 4th stage resources that this king was able to smoothly break through. The burly man frowned. Although he had a rough temperament, his mind was smooth and slick. Faintly realizing something, he hesitantly asked, Leader, could it be that there was a problem with those 2 4th stage resources? Yun Xinghua nodded. Elder Guan's words are correct. The problem lies with those 2 4th stage resources. At the time, although I was curious as to how Elder Gu had been able to obtain 2 4th stage resources so quickly, I did not ask. After all, my cultivation had reached a critical juncture, so I could only focus on refining and absorbing them. In the end, I succeeded and broke through to the 4th stage, leaving seclusion. It can be said that the reason this king was able to break through to the 4th stage is because of Elder Gu's great merit. After leaving seclusion, I asked Elder Gu about the 2 4th stage resources, and Elder Gu told me that he had obtained them by accident a long time ago. I was very grateful and prepared to compensate him in the future. But who would have thought that 2 days ago, when Guozian came to find me, I realized that the matter was not so simple. Those 2 4th stage resources did not belong to Elder Gu, but to his disciple Guomiao. Guomiao's aptitude is quite good, and she has a chance of directly breaking through to the 4th stage. So Guozian had prepared 2 4th stage resources for her as backup. Elder Gu was also aware of this matter, and after receiving this king's message, he borrowed those 2 resources from Guomiao, sowing the seeds of disaster. After hearing his words, many of the heaven-opening realm cultivators in the hall revealed strange expressions. They were not fools, and after interacting with Gu Zhixin for so many years, they were well aware of his character. When Gu Zhixin had taken those 2 4th stage resources from Guomiao, he had spent a great deal of effort, and it was not as simple as just borrowing them. It was even uncertain whether or not this leader had been aware of this matter beforehand. That Guozian came in search of a woman, and my Great Blood Continent received him well, but for some reason, he fled last night. Elder Gu was afraid he would misunderstand, so he chased after him, most likely wanting to explain, but, just now, a disciple reported that Elder Gu's soul lamp suddenly extinguished. Yun Xinghua's face was filled with grief, and his heart ached. Not only Elder Gu but Deacon Xiong, Hall Master Ran, and the other 4 also had their soul lamps extinguished. What? Everyone in the hall was in an uproar, and they all looked around. Sure enough, they did not see the people Yun Xinghua had mentioned. Including Gu Zhixin, Great Blood Continent had lost 6 heaven-opening realm cultivators. Although this kind of casualty could not be said to be a serious blow to Great Blood Continent, it was still a huge loss. Furthermore, Yun Xinghua's expression was grave as he looked around, slowly saying, Elder Gu, Deacon Xiong, and the other 3 soul lamps extinguished at the same time. Gasps rang out, and many of the low-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators paled. If the deaths of Gu Zhixin and the other 4 had shocked them, then the fact that 4 soul lamps had extinguished at the same time was extremely horrifying. Extinguishing their soul lamps at the same time meant that these 4 had been killed in an instant, so they could not help but make many connections. Chapter 4204. Gu Zhixin was a 3rd stage heaven splitter, while the others were all 2nd stage heaven splitters. Their combined strength was not weak, so who could kill them in an instant? A 4th stage heaven splitter couldn't do this, so the one who could was definitely a 5th stage heaven splitter. Could it be that Zhao Baichuan personally took action? The burly man surnamed Guan's expression was also extremely solemn. It was natural for him to have such an association. Guozian was from Qixing, and Zhao Baichuan was their great master, so it made sense for him to stand up for Guozian. Yun Xinghua slowly stood up. No matter who killed Elder Gu and the others, everyone, my Great Blood Continent is very likely to face a great calamity. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. I ask everyone to work together with this king to deal with this calamity. Someone stepped forward and asked, Chief, you mean to say that after killing Elder Gu and the others, that person will come to our Great Blood Continent to cause trouble? Yin Xinghua nodded. I can't rule out this possibility. The man said, even if the one who took action was really Zhao Baichuan, this person is only a fifth-stage heaven splitter. No one in my Great Blood Continent is his match, but if he wants to attack this place, it won't be easy. Yin Xinghua said, if it was just Zhao Baichuan alone, my Great Blood Continent naturally wouldn't be afraid. With the protection of the Grand Array, even if he is a fifth-stage heaven splitter, what can he do to my Great Blood Continent? However, it's not like you don't know the situation of Qi Xing. Just the number of mid-stage heaven splitters they have is as many as 10 years ago. Now that they have reappeared, their strength is likely not to be underestimated. The weak scholar from before said, if this is really the case, my Great Blood Continent will not be able to resist. Chief, I suggest we ask the Pure Grace Pavilion for help. This Pure Grace territory is the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion, and my Great Blood Continent is also under their command. It is not Qi Xing's turn to act wildly. Yin Xinghua's expression was complicated as he slowly shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late. If this person really wants to make things difficult for my Great Blood Continent, they will appear in a day or two. Even if we ask the Pure Grace Pavilion for help, we won't be able to make it in time. Not to mention, the Pure Grace Pavilion may not be willing to help. Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard that. Yin Xinghua had been suppressed by the Pure Grace Pavilion in the past, and had no choice but to advance to the third stage to split open the sky. Now, after decades of bitter cultivation, he had regained the strength of the fourth stage. The Pure Grace Pavilion would not be happy to see this. If he really asked the Pure Grace Pavilion for help, he did not know what kind of price he would have to pay. Perhaps they would take the opportunity to raise some harsh conditions. Don't mention the matter of asking for help again. I hope that everyone can be more vigilant in the near future. If there is any movement outside, report it immediately. Yes. Everyone responded loudly, and scattered in all directions. After everyone had left, Yin Xinghua gritted his teeth and punched the armrest of his chair. He cursed, Gu Zhixin, that bastard, he ruined my plans. He was suppressed and had no choice but to advance to rank 3. Now that he had obtained the strength of rank 4, he could already look forward to rank 5. With his aptitude, as long as he had enough resources, it should not be difficult for him to advance to rank 5 within 200 years. And at that time, it would probably be the time when the pavilion master of the Pure Swan Pavilion would return. Other than that old fart, the rest of the people in the Pure Swan Pavilion would be nothing in his eyes. At that time, with his 5th grade heaven-splitting strength, who in the entire Pure Swan domain would be his match? It would not be difficult for him to unify the Pure Swan domain, and let the Blood Great Continent surpass the Pure Swan Pavilion. Only then would he be able to take revenge for being suppressed in the past. However, this beautiful dream had only just begun when he encountered such an unforeseen event. That unknown enemy had been able to instantly kill 4 low-rank heavenly splitters. He knew that he was definitely not their opponent. Even if the Blood Great Continent had the support of a Grand Spirit Array, they might not be able to block this enemy. As for what path to take in the future, he was actually somewhat at a loss. He pondered with a gloomy expression for a while, but he had no countermeasures. He could only hope that the enemy's strength was not so great, and that they would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, this hope was shattered in just a single day. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the entire Great Blood Continent seemed to shake endlessly. Berserk energy rampaged, and the Great Blood Continent was thrown into chaos. Some of the weaker disciples began to bleed from their mouths and noses, and some of them even fainted. Yin Xinghua flew out of his cultivation room and looked over. He immediately saw a huge lotus outside the Blood Great Continent's Grand Spirit Array. The lotus slowly rotated, each petal exquisitely crafted, like a beautiful work of art. However, Yin Xinghua could feel an astonishing power from it. This was definitely an artifact that only a second-grade force could forge. Moreover, only a second-grade force with a relatively strong foundation could possess such an artifact. The Pure Grace Pavilion had a similar secret treasure, but it had cost them countless resources to create the Pure Grace platform. In an instant, Yin Xinghua's mouth was filled with bitterness. At this moment, the Blood Great Continent's spirit array had been activated, and a transparent light curtain enveloped the entire Blood Great Continent. However, somewhere in this light curtain, there was a deep crater that was slowly recovering. Yin Xinghua's eyes twitched as he realized that this crater was definitely caused by the impact of the lotus. Who was this person inside the lotus? Using such an artifact to forcefully impact the Blood Great Continent's spirit array. Was he crazy? One had to know that although this kind of artifact was powerful, it was not cheap to make. Once it was damaged, it was not easy to repair. Therefore, no matter which great force possessed such an artifact, under normal circumstances, they would take great care of it and not allow it to be damaged, but this person had actually used the lotus to directly impact the spirit array. What kind of violent and inhumane method was this? Just as he was thinking this, the lotus slowly retreated a few hundred kilometers before turning into a stream of light and rapidly slamming into the Blood Great Continent. Yin Xinghua's eyes widened as a chill rushed up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Without hesitation, he summoned the Spirit Array Jade Pendant and desperately poured his strength into it, madly mobilizing the power of the Spirit Array. The world energy in the entire Blood Great Continent seemed to be sucked dry at this moment and poured into the Spirit Array, enhancing its power. The transparent light curtain quickly solidified, as if it had thickened by several layers. Just as he finished doing this, the lotus slammed into the Spirit Array's light curtain, causing it to cave in at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge lotus was like an indestructible sword, piercing straight towards the Blood Great Continent's vital points, as if it wanted to shatter the entire Blood Great Continent. With a loud explosion, the Great Blood Continent shook violently. Behind Yin Xinghua, the shadow of a mini-universe world flashed by, and the power of the world force surged. The power of the Spirit Array did not disappoint. The thick light curtain was like an elastic rubber ball, bouncing the lotus back, but the crater was unable to recover for a long time. Yin Xinghua snorted and took 3 steps back, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, his face slightly pale. He controlled the Blood Great Continent's spirit array, and his mind was connected to the entire Blood Great Continent, so when the Blood Great Continent was shaken, even he suffered a backlash. Boss! One figure after another rushed over and stood by his side, all of them looking outside with horrified expressions. Yin Xinghua suppressed the roiling blood in his heart and shouted from across the spirit array. Who is it? Please stop, we can talk. He had placed all his hopes on the spirit array, but now it seemed that this hope had been shattered. Even if the spirit array could hold on and not be broken, he could not bear it. This kind of collision did not need to happen too many times. Just 3 or 5 more, and he would be seriously injured. At that time, the spirit array would break on its own. The giant lotus did not respond, instead slowly opening up a distance of several hundred kilometers, flashing as it continued to crash into him. Hong. A loud bang shook the heavens as countless Blood Great Continent disciples fainted on the ground. Even the lower-grade heaven opening masters seemed to be unable to bear such a collision. All of them staggering, their expressions ugly. As for Yin Xinghua, who was in charge of maintaining the spirit array, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura suddenly weakening. However, even after 3 collisions, the Blood Great Continent's spirit array still did not break. This was the strength of spirit arrays. Even though the Blood Great Continent was only a 3rd-grade force, by relying on the power of the spirit array, they could still resist enemies stronger than them. On the other hand, the giant lotus had dimmed slightly after 3 collisions, and it seemed to have suffered some damage. From within the lotus, a delicate woman's voice rang out. Little Guomiao, young master has helped you vent your anger. If you don't feel satisfied, then continue crashing. Let's break this tortoise shell and then crush this Blood Great Continent. Within the Blood Great Continent, many of the heaven-opening masters almost coughed up blood when they heard this. Such a vicious and deranged method was actually just to help vent Guomiao's anger? Just what kind of madwoman was hidden within that lotus? Just as they were trembling in fear, another woman's voice rang out. Thank you, master. Disciple only wishes for father to be safe and sound. The man surnamed Guan whispered beside Yin Xinghua. It's Guo Miao's voice. Guo Miao had lived in the Blood Great Continent for many years, so the man surnamed Guan recognized her, and could naturally recognize her voice. Yin Xinghua nodded solemnly. Although he had long guessed that the murderer of Gu Zhixin and the others would not let this matter rest, he did not expect that this person would appear so quickly outside the Blood Great Continent. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and cupped his fists. Blood Great Continent's Yin Xinghua greets honored sir. May I ask honored sir's name? Can you show yourself? The lotus floating in the sky slowly rotated, and from the gap between two petals, a door appeared. Immediately after, a group of two people appeared from the door. One was a handsome young man with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, and the other was a charming woman, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Yin Xinghua's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the two people who had appeared, the woman's body was emitting a terrifying aura. He had only sensed such an aura from the old pavilion master of the Pure Grace Pavilion. 6th grade splitting the heavens. The man surnamed Guan exclaimed, his expression becoming extremely ugly. The hearts of the other heaven-opening realms also sank, and the sound of gulping could be heard. How could it be 6th grade splitting the heavens? This time the Blood Great Continent had kicked an iron plate. Chapter 4205. No wonder Gu Zhixin and the other Deacon Hall masters were killed in an instant. It turned out that the other party had a 6th grade heaven splitter. Which lower grade heaven splitter could resist such a powerful force? However, even though they guessed that Gu Zhixin and the others had died at the hands of this beautiful woman, the Great Blood Continent's heaven splitters did not dare to harbor any resentment or revenge. In the entire Pure Swan field, there was only one 6th-stage heaven splitter. The old pavilion master of the Pure Swan Pavilion had suppressed the Pure Swan field by himself for thousands of years. He was the overlord of the Pure Swan field, and no one dared to disobey him. It could be seen how tyrannical a 6th-stage heaven splitter was. Even if they had really asked the Graceful Grace Pavilion for help, they probably would not have gotten involved in this mess. The old pavilion master did not have much lifespan left, so how could he offend another 6th grade heaven splitter for the sake of Great Blood Continent? Yin Xinghua's mouth was full of bitterness as he looked at the young man in front of the woman. Although the young man's aura was not obvious, he was obviously from the Emperor realm, but Yin Xinghua did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Instead, his expression became even more dignified. It was because the position this young man was standing was one step ahead of the 6th grade heaven splitter woman. What did this mean? This undoubtedly meant that the young man's identity was even nobler than that woman's. It could even be said that the 6th grade heaven splitter woman was only his follower. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and Yin Xinghua faintly felt that this time he seemed to have provoked an incredible existence. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Yin Xinghua politely cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, Great Blood Continent's Yin Xinghua greets the two of you. May I ask how I should address you? Yang Kai was expressionless and did not say a word. Yuhi smiled and said, My young master is the master of the Void Land, Void True Monarch. A mere Emperor Realm Master was obviously not qualified to be called a true monarch, but no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. Yin Xinghua frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt. This Void Land was obviously a 2nd-grade force, but he had never heard of it before. Hesitantly he said, So it is True Monarch, Master. I didn't know True Monarch had graced my Great Blood Continent with your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to greet you, but is there some misunderstanding? Why is True Monarch colliding with the formation of my Great Blood Continent? Has my Great Blood Continent offended True Monarch? He had never been so humble in front of someone from the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, his fists were not as big as his, so he could only lower himself. Yuhi was still smiling like a flower, but that smile was extremely terrifying in the eyes of the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters. Don't you know what the Great Blood Continent did? Why ask when you already know the answer? Yin Xinghua's expression was difficult as he forced out a smile and said, Madam, please tell me. I have been in seclusion all this time, and have just come out a few days ago. I don't know much about the outside world. Are you sure? Yuhi looked at him meaningfully, her tone leisurely. Under her gaze, Yin Xinghua felt like he was being stared at by an ancient vicious beast, as if he could die at any moment. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and down his cheeks. Under the pressure of a mountain, his mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the crisis in front of him. At that moment, the scholarly-looking heaven-opening realm master stepped forward and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Chief, I'm afraid today's matter is related to Elder Gu Zhixin." "What do you mean?" Yin Xinghua pretended not to know and looked over suspiciously. The scholar said, "I seem to have heard Guo Miao's voice from that lotus just now, and that Guo Miao is one of Elder Gu's disciples. She is also the daughter of a great commander of Crimson Star called Guozian. Back then, Commander Guo sent Guo Miao to my Great Blood Continent to become Elder Gu's disciple to cultivate. A few days ago, Commander Guo came to my Great Blood Continent and wanted to take Guo Miao away. Elder Gu refused and the two of them even drank and chatted happily. I don't know what happened after that, but since Guo Miao is here today, today's matter is definitely related to what happened before." "There was such a thing?" Yin Xinghua frowned and looked around shouting, "Where is Elder Gu? Come up and talk." The scholar said, "Chief, Elder Gu is already dead. His soul lamp suddenly extinguished. I was about to report this matter, but didn't have time." "What?" Yin Xinghua was shocked. "Elder Gu is dead." Not only Elder Gu, but the soul lamps of the other Deacon Hall masters were also extinguished. Yin Xinghua's face suddenly paled as he lamented, "How could this be?" After a moment of grief, he looked up at Yu He and Yang Kai and asked, "May I ask if the two of you are here because of my Great Blood Continent's Elder Gu Zhixin? If so, I'm afraid the two of you will be disappointed. We don't know who killed Elder Gu, but now even his soul lamp is extinguished." "I killed him," Yu He said lightly. Yin Xinghua stared at Yu He in disbelief. "Why did Master kill my Great Blood Continent's elder? Did Elder Gu offend you in any way?" Yu He looked at him deeply for a long time before slowly shaking her head and looking at Yang Kai. "Young Master." Yang Kai rubbed his hands and said, "I heard that Great Blood Continent's chief was suppressed by the Pure Grace Pavilion and had to endure humiliation. I thought that Great Blood Continent's chief was a person who knew when to yield and when not to and would achieve great things in the future, but now it seems that he was just an actor." Yin Xinghua said angrily, "Why does True Monarch say that?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Chief, don't you think that your performance is too clumsy? Who can you fool? Do you want me to tell you that Gu Zhixin not only stole the 2 4th-rank resources that Commander Guo gave to his daughter, but also forced her to refine the 2 4th-rank powers, cutting off her path and preventing future troubles? That Gu Zhixin colluded with the Pure Grace Pavilion and Zhou Yiying to kill Commander Guo and his daughter? Do you want to tell me that you didn't know anything about this and that it was all done by Gu Zhixin alone? 2 4th-rank resources?" Yin Xinghua was shocked. "Elder Gu did give me 2 4th-rank resources to help me cultivate in seclusion. Could it be that those 2 resources were Guo Miao's?" Speaking of this, Yin Xinghua was annoyed. Foolish as an elder of Great Blood Continent. How could he steal the resources of his own disciples? Such actions, he is unworthy of being a teacher. Yang Kai nodded and praised. "Chief's acting is amazing, I admire it." Yin Xinghua said seriously. "True Monarch misunderstood. I really didn't know anything about this if I had known." Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted him, leaning forward slightly as he stared down at Yin Xinghua condescendingly. "Since this king has come here, do you think I came here to argue with you? Regardless of whether you were aware of this matter or not, it was your Great Blood Continent's people who took it by force. Commander Guo was also injured by your Great Blood Continent's people. If it wasn't for my timely rescue, would Commander Guo and his daughter still be alive? Commander Guo is from the Voidlands. How can trash like you bully the people of the Voidlands?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yu He let out a shout and shook her hand, sending out the fragrant caltrip. As it spun, the caltrip turned into a drill and slammed into the Great Blood Continent's light barrier. The light barrier suddenly caved in, blocking this terrifying attack, but the caltrip continued to spin and drill into it. At the same time, the giant lotus flower suddenly disintegrated and petals flew out like sharp blades, cutting into the Great Blood Continent's array. Not only that, Yang Kai also raised his hand and summoned the divine essence-fused gourd. Opening the gourd, brilliant rays of divine essence-fused light spilled out and rushed towards the Great Blood Continent's array. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, the Great Blood Continent shook, and the heaven and earth spirit chi became extremely chaotic. When the many heaven-opening masters saw this, their faces turned ashen, and they all looked towards Yin Xinghua. The moment Yang Kai and the others attacked, Yin Xinghua summoned the Great Formation Jade Pendant again to control the Great Blood Continent's array. But under his perception, his Great Blood Continent's array was collapsing at an extremely fast speed, causing his heart to sink to the bottom. The Great Blood Continent was only a third-grade force, so even if it had a Great Blood Continent's array, it couldn't be considered too strong. If there was only one fifth-grade heaven-opening master, the Great Blood Continent's array might be able to resist. But Yuhi was a sixth-grade heaven-opening master, so how could the Great Blood Continent's array block it? Not to mention that Lang Qingshan and the others were controlling the Falling Lotus, while Yang Kai was controlling the Divine Essence-fused light to help. With such a fierce attack, it would probably take less than an hour for the Great Blood Continent's array to completely collapse. At that time, even if the Great Blood Continent had a sea of people, they wouldn't be able to block the slaughter of a sixth-grade heaven-opening master. True Sovereign, please stop. This is really a misunderstanding. Yin Xinghua shouted in panic, cold sweat dripping down his face. Yang Kai, however, remained unmoved. Instead, he activated the Divine Essence-fused light even more fiercely. Although the Divine Essence-fused light was a sixth-grade heaven-opening master's strength, it had only one attribute, so its destructive power couldn't be compared to Yuhi's, who was a genuine sixth-grade heaven-opening master. After all, the heaven-opening master used the power of the world. Yin Yang and the five elements countered each other in an endless cycle. However, compared to his own strength in the Emperor realm, the Divine Essence-fused light was much more powerful. Seeing that Yang Kai ignored him, Yin Xinghua shouted again. The Great Blood Continent is willing to compensate for True Sovereign's losses. Please show mercy. Yang Kai sneered. I'm afraid it's too late to say this now. If Yin Xinghua had removed the Great Blood Continent's array from the beginning and properly apologized, Yang Kai might not have been so ruthless. After all, if the other party didn't fight back, it wouldn't be good for him to make a move. The main culprit, Gu Zixin, was already dead. Even if Yin Xinghua knew beforehand, he wasn't the mastermind. But how could Yang Kai allow this to happen? Thinking that his acting skills were so good that he could bluff his way through. Seeing Yang Kai's determination, Yin Xinghua's face was filled with despair. He could only desperately urge the power of the Grand Array to resist. However, he also knew that this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Relying on the Grand Array of the Great Blood Continent, it was impossible to stop this fiend in front of him. But if he didn't resist, could it be that he would be trampled upon? Turning his head to look around, he saw that the low-rank heaven splitters of his own clan were all grief-stricken, their faces ashen. Many disciples were also trembling, at a loss of what to do. He sighed in his heart, knowing that the Great Blood Continent would not be able to escape this time. He wished he could grab the dead Gu Zixin and whip his corpse. Chapter 4206. Kacha. The sound of something shattering could be heard. Under the pressure of Yu He Yang Kai and Luo Lian Luo, in less than an incense stick's worth of time, cracks began to appear all over the Great Blood Continent's protective array. Although Yin Xinghua tried his best to summon his own strength and activate the power of the Grand Formation, he was only struggling bitterly. Until a certain moment, accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation, the array suddenly collapsed. Yin Xinghua spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning, his face suddenly turning pale. An invisible pressure suddenly spread out and enveloped the entire Great Blood Continent. This pressure was so heavy that it was as if 1,000 worlds were pressing down on everyone's heads, making it difficult for them to breathe and despair. This was the pressure of a sixth-grade heaven-splitting sovereign. There were many heaven-splitting sovereigns in the Great Blood Continent, but all of them were like quails that had yet to build their nests in winter, shivering in fear as they looked up at the charming woman in the sky, not daring to show the slightest bit of resistance, let alone the courage to fight. Yang Kai arrived in front of Yin Xinghua in a flash and kicked him to the ground. Stepping on his chest, he pointed the blue dragon spear at his forehead and said coldly, "Speak, how do you want to die?" Yin Xinghua stared at Yang Kai, his mouth full of blood and humiliation. With his 4th-grade heaven-splitting sovereign strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill this person from the Emperor realm in front of him, but he did not dare to make the slightest move because the woman's aura was firmly locked onto him. Her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light. Once he made the slightest move, he was bound to be attacked like a storm. Perhaps he would be killed on the spot before he could even make a move. Therefore, even though he was depressed, Yin Xinghua did not dare to make the slightest move. Suppressing the unwillingness in his heart, he admitted defeat and said, "True sovereign, please spare my life. The Great Blood Continent is willing to apologize." "What's the use of apologizing?" Yang Kai's face was cold and indifferent. "This king has come today to seek justice for the people of the Great Void Lands, and let the 3,000 worlds know that no one can bully the people of the Great Void Lands. Quickly choose a way to die, and this king may leave you with an intact corpse." Yin Xinghua's heart sank. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so resolute, not giving him any face at all. Right at this moment, Yuhi's expression suddenly changed and she said, "Young master, Commander Guar is awake." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his head and looked towards the fallen lotus. His divine sense gushed out, and indeed, he sensed that Guizian had awoken. At this moment, Guizian walked out of the falling lotus flower step by step with Guomiao's support. Looking around, he was surprised to find that Yin Xinghua was being stepped on by Yang Kai. Unable to move, many of the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters were standing stiffly in place with panicked expressions, as if someone had cast a spell on them. There were also many Great Blood Continent disciples lying unconscious on the ground nearby. He immediately understood that his master had come to the Great Blood Continent. What a tyrannical way of doing things. Judging from the current situation, the Great Blood Continent seemed to be powerless to resist. This was not surprising though. With Yu He, a 6th-order heaven-opening realm master, how could a trifling 3rd-class force like the Great Blood Continent resist? Commander Guo's injuries have not yet healed, so you should be recuperating. Why have you come out? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Guizian took a deep breath and said, "Many thanks for master's concern, but this lowly one's injuries are nothing and will be completely healed after a few days of rest. This lowly girl has something to ask of master." Yang Kai turned to Guomiao and gently nodded. "Your father served under me, and although his time was not long, he was extremely loyal to this king and had made great contributions. You are his only child and the one he valued the most in his life, the one he was willing to give up his life to protect. If you have any requests, feel free to speak. If this king can help you, he will not refuse." Guomiao hurriedly bowed. "Disciple thanks master in advance, disciple." Disciple does not have any other request. She just hopes that master will be lenient and let off the Great Blood Continent's chief and the other elders. Once this was said, not only did Yang Kai reveal a look of shock, but even the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters were shocked. Yin Xinghua, who was being stepped on by Yang Kai and did not dare move in the slightest, had a sharp light in his eyes. Guizian seemed to have known that his daughter would say this, so he was not surprised and simply sighed. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai looked directly into Guomiao's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her heart. "That Gu Zixin stole your resources and forced you to condense a 2nd-grade true qi, ruining your future. Before this, he even led people to kill you and your father, almost killing you and your father. If this king had not arrived in time, how could you and your father still be alive? This Yin Xinghua, as the Great Blood Continent's chief, not only did he not protect and take care of you, he even allowed Gu Zixin to commit murder. This king came to condemn him, but he put on an act. Such a vile person, such a despicable person. Are you sure you want me to show mercy?" Guomiao lowered her head and said, "Mas, Gu Zixin stole my resources and ruined my future. I naturally hate him, and his death is not to be regretted. To tell master the truth, I have thought countless times before that one day I would take revenge and make him die a horrible death. But when that day really came, disciple did not know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable and unhappy." As she spoke, Guo Miao's eyes reddened and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Guo Ziyan gently patted her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, vaguely able to see through the contradictions in Guo Miao's heart. After all, to her, it could be said that she was brought up by Gu Zixin. When she was very young, Guo Ziyan sent her to the Great Blood Continent. She lost her mother when she was young, and she was separated from her father. The little girl struggled to survive. To her, Gu Zixin was the closest person besides her father. This closest person plotted against her at the most important moment of her life, causing her to condense a second-grade true qi with a fourth-grade true qi. Guo Miao hated and cursed in her heart, but even the greatest hatred could not cover up the kindness of raising her and nurturing her. The conflict between kindness and hatred caused waves to rise in her heart, and it was natural that she would feel uncomfortable. If it were someone with a little bit of conscience, they would not be able to bear to see the Great Blood Continent's family destroyed. Wiping the corners of her eyes, Guo Miao said, "Now that the main culprit is dead and father and I are safe and sound, disciple pleads for master to show mercy. This matter ends here." This Great Blood Continent was the place she had grown up in, so it could be considered another home for her. Under the cover of this foul atmosphere, there were still the brothers and senior sisters she had grown up with. If Yang Kai massacred all these heaven-opening realm masters, where would those brothers and senior sisters go? After hearing her words, many of the heaven-opening realm masters from Great Blood Continent revealed looks of shame, while Yin Xinghua was filled with gratitude. He had originally thought that he would definitely die, but who would have thought that there would be a chance for him to survive? Yang Kai looked at Guo Ziyan and asked, "Is Commander Guo also of the same mind?" Guo Ziyan said, "Since disciple has been reunited with my daughter, I have no other request." Understood. Yang Kai nodded and lowered his head to look at Yin Xinghua, only to see him looking at him with a pleading expression. When their eyes met, he seemed to be trying to squeeze out a smile, but his face was stiff and his smile was uglier than if he were crying. "Forget it." Yang Kai curled his lips. "I don't have any killing intent left from you father and daughter, so I'll spare their lives today." With a series of exhalations, the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters all felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts. Looking at each other, they found that their faces were covered in sweat, and could only smile bitterly. The feeling of lingering in front of the gates of hell was truly unpleasant. Tsung. The black dragon spear brushed past Yin Xinghua's cheek, and stabbed into the ground beside his ear. Yang Kai leaned over and said darkly, "Thank you for taking in such a kind-hearted disciple." Yes. Yin Xinghua nodded repeatedly. "My Great Blood Continent will never forget Guo Miao's life-saving grace." Yang Kai continued, "However, you can avoid the death penalty but you can't escape punishment." Taking out the loyalty and righteousness record, he flipped to the third page and said coldly, "Force out your essence blood and leave your name and aura here." The loyalty and righteousness record had a total of 9 pages. The first page had Chen Tianfei's name, the second page had Hei's name, and the third page originally had a name, one of Old Ancestor Mou's subordinates. Yang Kai had used that person to lure Old Ancestor Mou into a trap, but unfortunately, that person's life was too short. Old Ancestor Mou sensed that something was wrong and killed him with a single palm strike. This caused the original name on the third page to disappear. Guo Miao was grateful and didn't bicker with the Great Blood Continent's people, but Yang Kai wasn't willing to let them off so easily. Right now, the Void was lacking manpower, especially the number of heaven-opening realm masters. There were too few, and many things were inconvenient to deal with. If he could take in the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters, at the very least, there would be someone to manage Star City in the Void's territory. Previously, he was still thinking of waiting for Lang Qingshan's group to advance to heaven-opening realm before dealing with Star City, but that would take at least a few years. The Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters would undoubtedly solve this urgent problem. Yin Xinghua, a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm master, would be able to oversee Star City and maintain order there. Although Yin Xinghua didn't know what mysteries this loyalty and righteousness record had, he instinctively felt that it wasn't anything good. However, at this moment, he was under the eaves, and the aura of a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm master was constantly locked onto him. So how could he resist? After all, in the past, under the suppression of graceful grace territory, he was a man who could endure humiliation. He understood the principle of being flexible, and very straightforwardly forced out his essence blood, leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness record. With a burst of bloody light, the three words Yin Xinghua appeared on the third page of the loyalty and righteousness record. Yang Kai grinned at him. A wise man submits to circumstances, you're very good. Only now did he move his foot away from his chest. Yin Xinghua silently sensed for a moment, as if he had faintly understood the mysteries of the loyalty and righteousness record. No matter how great the waves in his heart were, he didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction on the surface. Instead he smiled. Yin Xinghua greets Master. In the future, if Master has any orders, this subordinate will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced at him with a fake smile. Naturally, he wouldn't believe him so easily, but as long as he had the loyalty and righteousness record, he wasn't afraid of this Yin Xinghua making any waves. Chapter 4207. Are these all the treasures of the Great Blood Continent? In the main hall of the Great Blood Continent, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table with Yu He standing behind him. At this moment, he was holding a space ring in his hand, and looking at Yin Xinghua, who was standing in front of him with a speechless expression. This guy had left his name on the loyalty list. Regardless of his character, he was already considered a member of the Void Land. The Great Blood Continent was located in the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion, which was the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion. Even if Yang Kai wanted to take over the entire Great Blood Continent and make it a subordinate sect of the Void Land, he was powerless to do so. Just imagine, if someone dared to do this in the territory of the Void Land, he would definitely not agree. If he really did so, the Pure Grace Pavilion would definitely make things difficult for him. Therefore, even if he was a little reluctant, Yang Kai could only give up the Great Blood Continent. However, he could give up the Great Blood Continent, but he had to take the people with him. Below Yin Xinghua, the more than 20 heaven-opening realm cultivators and many elite disciples of the Great Blood Continent had to migrate to the Star City in the territory of the Void Land. From now on, they would rely on the Star City and manage it for the Void Land. He believed that with a 4th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator and several 3rd-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, the Star City should be well managed. Before leaving, he naturally had to take the Great Blood Continent's treasures with him. Yang Kai thought that the Great Blood Continent might be very poor. Otherwise, Gu Zixin would not have targeted his disciple and snatched the 2 4th-grade resources in Guimiao's hands. However, he really did not expect that a 3rd-class force could be poor to this extent. In the treasury of the Great Blood Continent, there were less than 100,000 heaven-opening pills. The other cultivation resources added together were probably only worth 200,000 to 300,000 heaven-opening pills. In other words, the entire Great Blood Continent's treasury only had 400,000 heaven-opening pills. For someone like Yang Kai who could easily spend millions, these things were simply unbearable to look at. However, thinking about it carefully, the Great Blood Continent could not be blamed for being too poor. It was because they had made a fortune in the Great Void Realm that they had a lot of capital. In this trichiliocosm, an ordinary 3rd-rate power would not be too rich. After all, their disciples needed all kinds of resources to cultivate. Taking the Great Blood Continent as an example, below Yin Xinghua, there were 20 to 30 heaven-opening experts who were elders, deacons, hallmasters, and so on. These people had to be paid a certain amount each month. The minimum would be several hundred, while the maximum would be several thousand. This month's expenditure would be several tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills, and this was not even counting the other disciples below the heaven-opening realm. If the Great Blood Continent was like this, then it was the same for the other 3rd-tier powers. Back then, in order to express their apology, the Great Moon Prefecture had only given Yang Kai 100,000 opening heaven pills. This was already a huge loss. There were very few people like Yang Kai, who had hundreds of millions of opening heaven pills. Yin Xinghua said in a panicked voice, replying to Master, this subordinate was in seclusion to break through and consumed a large amount of resources. This. He thought that Yang Kai was still not satisfied, so he repeatedly signaled to the other heaven-opening realm masters, as if he wanted them to gather some resources together to appease Yang Kai's anger. Although the many heaven-opening realm masters were extremely reluctant, they did not dare to disobey and all began to act. You can all rest. Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed the space ring in his hand to Yin Xinghua. Yin Xinghua asked in confusion, Master? Yang Kai picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip of tea, slowly saying, This belongs to your great blood continent, so take care of it yourself. This king is not so greedy as to take your things. Yin Xinghua blushed with shame. Master is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This subordinate is ashamed. Yang Kai sternly said, Now this king has an important task to entrust to you. Yin Xinghua hurriedly said, Please instruct me, master. Give me your universe scroll. Yang Kai gestured. Yin Xinghua hurriedly took out his universe scroll and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and poured his strength into it, then tossed it back to him after a while. I've already marked out the location of the Void Land. Choose 1,000 people from Great Blood Continent and go to the Void Land to find someone called Lu Shui. Tell her that I asked you to go. Yin Xinghua respectfully replied, Yes. He paused for a moment before probing, My lord, I wonder what this subordinate should do after meeting Lu Shui? Yang Kai glanced at him. Help this king manage the star market in the Void Land's territory. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the 20 or so heaven-opening realm masters below all looked over. Yin Xinghua was also stunned, looking at Yang Kai in shock. Master wants me to manage the star market? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. For any force that could control a star market, the existence of a star market could be said to be one of the largest sources of income for that force. By extracting taxes and collecting rent from the star market, one could obtain large quantities of heaven-opening pills without taking any risks. Pure Swan territory also had a star market, but it was managed by the Pure Swan Pavilion, so Great Blood Continent couldn't interfere. The existence of a star market was of utmost importance to any force, and only those most loyal to their sect could manage it. Only this way could a force continue to exist. But now, Yang Kai was actually asking him to lead Great Blood Continent's people to manage the star market in the Void Land's territory. What? You're not willing? Yang Kai's expression sank. Yin Xinghua hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. With master's orders, even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, this subordinate would not frown. It's just that the existence of a star market is of great importance. This subordinate is afraid he will fail, master. His heart was filled with suspicion. Was this some kind of trap Kai Yang had set for him? But that shouldn't be the case. Right now, his life and death could be decided with a single thought from the other party, so if he really wanted to do something to him, there was no need to use such a method. Yang Kai calmly said, My Void Land has just been established, and we don't have enough heaven-opening realm masters. If not for this, do you think it would be your turn to manage the star market? Although these words were not polite, to Yin Xinghua, they were like the sounds of nature. So that's how it is. It's actually because we don't have enough people. His heart filled with joy, but his expression remained unchanged. If that's the case, this subordinate understands. Master, rest assured, this subordinate will definitely manage the star market well, and definitely won't disappoint master. He was quite shrewd, not revealing his emotions, but the other low-rank heaven-opening realm masters did not have this kind of self-control, and many of them revealed pleasantly surprised expressions, secretly excited. They had originally thought that since the Great Blood Continent had been breached, and even their leader had to be respectful in front of the other party, their future days would definitely be difficult. There were already quite a few people considering whether or not they should find an opportunity to escape. After all, they were all heaven-opening realm masters, so if they joined any force, they would definitely be accepted. Even if they became lone rangers, it would still be better than having to follow the whims of others. Who would have thought that they would actually have the opportunity to manage the star market? This was a very lucrative job. Although the star market was a mix of crooks and dragons, and there were all kinds of people, the star market was the place where transactions were the most frequent, and every transaction represented a large number of heaven-opening pills. Even among those forces that had the qualifications to manage the star market, the person chosen to manage the star market would have to undergo extremely strict examinations and many open and secret struggles before being chosen. And now, such an opportunity that countless people were fighting over was placed right in front of them. Sure enough, after surviving a great disaster, one would be blessed with good fortune. Just a moment ago, they had been worried about their own lives, but now, they had been struck by this great fortune. Everyone seemed to be able to see large amounts of heaven-opening pills pouring into their pockets, so how could they not be excited? Yin Xinghua could only bitterly smile. If he had known earlier that he would be helping Yang Kai manage the star market, how could he have resisted in the slightest? He would have already opened the spirit array and respectfully welcomed him inside. Yang Kai glanced at him meaningfully. Do your job well. As long as this king can see your sincerity, in the future, your cultivation won't be so poor. In time, it won't be difficult for you to increase your cultivation grade. Yin Xinghua hurriedly said, Many thanks for master's trust. This subordinate will definitely not disappoint. Take this jade slip. When you arrive in the void and see Lu Shui, give it to her, and she will make the arrangements. Yes. I'll give you 5 days to take care of everything in the Great Blood Continent. You can decide who to bring with you and how to arrange the rest of the people. I only want 1,000 people to enter the main star market. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up. This king still has other important matters to attend to. When this king returns to the void next time, I hope to see your results. Yin Xinghua bowed. Master, please wait and see. Respectfully sending off the master. The many heaven-opening realms also shouted in unison, respectfully sending off the master. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai led Yu He into the lotus flower, which quickly turned into a streak of light that shot into the sky. When that streak of light disappeared from sight, Yin Xinghua let out a heavy breath. This time he had really profited from a disaster. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and issued a series of orders, immediately setting the entire Great Blood Continent into motion. There weren't many disciples in the Great Blood Continent, but they weren't few either, around 6,000 to 7,000 people. Yang Kai only wanted 1,000, so the remaining several thousand couldn't be taken away. Moreover, this time, they would have to stay in the star market, so in other words, they wouldn't be able to return from the Great Blood Continent in the future. He naturally wanted to take away the 1,000 people with the best aptitudes, leaving the rest to find a way out for themselves. Perhaps they would seek refuge with other third-class forces or even the Pure Grace Pavilion, or perhaps they would become homeless, but the Great Blood Continent would definitely be swallowed up by the Pure Grace Pavilion. At the same time, in the lotus flower, Yang Kai looked at Guozian and his daughter in front of him, a wide smile on his face. I also want to congratulate Commander Guo and his daughter for reuniting. Guozian said, It's all thanks to Master. If not for Master's timely assistance, my father and daughter would have already returned to the underworld. Guo Miao also said, Many thanks to Master for saving our lives. Yang Kai raised his hand. Your father is someone from the Voidlands, so you are also a disciple of the Voidlands. When a disciple is in trouble, I naturally won't sit by and do nothing. Turning to Guozian, he said, This king said before that as long as it is within the limits of Guo Miao's ability, I will provide her with the best cultivation resources. But Guo Miao, what grade can your Dao seal withstand? Guo Miao's expression dimmed. Disciple feels that grade 4 shouldn't be a problem, grade 5 might be a bit difficult, but now. Guozian's expression also dimmed, thinking about how his daughter's good future had been ruined by that bastard Gu Zixin. He couldn't help but feel heartache. Chapter 4208. Since he can withstand the power of the 4th stage, then in the future, condense 4th stage resources and achieve the 4th stage of splitting the heavens, Yang Kai said. Guozian said, Miao, already has the foundation of the 2nd stage. So even if he condenses the power of the 4th stage, it won't help. In the future, he can only achieve the 2nd stage of splitting the heavens. Master, there are many things waiting to be done in the void, so there's no need to waste resources. I will take care of Miao, Er's cultivation in the future. Who said it's a waste? Yang Kai laughed. I'm afraid you've forgotten about Meng Hong. Young Master Menghong. Guozian was startled. He naturally recognized Menghong. After all, they had been together in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. And he clearly remembered what had happened during this period. Master, you mean? Yang Kai said solemnly. Brother Meng was originally condensing the power of the third stage, but after breaking and then re-establishing it, he has now condensed the power of the fifth stage. If he can achieve splitting the heavens in the future, it will be the fifth stage of splitting the heavens. It's 2 stages higher than the beginning. This lowly one also knows about this, but young Master Meng Hong only had this opportunity because he obtained some Tai Divine Purifying Water. However, Tai Divine Purifying Water is too rare, so it's impossible. Master, what is this? As he spoke, Guozian's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at a small jade bottle that appeared in Yang Kai's hand. The jade bottle shook, and the sound of liquid came from inside. This is the Tai Divine Purifying Water, Yang Kai said with a smile. Even though he had already guessed, when Yang Kai confirmed it himself, Guozian couldn't help but gasp. Even Yueha looked over in shock. In the land of none, the splitting the heavens couldn't enter, so they didn't know what good things Yang Kai had obtained there. Others couldn't find Tai Divine Purifying Water, but Yang Kai had a lot of it. The Tai Purifying Divine Water was a treasure that Yang Kai had obtained from the land of the ancients. With this divine water, we can cleanse the power in Guomiao's seal. Fortunately, she has only condensed a single type of power, so it won't be difficult for her to cleanse it. I just don't know if Guomiao has the courage to do so. Can you endure it? Guomiao said excitedly. Master, do you mean that the Tai Divine Purifying Water can give me a chance to start over? She had never heard of the Tai Purifying Divine Water before. After all, she had been cultivating in the Great Blood Continent and had little contact with the outside world, so she was somewhat ignorant. However, this did not prevent her from inferring the effect of this item from the conversation between Yang Kai and Guozian. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. Although I haven't used this Tai Divine Purification Water before, a friend of mine has. This thing can give you a chance to start over, but the risk is not small. After all, it's related to your Dao seal. If you're not careful, your foundation will be destroyed, and your future will be ruined. Moreover, in the process of cleansing your Dao seal, I'm afraid you'll have to endure great pain. Guomiao said cautiously. Master, may I ask what happened to your friend in the end? Yang Kai smiled. Although I went through a lot of hardships, I finally succeeded. A trace of determination flashed in Guomiao's eyes. In that case, Master, please bestow this Tai Purifying Divine Water. Disciple is willing to give it a try. Have you thought it through? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Guomiao said. Disciple has thought it through. Disciple originally had a 4th grade aptitude, but now I am forced to condense the power of a 2nd grade. Even if I can safely advance to a 2nd grade in the future, I am afraid that I will not be satisfied. Rather than feeling unsatisfied in the future, it is better to give it a try today. Even if I fail, Disciple will have no regrets. Guozian stood to the side, wanting to say something but hesitating, as if he wanted to stop Guomiao, but every time the words came to his mouth he swallowed them back down. At this moment, he could not help but sigh and give up the idea of stopping her. Yang Kai handed the Tai Purifying Divine Water to Guomiao and said with a smile, Since you have the heart to make progress, then this king will fulfill your wish. However, you don't have to worry too much. When my friend took this item, he relied on his strong will to pass. Today is different. With Yueha protecting you, I think you will be much more relaxed. Yes. Guomiao took the jade bottle and held it tightly in her hand. She did not seem to be holding the Tai Purifying Divine Water, but her future. Turning her head to look at her father, Guozian gave her an encouraging look. Without hesitation, Guomiao immediately went into seclusion to take the Tai Purifying Divine Water. Yang Kai naturally did not allow it, and instructed Yueha to take good care of it. There were many secret rooms in the Falling Lotus Flower. The two of them found a secret room and walked in. They opened the restriction and isolated the inside from the outside world. Guozian stood outside the door like an iron tower, pacing back and forth. His face was filled with worry and anxiety. Days passed, and the falling lotus flower passed through one large territory after another. 20 days later, they finally arrived at the large territory where the first inn was located. When Yang Kai first came here, he did not know much about this large territory. Only now did he learn from the map of the universe that this large territory was called the Thousand Birds Territory. There was a second-grade force, the Thousand Birds sect. However, the star market here was not under the jurisdiction of the Thousand Birds sect. There was no other reason. Although the Thousand Birds sect was a second-grade force with a strong foundation, it was a subordinate sect of the Great War Heaven. As such, the true master of this star market was the Great War Heaven, one of the 36 paradises. In this trichiliocosm, there were as many first-grade, second-grade, and third-grade forces as there were hairs on an ox. Many of them were subordinate forces. For example, in the Void Territory, the Void Land dominated a large territory. The other third-grade forces that lived in the Void Territory belonged to the Void Land, and were the subordinate sects of the Void Land. Previously, when the Void Land was being built, those third-grade forces had also sent many people to help. The Void Land was like this, and most of the other second-grade forces were like this. For example, the relationship between the Pure Grace Pavilion and the Blood Great Continent was also a subordinate relationship. If a second-grade force could control a large territory, what about those blessed grotto heavens? Every blessed grotto heavens controlled more than one large territory. There were as many as 10, and as few as 7 or 8. Everything in these large territory was the foundation of these blessed grotto heavens. The Thousand Birds Territory was one of the large territory controlled by Great War Heaven, and the Thousand Birds sect was also a subordinate sect of Great War Heaven. If Great War Heaven had any summons, the Thousand Birds sect would not be able to resist, unless they did not want to continue living in the Thousand Birds Territory. For any blessed grotto heavens, supporting a second-grade force to rise up and replacing others was simply a matter of time. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that the territory of the void was not under the jurisdiction of any blessed grotto heavens. Otherwise, the current territory of the void would probably have to bow down to a blessed grotto heavens and act according to their wishes. On the second day after arriving at the Thousand Birds Territory, the tightly shut door of the secret room suddenly opened. Guozian, who had been guarding outside, saw this and asked nervously, "How is it?" Yuhi chuckled. "Go in and take a look yourself." With that, he turned his body and rushed into the secret room like the wind. A moment later, Yang Kai heard this fellow's carefree laughter. "Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded to Yuhi. Yuhi shook her head and said, "From the beginning to the end, I didn't do anything. She passed by herself. Guo Miao is a good seedling." Compared to when Meng Hong had used the Tai Pure Divine Water, Guo Miao had a great advantage. Firstly, she had condensed a second-grade strength, which was 1 grade lower than Meng Hong's third-grade strength, and the effect of the Tai Pure Divine Water was greater and faster. Secondly, she had condensed a second-grade strength for a very short period of time, and it was easier to wash it clean. Thirdly, she had only condensed a second-grade strength, while Meng Hong had condensed several. If Meng Hong could persevere, there was no reason for Guo Miao to fail. Guo Miao's current condition was not bad. She only needed to rest for a while before she could begin to lay the foundation for her own heaven-opening stage. Very quickly, Guo Miao walked out under Guozian's lead and thanked Yang Kai profusely. Yang Kai immediately took out a few fourth-grade cultivation resources and bestowed them, making Guo Miao extremely grateful. After another 2 days, they finally arrived at the Void Ferry of the Star City. Yang Kai accepted the falling lotus flower, paid some fees, and led Yuhi and the others into the Star City in a grandiose manner. Looking at the vaguely familiar streets and the shops that had not changed much, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. The last time he came to the Star City with the lady boss and the others, he still owed a large debt. In the end, he had to rely on the lady boss to pay off the debt. At that time, he was even more wandering and alone. Now only a dozen years had passed, and when he came again, he was already the master of the Void Land. Not only did he have heaven-opening stage experts like Yuhi and Guozian, he also had future elites like Lang Qingshan and the Scabby Head. In more than 10 years, how much had changed? If the Star City in the Void Territory was a medium-sized star city, Then the Star City in the Qianyao territory was a large star city. There were crowds of people coming and going, and all kinds of goods were available. Compared to this place, the Star City in the Void territory seemed a little shabby. Young Kai was not unfamiliar with this place. After all, when he was collecting debts, he had almost run through the entire Star City. After more than 10 years, the Star City had not changed much, so he naturally would not get lost. He immediately led a group of people and walked towards the first stall with ease. This was the first time Guo had come to a place like the Star City. She was full of curiosity towards this bustling place. Everything was new to her. And after walking for a while, she bought a lot of random things. Guo followed her with a smile. No matter what his daughter liked, he just bought it. His doting feelings were obvious, as if he wanted to make up for all the guilt he had felt all these years. After walking 2 streets, Yuhi, who was following beside Yang Kai, suddenly frowned. With a wave of her hand, a gentle force swept out. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked to the side, her expression alert. Before Yang Kai could react to what had happened, he turned his head to look when he sensed the commotion, only to see a tall and sturdy man staring at Yuhi with a stunned expression on his face. This person had a fiendish appearance, and one could tell at a glance that he was not a good person. Coupled with his expression, he looked extremely comical. At this moment, one of his large hands was raised in the air. From the looks of it, he wanted to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder. However, he did not expect Yuhi to react so quickly and stop him. In this instant of battle, this person also sensed Yuhi's tyrannical strength and couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at this bear-like fellow, Kai Yang couldn't help but laugh. Shopkeeper Pei? This fellow was the 100 Refinement Hall's Pei Buwen. Chapter 4209. Yang Kai did not expect that the first acquaintance he would meet after returning to Chidori Star City would be Pei Buwen. More than 10 years ago, when Yang Kai went to the 100 Refinements Hall to collect a debt, he had dealt with this guy. As a result, he was tricked by this guy into fighting in the Azura field. Relying on that battle, Pei Buwen made a lot of money, not only filling up the huge deficit of the 100 Refinements Hall, but also dealing with the investigation of the higher-ups and paying back the debt as promised. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this guy who looked like a bear. Is it really Brother Yang? Pei Buwen also had a pleasantly surprised expression, as if he had seen a relative, appearing extremely eager, and could not help taking 2 steps forward. Yuhi stood in front of Yang Kai and stared at him coldly. Pei Buwen could not help but stop, his face twitching as he glanced at Yuhi in fear and smiled awkwardly. Just as Yang Kai had expected, he had seen Yang Kai's back in the crowd, and was about to pat him on the shoulder to see what was going on. But before he could do anything, Yuhi had blocked him. Although that brush was light, it had to be known that Pei Buwen was a 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, and was not weak, but Yuhi had blocked him so easily, so she was obviously stronger than him. This woman was definitely a 5th-stage, or even 6th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Who is she? Pei Buwen was puzzled. Young master, this is? Yuhi asked softly. Yang Kai said, Shopkeeper Pei of the 100 Refinements Hall. I have had some dealings with Shopkeeper Pei before. Yuhi looked Pei Buwen up and down and said in surprise, Such a fierce guy can be a shopkeeper? Can the 100 Refinements Hall make money? Won't the customers be scared away? Pei Buwen almost spat out blood. Although Yuhi's words were unintentional, they had poked at his wound. The reason why he had tricked Yang Kai into going to the Azura field was that the 100 Refinements Hall had a huge deficit under his management, and urgently needed a large number of heaven-opening pills to make up for it. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could he still be a shopkeeper here? He had already been summoned back by the power behind the 100 Refinements Hall to be punished. Pei Buwen coughed lightly and said, Young lady, the appearance of a human body is bestowed upon me by my parents. Although I, Pei Buwen, am somewhat ugly, my heart is kind. Yuhi declined to comment, but since it was an acquaintance of Yang Kai, it was a misunderstanding. Moreover, in this star city under the jurisdiction of Dejan Tian, no one dared to act rashly. She immediately retreated behind Yang Kai and watched coldly. Yang Kai chuckled as he looked at Pei Buwen and said, Shopkeeper Pei, what can I do for you? Pei Buwen grinned meaningfully. It's nothing. It's just that I haven't seen little brother Yang for more than 10 years, and I really miss you. Previously, this shopkeeper also went to the first inn to find Madame Lan to inquire about you. But Madame Lan only said that you had some matters to attend to and didn't tell me anything. Even if I wanted to find you, I didn't know where to go. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Why is shopkeeper Pei looking for me? Suddenly he became extremely vigilant. Don't tell me you want me to help you go to the Azura field to fight again? Pei Buwen immediately rejected. How can that be? It's fine if the Azura field fights happen occasionally, but how can I, old Pei, treat it as a long-term business? If that's really the case, the entire 100 refinements hall won't be enough for me to lose. It's just that little brother Yang did me a favor in the past, and old Pei didn't properly thank you. All this time, I've been feeling guilty in my heart. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously and said lightly, that matter in the past, we each took what we needed. Shopkeeper Pei, you don't have to worry about it. Pei Buwen grinned. Little brother Yang has a noble character and unquestionable integrity. And little brother Yang, are you going back to the first inn? Yang Kai nodded. Yes, I'm going to the first inn. Oh. Pei Buwen revealed a look of understanding. Then I won't disturb little brother Yang. When you see Madame Lan later, please send my regards. If little brother Yang has time, please come to my 100 refinements hall as a guest. I will definitely welcome you with open arms. Of course. Yang Kai cupped his fists. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Kai left. However, he felt that Pei Buwen's attitude towards him was a little too enthusiastic. He couldn't understand it, but he was too lazy to think about it. He threw it to the back of his mind and walked towards the first inn with anticipation. After passing through a few streets, Yang Kai finally arrived at the familiar shop. He looked up and saw the 3 big words first inn shining brightly. The lobby was filled with people and guests. No matter where it was, as long as there was a first inn, it would always be this lively. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai quickly walked into the first inn and came to the counter. The accountant was calculating on an abacus, making crackling sounds. Noticing that someone had arrived, he didn't even raise his head and said, 300 for accommodation. Wine and dishes are included. Would you like to eat or stay? Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to knock on the table. The accountant tilted his head and looked at Yang Kai with a pair of dead fish eyes. He quickly lowered his head and continued to work. He said, 300 for accommodation. Wine and dishes are included. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed. He slapped the abacus and gritted his teeth. It's me. The accountant sighed and glanced at him. I know it's you. That's why I'm asking you. Would you like to eat or stay? Yang Kai was speechless. He turned his head and asked, where are Lao Bai and the lady boss? Lao Bai is busy in the kitchen. The lady boss has a business to do. The accountant lifted Yang Kai's hand and put it back on the counter. He stared at Yang Kai with his dead fish eyes. Yang Kai wanted to poke his eyes blind. He said in a muffled voice, eat. Please come in. The accountant gestured with his hand. Yang Kai strode in, followed by more than 30 people. They found several empty tables and sat down. Just as they sat down, a woman walked over. When she reached Yang Kai's side, she suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, Big brother Yang? Yang Kai looked up and smiled. Junior sister Luo? This woman was none other than Luo Hai. This woman was also a person with a hard life. She was originally working as a guide in Star City to earn some money. When Yang Kai was collecting debts, he was unfamiliar with Star City, so he hired her. Later, he recommended her to the lady boss and allowed her to stay in the first inn. Now it seemed that she was living a good life. Compared to the first time Yang Kai saw her, her face was much rosier. It seemed that because she saw Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Big brother Yang, you're back? Luo Hai still couldn't believe it. I'm back, Yang Kai said with a smile. He looked at her clothes and asked, did the lady boss arrange for you to work here? Yes. Luo Hai nodded. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Big brother Yang, wait for me. I'll tell big brother Bai and the others. After saying that, she ran to the kitchen. A moment later, White and the chef rushed out. White was still dressed as a waiter. Usually his aura was not obvious. No one would think that this guy was a fifth-grade sky splitter. The chef was wrapped in an apron. His fat body was indescribably agile. He held a butcher's knife in his hand. He came to Yang Kai and looked him up and down. He smiled and said, "Wait a moment. I'll make something delicious for you." Bai Qi sat next to Yang Kai. She threw the white cloth in her hand on the table and said with a smile, "Why did you come here? Don't you need to care about the void?" Yang Kai said, "The 9 heavens array has been set up. Don't worry about it for the time being. I'm here to ask the lady boss something." Bai Qi said, "Then wait a moment. The lady boss is taking on a business. It should be done soon." "How are you?" Yang Kai asked. "How else? Same as usual." Bai Qi chuckled and said heartlessly. After a few words, someone slapped the table and said, "Waiter, why isn't my wine and food here yet?" Bai Qi quickly got up and said, "Sit down. I'll come to you in the evening. I'll go entertain the guests first." After saying that, she went to work. Guozian and the others stared with their eyes bigger than eggs. They never thought that a fifth-grade sky splitter could be so willing to be a waiter. It should be known that the first master of Crimson Star, Zhao Baichuan, was only a fifth-grade sky splitter. If the guest who was clamoring just now knew that this waiter was a fifth-grade sky splitter, he might be so scared that he wet his pants. After a while, Luo Hai and White continuously brought out the best wine and food. Everyone had been rushing here, so their appetite was good. They immediately ate. After a while, a woman walked out of the inner hall with a smile, followed by several women dressed as maids. This woman had obviously come to the first inn to inquire about information. Based on her expression, she'd probably obtained the answer she wanted, and that was why she was so radiant. Not long after the woman left, another woman walked out of the inner hall. At the instant this woman appeared, the color in the heavens and the earth seemed to dim. Countless gazes in the hall shot over in unison, and the sound of many people swallowing their saliva resounded. The woman who left to inquire about information was extraordinary as well. She had an enchanting figure and a charming appearance, and it had already caused many men to stare blankly at her. But when the lady boss appeared at this moment, everyone knew what a peerless beauty was. Compared to the woman from before, the woman from before was overshadowed. The lady boss might not be the most beautiful, but she was absolutely capable of moving the hearts of men the most. When she appeared, the lady boss lightly touched her hair, and her beautiful eyes swept over and fixed on Yang Kai. But she quickly moved her gaze away and walked through the hall with a smile on her face. She occasionally spoke a few words with a guest, and she seemed to be extremely amiable. After walking around the hall, the lady boss arrived before the table where Yang Kai and the others were sitting. Yuhi quickly got up and gracefully bowed. "Elder sister." The lady boss smiled sweetly. "It must have been a tiring journey." While speaking, she didn't stop. She brushed past Yang Kai, reached out her hand and tapped the back of his head lightly, and then leisurely left. Yang Kai was speechless. He didn't know what the lady boss meant by this. Letting Yuhi and the others stay here, he got up and followed the lady boss to the inner hall. A moment later, in front of the lady boss's room, Yang Kai gently knocked on the door. A lazy voice came from inside. "Come in." Yang Kai bared his teeth and pushed the door open. After entering the room, he looked back sneakily before closing the door. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang let out a muffled groan, almost spurting out blood from his nose. What he saw was the lady boss reclining on the couch, one hand supporting her cheek, eyes closed, while the other hand gently fanned herself. Her exquisite and graceful curves were imprinted in his eyes, and the pair of white thighs under her skirt made him dizzy. Her delicate jade feet were like the world's most perfect porcelain, shining with a charming luster. Chapter 42:10. What a scandal! Yang Kai quickly stepped forward and took a blanket from the side to cover the lady boss's legs. The lady boss looked at him and did not stop him. She smiled and said, "Why do you have time to come here? How are things in the void?" "It's fine." Yang Kai walked to a table and sat down. He took out a teapot and a teacup and poured himself a cup of water. "The defensive array has been set up. It's all thanks to the good person recommended by the lady boss." "You didn't ask Great Master Wu Liang to stay?" the lady boss asked. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "The Great Master refused. He said that he was about to break through. So he left after setting up the array to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. The lady boss nodded and said, Great Master Wu Liang's attainments in the array Dao are extraordinary, but he has always been a carefree person. It won't be easy for you to rope him in. However, this matter is not urgent. There will be opportunities in the future. If you can keep Great Master Wu Liang in the void, it will be of great benefit to you. Yang Kai took a sip of water and sighed. I'm just afraid that he won't take a liking to our small temple. The lady boss chuckled. Although the void is a little weak now, it won't necessarily have no great development in the future. That's in the future. Let's not talk about this. I came here this time because I have something to ask. Speak, Yang Kai said seriously. In the past, I was all alone and didn't have to worry about feeding my family. Now that there are so many people in the void, how can I maintain peace and stability and obtain the various resources that my disciples need to cultivate? I can't just sit around and eat until I run out of resources. If I really do that, there will be a day when I run out of resources. The lady boss heard him and said, Your void's predecessor was the Kikikyo land. The Kikikyo land's geographical conditions are unique and can grow 7 kinds of spiritual fruits of the 5 elements. You can use them to refine the heaven-opening pill. That's what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded and said, But lady boss, you also know my situation. The void now has the materials for refining pills, but no pill formula for the heaven-opening pill. Do you have the pill formula here? Of course, I have more than one. The lady boss looked at him with a smile. Forget it, I'll sort it out later and give you all the pill formulas. Although there are many pill formulas for the heaven-opening pill in the entire 3,000 worlds, most of them are similar. Take them back and study them yourself to see which pill formula is suitable. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Thank you, lady boss. In his heart, he thought that the lady boss really did have a pill recipe here. This trip wasn't in vain. In addition to refining the heaven-opening pill, I suggest that you take control of the Star City as soon as possible. For any force, the existence of the Star City is of utmost importance. It can even be said that it is the foundation of their existence. Only by taking control of the Star City can you have an endless supply of resources. I've already started working on the Star City. I believe that after I return, the Star City and the Void Territory will be under my control. The lady boss smiled and said, You're quite fast. With these 2 items, you can basically guarantee the cultivation needs of the disciples of the Void Land. What are you worried about? Yang Kai said with a guilty conscience. There are a lot of people in the Void Land. I'm afraid these 2 things aren't enough. The lady boss asked curiously, A little too much? How many? Yang Kai opened his mouth and reported a number. The lady boss couldn't help but be stunned. She had never heard of a second-grade force having so many people. She frowned slightly and said, Although there are a lot of people, as long as they don't condense a Dao seal, they won't consume any resources. Why are you worried about this? Yang Kai smiled and said, I have to prepare for a rainy day. The lady boss pondered for a moment and said, Your void land must have taken control of some Qiankuan worlds, right? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Previously, those Qiankuan worlds were controlled by the 7 ingenious lands. Now that the Void Land had replaced them, it naturally took over those Qiankuan worlds. The lady boss said, You also jumped out of the Qiankuan worlds, so you shouldn't be unfamiliar with them. But even if you jumped out, don't look down on those Qiankuan worlds. Inside these Qiankuan worlds, there might be many cultivation resources of different grades. It's not just maybe, it's certain. It's just a matter of quantity and grade. Controlling these Qiankuan worlds is equivalent to controlling many cultivation resources. It can even be said that many middle and high-grade resources are found in these Qiankuan worlds. In the world of the 9 provinces you went to, I found many 5th grade and even 6th grade resources. Moreover, if you stay outside of the Qiankuan world for a long time, you will hear some news about this from time to time. For example, someone obtained a high-grade resource from an ownerless Qiankuan world, and then attracted countless people to investigate. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart stirred and he couldn't help but think of the immortal tree. Strictly speaking, The immortal tree was something he had obtained from a secret realm in the territory of a lower star. Even the territory of a lower star could give birth to such a high-grade resource, let alone the Qiankuan worlds. He couldn't help but think of the star boundary. The star boundary must have given birth to many cultivation resources needed by the heaven-opening realm, but the star boundary had never produced a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so even if someone obtained it, they probably wouldn't know what it was. The territory of the void now controlled more than a dozen Qiankuan worlds, and each Qiankuan world was equivalent to a star boundary. As long as they were properly developed, was there a need to worry about not having enough cultivation resources? Young Kai was suddenly enlightened. Although you have a large number of people in the void, there shouldn't be many people who need resources. As long as you can control Star City, refine heaven-opening pills on your own, and carefully mine those Qiankuan worlds, it will be enough for you to develop steadily. The lady boss earnestly instructed. You can also plant some spirit flowers and herbs in the void, and you can even open up some places in those Qiankuan worlds to plant. At that time, whether you refine spirit pills or sell them, it will be a source of income. I understand. Yang Kai solemnly nodded. Ever since he brought the 600,000 people to the void, he had been thinking about the future of the void, especially the matter of cultivation resources. It was like a mountain had been pressing down on his heart, and it was only at this moment that he finally felt relieved. There is one more thing I need to trouble the lady boss with. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Let's hear it. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Lady boss, you also know my current situation. I have already condensed 4 of the 5 elements of yin and yang, and I am still missing the 2 elements of metal and yin and yang, but these high-rank resources are not easy to find. What I want to ask is, do you have any information on these 3 elements of high-rank resources? The lady boss opened her eyes and stared at him for a long time before asking. Do you still want to reach the high-rank heaven-opening realm? Yang Kai quickly said. I've already walked half of this path and don't want to give up halfway. No matter how much resistance you encounter in the future, we can talk about the future in the future. The lady boss sighed softly. Since you have already made up your mind, I won't stop you. I only hope that you won't regret it in the future. However, high-rank resources are hard to find, and even if they appear occasionally, they will attract countless experts to fight over them. With your current ability, you can't interfere at all. Of course I know that. Yang Kai nodded seriously. When the Golden Crow Divine Palace appeared, it attracted several high-rank heaven-opening realm experts and dozens of mid-rank heaven-opening realm experts to gather at the first inn. One could imagine how tempting these top resources were to those experts. Yang Kai didn't quite understand why they were fighting over these resources. It didn't make sense to say that it was for their own disciples. It couldn't be that the disciples of so many experts had the capital to directly refine 7th-grade resources, right? It was only later that he learned that these experts were fighting over the Golden Crow's corpse for their own sake. They could absorb and refine the fire attribute energy in the Golden Crow's corpse to strengthen the foundation of their mini-universe world, thereby increasing their own strength. Yang Kai giggled. But the first inn's job is to collect information, so you must know some secrets that others don't know, such as where to find high-rank resources of these 3 attributes. The lady boss glanced at him, feeling both annoyed and amused. What do you think high-rank resources are? Cabbages that can be picked up anywhere? I'm not afraid to tell you. I know where you can obtain high-rank yin and yang attribute energy, but you don't have the ability to obtain them. Where? Yang Kai's eyes suddenly burned with desire. The lady boss glared at him, took out her world map, tapped on it, and tossed it to Yang Kai, saying, "See for yourself." Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it and couldn't help but be stunned. What is the meaning of these large territory? He found that the large territory marked out by the lady boss was different from the other large territories, as it was completely empty. In the other large territories, he could clearly see which forces and Qiankuan worlds existed, but these large territories were completely empty. The lady boss said leisurely, thousands of years ago, there were many forces and Qiankuan worlds in these large territories, but now they are all destroyed. Who did it? Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. All the forces and Qiankuan worlds in these large territories had been destroyed. What kind of violent power was this? Scorching sun, glowing moon. The lady boss said leisurely. Yang Kai was stunned. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a trembling voice, "These two divine beasts, do they really exist?" According to legend, in the most ancient times, at the beginning of the world, there were two types of chaos chi that evolved into yin and yang, transforming into scorching sun and glowing moon. These were the oldest divine spirits in the world. These two divine beasts evolved into the four divine beasts, which gave rise to the dragon and phoenix divine spirits. It could be said that scorching sun and glowing moon were the source of all divine spirits, the common ancestors of all divine spirits. Yang Kai had obtained a divine spirit chart before, which listed all the known divine spirits of the 3,000 worlds. Although the divine spirit chart prioritized the dragon and phoenix divine spirits, the opening page introduced the scorching sun and glowing moon. But the author of the divine spirit chart believed that these two divine beasts no longer existed in this world. Who would have thought that he would learn about these two terrifying existences from the lady boss today? These were divine beasts above the dragon and phoenix divine beasts. They were the symbol of invincibility. If there were any creatures in this world that could contend with the giant divine spirit clan, then the scorching sun and glowing moon were definitely one of them. It could even be said that they were stronger than the giant divine spirit clan. Chapter 42:11. Zhuozhao and Yuying are natural enemies, like fire and water. They have been fighting for countless years, and those large territory were destroyed by the shockwaves of their battle. The lady boss slowly explained. The lady boss said slowly, "Many of the powers and Qianquan worlds that originally existed in those large regions are all gone." Yang Kai sucked in a cold breath. Just how violent would a battle need to be to destroy so many large territory? However, these two Holy Spirit ancestors did have the ability to do so. His mouth twitching, Yang Kai asked, "Lady boss, the yin and yang forces you speak of shouldn't be referring to these two, right?" The lady boss nodded. "That's right. They are yin and yang forces formed from the purest primal chaos force. The grade of the energy contained within them is extremely high, probably at the peak of the 9th grade. They completely meet your requirements." Yang Kai grumbled. "I don't want to die yet." What kind of joke was this? The shockwaves from the battle between these two could destroy several large territories. If he really dared to go over in his little the Emperor realm, he would probably be instantly killed. The lady boss chuckled. "At least you have some self-awareness." She paused for a moment before continuing. "But speaking of which, I'm not too sure whether Zhuozhao and Yuying really exist. I've only heard about this from others. However, those large territory are forbidden zones for life. No matter how high your cultivation is, whether you're at the 7th or 8th grade, as long as you dare to enter those large territory, you'll never be heard from again." Yang Kai's heart trembled as he memorized the locations of those large territory. He secretly decided that no matter what, he would definitely not enter those large territory in the future. "Is there no other way?" Yang Kai asked, unwilling to give up. The lady boss pondered for a long time before replying. "Let's wait for half a year. Perhaps there will be an opportunity after half a year, but it's just an opportunity." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "What opportunity?" The lady boss gently shook her head. "I'm not sure yet. I'll tell you when I've confirmed the news. It's useless to tell you now. There might be some unforeseen circumstances." Since she didn't say anything, Yang Kai couldn't force her. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Anyway, he had nothing to do recently, so he nodded and said yes. Right at this moment, a delicate shout came from outside. "Where is Yang Kai? Get out here." Yang Kai was startled when he heard this voice. It was clearly a woman's voice, but he felt that it was extremely unfamiliar. Clearly, it was someone he did not know. Why would a stranger come looking for him? This filled him with doubts. The lady boss tilted her head and teased, "Stinky brat. Did you get yourself into trouble somewhere?" "Lady boss, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. "I've always been a clean and honest person. How could I have any romantic debt?" "Really?" The lady boss had a look of disbelief on her face. She scanned the surroundings with her divine sense, and was surprised. How could it be her? "Who is it?" Yang Kai asked. You'll know when you see for yourself. Now that you've provoked her, you're in trouble. The lady boss had a look of schadenfreude on her face as she slowly closed her beautiful eyes and gently fanned herself, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Yang Kai felt his teeth ache and could only push open the door and walk out. Before he reached the lobby, he heard the woman shout again, "Where is Yang Kai? Get out here quickly." Inside the lobby, many of the cultivator drinking wine stared at this woman with great interest. Guozian and the others glared at this woman. However, although this woman was tall and her cultivation was only in the Emperor realm, she was not afraid even when facing a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Moreover, she dared to shout in a place like the First Inn, not putting anyone in her eyes at all. It had to be said that she was extremely courageous. From the inner hall, Yang Kai strode out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, this woman's beautiful eyes immediately stared at Yang Kai like a hawk. Boundless battle intent radiated from her body as her aura rose steadily. Her beautiful black hair danced without any wind. "I've been waiting for you for more than 10 years. You've finally appeared." The woman gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions, as if they were filled with accusations of blood and tears. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards Yang Kai in unison. This woman's words seemed to contain many hidden stories. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. The woman continued, "Back then you just left. Did you think you could escape just like that?" As soon as this was said, many people immediately cast disdainful gazes towards Yang Kai. Some people had already imagined Yang Kai and this woman falling in love, only for Yang Kai to abandon her in the end. He covered her red lips and said, "Young master, this lady is..." "It's not what you think." Yang Kai was a little speechless. Staring at the woman, he frowned and said, "Although I'm very embarrassed, I still want to ask, who are you?" The disdainful gazes instantly turned into disdain. The woman was also stunned. Her aura that had risen to the limit seemed to be pressed down by a mountain and suddenly withered. A cold murderous intent appeared on her beautiful face. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Yang Kai said a little awkwardly. "You look familiar. I don't quite remember. Can you give me a hint?" The woman clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she said word by word, "Azura Field Yuluosha." The hall was suddenly in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "What? She is the Yuluosha who is ranked first on the Azura Field Earth ranking?" That's right, she really is Yuluosha. I saw her fight with someone else in the Azura Field before, but at that time I was too far away and her movements were too fast. She dealt with her opponent in just a few moves, so I didn't get a good look. I heard that she is one of the several most outstanding disciples of the Azura Field. She is a core disciple with a high chance of reaching the 6th grade of Split the Heavens, just a single step away from that. Just who is this boy? Why is he so confused with Yuluosha? Could he really have done something to her? This is going to be a good show. Everyone in the hall began to discuss. Yang Kai finally understood. He pointed at Yuluosha and said, "Oh, it's you." In the past, he had been tricked by Pei Buwen into the Azura Field and fought with someone there. And that battle had been with this Yuluosha. Yang Kai hadn't been in the 3,000 worlds for too long, and his strength was far from what it was today. Even so, he was still able to look down on all other cultivator at his level. However, that battle had been won with great difficulty. The Azura Field was one of the 36 Paradise Heavens, and Yuluosha was one of the core disciples of the Azura Field, so she naturally wasn't easy to deal with. The Azura Field was an industry of the Azura Field. Almost every large star market had an Azura Field where a cultivator could engage in life or death struggles. One reason was because they relied on this method to earn a massive amount of resources, and the second reason was because the Azura Field allowed their disciples to enter and temper themselves. Every disciple of the Azura Field had slaughtered their way out of the Azura Field. They were all savage and cruel, killing people like flies. The Azura Field was divided into 3 ranks: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. These ranks corresponded to the Split the Heavens, Half-Step Split the Heavens, and Half-Step Split the Heavens. In the past, when Yang Kai fought with Yuluosha, this woman was ranked 4th on the Mortal Decree. But now someone said that she was ranked 1st on the Earth Decree. From this, it could be seen just how great her growth had been in these past several years. Yang Kai hadn't paid too much attention to the fight that day. It was just a small microcosm of his life's hardships and wasn't worth remembering, but he hadn't expected that after more than 10 years, Yu Luosha would come knocking on his door. "Did shopkeeper Pei tell you that I've returned?" Yang Kai asked. No wonder when he saw Pei Buwen, he had been so cordial. It was Pei Buwen who had brought him to the Azura field. In these past years when Yang Kai hadn't been in Star City, Yu Luosha had likely looked for Pei Buwen to ask about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Otherwise, Yu Luosha wouldn't have come knocking on Yang Kai's door so soon after he returned to Star City. So what if I am? Yu Luosha coldly glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. I wonder what junior apprentice sister Yu is looking for me for? I want to challenge you. Yu Luosha shouted. When these words fell, the cultivator in the lobby burst into an uproar. Who was Yu Luosha? She was the number 1 on the Earth ranking in the Azura field. It could be said that in the entire Star City, she was invincible under the heaven-opening realm. It had always been others who challenged her, but now she was actually taking the initiative to split open the sky and challenge someone else? Who was this guy to deserve such treatment from Yu Luosha? Everyone could almost foresee that when this news spread, Yang Kai's name would definitely rise to fame in Star City. Challenge me? Yang Kai was stunned. Why is that? Yu Luosha said matter-of-factly. I lost to you back then, so I want to get my revenge. Just because of this? That's right. Saying so, Yu Luosha suddenly threw a jade slip straight at Yang Kai. 3 days from now, I'll wait for you in the Azura field at noon. She coldly glared at Yang Kai before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai held the jade slip tightly, but before he could say a word, Yu Luosha had already disappeared, not giving him a chance to object at all. What a resolute woman. Yang Kai sighed and swept the jade slip with his divine sense. Sure enough, it was a letter of challenge. Bai Qi, who was walking out from the side with dishes, clicked her tongue and put the dishes on the table. She then ridiculed. Boy, you're really charming, actually making this woman wait for more than 10 years. Don't make sarcastic remarks. Yang Kai curled his lips and turned his head to look outside, snorting. Shopkeeper Pei, you're already here? Just come in. What are you sneaking around for? Outside the door, Pei Buwan grinned meaningfully as he poked his head out. Being exposed by Yang Kai, he didn't seem embarrassed as he strode over to the table and sat down before saying, I must congratulate little brother Yang. What's there to congratulate? Yang Kai squinted at him. Pei Buwan sternly said, being able to fight with Yu Luosha, and it was her who took the initiative to challenge you. Regardless of whether you win or lose, Brother Yang's name will soon spread all over Star City. If this isn't a happy occasion, then what is? Yang Kai said indifferently. Then shouldn't I thank shopkeeper Pei? Pei Buwan wore a bitter expression. Brother Yang, don't blame me. I was forced to do this. I really had no choice. As he spoke, he wished he could shed bitter tears. You suddenly disappeared without a trace that year, but you don't know how annoying Yu Luosha is. Chapter 42:12. The battles in the Azura field were extremely dangerous. Every day there would be a cultivator that would perish. For Yu Luosha to make such a great name for herself, and even rank first on the Earth Proclamation, she naturally wasn't someone to be trifled with. She wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, nor was she someone who had never lost before. On the contrary, at the very beginning, Yu Luosha wasn't a core disciple of the Azura Heaven, but an extremely ordinary disciple. When she first entered the Azura field, she lost more than she won. Several times she was even beaten to the point of death, nearly dying. However, this woman had a special characteristic. Wherever she fell, she would stand up. Anyone that defeated her, she would challenge them back. If the first time wasn't enough, she would challenge them a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, she would challenge them a third time. She persevered and was tenacious to the extreme. During these years in the Azura field, she had defeated one powerful opponent after another. Her own cultivation also rose steadily. From the most ordinary disciple of the Azura Heaven to a core disciple, she had even condensed a 6th grade strength. She was only a single step away from reaching the 6th grade and opening the heavens. For so many years, she had defeated all those that had once defeated her, trampling all those that had once considered themselves invincible beneath her feet. Through these bloody battles, she had grown strong and healthy. From the 4th rank on the Mortal Proclamation, she had fought her way to 1st place. Then she had ascended to the Earth Proclamation, killing her way to the Supreme Throne. There was only one exception. That was Yongkai. In the past, she had fought with Yongkai in the Azura field, but had unfortunately been defeated. After she had bitterly cultivated for a period of time, and wanted to challenge Yongkai again, where was Yongkai in Star City? At that time, Yongkai had already been sucked into the great cosmological boundary. Since she couldn't find Yongkai, she could only look for Pei Buwen. But how could Pei Buwen know where Yongkai was? He had asked the lady boss several times, but even she didn't know where Yongkai was. She was a woman with a firm and resolute personality, one that wouldn't turn back until they hit a wall. She wouldn't give up so easily. In the lobby, Pei Buwen was on the verge of tears. He wiped the corners of his eyes and said, "Brother Yang, please be merciful and save your elder brother. I'm about to be annoyed to death by that girl. She comes to find me almost every 3 days. For more than 10 years, she has never stopped. Can you imagine what kind of life I've been living all these years?" There were several times when Pei Buwen was spending the night in the Spring Flower Snow Night Pavilion, and Yu Luocha actually kicked open the door. The sorrowful experience of more than 10 years was simply not worth mentioning to outsiders. "Is this the reason why you betrayed me?" Yongkai looked at him coldly. Pei Buwen smiled and said, "How can this be considered betrayal? Little brother Yang, if you return to Star City, even if I don't say anything, that little girl will know. I'm just letting her know in advance." His expression turned solemn as he said in a serious voice, "Go and fight. As long as you can fulfill that girl's wish, it doesn't matter if you win or lose." Not interested. Yongkai casually crushed the jade slip in his hand. Although he was only an Emperor Realm Master and had only condensed 4 kinds of strength, strictly speaking, he was not even half-step into the heaven-opening realm, and did not even have the qualifications to enter the Earth ranking of the Azura field. He really did not have the slightest interest or will to fight with someone from the Emperor realm. Many heaven-opening realm cultivators had died at his hands, so how could a mere Emperor Realm Master be his opponent, no matter how outstanding her aptitude was? Pei Buwen said in a panic, "Little brother, what are you doing? You won't not accept the challenge, right?" Yongkai said in surprise, "Did I agree to accept the challenge?" Yu Luocha left a challenge letter and left, completely speaking to herself. Yongkai did not agree to it. 3 days later, whether he went or not would depend on himself. Pei Buwen's expression changed. "Don't be like this, little brother Yang. If you don't accept the challenge, that girl will definitely not let it go. You don't want to be followed wherever you go. Eyeing you covetously, right?" Yongkai said, "Will she be like that?" Pei Buwen nodded seriously. "From what I know of her, she will definitely be like that." The former number 1 on the human list was followed by her for more than half a year. In the end he could not stand it and could only agree to fight with her. Yongkai could not help but frown. If that Yu Luocha was really so difficult to deal with, it would be troublesome. Although it was not a big deal to be followed by someone, and he did not have any secrets that he could not let others know, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. After pondering for a while, Yongkai nodded. "In that case, I will go and meet her in 3 days." Pei Buwen was overjoyed. "Little brother Yang is righteous. Then in 3 days I will wait for you at the Azura field." After Pei Buwen left, Yu said, "Young master, are you really going to fulfill the 3 days agreement?" Yongkai said, "Shopkeeper Pei also said that Yu Luocha is a persevering person. If I reject her this time, she will definitely do it again and again. Instead of tangling with her, it is better to cut the Gordian knot." "Then young master must be careful." Yu covered her mouth and smiled. Yongkai was stunned. "What should I be careful of? What are you afraid of her doing to me?" Yu said, "I am afraid that young master will accidentally kill her. Although life and death in the Azura field is one's own responsibility, and even if someone dies in battle, they cannot seek revenge. But that Yu Luocha is after all a core disciple of the Azura field. If she is really killed by you, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble." Yongkai said, "Not to that extent. I have always been protective of the fairer sex." He turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. We may have to stay here for a while. If you all have nothing to do, you can go to the Azura field to train yourselves. Life and death battles are always the best nutrients for growth. It is useless to have such great strength, but not know how to fight. Lang Qingshan and the others hurriedly agreed. Many of them showed eager expressions. After following Yang Kai for more than 10 years, each of them had grown tremendously, especially Lang Qingshan. Back then, he was just a little emperor who had just condensed his Dao seal. But now he had already condensed several kinds of 5th-grade resources, and his strength had increased tremendously. However, in the great cosmological realm, there were very few opportunities to fight with others. This was because in the great cosmological realm, Yang Kai could cover the sky with one hand. There was no place for them to display their strength. It had to be said that the Azura field was an excellent place for them to train. After eating and drinking, everyone checked into a room to rest. What made Yang Kai indignant, though, was that the accountant was actually calculating with him, charging him 300 heaven-opening pills a night for each room. Yang Kai was now filthy rich, so how could he care about such a small amount? He checked into 10 rooms in one go. The news of the number 1 on the Azura field's Earth list challenging Yang Kai spread like wildfire, and soon spread throughout Star City, causing an uproar. Yu Luocha was now famous and naturally attracted many people's attention. She was the representative of the strongest under the heaven-opening realm. This battle had attracted the attention of countless people before it even started. Many people were inquiring about Yang Kai's origin, and were surprised to learn that he had defeated Yu Luocha more than 10 years ago. However, Yu Luocha's battle record had many defeats, so although they were surprised, no one was too optimistic about Yang Kai. After all, Yu Luocha's growth in the past 10 years was obvious to all. It could be said that she had improved by leaps and bounds. Those that were able to defeat her in the past could only look up to her now. That Yang Kai wasn't too far off. It was said that he had disappeared for over 10 years, and only reappeared recently. However, no matter what sort of lucky chances he had encountered in these past 10 years, it was impossible for him to be Yu Luocha's match. When the time came, he would only be ravaged. The Azura field was one of the Azura field's greatest resource earners. Thus, no one was sparing no effort in creating hype for this battle. They had already set up extremely high betting lines, attracting countless cultivators to crazily place their bets. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Azura field was buzzing with activity. Countless cultivators swarmed in, all for the sake of catching a glimpse of Yu Luocha's elegant demeanor. Ever since Yu Luocha obtained the number 1 position on the Earth Proclamation 3 years ago, she rarely fought. This was because under the heaven-opening realm, there was no one that could last more than 10 minutes against her. There was also no one that didn't know what was good for them and dared to challenge her. Today, she was finally going to fight. This naturally attracted countless people to rush in like a flock of ducks. Outside the Azura field, Yang Kai walked in with Yuhi. Pei Buwan, who had been waiting here for a long time, stepped forward and greeted them warmly, laughing heartily as he said, "Brother Yang, you've finally come." It was only now that he could finally relax. Before he saw Yang Kai, he was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't come. If that were the case, then not only would the Azura field's efforts these past few days be wasted, but it would also give him a headache. Yang Kai nodded to him, greeting him. "He's that Yang Kai. It should be him. He doesn't look too good. Look at the 2 followers behind him. He seems to be some playboy young master. How strong can such a person be?" Suddenly, there was a burst of discussion. Yang Kai looked around and saw that both sides of the street were lined with cultivator. All of them had curious looks on their faces. "These people are..." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Pei Buan said, "These people are Yu Luocha's fans. You don't have to pay attention to them." Yang Kai was speechless. He didn't expect Yu Luocha to be so popular in Star City. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it. That woman was beautiful and had a good figure. Which man wouldn't like her? Most importantly, her spirit of perseverance in the pursuit of victory resonated with many low-level martial artists. Naturally, it made people revere her. "That brat surnamed Yang, you have to endure a few more moves from senior sister Yu. Don't lose too badly." Someone suddenly shouted, causing the people around to laugh. You're a man after all. You have to endure for at least 10 breaths of time. Don't embarrass us men. If you don't want to die, just admit defeat. Don't embarrass yourself. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding cultivators shouted at once. It sounded like they were cheering for Yang Kai, but their tone was full of ridicule. Obviously, they didn't think highly of him. Yuhi's cold eyes swept across. The aura of a 6th grade open sky suddenly filled the air. In an instant, the noise stopped. Even heaven and earth seemed to be frozen. Outside the Azura arena, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Pei Buen's forehead was full of cold sweat. He quickly said, "Lady, please calm down." Yang Kai also smiled and said, "There's no need to lower yourself to their level." Yuhi snorted and retracted her aura. Chapter 42:13. I won't disappoint you. Yang Kai ignored the looks and comments of the outsiders and entered the Azura arena. He was immediately greeted by the sight of the heaven, earth and mortal rankings, each of which contained 100 names. He casually swept a glance over the rankings and sure enough, he saw Yu Luosha's name right at the top of the earth rankings. It was shining golden and looked very dazzling. The list was constantly changing. From time to time, one of the names would slide down the rankings while others would vanish altogether. Those names that slid down the rankings belonged to the people who were defeated in the Azura arena, while those names that vanished from the rankings belonged to the people who died in battle. Yang Kai suddenly glanced towards the bottom of the mortal rankings and smiled. That brat Qing Shan is doing pretty well. In the 95th position of the mortal rankings was Lang Qingshan's name. 3 days ago, Yang Kai asked Lang Qingshan and the others to enter the Azura arena for training. They immediately rolled up their sleeves and came over the very next day. Over the past few days, they didn't even return to First In. They were practically regarding the Azura arena as their home. In just 3 days, Lang Qingshan had made his way into the 95th position of the mortal rankings. It went to show just how diligently he had been fighting. During their conversation, Lang Qingshan's name suddenly jumped up the rankings and abruptly landed on the 89th spot. The name of the person who used to rank 89th slid down and stopped just below his name. At the same time, Yang Kai faintly heard an earth-shaking roar of cheers coming from a corner of the Azura arena. "Are you Yang Kai?" A person's voice sounded from the side. Yang Kai looked up and saw a few young men dressed as young lords walking over from not far away. They were followed by several low-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. It would seem that they came from a rather extraordinary background. There were 3 people in total, and they were all dressed differently. One was dressed in black, one was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in green. The person who spoke just now was the young lord in green. He was holding a folding fan in his hand and pretending to be suave. While he was speaking, he couldn't help stealing a few glances at Yuhi with gleaming eyes. On the other hand, Yuhi's gaze was as sharp as knives. She gave him a vicious look, causing him to smile in embarrassment and reluctantly withdraw his gaze. "That's right, and you are?" Yang Kai politely cupped his fist. The young lord dressed in white announced, "You don't need to know who we are. All you need to know is that our interests are closely related to your victory or loss today." Yang Kai suddenly understood the situation. These people must have placed bets. A betting pool would be opened for every battle in the Azura arena, and these wagers would have different odds to attract the cultivators watching to gamble. It stood to reason that he knew about this. After all, this was the reason why Pei Buwan suddenly earned such a large sum of money last time. His battle with Yu Luosha today would surely have a similar aspect. But why did these people come to find me? Yang Kai had a sudden thought and looked at them in astonishment. Could it be that the 3 of you placed a bet on my victory? The young lord in white responded without a trace of politeness. "In your dreams. We might come from wealthy families and spend money like water, but we are not stupid enough to just throw money away. Why would we bet on your victory?" Yang Kai became annoyed. "If you favor Yu Luosha, then why did you come to me? Are these 3 people sick in the head?" The young lord in black raised a hand to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder and gave a sigh. "Junior brother Yang, the 3 of us actually quite admire your courage. We can't believe you have the guts to accept Yu Luosha's challenge. It's rare to see a young man as bold as you nowadays. I heard you defeated Yu Luosha more than 10 years ago. Is that true? Yang Kai nodded in response. The young lord in black heaved another heavy sigh. It is said that one can make great progress in 3 days, much less after more than 10 years. It is best not to think of her in the same way. You might have won against Yu Luosha in the past, but now, he gazed at Yang Kai with a pitying look and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. Work hard to survive. You will only have hope for the future if you survive. Yang Kai chuckled and did not know how to respond. The young lord in green closed his folding fan. That's not the main point. The main point is that you must survive for some time against Yu Luosha. The 3 of us are betting that you can hold out against that crazy woman for an incense stick at least. The young lord in white said, Since you have the guts to accept Yu Luosha, I'm sure you have some confidence in your abilities. An incense stick should be fine, right? Yang Kai was curious. You can even make a bet like that. The young lord in black replied. Why not? The Azura Arena opened an extensive betting pool, and although the odds are lower, we can still earn a lot if we bet a lot. Yang Kai looked at the 3 of them and exclaimed in surprise. Did all of you bet that I could hold out for an incense stick? The young lord in black looked apologetic. Not all of us. I bet that you won't last for more than half an incense. Seeing Yang Kai glaring at him resentfully, he continued. There are even worse out there. Su Tang Tang bet 3 million open heaven pills that you will be defeated in 10 moves. That guy is nuts. So, junior brother Yang, you have to do your best. You must hold out for more than 10 moves, he added in a low voice, and lose to Yu Luosha within half an incense. I will treat you to a meal later. Yang Kai was so furious that steam came out of his nostrils. Did Yu Luosha send the 3 of you here to humiliate me? The 3 young lords smiled in embarrassment and quickly replied, Of course not. Yang Kai snapped. Didn't anybody bet that I would win? The 3 young lords exchanged glances with each other before shaking their heads in unison. They looked at Yang Kai like he was a lunatic. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but his smile did not reach his eyes. Good. I will do my best not to disappoint the 3 of you then. The young lord in black brightened at those words and cupped his fists. Many thanks, junior brother Yang. If you survive the battle today, the 3 of us will definitely become your friends. Sure. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Afterward, he parted ways with these 3. Under the guidance of one of the people from the Azura Arena, he walked into a room to wait for the Azura Arena to prepare the battlefield. Then he abruptly turned towards Pei Buwan. How much did you bet, shopkeeper Pei? Pei Buwan made an incoherent noise as his gaze wandered nervously for a bit before he raised a finger. Yang Kai smiled brightly. How long did you bet that I would last? Pei Buwan looked guilty. He hesitated for a long while. Then he gave a flattering smile. An hour. Wow. Shopkeeper Pei, you sure think quite highly of me. Should I thank you? Pei Buwan immediately said, Little brother Yang, it's not that this big brother is favoring an outsider over you. It's just that Yu Luosha's growth over the past 10 years is extremely terrifying. She is much stronger today than she was back then. But I know that you are no ordinary guy either, little brother Yang. I'm sure you grew tremendously over the past 10 years, so you can definitely hold out for an hour. 3-1. He considered for a moment. Little brother Yang, do you want to bet a little? There is still time. It's no big deal even if you lose a battle. It's more important to earn some open heaven pills. Besides, now is the time when you need lots of cultivation resources for your cultivation. You won't get another chance like this if you let this chance slip by. 3-1. Those are some really stacked odds. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. The Azura Arena was obviously looking down on him by offering such odds. It could even be said that nobody who knew about this battle was optimistic about his chances at all. If the odds are so high just for me to hold out for an hour, then the odds of my victory against Yu Luosha should be even higher, right? 10-1. Pei Buwan answered solemnly. These are the highest odds that the Azura Arena has ever offered in its history. There has not been any precedent of a higher offer. Yang Kai turned to look at Yu He. How many open heaven pills do we have left? Yu He immediately replied, We still have more than 360 million. Young master, are we going to place a bet? Bet everything. He waved his hand grandly. I'm going to force Azura Arena to compensate me with the clothes on their back, down to their underpants. Yuhi accepted the order and took her leave. Pei Buwan's mouth gaped open in shock. At first, he was shocked that a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator, like Yang Kai, had several hundreds of millions of open heaven pills in hand. It had to be said that even as the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinings Hall, the funds that passed through his hands were no more than tens of millions at most. Did he rob a cave heaven or a paradise over the past few years? How did he accumulate so many open heaven pills? A moment later, he was shocked at how decisively Yang Kai decided to bet all those open heaven pills in one go. It wasn't until Yuhi departed that he finally came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Little brother Yang, what are you betting on? You can't just randomly make such a bet. That's several hundreds of millions of open heaven pills. What if he loses?" Just thinking about the possibility distressed Pei Buwan. "None of your damn business," Yang Kai snapped angrily. Pei Buwan was in the wrong here, so he did not dare to say another word. A short while later, Yuhi returned and reported with some dissatisfaction. "Young master, the Azura Arena only accepts a maximum bet of 100 million. I can't bet any more than that. I have asked Guo Ziyan and the others to rush over immediately." Yang Kai nodded gently. While they were conversing with each other, the door opened and an elderly man walked into the room. He swept a glance across the room and asked, "Which one of you is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai stood up. "Me." "Please come with this old master. The battle is going to begin soon." After saying that, the elderly man turned around and led the way. Yang Kai had no choice but to follow the elderly man through corridor after corridor, and soon came to a set of tightly closed doors. The doors were several meters high and at this moment, they were slowly opening. With the opening of those doors, an earth-shaking cheer that made one's blood boil with excitement came from within the Azura Arena. "Please enter." The elderly man gestured forward. Yang Kai strode forward and entered the Azura Arena. It was not his first time here. However, it had been more than 10 years since he last came. The reason his battle with Yu Luo Sha this time attracted so much attention was also thanks to the diligent efforts of the Azura Arena. The entire battlefield was so vast that it was impossible to see the end at a glance. He turned out to be standing on a platform and 1,000 meters opposite him. Yu Luo Sha stood on another platform in tight-fitted clothes that revealed her graceful curves. She was looking in this direction with a burning fighting spirit. The doors behind both of them slowly closed and at the same time, numerous barriers were activated inside the Azura Arena. A transparent light barrier covered the entire battleground in order to prevent fallout from the battle from spreading outside the arena. Following the activation of the barrier, the environment of the entire battlefield changed rapidly as towering ancient trees rose from the ground. It was a strange sight to see. The environment in the Azura Arena would change randomly, which was something Yang Kai had known for more than 10 years. The last time he fought Yu Luo Sha, their battle had taken place in a desert. This time around, it seemed to be a forest. Soon after, a booming voice sounded throughout the Azura Arena, explaining the rules. The voice was neither fast nor slow, but it was very penetrative. It clearly resounded in one's ears despite the clamoring noises of the countless cultivators in the stands. Chapter 42:14 Instant Kill. Under the watch and cheering of countless people, Yang Kai stood on the platform and smiled brightly at Yu Luo Sha, who stood opposite him before lightly asking, "Junior sister Yu, can I admit defeat?" Yu Luo Sha's beautiful eyes narrowed at those words. "Are you mocking me?" Her pretty face was filled with rage and her tender fists were tightly clenched. She had waited for more than 10 years for this moment. Also, she could have a proper fight with him. Now that he had finally returned to the Star City, how could she possibly accept a result like that? "I guess it won't work after all." Yang Kai gave a leisurely sigh. "My original intention was to admit defeat immediately. After further consideration, I came to the conclusion that a woman with as much pride as you would not give up even if I admit defeat. You will definitely continue to pester me in the future. In that case, I figured I might as well fight you and create a chance for you to land the winning blow. That way, I can resolve this troublesome matter. Create a chance for me to land the winning blow? She gritted her teeth, uttering those words with great emphasis as though she had suffered great humiliation. Her chest heaved erratically. Indeed, young Kai remained calm. Judging by your words, you seem certain that I am not your opponent, she said coldly. There is no one beneath the open heaven realm who is my opponent. He looked at her nonchalantly. Even if she had a calm temperament and her mind was as tranquil as an ancient well, she still could not help becoming angry at his words. Senior brother, are you not worried that these nonsensical words of yours will come back to slap you in the face later? I was certainly no match for you more than 10 years ago, but I am different from before. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to defeat me like you did back then. Young Kai nodded. I know that you have grown tremendously over the past few years, junior sister you. However, this senior brother has not been idle either. It's just that this senior brother is very kind to women. Junior sister, you have such a pretty face. It would be bad if your beautiful face was injured in the fight. Why don't we do this instead? Junior sister, why don't you take the initiative to admit defeat? The conversation between these two might be taking place within the Azura arena, but every single word that was spoken was transmitted clearly through the barriers and into the ears of the cultivators in the audience. Everybody heard it loud and clear. The originally noisy audience abruptly fell silent. Everybody stared at young Kai in dumbfounded amazement. In the next moment, an uproar louder than the noisy chattering just now erupted from the audience. Countless people mocked young Kai for boasting shamelessly. Some even clamored for Yu Luosha to beat young Kai black and blue. The commotion in the audience was extremely loud for a while, drowning out even the voice that was reading out the rules. Young Kai turned to look at the audience and shouted furiously, "Shut the hell up, you bunch of trash. You'll soon be compensating me with all your bets." Yu Luosha tilted her head to look at him and faintly said, "If it's about how glib one's tongue is, then I admit I am not your match, senior brother. We don't need to compete in that regard. I will admit defeat." Young Kai chuckled. Looks like we still need to fight in the end. Huh. I never wanted to let this situation develop this far. However, you are wholeheartedly pursuing the peak of the martial Tao. For an opponent like you, this senior brother can only show my respect for you by going all out. After saying that, his expression abruptly changed. His originally faint and nondescript aura suddenly erupted outward like a tsunami. The sudden change was so great that Yu Luosha couldn't help narrowing her eyes. She instinctively surged the power in her body as a crimson blood mist instantly permeated the air around her. At the same time, the voice that had been explaining the rules in Azura Arena also finished and shouted in a low voice, "Life and death shall be decided in battle. Let the match begin." The platform beneath young Kai's feet exploded without warning, and turned into countless pieces of gravel that shot out in all directions. His entire body turned into a stream of light as he charged towards Yu Luosha and appeared just 10 meters away from her in an instant. Yu Luosha's expression changed greatly as a chill spread from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. In her vision, what charged towards her was not an Emperor Realm cultivator, who had yet to even reach the half-step open heaven realm, but an ancient ominous beast that crossed through time and came from prehistoric times. The violent aura wrapped around her, causing her to become unable to breathe. It felt like her entire body was being pressed under a mountain, and she didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. Meanwhile, the ferocious beast stretched out a claw while charging towards her and reached for her face, tearing through space and causing the world to collapse wherever it passed. Yu Luosha was shocked. She had made a name for herself in the Azura arena. Ever since she advanced into the Emperor realm, she had fought in the Azura arena and experienced at least 1,000 battles over the years. During this time, she met both strong and weak opponents. The most difficult opponent she had ever fought was during the battle where she took first place in the Earth rankings. In order to reach the top of the Earth rankings, she first had to defeat the previous top ranker. Her opponent had been on par with her in terms of strength, and they were both in the half-step open heaven realm, only one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. Her opponent had also condensed 6 types of sixth-order elements, and was a core disciple of another cave heaven. Their battle lasted for half a day before they could determine the winner between them. However, even the previous top ranker in the Earth rankings had been extremely cautious when challenging her. They had taken their time to figure out each other's strength before they went all out towards the end of the battle. Who would charge in so violently and savagely from the start? What scared Yu Luosha even more was the sense of oppression that Yang Kai gave her. Countless people had looked down on Yang Kai and believed that he was not her opponent, but she had never once thought that way. How could the person who defeated her 10 years ago be weak? As he mentioned just now, she had shown tremendous growth during these past 10 years. But likewise, he could not have been idling away either. That was why she never underestimated him. On the contrary, she had always regarded him as an opponent who could put up a hard fight against her. Nevertheless, she immediately realized she had underestimated him when he actually made his move. Compared to his shocking imposing aura, she felt like a firefly in front of the bright moon, absolutely insignificant. At that moment, she felt as though the person before her was an invincible existence. Be that as it may, she was a core disciple of Azura Heaven, and had experienced hundreds of battles before, so she quickly composed herself. Her aura surged as the strength inside her body exploded outward. Kicking off the platform lightly, Yu Luosha gave a wave of her hand. Flower petals shot out and rained down on Yang Kai, each one dancing through the air, and formed from the purest power. She could condense in an ever-changing and unpredictable storm. She had condensed sixth-order elements, so the strength she wielded displayed as such. The golden flower petals were like indestructible swords, representing the metal element. The red flower petals were like blazing flames, representing the fire element. Meanwhile, yellow represented the earth element, green the wood element, white the water element, and black the yin element. Thousands of flower petals danced to form an imposing array that could shred everything to pieces and covered Yang Kai in an instant. Even so, Yu Luosha did not feel the slightest sense of triumph. On the contrary, her heart pounded as though an inexplicable sense of crisis was looming over her. Then, she saw a large hand in the shape of an eagle's claws stretching out of the flower storm. Countless petals destroyed the man's clothes, but they were blocked by a dirt yellow light barrier. Sparks flew from the contact between the flower petals and that light barrier, while no harm befell his body at all. How can that be? She practically exclaimed in shock, her heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. The myriad flowers array was basically her trump card. She generally did not use this move because it consumed too much strength. And ever since she climbed to the top of the Earth rankings 3 years ago, few people have been able to force her to use this move again. The only ones who could force her to use this move were opponents in the half-step open heaven realm. These people had all condensed the 5th order or 6th order elements, and were also the elite disciples of various cave heaven or paradises. Faced with Yang Kai's head-on charge that resembled a ferocious ominous beast, she immediately brought out her trump card. She originally thought that it would stop him for a moment, maybe even cause him to fall into a precarious situation, but who could have imagined this result instead? Before she could understand what was going on, Yang Kai's figure burst out of the myriad flowers array. Countless flower petals shattered with a loud explosion, turning into bits of light that shot out in all directions like a meteor shower. Yu Luosha stared blankly forward, only to see that Yang Kai's expression was still as tranquil as an ancient well. His eyes were as cold and cruel as ice. Roaring to inspire herself, her tender body tensed and a boundless blood mist gushed out of her, turning into a sea of blood that drowned both of them inside. The audience was completely silent as countless people stared blankly at the sea of blood in the Azura arena, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It wasn't until 3 breaths later that somebody murmured, "Did that Yang Kai just destroy Yu Luosha's myriad flowers array?" Nobody answered the question. The myriad flowers array had indeed been destroyed and Yang Kai had emerged from it without being bothered in the slightest. The main question was, how did he do it? Nobody had seen clearly. Before anybody could figure out the answer, the sea of blood in the Azura arena began squirming madly as though struck by a powerful impact. The sea of blood shattered and the figures of two people swiftly fell out of the sky. Under everybody's gaze, those figures suddenly vanished. Even though it had only been for a moment, almost everybody saw Yang Kai grabbing Yu Luosha by the face with a large hand and viciously smashing her towards the ground. Yu Luosha was not willing to just give up and admit defeat. Both her slender jade hands and long legs, every part of her body had been transformed into a weapon that bombarded Yang Kai indiscriminately. On the other hand, Yang Kai remained as stubborn and unchanging as a mountain. Motionless, he ignored whatever attacks she unleashed against him. Hong! The entire Azura arena shuddered, and countless cultivators in the audience also felt the ground shaking beneath them. A cloud of dust rose up at the spot where the two fighters landed. Numerous ancient towering trees crashed to the ground, forming a straight line that stretched out for several hundreds of meters. The scene was chaotic and the figures of both Yang Kai and Yu Luosha could no longer be seen amidst the dust. Everybody hurriedly lifted their heads and looked up at the sky where a huge projected image of the battle between those two under the effects of the spirit arrays in the Azura arena stood. What entered their eyes made them draw a deep breath of cold air in surprise. Inside that enormous light barrier, Yang Kai was kneeling with one knee on the ground. He had one large hand pressing against the ground, his black hair and clothes flapping from the impact. As for Yu Luosha, she was smashed into the ground with her face still in the grip of his hand. The long stretch of empty space behind them resembled a large mouth, mocking soundlessly. Chapter 42:15 Compensation. The entire arena was silent. Everybody looked up stupidly at the projection in the sky. They couldn't help feeling a sense of absurdity, almost as though they were stuck in a dream. Yu Luosha had been utterly defeated. The top ranker in the Earth rankings. The woman who was only one step away from advancing into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The woman who was said to be an existence that was invincible among those beneath the Open Heaven realm. She had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, the person who defeated her was a little-known man by the name of Yang Kai. How could this be? How could there be something so ridiculous in the world? Countless people frantically rubbed their eyes and pinched their thighs, hoping that everything was just an illusion. Unfortunately, the reality of the image burned into their eyes was extremely clear. It could not be more real. Yu Luosha had been defeated by Yang Kai. She seemed powerless to fight back against the violent attacks of the other party. Furthermore, no more than 10 breaths had passed since the beginning of the battle. Inside a certain private room, 3 young lords dressed in black, green, and white respectively were staring fixedly at the Azura arena in shock. They were the 3 young lords who spoke to Yang Kai previously. Their mouths were gaping so wide that they could practically stuff their own fists into them. After a while, the young lord in black suddenly let out a cry of surprise. He turned around and shouted furiously, "Why did you pinch me?" The young lord in white looked extremely depressed. "I wanted to see if I was dreaming." The young lord in green wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead. "I can't believe that senior brother turned out to be so strong." Thinking back to the various advice they gave Yang Kai just now and how they asked him to hold out for longer, they couldn't help shuddering all of a sudden. Inside another private room, Pei Buwan slumped limply into the chair. His entire being looked like a balloon that had run out of air. His complexion had also gone white as a sheet as he was murmuring to himself, "It's over. It's over. It's all gone. My 10 million open heaven pills." After saying that, he clutched at his chest as though he was so heartbroken that he could not breathe. "You," he coldly snorted, "serves you right." She had no goodwill towards the shopkeeper of 100 Refinings Hall, who bet 10 million open heaven pills on Yang Kai's defeat. Inside the Azura arena, Yang Kai slowly stood up and reached up to brush the hair out of his face. Lowering his head to take a good look at Yu Luosha, who was lying unconscious on the ground, he smiled in satisfaction. "I didn't injure her pretty face. As expected. I'm somebody who cherishes women indeed." His words were transmitted throughout the Azura arena via the spirit arrays, so everybody heard him clearly. His tone might be warm and kind, but his words sent a chill down the backs of countless people. Before this battle, the entire Star City believed that Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the Open Heaven realm. Nobody could be her opponent as long as the open heaven realm masters did not step forth. However, Yang Kai had knocked out the future rising star of Azura heaven in less than 10 breaths. If Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the open heaven realm, then what did that make Yang Kai? Besides, his offensive had been so violent and ferocious. He gave off the vibe that he was going to skin her alive right from the start. Those were not the actions of a person who cherished women, right? Just how shameless could he be to utter such words? Sneak attack. How dare you perform a sneak attack? How shameless. A furious yell suddenly rang out in the Azura arena. That shout was particularly jarring in the silent arena. In the next moment, the others joined in. Countless people accused Yang Kai of being shameless and despicable. They claimed that he must have maliciously launched a sneak attack. Otherwise, Yu Luosha would not have been defeated in one blow. Yang Kai swept a cold gaze over the audience and scolded. You bunch of trash. If you're willing to gamble, you must be willing to lose. You're all just bitter because you lost everything down to your underwear, right? Ha 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 ha. He burst into maniacal laughter, inciting the anger of all the people in the arena, tempting them to rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Nevertheless, his words were the truth. Countless people went bankrupt because of this battle. After all, everybody had looked down on Yang Kai before the battle began, and almost everybody placed a bet on Yu Luosha as a result. The odds might be lower, but it was just as the young lord mentioned before, if they bet more, then they would win more. Unfortunately, Yang Kai smashed their beautiful dreams to pieces with brute force in less than 10 breaths. It was no wonder that they were accusing him of being despicable and launching a sneak attack. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai had not launched a sneak attack. He only made his move after hearing the voice saying, "Let the battle begin." There were no doubts regarding whether or not he had launched a sneak attack. It was just that some of those people were not happy about losing. That was why they threw those accusations at him. It wasn't until this moment that the voice explaining all the rules earlier rang out again. This time it sounded extremely dry. Winner Yang Kai. In the next moment, a man slipped into the arena and stopped in front of Yu Luosha. He reached out 3 fingers to check whether she was still breathing. When he confirmed that she had just passed out and was in no danger, he seemed slightly relieved. He then bent down and picked her up. Then he raised his head and glared at Yang Kai furiously before leaving in a hurry. Yang Kai scratched his nose, knowing that he made himself stand out too much. The person who carried Yu Luosha away was most likely one of Azura Heaven's disciples. Yu Luosha could be considered one of the Azura Arena's golden signboards. So now that he smashed that signboard to pieces, it would be strange if he did not attract some grudges. Yang Kai had not wanted to stand out. It was just that Yu Luosha was just too bullheaded. She would not have given up and would simply continue to pester him in the future, unless he gave her a taste of despair. Fortunately, Azura Heaven was one of the 36 cave heaven, and the Azura Arena was its primary business. Even if Azura Heaven was upset with him, it would not stoop so low as to secretly get rid of him. Besides, it was not that there was no precedent of Azura Heaven disciples dying in the Azura Arena. Azura Heaven had never held a grudge against others, because of something like that. As far as the cave heaven was concerned, death was deserved if one was lacking in talent. Seeing as the countless cultivators in the audience were still cursing endlessly, Yang Kai decided to ignore them and leisurely walked towards the exit instead. At the exit, he saw the elderly man who led him into the arena previously looking at him as though looking at a ghost. The attitude of the elderly man at this moment was much more polite than the nonchalant attitude from before. Upon returning to the waiting room, Yang Kai immediately saw Pei Buwan sitting there wallowing in depression and laughed. "Shopkeeper Pei, why are you acting like that? It's only 1 million open heaven pills. Just think of it as a monetary loss that allowed you to avoid disaster instead." Pei Buwan gritted his teeth. "What do you mean by 1 million? It was 10 million. 10 million. How bold Shopkeeper Pei," Yang Kai teased. When he questioned Pei Buwan earlier, Pei Buwan had only raised a single finger in response, and did not provide an exact answer. Hence, he mistakenly thought that Pei Buwan had bet just 1 million against him. Who could have known that Pei Buwan had bet 10 million instead? Little brother Yang, you've ruined me. Pei Buwan's facial features were scrunched up together as he was literally on the verge of tears. If you had such ability, why didn't you let this big brother know in advance? If I had known, I would have bet on you. Yang Kai was amazed. I sent Yu He to place an enormous bet on myself, didn't I? Shopkeeper Pei, you were the one who did not believe in me. How can you blame me? Pei Buwan was rendered speechless when he thought back on it. Yang Kai had dared to bet on his own victory with such confidence, so how could he be uncertain about his chances of winning? It was just that Yu Luosha's invincible image was so deeply rooted in Pei Buwan's heart that he did not dare to believe in Yang Kai. Such a great opportunity to make a fortune had been placed right in front of him, but he had failed to grasp the opportunity. It had to be said that the odds against Yang Kai were 10-1. Pei Buwan lifted a hand and slapped himself hard in the face. His chest was hurting as though somebody was squeezing his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. While they were speaking, one of the people in charge of the Azure Arena walked in. That person glanced at Yang Kai before glancing at Pei Buwan, who was grieving as though he had lost his parents. That person nodded in acknowledgement. Junior, you are here too. Pei Buwan suppressed the sorrow in his heart and hurriedly got to his feet. Old Zhou. Old Zhou said. You lost your bet? How could you lose if you are together with nephew Yang? Pei Buwan reacted as if he was struck by lightning but said nothing, feeling as though somebody had rubbed salt into his wounds. Old Zhou ignored Pei Buwan and cupped his fist at Yang Kai, nephew Yang. Although Yang Kai did not recognize this person, he echoed Pei Buwan's words and cupped his fist. Old Zhou. Old Zhou smiled. Today's battle has really opened this old master's eyes, nephew Yang. Yang Kai politely responded. Old Zhou, you are too polite. I was just lucky. Old Zhou stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. Defeating Yu Luosha in 10 breaths cannot be considered luck. The disciples of Azure Heaven are not that easy to defeat. If just any random person could defeat the disciples of Azure Heaven, then Azure Heaven would have lost the right to call itself one of the 36 cave heavens a long time ago. Yang Kai asked, Why did you come here, Old Zhou? Old Zhou handed over a space ring. Before the battle started, you bet a 100 million open heaven pills on your victory, right? This contains your bet and your winnings. Yang Kai immediately took the space ring in high spirits. Sweeping his divine sense to check the contents, he exclaimed in surprise, This number seems a bit higher than it should. Combined with his original bet of 100 million, the Azure Arena should only need to hand over 1 billion open heaven pills to him. Such a large sum of open heaven pills was not something just any great force could bring out so easily. Only a place like the Azure Arena where countless open heaven pills flowed through every single day could do something like that. But what surprised Yang Kai was that the space ring seemed to contain more than 1 billion open heaven pills. 2 billion. Old Zhou confirmed. Yang Kai was puzzled. Where did the extra 100 million come from? Old Zhou smiled. Nephew Yang, your strength is extraordinary. In the future, your name will surely spread across the 3,000 worlds, so this old master will not play games with you. That extra 100 million is a form of compensation from Azure Arena. Compensation for what? Nephew Yang, please do not set foot in any of the Azure Arenas of any of the star cities ever again. Old Zhou replied bluntly. Yang Kai could not help blinking in surprise. However, he soon understood what Old Zhou meant. He had displayed a terrifying power that was strong enough to crush any opponent under the open heaven realm in his battle today. It was a given that nobody could be his opponent if he were to set foot in another Azure Arena again. And if everybody bet on his victory, then how would the Azure Arena make money? The Azure Arena was one of the most important foundations of Azure Heaven, which delivered large amounts of open heaven pills to it every day. If the Azure Arena kept suffering losses, then Azure Heaven would be in trouble too. It was only natural for Old Zhou to consider the future. Be that as it may, he took out 100 million open heaven pills to offer as compensation without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen just how wealthy and powerful the Azure Arena was. Pei Buwan was dumbfounded. As far as his memories went, This was the first time the Azura Arena had ever offered such generous conditions to a cultivator. Azura Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens after all. Aside from the other cave heavens in the outer universe, there was no need for Azura Heaven to give face to any other great force. After all, Azura Heaven had that kind of power. Chapter 42:16, Exposure and Warning. Yang Kai smiled at Old Zhou. What if I refused? Old Zhou calmly said, You have no reason to refuse, nephew. Fighting life or death battles in the Azura Arena might be able to help a person grow extremely fast, but there is no point in participating if you are simply going to one-sidedly crush your opponents. Even Yu Luosha could not last for more than 10 breaths against you. There are few below the open heaven realm in this vast universe who have the qualifications to stand before you. You won't be able to meet a suitable opponent even if you enter the Azura Arena again. In that case, why would you waste your time by returning to the Azura Arena? Besides, even if you do enter the Azura Arena again, the Azura Arena can adjust the odds so while we won't make money, we can minimize our losses. That is why I believe that you have no reason to refuse. What do you say, nephew Yang? Yang Kai considered those words for a moment and nodded. What you say does make sense, Old Zhou. Old Zhou grinned lightly at Yang Kai. So do we have a deal? Yang Kai laughed. It's not like I can't agree to never set foot in the Azura Arena again. But I have to ask that you restrain junior sister you, Old Zhou. I'm worried that she might not be convinced even after the battle today. Old Zhou replied, Please don't worry about this, nephew. Xiao Yuer might be stubborn, but she is not a fool. I'm certain that she will not challenge you again when she knows that she cannot defeat you, and that her actions will only humiliate herself once more. Nevertheless, this old master will restrain her. And about the compensation? He raised an eyebrow at Yang Kai's words. Nephew Yang, do you think that it is too little? Yang Kai rubbed his fingers together and said slyly, How can there ever be such a thing as too many open heaven pills? Old Zhou pondered for a moment and came to a decision. This old master can give you another 50 million. What do you think, nephew? Yang Kai's expression became stern. 50 million doesn't sound that nice. Why don't you round it up to a whole number instead? Old Zhou's expression became stiff. Nephew Yang, you should show some propriety. Don't be too greedy. This is already the limit that this old master can provide under his authority. If you ask for more, this old master will have to pay you out of my own pocket. If you agree to this deal, you will not only receive a large amount of open heaven pills, but also the friendship of Azura Heaven. This is a very good deal for you. After saying that, his eyes flashed for a moment and he looked at Yang Kai seriously before adding, Coincidentally, this old master heard of a name recently. That name is exactly the same as yours, nephew Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. The 3,000 worlds is extensive. There are trillions upon trillions of living creatures scattered across the vast universe. I'm sure there are people out there with the same name as me. Old Zhou gently nodded. Indeed. It's not strange for a few people to have the exact same name and surname. What's strange is that this person's cultivation is also similar to yours. Don't you find that rather strange, nephew Yang Kai? Yang Kai's expression changed and his eyes flashed. What else did you hear about, Old Zhou? Old Zhou said slowly, I also heard that this Yang Kai was involved in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary incident. He made a huge fortune there, and even condensed several high-rank open heaven elements. It seems he is very ambitious, and intends to break through to the high-rank open heaven realm directly. Say, nephew Yang Kai, don't you agree that this person has no fear of the heavens? Yang Kai quickly replied, Cultivators all seek to reach the peak of the material Tao. How is that having no fear of the heavens? It is difficult for a rogue cultivator to directly achieve the high-rank open heaven realm. This old master believes that this person will suffer a catastrophe in the future, since he does not have any background nor support to rely upon. If he does not survive the catastrophe, then things would simply end with his death. What if he survives the catastrophe? Yang Kai looked at Old Zhou. Old Zhou studied Yang Kai for a moment and gave a soft chuckle. If he can survive the catastrophe, then this old master will cut off his head for him to kick around like a ball. Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort in response. Don't get too high and mighty with your words, old Joe. Like water that has been spilled, the words you speak can never be taken back again. Old Joe shook his head. That is fate. If this old master says that he won't be able to survive the catastrophe, then he won't. Forcefully pushing forward will only cause his soul to be extinguished. This old master hopes that he can change his mind as soon as possible. If he only takes a step back, then all will end well. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets by the time the catastrophe strikes. Yang Kai looked livid. Then, old Joe abruptly changed the subject. There's no point in speaking about such irrelevant matters. Nephew Yang, have you considered the offer this old master has given you? Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Hand it over. Old Joe smilingly took out another space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. That space ring contained an impressive 50 million open heaven pills. He said meaningfully, Nephew, this old master has a word of advice for you. Those who understand how to be flexible will rise higher. Yang Kai muttered, Many thanks for your advice, old Joe. I will keep your words in my heart. Old Joe gave Yang Kai a measuring look and seemed to see the determination in his eyes. Thus, he sighed and shook his head before taking his leave. Next to them, Pei Buwan bowed and sent old Joe off. It wasn't until old Joe was gone that he looked at the 2 space rings in Yang Kai's hands with an envious look. Those space rings contained a whopping sum of 1.25 billion open heaven pills. It was an amount he would never earn even if he worked all his life. A moment later, he suddenly jumped in fright. Little brother Yang, why is your expression so terrible? Yang Kai randomly came up with an excuse. I was wounded by Yu Luosha. Pei Buwan was surprised for a moment. Then a wave of understanding washed over him. I guess the battle just now was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Yang Kai probably paid a heavy price to defeat Yu Luosha within 10 breaths. It's just that it doesn't show on the surface. Shopkeeper Pei, until we meet again. Yang Kai cupped his fists and led Yu He away, his expression still as gloomy as before. He knew that he could not hide his identity after what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, or the fact that he had condensed a high-rank elements and was intending to reach the high-rank Open Heaven realm directly. So many people had witnessed what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary after all. It was a given that the news would spread out. It was only a matter of time. Calculating the time, nearly 2 years had passed since he came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If Azura Heaven could learn about the events inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then it would not be surprising for them to know about him. Looking for a person in this vast universe was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Unfortunately, old Joe had noticed something during this battle in the Azura arena, and ascertained that Yang Kai was the same person mentioned in those rumors. Yu Luosha had condensed the 6th-order element powers after all. She could be considered an invincible existence among those below the Open Heaven realm. As such, one needed to have a greater heritage than hers in order to defeat her within 10 breaths. If Azura Heaven was already aware of this fact, then that was probably the case for all the other cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai had always known from the proprietress that his journey towards the high-rank Open Heaven realm was not going to be easy, and he was very likely going to be suppressed by the various cave heavens and paradises. It was just that he had never revealed himself in the eyes of the world before. He had simply taken over Voidland and quietly strengthened himself. It could be considered a fairly stable lifestyle. On the contrary, he had been completely exposed after the battle today. In any case, it was not something that could be helped. Even without today's battle, it was simply a matter of time before his whereabouts were discovered by those who were interested in him. Unless he hid himself in Voidland forever and never showed his face anywhere, it was impossible to remain anonymous. Be that as it may, there was no need to worry about being suppressed for the time being. He had only just condensed 4 elements after all. There was still a long way before he could advance into the Open Heaven realm. Even if the cave heavens and paradises planned to suppress him, they would not make their move so quickly. They had reputations to worry about, so they had to be mindful of how they took action. A cultivator's road to advancing into the Open Heaven realm was long. In addition, there were many variables that could affect the final outcome. Just like the wooden boards that make up a wooden barrel, how much water a barrel could hold depended entirely on the shortest board. They only needed to ensure that his water barrel had a single wooden board that was below the high rank to get the results they wanted. Upon considering all of this, Yang Kai felt a little more at ease. Old Zhou's words today might seem like nothing more than kind advice, but they were actually a kind of warning, one that came from the various cave heavens and paradises. He did not dare to say that it was the will of all the cave heavens and paradises, but their opinions would likely be quite consistent when it came to this matter. After passing through a long and dark corridor, the bright light ahead seemed to welcome him. Yang Kai tightly clenched his fists and looked up into the sky with a smirk on his lips. Forget a trivial warning. Even if I have to make the entire world my enemy, my determination to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm will not be shaken. Brat, why are you smiling so exaggeratedly? Bai Qi's face suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, with an infinitely curious expression. Yang Kai was astonished. What are you doing here? Old Bai chuckled and waved the space ring in his hand slightly. Yang Kai blinked and quickly caught on to the meaning. Did the proprietress ask you to place a bet? Old Bai delightedly replied. It's a good opportunity to make a fortune. Who would willingly miss out on such an opportunity? The proprietress prepared this long ago. Those who did not know Yang Kai might not have been optimistic about his prospects, but the proprietress knew him very well. How could she not know how strong he was? She started preparing for Bai Qi to place a bet the moment Yang Kai decided to accept Yu Luosha's challenge. It's a pity. The proprietress did not have many open heaven pills on hand, so we could only place a 30 million wager. Bai Qi complained with some dissatisfaction. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. The proprietress had placed a bet of 30 million with 10-to-1 odds. In other words, she had won 300 million open heaven pills. Combined with the 1.25 billion open heaven pills that he received, the Azura Arena must have lost basically its entire betting pool this time. There was no saying how long it would take for them to recover from these losses. We'll have enough money for the auction now. Hehehe, Bai Qi chuckled softly. Auction. Yang Kai immediately became interested when he heard those words. Where is the auction? Wind and Cloud Auction House? Thousand Birds Territory's Star City had an auction house by the name of the Wind and Cloud Auction House. It was a place Yang Kai was familiar with as it was an industry owned by Wind and Cloud Paradise. Back when Yang Kai and Old Bai went there to collect debt payments, Wind and Cloud Auction House had made all sorts of excuses to avoid paying them. The two had been so annoyed that they snuck into the auction and made multiple malicious bids, which resulted in the auction being ruined. The person in charge of the Wind and Cloud Auction House at the time was a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm master by the name of Yin Zhenhua. Due to the malicious bids that Yang Kai and Bai Qi made during the auction, most of the auction items had basically fallen into their hands. However, they refused to settle the bill with Open Heaven pills. It stood to reason that Yin Zhenhua would not let this matter slide, so he imprisoned them inside Wind and Cloud Auction House. This provoked the proprietress, who subsequently flew into a rage and attacked Wind and Cloud Auction House as a result. Thus, a grudge was formed between them because of this incident. Later, Yin Zhenhua teamed up with Yuhi Qinji and Ling Chunqiu to ambush the proprietress. Yin Zhenhua was ultimately killed on the spot, and his soul was extinguished inside the sealing Yang domain of Golden Rainbow Province, when Yang Kai used his last Miameng golden feather. When Yang Kai heard Bai Qi mention the word auction, Wind and Cloud Auction House immediately came to mind. Bai Qi sneered. First In and Wind and Cloud Auction House are at odds with each other. How could we possibly participate in any of their auctions? This time, we are participating in an auction held by Red Cloud's Auction House. Knowing that Yang Kai was not very familiar with the Star City, he went on to explain, Red Cloud's Auction House is owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. Their heritage is far greater than Wind and Cloud Auction House, and they have branches in many star cities. Furthermore, they tend to hold a large-scale auction in a random star city every 5 years or so. The large-scale auction this time will be held in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. Marshall Peak. Chapter 42:17, Red Cloud's Auction. Red Cloud's Auction House? Yang Kai gently nodded. When will this auction take place? Half a month at the earliest to 1 month at the latest. Bai Qi winked at Yang Kai. Rest assured, the proprietress knows that you will be interested in something like this, so she will surely bring you along with her. But it won't be easy for you to find any high-rank materials there. High-rank materials generally do not appear even at an auction of this scale. As far as I can remember, high-rank materials have only appeared in an auction twice over the last 100 years. Both times, people went crazy in an attempt to compete for those resources. Yang Kai said, I am aware of that. Even if there were no high-rank materials, it would be great if there were sixth-order materials. The great emperors were currently cultivating in retreat back in Voidland, so their consumption of sixth-order materials was great. Leaving aside the great emperors, even Yuhi needed sixth-order materials for her cultivation now. During his journey, Yang Kai passed through several star cities, but only managed to purchase one sixth-order material. It would be best if he could obtain some in the auction. He currently had more than 1.5 billion open heaven pills, so even for sixth-order materials, he had enough to purchase up to several dozen. Unfortunately, a competition of this level would surely be extremely fierce, and it would cost him a lot of unnecessary money. Returning to First Inn, Yang Kai went to the proprietress to inquire about the auction before entering retreat in peace. When he learned that it would not be held until half a month later. At present, his cultivation was stuck in an awkward position. He was unable to proceed without suitable resources. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend the various powers in his body and consume dragon blood pills to further enhance his dragon clan bloodline. He consumed dragon blood pill after dragon blood pill, and though he could not sense any obvious changes in his body, he was certain that his dragon vein was continuously being purified. The golden divine dragon source was also subtly affected by these changes. What left him feeling speechless was that he had been comprehending the wood, earth and water element powers in his body for so long, but even so, he had failed to gain insight into another divine manifestation like the golden crow casts the sun. The power of a divine manifestation was boundless, and it had always been a power that only those in the high-rank open heaven realm possessed, but Yang Kai had comprehended a divine manifestation as an emperor realm cultivator. He did not dare to claim that there was no precedent before him, or that there would not be similar occurrences in the future, but it was still an astonishing feat. It could already be considered a lucky coincidence for him to have comprehended the golden crow casts the sun. Therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult for him to repeat it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not discouraged. He would immerse his mind in comprehension whenever he had the time. Even if there were no benefits, it could still be regarded as a kind of accumulation. He believed that these accumulated experiences would lead to qualitative changes eventually. Time passed while Yang Kai was cultivating in retreat, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. Yuhi knocked on the door and entered to inform Yang Kai that the auction was starting. Only then did he stop cultivating, adjusted his clothes, and strode out of the room. The proprietress was waiting for him in the hall, and when she saw him, she nodded lightly and called out, "Let's go." Then, she led the way ahead. There were a total of 4 people on this trip. The proprietress was the leader, followed by Yuhi, Yang Kai, and Bai Qi. Although their numbers were few, except for Yang Kai who was in the Emperor realm, the other 3 were in the 5th order open heaven realm and above. It could be said to be a very powerful lineup. Along the way, they passed through numerous bustling streets and came to the entrance of a shop within an incense stick of time. There was a plaque above the entrance of the shop with the characters, Red Cloud's Auction House, written on it in shining gold. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the characters seemed to contain a mysterious power, constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that this plaque must have been written by an extremely powerful open heaven realm master. These words most likely contain the martial truth of that master. It was not harmful, but it gave off a profound feeling. There was no doubt that this was one of the ways for Red Cloud's auction house to demonstrate its strength and heritage. Beneath the plaque, numerous cultivators of Red Cloud's auction house hurried back and forth to guide the people participating in the auction into the auction house with bright smiles on their faces. Before the 4 of them could arrive at the door of Red Cloud's auction house, somebody greeted the proprietress. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. As for what order that person was in, he could not infer from the situation. The proprietress seemed to be very friendly with the other party, so she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Under Yang Kai's perception, he found that many barriers had been placed inside the room to prevent outsiders from spying into it. The private room faced one side of the auction hall, with a transparent crystal partition to block out prying eyes and noise from the outside. Everything in the hall could be seen through the transparent crystal partition. However, nothing inside the room could be seen if a person were to glance at the room from inside the hall. The proprietress was the shopkeeper of First Inn. Moreover, her cultivation was in the sixth order open heaven realm. It was only natural that she was qualified to enter a room like this. Yang Kai glanced around his surroundings and discovered that there were dozens of similar rooms. In other words, at least several dozen mid-rank open heaven realm masters were participating in this auction. Such a large-scale auction could only be described as a grand occasion. It was much grander than the auction he participated in back at Wind and Cloud Auction House. After the four of them took their seats, the maidservant immediately served several platters of fruit. The spirit fruits on the platters were crystal clear and very fragrant. Yang Kai randomly grabbed one and tasted it, only to have his mouth filled with sweetness in an instant. Thus, he quickly grabbed another and tossed it to Yuhi. Yuhi caught the fruit with a small smile and began to eat in dainty bites. Yang Kai had only eaten two when he saw Bai Qi storing these spirit fruits into his space ring. His actions made the maidservant in the room snicker softly while the proprietress glared at him fiercely. However, Bai Qi was very thick-skinned and did not seem to care. He even winked conspiratorially at Yang Kai. The hall was soon bursting at the seams with people, and a short while later, the sound of gongs and instruments played. The lights in the auction hall dimmed, leaving only a single beam of light that shone in the center of the stage. The light was emitted from a strange stone on the roof. At that moment, be it in the hall or the various private rooms, everybody's eyes were drawn to the stage. At some point, a thin and stiff-faced old man had appeared in the middle of that beam of light. He bowed in a circle and said, "Many thanks to all our honored guests for taking the time out of their busy schedules to participate in the auction held by Red Cloud's auction house. Many of you have worked tirelessly to travel here from great distances. If nothing else, this old master guarantees that this auction will not disappoint you. Without further ado, let the auction officially begin." The old man was probably from Red Cloud's auction house, and was in the fourth order open heaven realm at least. When he finished speaking, the light in the hall brightened considerably. A tall maidservant walked out from backstage, carrying a tray with a sweet smile on her face. The maidservant walked over to the old man's side where he raised his hand and removed the red cloth covering the tray. The first item on auction is a sixth order scarlet een sand. There are a total of 999 grains of sand. If those beneath the open heaven realm were to refine and absorb them, they would have a chance to obtain the Scarlet Een Sandstorm divine ability. The effects of this divine ability are extremely powerful and cover an extensive area. It is capable of taking a person's life without any trace. The reserve price for this item is 10 million open heaven pills, and each subsequent bid cannot be less than 500,000. Those who are interested may place their bids now. The hall flew into an uproar while the sound of many people inhaling sharply came from the various private rooms. A cultivator required 7 elements to advance into the open heaven realm. They were yin yang metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these 7, the yin and yang elements were much rarer. As such, compared to the other 5 elements, they were also more expensive. Yang Kai himself had a lot of experience in this matter. Regardless of whether it was the wealth he obtained from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, or the purchases he made at all the star cities he passed through along his journey, yin and yang element treasures were far more difficult to find than those of the 5 elements. As a consequence, the price for them became much more exorbitant despite being in the same order. Red Cloud's auction house was definitely worthy of its reputation as a direct industry of a cave heaven. Their first item was already a material of the yin element. Moreover, it was a 6th order material. It was understandable that Red Cloud's auction house wanted to use the first auction item to create enthusiasm. In doing so, they would draw out the excitement and anticipation of the people participating in the auction. Most auctions would carry out similar practices. It was just that bringing out a sixth-order element material right from the start was beyond most people's expectations. Sixth-order materials were hard to find after all. Even the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm masters participating in this auction would not have the chance to obtain such materials under normal circumstances. As soon as the remarks of the old man handling the auction rang out, the atmosphere felt like a handful of salt was thrown into a pot of boiling oil, and the sounds of bidding rang out incessantly. In the span of 10 breaths, the base price of 10 million rose to 15 million. Not to mention, the price was not final yet. 16 million, 17 million, 18 million. The price soon passed through the 20 million mark. 21 million, 22 million. It was not until the price reached 23 million that the bidding gradually died down, until only two parties were fighting over the material left. This price had far exceeded the value of a typical sixth-order material. Even if it was an element material, the actual value should not be over 20 million. It had to be said that Yang Kai only spent 17 million to purchase a sixth-order material in one of the star cities on his way here. The price of this element treasure was much higher. Not to mention, the price was also driven up by the bidding. Nevertheless, 23 million had far exceeded the limits of what most people could accept. Chapter 42:18 Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Not everybody became rich overnight like Yang Kai, or had several billion open heaven pills in their possession that could be spent without a care in the world at will. In the 3,000 worlds, any low-rank open heaven realm master who could gather several hundreds of thousands of open heaven pills could already be considered wealthy. Only mid-rank open heaven realm masters had the qualifications to accumulate several million open heaven pills. On the other hand, high-rank open heaven realm masters were the only ones that could possess tens of millions of open heaven pills. Be that as it may, that was only relevant towards the financial resources possessed by individuals. How much money one would have when backed by a great force was a whole other matter altogether. The stronger a person was, the more wealth they could accumulate. At the same time, their consumption was also greater. Take Yuhi for example. If she were to cultivate without regard for anything else, she would consume at least tens of thousands of open heaven pills a day. That was why it was extremely difficult for any open heaven realm master to accumulate wealth. Money did not simply rain down from the heavens. Therefore, 23 million was truly a huge sum. Unless one was in urgent need of this sixth-order scarlet sand, they would not stubbornly bid for it. A sixth-order material was very different from a seventh-order material. Although they were scarce, it was not as though they could not be found. The two people who were still bidding among themselves were undoubtedly eager to purchase the scarlet sand. It might be for their own use or it might be in preparation for their juniors or disciples. Yang Kai turned to look at the proprietress. "Proprietress, are you not going to bid?" The proprietress was in the sixth-order open heaven realm, so it was just right for her to refine this sixth-order scarlet sand. Yet the proprietress lazily replied, "These things are useless to me for the time being." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words, but he immediately understood what she meant. She had most likely reached a bottleneck in her cultivation. She advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm a long time ago, so she was probably already at its peak. It stood to reason that she did not need the scarlet sand to enhance the heritage of her small universe. If she went one step further, she would be in the seventh-order open heaven realm. It was just that, she once made a heart demon oath to crush the headquarters of several great forces. As long as she did not fulfill the requirements of this oath, she would never break through to the seventh-order open heaven realm. She had flattened Yuhi's small orchid palace, but Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were still thriving. Golden Rainbow Province might have the word province in their name, but it was a genuine second-class great force. Needless to say, Boundless Altar was also a second-class great force. Moreover, Qin Ji and Ling Chunxiu were both in the fifth-order open heaven realm. When Yang Kai led Yuhi to attack Blood Swan Continent previously, it had taken him quite a bit of effort to succeed, and Blood Swan Continent was only a third-class great force. with the proprietress' current strength, it was a hopeless wish to trample flat the headquarters of a second-class great force alone. It wouldn't work even with Yu He and Bai Qi's cooperation. The defensive grand array of a second-class great force could not be regarded in the same category as the defensive grand array of a third-class great force. It was impossible unless one could find a chance to slowly kill off the mid-rank open heaven realm masters of these two great forces, one by one. This was a matter that needed further consideration. Since the proprietress had no need for the sixth-order Scarlet Een Sand, Yang Kai could make his move without scruples. The price of the Scarlet Een Sand had been raised to 24 million open heaven pills. It was just that the two open heaven realm masters fighting over this material had to consider their choices carefully before they made a new bid at this point. After all, the price increased by 500,000 every time they bid, which was not a small sum. At this juncture, Yang Kai's voice resounded throughout the audience, 25 million. On the auction stage, the old man with the stiff expression who looked like all the people in the world owed him money immediately looked over in this direction. His voice became a little excited. The guest from room A3 has bid 25 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher bids? Schwa schwa schwa. Many people in the hall also turned to look at Firsten's private room, hoping to catch a glimpse of the person who placed a bid at the last moment. Unfortunately, they were obstructed by the array and could not look into the private room. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house gave 2 more consecutive calls. Then, one of the people who made a bid previously quickly shouted out, 25. 5 million. Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Yang Kai immediately followed up, 26 million. His tone was brisk but not stressed, revealing his confidence in his wealth and his determination to win. Sure enough, nobody else made a bid after that. The old man banged the gavel 3 times to sound the final offer, and Yang Kai won the bid for the Scarlet Een Sand. The first auction item had gotten things off to a good start. It was sold for an astoundingly high price that was nearly 20% higher than market value. Thus, the lively atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became burning with anticipation. The second auction item was only a 4th-order material, but it still sold for a price that exceeded market value by 10%. 4th-order materials were easy to find and could be found in any star city. However, it had to be said that each material had its own characteristics. A cultivator might be able to realize various divine abilities and secret techniques by refining these materials. For that reason, the price and level of competition for materials might differ slightly even though the materials were of the same element or in the same order. Take the Scarlet Een Sand for example. If a cultivator beneath the open heaven realm refined and absorbed this material, they might be able to realize a divine ability like the Scarlet Een Sandstorm. Another example would be the Yuan Magnetic Divine Stone. The Yuan Magnetic Divine Stone could allow cultivators to comprehend the Yuan Magnetic Divine, Light Divine ability. Take the various water element treasures as another type of example. Despite being classified as water element treasures, one might be the crystallization of the drizzling rain that snuck in with the spring wind during the night to moisten the earth in silence. Another might be a drop of water so heavy that it weighed 10,000 kilograms. There might even be a liquid poison that corrodes everything it touches. If a certain material in the same order and the same element could allow a cultivator to realize a more powerful and effective divine ability, then its price would naturally be higher than average. That was why cultivators would usually put great thought into choosing the materials they condensed for their yin, yang and 5 elements, unless they had no choice. Given a choice, they would combine the unique characteristics of their physique and consider the various differences of each divine ability to select the most appropriate option. Yang Kai had never encountered this problem before. That was because he never had a choice. High-rank materials were already extremely hard to find, and it was already a great fortune just to come across any one of them. How could he afford to be picky about his choices under those circumstances? But then again, the 4 powers that he had condensed so far were all extremely impressive existences even among high-rank materials. Therefore, there was nothing for him to regret. All the auction items chosen by Red Cloud's auction house today were the rarest and most precious materials in their respective orders. They could allow a cultivator to realize various extraordinary divine abilities and secret techniques, so they naturally attracted many people to compete for them. A lot of items were presented and none of them went unsold. Moreover, every auction item was sold for a high price. Yang Kai himself placed many bids and bought a considerable number of fourth-order materials of the yin and yang elements, filling the gaps in his shopping spree from before. As for the fifth-order materials, he still showed no intention of buying them at all. There would be a steady stream of fifth-order materials with the gourd vine living in Voidland, so there was no need to purchase them from external sources. Moreover, the gourd vine in itself was a whole entity that could produce all 7 types of powers. Yang Kai was curious to see if a cultivator would experience any special changes if they completely refined all their yin, yang, and 5-element powers from the gourd vine. Cultivation materials of various orders were not the only things sold at the auction. There were also many pills, herbs, secret arts, secret techniques, and artifacts. Seeing these items really opened Yang Kai's eyes to the world. For hours later, the auction was halfway through. Another maidservant walked onto the auction stage with a tray in hand. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house lifted the red cloth, and everybody looked in that direction only to see a jade bottle. There was a jade slip placed next to the jade bottle. Thus, everybody immediately understood that this auction item was most likely some sort of spirit pill. It was just that nobody understood the reason for the jade slip. Just as everybody was whispering among themselves, the old man picked up the jade bottle and gave an explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is this bottle of spirit pills in this old master's hand. I will be honest with you, there is only one spirit pill in this bottle. This item is useless to those in the open heaven realm and above. However, it will be of great benefit to those beneath the open heaven realm, especially for those who are about to advance into the open heaven realm. After hearing those words, many of the open heaven realm masters in the private rooms instantly lost interest in the item. On the other hand, many of the cultivators in the hall immediately paid closer attention. The cultivators in the hall were generally weaker, and most of them were below the open heaven realm. Since this spirit pill was useful for those below the open heaven realm, it stood to reason that this item would catch their interest. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, which also comes with the pill recipe for this spirit pill. The starting price is 2 million open heaven pills. Honored guests, please place your bids. Unlike the previous chorus of voices calling out their respective bids, the entire auction hall fell silent after the old man finished speaking. Thousands of cultivators in the hall stared at the stage blankly, seemingly having trouble believing their ears. Just moments ago, the old man had announced that the spirit pill was only useful for those beneath the open heaven realm after all. That was why they mistakenly believed that the price would not be too high. Who could have known that the reserve price would be 2 million open heaven pills? For a moment, they thought that they had heard wrongly. On second thought, how could the person presiding over this grand auction make such a mistake? But if it was not a mistake, then which person below the open heaven realm could afford the price of 2 million open heaven pills? More importantly, just what was this so-called heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill? Just as everybody in the hall was mired in confusion, a somewhat uncertain voice came from one of the private rooms in B block. Is this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill some kind of spirit pill that can increase the success rate of a cultivator advancing into the open heaven realm? The old man on the stage nodded. Indeed. After a brief silence, an uproar broke out in the hall. Countless cultivators stared at the jade bottle with a burning look in their eyes, almost as though the jade bottle contained some sort of substance that drew their eyes to the bottle like a magnet. Not everybody could succeed when advancing into the open heaven realm. Despite going through all sorts of hardships in addition to spending a great deal of time, energy, and resources to condense their yin, yang, and 5 elements, there was still a huge risk when trying to actually break through to the open heaven realm. If one could not withstand the yin, yang, and 5 elements or the impact of heaven and earth splitting apart in one's body, then it would undoubtedly end with one's soul being extinguished. There was no other possibility. That was why cultivators, no matter who they might be, would only choose to do what they could within the limits of the strength that they could withstand. If a person's limit was the 3rd order, Their life might not be endangered if they were to forcibly condense fourth-order elements. However, they would surely face a disaster when advancing into the open heaven realm. Many bearers who left the grand ancient ruins boundary would eventually face this problem. They had been forced by the divine spirits to condense powers that exceeded their limits, so their advancement into the open heaven realm would become a life-or-death catastrophe. Take Ding Yi for example. His inherent aptitude was not bad, but it was not enough for him to withstand a seventh-order power. Unfortunately, he was forced by Baifeng to condense a seventh-order fire element. It placed a huge burden on his body every time he exerted this power, so the dangers surrounding his advancement would be even greater. Be that as it may, even a cultivator who had chosen to work within their limits faced the risk of failing during their advancement into the open heaven realm. Splitting heaven and earth in one's own body required one to harmonize yin, yang, and the five elements to mutually enhance and suppress each other. Furthermore, the process of forming a small universe in itself was an extremely difficult task. This aspect had nothing to do with the order of the open heaven realm that one was trying to achieve. Chapter 42:19. He has world source liquid. Many people could die on the spot, even if they were only advancing into the first order or second order open heaven realm. Of course, it was less likely for a person to fail when trying to advance into a lower order of the open heaven realm under the same conditions. That was an indisputable fact. There was no method or auxiliary aid to improve this situation in the entire 3,000 worlds, much less a spirit pill that could help to improve the success rate of a cultivator in advancing into the open heaven realm. There might have been such knowledge in the past, but as time went on, this knowledge was lost or eliminated for various reasons. It was no wonder that the audience was in an uproar when this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill appeared at auction in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. That was something that had been lost with the ages after all. On the stage, the old man said, "Although I cannot say that this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill is able to guarantee absolute success in one's advancement, it can increase the success rate by 50%. There was another commotion in the hall. Increasing the success rate by 50% was a terrifying figure. It could almost be said that as long as a cultivator was fully prepared, success in the advancement into the open heaven realm was guaranteed. Many tyrannical divine senses extended outward from the various private rooms, hoping to catch a glimpse of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. If this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was a genuine product, then the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills was definitely not expensive. If one were to consider that this deal also came with the pill recipe, it could even be said to be an extremely cheap transaction. After all, who did not have several juniors or disciples with excellent aptitude? Used in the right place, this spirit pill could create a very powerful master. How could the worth of such a master be measured by a mere 2 million open heaven pills? Even a price of 20 million would be worth it. It was just that. What could their spying tell them? It didn't take long for these divine senses to be retracted in disappointment. The person who spoke just now asked, "This king would like to go on stage to inspect the item. Can you accommodate my request?" Red Cloud's auction house seemed to have anticipated this situation. So the man's request had only just rung out when the old man on the stage nodded in response. Of course. The door to a B-block private room opened, and a middle-aged man with a brave and heroic figure walked out. He came to the stage in a few steps and cupped his fist to the old man before he carefully picked up the jade bottle. Opening the bottle cap, he studied the contents carefully and took a sniff of its fragrance. His eyebrows would wrinkle slightly before relaxing again from time to time. Having only heard of the existence of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, he himself had never seen it before. Therefore, he could not determine whether this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was the real deal either. A short while later, he put the jade bottle down and picked the jade slip up. Closing his eyes, he perceived the contents of the jade slip for a moment. Then he slowly shook his head. He placed the jade slip down and turned around to return to the private room. Although the jade slip contained the pill recipe for the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, there were many seals placed on the jade slip. There was no way to catch a glimpse of the full pill recipe without breaking these seals. That person's examination would only allow him to observe what Red Cloud's auction house allowed, such as the main ingredients needed to refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. The old man on the stage said, "Are there any others who would like to come and inspect the items? You are free to come and have a look for yourself." There were indeed many people who wanted to check the items, and so for the next quarter hour, many open heaven realm masters filed out of the private rooms and approached the stage to investigate the spirit pill and its recipe. Even the proprietress could not contain her curiosity and went to take a look. When she returned, Bai Qi asked, "Proprietress, is that a genuine product?" To which she replied, "Red Cloud's auction house is directly owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. With their reputation at stake, they will not make fraudulent claims regarding auction items. The item itself should be real, but what? But, even if that item is genuine, don't think that you can refine another heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill with that pill recipe. One of the main ingredients has long since gone extinct. Do you think they would have offered up the pill recipe if there was a way to refine the spirit pill themselves?" The realization struck Bai Qi. The pill recipe is useless, but they offered the pill recipe together with the spirit pill. That will give people the illusion of having received a great bargain, so the price will naturally go up. Yang Kai asked curiously, "What is the main ingredient that has gone extinct?" Before the proprietress could answer, he heard somebody inside one of the private rooms exclaim loudly, "World Source Liquid is a treasure that can only be formed when new worlds are born. Where will we find something like that? This pill recipe is useless. Useless." Yang Kai was stunned by those words, "World Source Liquid." The proprietress nodded. "That's right. The main ingredient that has long gone extinct is World Source Liquid. Unless you can find a newly formed world, why do you have such unnatural expressions?" She looked up only to see Yang Kai and Old Bai staring at each other with extremely strange looks. Old Bai blinked and pointed at Yang Kai. "He has World Source Liquid." Bai Qi was disturbed by Qin Ji, Ling Chunxiu, and Yuhi during his advancement into the open heaven realm back in the Sealing Yang domain, and nearly lost his life as a result. In the end, Yang Kai had given him World Source Liquid with the mentality that giving a dead horse medicine couldn't harm it. That was what pulled him back from the brink of failure. He would not be alive today if not for Yang Kai. Consuming World Source Liquid was a wonderful experience. It felt as though his entire being had been transported back to the time when the world was first created, allowing him to witness the beginning of heaven and earth splitting apart. Even now he could still recall the experience vividly. Both the proprietress and Yuhi turned to stare at Yang Kai with their beautiful eyes, unable to hide their surprise. "You really have World Source Liquid?" Yang Kai nodded woodenly. "Where did you find World Source Liquid?" The proprietress was extremely shocked. He explained, "The universe world I came from had a sealed world that still retained the primordial atmosphere from when the world was just formed. I entered that place once before and obtained the World Source Liquid by chance." While Yang Kai was speaking, another person in the auction hall spoke up. "May I ask where you obtained this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe?" The old man on the stage replied, "To tell you the truth, this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe were both obtained from a universe cave heaven. The universe cave heaven was quite ancient, dating back at least a few hundreds of thousands of years. As for the specific details regarding the great senior who left behind this universe cave heaven, please forgive this old master for having no comment." "And understandable," that person responded and stopped asking questions. Inside the private room, Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, "What is a universe cave heaven? Is it a universe world?" The proprietress shook her head slowly. "No. A universe world is a universe world. Likewise, a universe cave heaven is a universe cave heaven. There are also universe paradises. A universe cave heaven is the legacy left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after their death. On the other hand, the legacy left behind by a 7th order open heaven realm master is known as a universe paradise." Yang Kai was only more confused by her explanation and asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean?" So she tried to explain. How should I put it? You know that open heaven realm masters have to split heaven and earth apart in their bodies to form a small universe, right? Possessing a small universe is what defines the open heaven realm. For an open heaven realm master to strengthen themselves, they need to increase the heritage of their small universe. The greater their heritage, the greater their strength. Nevertheless, there is still a difference between a universe world and a small universe, regardless of how powerful that small universe is. Yang Kai still did not quite understand her explanation. Still, she continued, but if a cultivator advances into the high-rank open heaven realm and reaches the 7th order open heaven realm, their small universe will transform into an actual universe world, which is almost indistinguishable from a real universe world. His entire body shuddered at those words. Almost indistinguishable. The small universe of high-rank open heaven realm masters can even accommodate living creatures, or allow countless people to settle down peacefully in it. It can be said that they themselves are walking universe worlds. In fact, most high-rank open heaven realm masters will bring living creatures, sometimes even humans, into their small universes once they reach the 7th order open heaven realm. If these living creatures and humans live and flourish within their small universe, then the small universe will be filled with life and will experience further development. Since doing so strengthens the small universe, it correspondingly strengthens the cultivator as well. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as it was his first time hearing such information. But then again, he had not been in the outer universe for long and had next to no interactions with high-rank open heaven realm masters, so it was only natural that he was unfamiliar with such things. If he had not participated in the auction today, he might not have had access to such information for a very long time. As for what is the difference between a small universe and an actual universe world, the proprietress continued her explanation. When a high-rank open heaven realm master is about to die, he can choose to seal off his small universe. In that case, his small universe will not collapse and disappear with his death. Instead, it will be preserved as a peculiar existence that transforms into a universe paradise or a universe cave heaven. These universe paradises and universe cave heavens contain all the wealth of these high-rank open heaven realm masters. You will enjoy great benefits if you ever manage to enter any one of them. Yang Kai immediately understood. In other words, Red Cloud's auction house obtained the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, and its recipe by entering a universe cave heaven left behind by a dead ancient 8th order open heaven realm master. Is that right? That's probably the case. She gently nodded. Throughout the ages, the 3,000 worlds have given birth to countless high-rank open heaven realm masters, so even if only a small part of them chose to seal off their small universes at their moment of death, there are still countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises out there. It is just that not many people know where these universe cave heavens and universe paradises are located. Bai Qi smiled widely. Just because something is very rare doesn't mean that there are none out there though. There are always people with heaven-defying luck who will receive the opportunity to obtain the legacy of such seniors. Their cultivation will generally soar as a result. During their conversation, the bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill had already started in the auction hall. Everybody knew that the main ingredient for refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was long extinct. Even so, the spirit pill was a genuine product. Thus, the bidding scene was extremely lively. In less than 10 breaths, the price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill had climbed from the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills to 10 million open heaven pills. Moreover, it was still rising at an extremely fast rate. Leaving aside the powerful effects of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, that might even save the life of an important disciple or junior, and rescue the future hope of a great force at a critical moment in the future, just the pill recipe alone had research value. It might be possible to find substitute ingredients from existing materials. It did not matter even if the authentic Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill could not be refined. As long as a similar imitation product could be refined, it would bring in a steady stream of income for any great force. Among the many mid-rank open heaven realm masters in the private rooms, which one of them was not a sect master or elder who held real authority in their respective great forces? It was only natural that nobody was willing to give up on something that could benefit their entire sect. If they succeeded in their attempt, they could even make a huge contribution to their great force. The people who claimed that the pill recipe was useless earlier were either too biased or wanted to mislead the others and reduce their competition. Chapter 42:20 Friend, you're being excessive. It was a pity that all the mid-rank open heaven realm masters were all intelligent people. How could they change their minds just because of somebody's casual remarks? Many of the cultivators in the hall secretly felt helpless. They originally thought that since the starting price for this spirit pill was only 2 million open heaven pills, the final price would not be too high. Who could have thought that so many of the mid-rank open heaven realm masters would be so determined to bid for this item from the very beginning? Therefore, many of the cultivators in the hall immediately gave up hope. This item was not something weaker cultivators like them could even dream about having. Only those backed by a powerful great force had the qualifications to participate in the competition. After 30 breaths, the price had risen to a whopping 15 million open heaven pills. In another 10 breaths, the price became 19 million open heaven pills. The entire hall was in an uproar. Up until now, the scarlet sand that Yang Kai acquired at a price of 26 million was the highest priced item sold at the auction. Since then, no other auction item has sold for more than 5 million. And now, the price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill in addition to its recipe had quickly broken through 20 million, and might even surpass the price of the scarlet sand. It was just that a price like this had more or less reached the upper limits of the price range. There was only one Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill after all. The pill recipe might be valuable, but it was not guaranteed that one could obtain any results from researching it even after purchasing the item. If one could not figure out a replacement for the main ingredient, which was the famed world source liquid, then all the previous efforts would be in vain. The open heaven realm masters present were not fools. Even with the backing of their respective great forces, 20 million was not a small sum. It was not an amount that could be waved around casually. Hence, only 3 private rooms continued to bid for the auction item after the price exceeded 20 million. A short while later, another party bowed out of the bidding. Only room A5 and room B2 continued to compete against each other fiercely. The moment one party made an offer, the other party would immediately follow suit. It would seem that they were extremely interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill and its pill recipe. When the price exceeded 25 million, the open heaven realm master in room B2 suddenly let out a gloomy sigh and spoke up loudly. Brother Ting Wang, this auction item is very useful for this ye. Can you concede to me this once? This ye will be very grateful, and will owe you a favor, which will surely be repaid in the future. The moment this person's voice rang out, the proprietress looked pensive and soon muttered, "It's those two." Yang Kai became curious. "Proprietress, do you know those two?" She replied, "If I'm not wrong, then the person in room B2 is Yi Jian of Thunderclap Hall while the other person Tung Wang of Clear Heart Palace. No wonder they are willing to go to such lengths to bid for this item." Sure enough, the person in room A5 responded, "Brother Yi Jian, are you saying that this item is useless to me just because it is very useful for you? I am going to win this auction." Yi Jian sighed. "Why do you have to do this? Competing between ourselves will only benefit others. Why don't we do it this way instead, Brother Tung Wang? This ye only wants the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. If you are willing to back down, this ye will share the pill recipe with you. What do you think?" Tung Wang laughed. "What a coincidence. I was just about to suggest the same thing. Brother Yi Jian, if you are willing to back down, then I can also share the pill recipe with you." Inside room B2, Yi Jian fell silent for a moment before he revealed his dissatisfaction. "So you plan to compete with this Yi to the end, Brother Tung Wang? Brother Yi, feel free to quit early if you don't think you can win. That way, both sides won't have to suffer so much." You sure are arrogant, Brother Tung Wang. It's not like this Yi does not know exactly how much Clear Heart Palace can afford to spend here. Since you stubbornly insist, Brother Ting Wang, then let's compete to the end. We'll see who has the last laugh. The conversation between those two ended there. But nobody spoke another word, and the auction hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Inside room A3, Old Bai curiously wondered, "Proprietress, these two guys are only interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Although they are doing this for their juniors, isn't the price a little too high?" The proprietress explained, "You don't understand. They have their reasons to compete so desperately. Let's talk about Tung Wang of Clear Heart Palace. He received a legacy disciple several hundred years ago. That disciple has extremely outstanding aptitude, and was expected to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm directly. However, rumor has it that he damaged his Dao seal during a battle. Therefore, he has not dared to advance into the open heaven realm, even though hundreds of years had passed since then. He has been holding off on condensing his final element power. If Tung Wang could obtain the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, then his disciple could try breaking through. It is very possible that it will lead to the birth of a sixth order open heaven realm master in Clear Heart Palace." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai understood. "What about Yi Jian of the Thunderclap Hall?" Old Bai asked. The proprietress continued her explanation. "Their situations are similar. It is just that, in the case of the Thunderclap Hall, it is one of Yi Jian's sons who forcefully condensed sixth-order elements despite not having the necessary aptitude. There was nothing to worry about at the beginning, but as the powers condensed in his Dao seal began to increase, the dangers subsequently became greater. Without some external aid to stabilize his breakthrough, I'm afraid Yi Jian's son will never reach the open heaven realm. He will die the moment he tries to advance. However, this dilemma will be solved with the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Compared to a sixth-order open heaven realm master, 20 million open heaven pills is definitely a worthwhile investment. If they can obtain a sixth-order open heaven realm master, then their heritage will increase like a rising tide that lifts all boats. Why would they worry about a trifling 20 or so million open heaven pills? She nodded. That is the case. Why else do you think these two parties are competing so fiercely? I understand now. Yang Kai nodded again and placed a bid without warning. 25 million. The proprietress just glanced lightly at him, not feeling surprised. Since he had world source liquid in his possession, there was no reason for him to ignore this auction. If she were in his shoes, she would also participate in the bidding. The reason Yang Kai kept quiet earlier was just that he could not be bothered to waste his energy. He currently had several billion open heaven pills in hand, so it could be said that he was very wealthy. Only by placing his bid at the last moment to finalize the offer could he display his overwhelming confidence. It also served as a method to screen out other bidders to a certain extent. Almost everybody in the hall looked towards room A3 the moment Yang Kai's bid rang out. Yi Jian and Tung Wang's last bid was only slightly over 20 million after all. Yang Kai had added almost 4 million open heaven pills to the bid in one go. It truly was as the saying went. It never rains but pours. It was absolutely shocking the moment he made his move. Nevertheless, they immediately understood when they realized that it was the private room belonging to the person who bought the Scarlet Een sand earlier. Yang Kai was a person who spent 26 million to purchase one portion of Scarlet Een sand. It stood to reason that he would not care to spend another 25 million to purchase the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe. 26 million. Tung Wang's voice came out from room A5. Yang Kai was stunned upon hearing that. Tung Wang and Yi Jian had clearly reached a point in their bidding where they could no longer afford to bear the cost. That was why the price increase was not large with each bid they made. If not for that, he would not have increased the price to 25 million in one go. It was to make Tung Wang and Yi Jian back down in the face of difficulties. Tung Wang had reached his limits, so why did he suddenly add another million to his bid this time? Before Yang Kai could understand the situation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from room B2. 27 million. Could it be that those two were just acting just now? Yang Kai was a little confused. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to think too much about it. Unlike these two who were interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he was only interested in the pill recipe. More so since he had world source liquid in his possession. The pill recipe might be useless to others, but it had the potential to play a huge role in his hands. Naturally, he needed to obtain the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill as well. If he could study the finished spirit pill, then he could understand the pill recipe much faster. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time and effort to refine a spirit pill just by referring to the pill recipe alone. Yang Kai immediately followed up after Yi Jian, 30 million. The sound of people inhaling sharply could be heard throughout the hall. Even the old man presiding over the auction looked surprised. It would seem that he never expected this item to reach such a high price. The auction house would assess the value of each item and estimate a price before the bidding even began. Red Cloud's auction house had estimated the value of this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe to be around 20 million or so. But now, it has exceeded their estimation by 50%. Moreover, it seemed that this was not the end yet. This was a huge pleasant surprise for the auction house. Be that as it may, the auction house would surely hope that the price would go as high as it possibly could. After all, who would dislike earning more money than expected? 31 million. Teng Wang's voice sounded like he was gritting his teeth. It was no longer as calm and relaxed as before. 32 million. Similarly, Yi Jian's voice was anxious and annoyed. Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his head and murmuring under his breath. What is up with these two? He initially thought that 25 million open heaven pills would be the final price for this item. Who could have expected Teng Wang and Yi Jian to continue even though he went so far as to raise the price to 30 million? On the other hand, the proprietress was as intelligent as she was beautiful and solved the mystery with a single sentence. They are probably cooperating with others. Cooperating? Yang Kai glanced over suspiciously. She replied. Both Teng Wang and Yi Jian mentioned previously that they only wanted the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. That was why they both refused to back down earlier. However, there are so many great forces present here. Not everybody desires the spirit pill. On the contrary, more people will be interested in the pill recipe. It is probably that one or more great forces have approached Teng Wang and Yi Jian with a proposal to share the pill recipe if they win the auction. In that case, those great forces will only need to contribute a few million open heaven pills each. If they pooled their contributions together, they would gain the chance to obtain a rare pill recipe. Even if the pill recipe proves useless afterward, the losses for them will not be too large. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. It was the truth that the previous price of over 20 million had reached the limits of what Teng Wang and Yi Jian could bear. Being so cautious when increasing their bid had not been an act. Rather, the reason they could be so bold at this point was that they received financial aid from others. If you wish to continue bidding, then you only need to bid once more. She smiled slightly. Even if they received funding from others, the amount would not be too large. Slightly over 30 million should be their limit. They won't follow up again unless they are insane. As such, Yang Kai did not hesitate. 35 million. Inside room A5, Teng Wang was furious and roared. Who is this fellow who is playing jokes with this king? Announce your name. Yi Jian also said. Friend, you are being excessive. The proprietress sneered and spoke for the first time. Why are you making so much noise just because this great aunt is bidding for something? Go ahead and increase the price if you have the money. If not, then shut up. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Chapter 42:21 Twists and Turns. Madame Lan? Teng Wang's voice coming from room A5 rose by an octave. It is this queen. Do you have something you wish to say? And no, of course not. So it is Madame Lan, haha. Since you have interest in this item, Madame Lan, this Wang will respectfully withdraw. His voice sounded a little bitter and reluctant. Although his disciple required the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, the price of 35 million open heaven pills was simply too expensive for him. Even if he had somebody helping him from the shadows, they had reached the limit they could afford. He was powerless to continue pushing forward. Rather than offending Lan Yurua, it was better to take this opportunity to earn her favor. Besides, there was no guarantee that his disciple could successfully advance into the sixth order open heaven realm. even if he did manage to win the bid on the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Any investment was bound to come with certain risks. If his disciple were to fail in the advancement process, the loss of several millions was enough to shake Clear Heart Palace's foundation. Now that the price for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe had been raised to 35 million in one go, Teng Wang had no choice but to withdraw from the bidding. Even Yi Jian from room B2 fell silent. On the stage, the old man from Red Cloud's auction house waited for a short moment before asking. The gentleman from room A3 has placed a bid of 35 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers? The entire venue was silent. The old man probably knew that the price of this item had reached its limit. The auction house's original valuation of this item was only 20 million open heaven pills, while the current price had nearly doubled that estimation. Thus he no longer hesitated and shouted, 35 million, going once. 35 million, going twice. Inside room A3, Yang Kai was silently making plans. Once he obtained the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe, he could immediately begin his research to see if he could fully understand its recipe and refine it. If he succeeded, then there was no need to worry about the Voidland's finances again in the future. A spirit pill that could increase the chances of success of a cultivator breaking through to the open heaven realm was an all but non-existent commodity. Even in the 3,000 worlds, Voidland's wealth would soar in a short period of time just by selling a few such spirit pills for several million open heaven pills each. Besides, he had quite a lot of world source liquid that was required to refine this spirit pill. This Yi has something to say. Please temporarily halt the auction. Just as the old man was about to call out the final confirmation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from within room B2. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and couldn't help glancing in the direction of room B2. What is Yi Jian up to? He instinctively sensed that the bidding for this auction item would not go smoothly. Fortunately, he currently had more than 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession. It could be said that he was very rich, so he was not worried even if Yi Jian managed to borrow some money or find somebody to help provide funds. The old man on the stage said, Hall Master Yi, please speak if you have something to say. The door to room B2 opened all of a sudden. A fair and beardless middle-aged man walked out of the room with a solemn expression. Yang Kai guessed that that man was Yi Jian. Yi Jian arrived on the stage in a few steps. He cupped his fist at the old man and handed over a space ring. His lips wriggled slightly as though he was silently whispering something to the old man. The old man looked suspicious at first, but his expression stiffened when he heard what Yi Jian said to him, and soon revealed an expression of great astonishment instead. Immediately after that, he checked the contents of the space ring and looked up at Yi Jian again. Hall Master Yi, are you certain? This item is extraordinarily valuable. Yi Jian gently nodded with a look of determination. The old man continued, If you insist, Hall Master Yi, this old master will not persuade you otherwise. Please wait a moment. After saying that, his divine sense surged as though he was communicating with somebody else. A long while later, he nodded and said, Red Cloud's auction house has agreed to your request, Hall Master Yi. Please return to your seat for now. Many thanks. Yi Jian cupped his fists with a serious expression. Turning around, he bowed in the direction of room A3. Madame Lan, this Yi would like to apologize in advance. Please don't take offense at my following actions. The proprietress stared at the stage calmly before she suddenly whispered, Brat, you've met a real challenger. You'd best prepare for some heavy bleeding. What do you mean? Yang Kai had yet to understand what was going on. At that moment, Yi Jian returned to room B2 and immediately shouted, 40 million. After hearing that shout, Yang Kai finally understood what the proprietress meant. Yi Jian had increased the price by 5 million open heaven pills in one go. This not only required great courage, but also immense wealth. Moreover, he had never increased the price by such a large margin before when he placed his bids previously. It was almost as though he was a different person altogether. Hence, Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting. The old man on the stage lifted the space ring in his hand up high. For your information, Hall Master Yi has just pledged an item to the auction house. Please forgive this old master for not disclosing the value of this item. However, Hall Master Yi has the ability to bid and provide payment. He provided an explanation because he was worried that other people might misunderstand. The price of the auction item was terrifyingly high after all, so he might be suspected of deliberately driving the price up otherwise. Yang Kai slowly let out a breath and gazed towards room B2 pensively. The space ring in that old man's hands contains the item that Yi Jian pledged just now. Just what did he pledge for him to have the courage to raise the price by 5 million in one go? More importantly, where is his bottom line? He might have over 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession, but he did not wish to waste his money for no reason. If only I knew Yi Jian's bottom line, then I can minimize my losses to the best of my abilities. Unfortunately, I don't even know what item he pledged. How can I figure out his bottom line? Hall Master Yi placed a bid of 40 million. Are there any others with a higher bid? The old man shouted. Yang Kai considered for a moment and cautiously threw out a bid. 41 million. 45 million. Yi Jian followed up without hesitation. Yang Kai was stunned. The proprietress commented. There is a difference between a disciple and a son after all. It looks like Yi Jian is determined to compete with you. Teng Wang's disciple required the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, as did Yi Jian's son. It was just that Teng Wang pulled out of the competition when the price reached 35 million. On the other hand, Yi Jian was still stubbornly trying to win. It was obvious that he loved and cherished his son deeply. Also, he believed that his son would definitely advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, as long as he had the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Why else would he be so fixated upon this item, even if they were father and son? Why don't you discuss with him to each pay half? You take the pill recipe while he takes the spirit pill. I'm sure he won't reject your offer. The proprietress suggested. Yang Kai considered for a moment before shaking his head. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill has never appeared before. In order to refine this spirit pill, the results will be different if I can study a finished product first. Once the spirit pill falls into his hands, it will be difficult for me to research the spirit pill again. There is no other way then. With the spirit pill in hand, the hopes of refining a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill would increase significantly. Although it would cost him a lot of open heaven pills, this investment was undoubtedly worth the money. 46 million. Yang Kai raised the bid once more. 50 million. Yi Jian's voice trembled slightly. Even if he could afford to pay this amount, the terrifyingly high price was still heartbreaking. After placing his bid, he added, Madame Lan, my son is young and foolish. He made a huge mistake and desperately needs this Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Only then will he have the hope of progressing forward. Madame Lan, please listen to my request. The proprietress pretended not to hear and said nothing in response. After all, she was not the one who was participating in the auction, it was Yang Kai. Although she used her identity to scold Teng Wang earlier, it was only her way of helping Yang Kai. How could she say anything under these circumstances? Seeing that there was no response from room A3, Yi Jian felt his heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. Sure enough, a voice soon came from that direction to place a higher bid. The price was increased by just 500,000. Inside room B2, Yi Jian's expression crumbled, looking like he had aged several dozen years. Beside him, a young man with large eyes and thick brows smiled bitterly. Father, let's forget it. This price is far too high. Yi Jian clenched his fists tightly. No, I have not lost. I can still continue. The young man said, It's enough, father. Even if the item we pledged far exceeds 50 million in value, that is a treasure that belongs to the sect. If the losses we suffer are too high, it will be difficult for us to provide a sufficient explanation when we return. Father, let's stop here. Yi Jian muttered painfully. I am aware of that. How can I not be? But you. The young man smiled bitterly. Don't worry, father. In the worst case, I will simply never advance into the open heaven realm. Who knows? Things might change in the future. There is no need to waste so much money at this juncture, especially since everyone else in the sect also requires a lot of resources for cultivation. You don't need to worry too much about me. Yi Jian opened his mouth to speak, but finally let out a heavy sigh. The old man on the stage called out the countdown. Finally, the bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill and its pill recipe came to an end. The auction item was sold at a terrifyingly high price of 5 million open heaven pills. The old man presiding over the auction had maintained a stiff expression on his face throughout, but his complexion was quite ruddy at the moment. He felt as though he had gotten the greatest bargain in the world. This round of bidding also caused countless people to become hooked to the excitement, be it the regular cultivators in the hall or the open heaven realm masters in the private rooms. They had never witnessed such a brutal and unexpectedly complex bidding war before. When the price first hit 20 million open heaven pills, everybody thought that it would be the limit. Who could have known that Ting Wang and Yi Jian would secretly receive funding from others? Thus, the price rose to 30 million. By the time the price exceeded 30 million, everybody thought that it was the end. Who could have expected somebody to appear out of nowhere and forcibly compete with Yi Jian for the auction item? The price was raised to 50 million as a result. Throughout the history of all the auctions in the 3000 worlds, the only other time an auction could beat this round of bidding in terms of price was when high-rank resources appeared in the world. This was only halfway through the auction as well. The second half of the auction had yet to take place, so who could say what other good things might appear? It might have been that the auction had reached a climax, so the auction house decided to take a short break. During the break, Red Cloud's auction house delivered the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill and its pill recipe over. Yang Kai paid the 5 million open heaven pills and received his items. Nobody had ever seen the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill before, so they were very interested in the item. The jade bottle was passed around between the proprietress, Old Bai, and Yu He. On the other hand, Yang Kai carefully studied the pill recipe. After some investigating, he was secretly speechless. It was apparently not difficult to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. He was confident he could refine the spirit pills with his abilities. It was just that many ingredients were required. There were a total of 9 main ingredients. Leaving aside the world source liquid, there were 8 others. In addition, there were a total of 72 kinds of adjuvants and many were herbs he had never even heard of before. Chapter 42:22, The Map and the Jade. Yang Kai handed the pill recipe to the proprietress for a look, and after a while commented, "The 72 auxiliary ingredients are quite common. Aside from the world source liquid, the remaining 8 main ingredients are all pretty rare, but they can be found if you are determined to find them. It's just the price won't be cheap." Yang Kai asked, "Proprietress, how much do you think it will cost to refine this spirit pill?" She pondered for a moment. "At least a 100,000. The production cost of a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was 100,000. That was not inclusive of the failures during the refining process. If the costs of the failures during the refining process were included, then it would double the price at the very least. So it would be 200,000. Naturally, that was just the cost of the other materials excluding the world source liquid. If the cost of the world source liquid was included, world source liquid had practically gone extinct, as it could only be formed when new worlds were first created. Therefore, the value of something like that could not be measured. In any case, the cost was extremely high. One could not be fooled by Yang Kai's current spending where he could move several tens of millions at a time. For most cultivators, accumulating open heaven pills was an extremely difficult task. Even third-class great forces could not accumulate more than several tens of millions of open heaven pills with the strength of their entire sect. However, if he could successfully refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, then the price of a single Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill would not be measured in just 1 or 2 million open heaven pills. Just like how Tung Wang was willing to increase the price to 30 million for a spirit pill, not to mention Yi Jian who was willing to quote a terrifying price of 50 million open heaven pills. Needless to say, this price was only feasible because this was an auction. Moreover, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was the only one in existence. The price would not be as high if the spirit pill was mass-produced for sales. Be that as it may, selling the spirit pill for several million was not an issue, which great force would not have several highly valued disciples. Just by spending several million on a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, they could ensure that their disciple had a smooth advancement, which would result in the enhancement of the sect's future hope and strength. Yang Kai's eyes brightened, as though he could see the grand Tao of fortune right in front of him. In addition, if the refinement of this spirit pill were successful, it would be highly beneficial to Void Land in the future. Instructing Yu He to bid at her discretion during the subsequent auctions, Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle and took out the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Then he carefully scraped off a layer of pill powder and began to examine it carefully. As time passed, the auction started up again. Yang Kai completely immersed himself in the research of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, constantly deducing the refinement process in his mind. He paid no attention to anything else, unable to extricate himself from his research. He did not know how long had passed when he suddenly heard a gasp of exclamation coming from beside him. Unable to help himself, he pulled his mind back to the present and looked to the side. Old Bai was staring at the stage with an expression of shock, almost as though an amazing item had appeared on the stage. Even Yu He and the proprietress looked solemn. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what was going on. Just as he was wondering about the situation, he heard the old man on the stage say something. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have not misheard. This old master is holding a map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although it is not complete, it should cover at least 20% of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven's territory. It might be even more. The auction house has made a total of 100 copies of this map. They will be sold in batches of 10 during the auction. The starting price is 500,000 open heaven pills. Please place your bids." The moment the old man finished speaking, numerous voices calling out various bids rang out incessantly from the private rooms. Even the proprietress joined in. Yang Kai was confused. "Old Bai, is the Blood Monster Cave Heaven part of the 36 Cave Heavens?" It had not been long since he first arrived in the outer universe, but it had not been a short time either. There were countless great forces in the 3,000 worlds, so he might not be familiar with most of them, but he had at least heard of each of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. Upon further consideration, he had never heard of the name Blood Monster Cave Heaven before. Old Bai licked his lips and said, "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is not one of the 36 cave heavens. It is a universe cave heaven." Yang Kai was stunned, then he immediately exclaimed in a loud voice, "A universe cave heaven?" He had just heard the proprietress mentioning the existence of the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. She claimed that a universe cave heaven was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, while a universe paradise was the small universe left behind after the death of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There was a high possibility that they contained the wealth of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master accumulated over their lifetime. Anybody who could encounter one was bound to experience leaps and bounds in their growth. Yang Kai had taken a great interest in this topic when listening to the proprietress' previous explanation, but he never expected that such a lucky coincidence would fall into his lap. Red Cloud's auction house was auctioning off the map of a universe cave heaven. This shocked him very much. If Red Cloud's auction house can produce such a map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, doesn't that mean that they've already entered it before? Old Bai's gaze was burning intensely. "You don't understand. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is an extremely special universe cave heaven in the 3,000 worlds. It is the legacy left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, by the name of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Unlike other universe cave heavens and universe paradises that are concealed from outsiders, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is a sealed world known across the 3,000 worlds. Moreover, it opens once every 200 years. Any cultivator under the Open Heaven realm can enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If you are lucky, you can obtain all sorts of precious resources. You might even obtain the inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch." Yang Kai jumped in surprise. The inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. The small universe left behind after the death of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would contain his entire lifetime's worth of assets and his true inheritance. It was only natural that it would attract countless people's attention. Even if he was currently rich enough to buy a country, Yang Kai couldn't help coveting those riches. He was tempted to rush into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven right now to explore the place thoroughly. Although the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has opened countless times since the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch, and many of the resources have been taken by others before us, there are many who obtained great benefits each time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. It generally resulted in their strength soaring. Calculating the years, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is indeed about to open again. Red Cloud's auction house planned this all out. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open and Red Cloud's auction house suddenly brought out a map for this auction. It was obvious that they were planning to use this opportunity to earn a huge fortune. Yang Kai licked his dry lips. How long before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens? Old Bai said. Around half a year or so. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something when he heard those words. Glancing at the proprietress, he asked her a question. Proprietress, you previously asked me to wait for half a year for an opportunity. Could it be related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? When he asked her to help him keep an eye out for high-rank resources, she had returned a less than optimistic answer. She only told him that he had to wait for half a year for a possible opportunity. Judging by the situation, it was most likely related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Sure enough, the proprietress nodded. Somebody once found a 7th Order material inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That place might have what you need. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help blazing with excitement. Thinking about it again, it was not surprising. That was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. It contained all the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his lifetime. What were 7th Order materials in comparison? There might even be 8th Order materials inside. While they were conversing with each other, the first round of bidding for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven ended. The cultivators in 10 of the private rooms had won the maps, though everybody was very restrained in their bidding. The starting price was 500,000, and the final price was only 700,000. Red Cloud's auction house had brought out 100 copies after all, so there was no need to compete too hard. After several rounds of auction, all 100 copies of the map had been sold. The entire process had only taken an hour or so. They were basically sold at prices ranging from 7 to 800,000 open heaven pills each. Yang Kai silently made some calculations. Just from the map alone, Red Cloud's auction house obtained a profit of close to 70 million open heaven pills. Thus, he couldn't help feeling extremely envious. If Void Land could have such skills one day, then he had nothing to worry about anymore. Right after the map was sold, the old man on the stage took out a piece of jade that was one part of 2 halves. This is the next item for auction. It might be an array jade. It might also be a key. This jade came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. As soon as those words rang out, the audience was shocked. The auction house had first sold off 100 copies of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's map. Then, they brought out this jade from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to auction. Anybody could tell that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was probably about to open. This jade might come from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but nobody knows what it is used for. That is why this old master mentioned that it might be an array jade or even a key. We don't even know what kind of benefits one will obtain after this jade plays its role. Nothing might come from it. It might be a complete waste of money. But what if it turns out to be the key to Blood Monster Divine Monarch Treasure House? Upon hearing that sentence, many people secretly scolded the old man for being a treacherous old dog. He obviously knew that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven contained the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch throughout his life. The value of his treasure house could only be imagined. It would be amazing if this jade turned out to be the key to the Blood Monster Divine Monarch's treasure house. One unknown piece of jade. The starting price is 1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids. The old man had only just finished speaking when Yang Kai immediately shouted, 10 million. Inside the private room, The proprietress and the others turned around in unison to stare at him, as though they were looking at a fool. "What's wrong?" He scratched his nose awkwardly. The proprietress sighed and explained, "Since Red Cloud's auction house is willing to auction off this jade, then they must have sent their own disciples to test its uses before. It is only after confirming that the jade cannot be used for anything that they are willing to bring it out. How can you start off bidding 10 million? Young Kai couldn't help looking blank. She teasingly continued, "It doesn't matter. You have a lot of money, so you can act as you please." Young Kai did not understand. "What do you mean?" She gave him an amused look. "You can be willful because you are rich." He was rendered speechless. As if to verify her words, nobody else in the auction house placed a bid, aside from him. The old man waited for 10 breaths and quickly said, "Room A3 has placed a bid of 10 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers? 10 million going once. 10 million going twice. Congratulations to the gentleman in room A3." The transaction was finalized. Young Kai nearly spat blood. Only then did he understand that he had been overly eager. Leaving aside whether or not the jade would be useful, even if it turned out to be useful, there was no guarantee what kind of benefit it would bring. It could be said that this was an extremely risky investment. Aside from someone extremely rich like him, who would purchase this jade at such a high price. If the price was only 1 million open heaven pills, the other great forces might have been willing to take a gamble. However, he had directly offered 10 million from the beginning. Who would be willing to follow up his offer? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he soon comforted himself in his heart. Who knows? I might be able to obtain something great from this. Even if I don't, well, it's not that expensive. Chapter 42-23, Senior Brother Gua. The jade was the final item. The old man on the stage gave a polite speech on the stage, thanking everybody who participated in the once more. Only then did he announce the successful conclusion of the auction. Many of the cultivators in the hall stood up and left. However, the proprietress remained motionless. She simply sat there calmly, as if waiting for something. Yang Kai was puzzled but did not ask any questions. Instead, he began to take stock of what he had obtained from this auction. He had bid for quite a few things. Aside from the 6th order Scarlet Een Sand and the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, he purchased many 4th order materials. He also, of course, won the auction for the jade at the end of the auction. While he was researching the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, he had made a move several times to bid for several 6th order resources. The auction house had delivered those items a long time ago. All in all, he had spent around 150 million open heaven pills. These expenses were not a small sum to other people, but it was within an acceptable range for Yang Kai. Be that as it may, no high-rank resources had appeared even in such a high-end auction, so he couldn't help feeling a slight sense of disappointment. Even the 6th order materials were not many. It could be seen that his hopes of finding the high-rank resources he needed in places like various auction houses were not very realistic. Yang Kai soon finished taking stock of his newly acquired items, and then returned to working on the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. He had already finished studying the pill recipe. Be it in terms of the materials or the refining process, the technique was not very difficult for him. There should be no problem as long as he practiced diligently and overcame a few failures to accumulate experience. At present, he was studying the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill itself. In the eyes of others, a spirit pill was nothing more than a spirit pill that could be consumed and used for different purposes depending on the medicinal efficacies it contained. However, for an alchemist, a finished spirit pill contained an extensive amount of information. An accomplished alchemist could even deduce the pill recipe for refining a particular spirit pill just from studying a finished spirit pill. They might not be able to decipher everything, but it was not difficult to deduce an almost complete pill recipe. Although Yang Kai was devoted to the martial Tao, he also had deep attainments in the alchemic Tao. Now that he had the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill and its pill recipe in hand, he could learn many things from these two items. He placed the bit of pill powder that he scraped off from the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill earlier into his mouth and savored the taste carefully. His expression changed continuously. From time to time, he would suddenly frown or show a look of epiphany. His mind was racing like crazy, creating sparks from the collision of his thoughts. An hour later, he finally pulled his mind back to the present with much greater confidence in his ability to refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. At this moment, the door opened all of a sudden. The old man with a stiff expression who presided over the auction just now pushed open the door, but did not enter the room. He simply stood at the entrance of the room while stretching his hand out in a polite gesture. "Madame Lan, please come this way." The proprietress was not surprised and simply nodded lightly before standing up. Afterwards, the old man turned around and led the way. Yang Kai followed behind the proprietress and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" The proprietress didn't even turn around as she sent a divine sense transmission to him. "Didn't you want to find some high-rank materials? We're going to try our luck. But I can't guarantee whether any high-rank materials will appear, or whether you can obtain them even if they do." He was stunned. "What do you mean?" She said, "So many mid-rank open heaven realm masters came today. Did you really think they came here just for that auction?" Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai immediately realized that the situation earlier was strange indeed. Some good stuff had appeared in the auction, enough that they could even cause the mid-rank open heaven realm masters to compete for those resources. Even so, most of the people in the private rooms had not made any bids from beginning to the end. Aside from the second to last round when they bid for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they mostly remained as nothing more than spectators throughout the entire auction. Most of the open heaven realm masters in those private rooms came from various far-flung great territories, with some being trillions of kilometers away. There was no need for them to put so much effort into coming here just to end up as a spectator, right? If they're not here for the auction, then what are they here for? He wondered. The proprietress replied, "They only joined the auction to take part in the excitement since they were already here. They are actually here for the exchange meeting after the auction." An exchange meeting? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, gaining a vague understanding of the situation. There are many who obtain treasures but do not have a use for them, nor do they wish to put them up for auction. Even if they obtained open heaven pills, they would still need to go out and search for the items that they really need after all. As such, they prefer to exchange items with each other in private. For example, if I need a 6th order earth element treasure, but only have a 6th order fire element treasure, I can trade with somebody else during this exchange meeting. Since both items are 6th order materials, their prices are pretty similar. In this way, the exchange can be carried out and everybody is happy with the exchange. "I got it." Yang Kai nodded. "But you should not get your hopes up. High-rank materials are hard to find. Even if they appear, you might not get your hands on them." Yang Kai grinned. "The only thing I fear is that they won't appear. If they do appear, then I will get my hands on them even if I have to use money to beat them into submission." The theoretical price of a 7th order material was around 150 million open heaven pills. Naturally, that was just in theory. If one were to include a premium for its rarity, it was acceptable for its price to range from 170 to 180 million. Would those people refuse to sell if Yang Kai threw out 200 or 300 million open heaven pills at them? In any case, those were open heaven pills he won through gambling. It was not heartbreaking to spend them. Thus, Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to the exchange meeting. Under the old man's guidance, the group of 4 passed through several corridors and came to a secret room. There were quite a few people already waiting inside, and they were clearly the open heaven realm masters who sat in the private rooms during the auction earlier. When those people saw the proprietress, many of them nodded at her lightly. Inside the secret room, everybody was randomly seated. There was a large table in front of them, and several platters of spirit fruits were placed there to enjoy. The seating arrangements formed a circle with a 1-meter-high platform placed right in the middle. The platform was made entirely of flawless white jade. "Madame Lan, please make yourself comfortable." The old man spoke briefly before turning around to leave. He was probably going to invite others to this place. The proprietress led Yang Kai and the others over to an empty spot and sat down before taking a look around. There were already quite a few open heaven realm masters inside the secret room. Some of them were alone while some of them arrived with several people in tow, just like the proprietress. Yang Kai also saw many Emperor Realm cultivators like himself, looking around curiously just like him. These Emperor Realm cultivators were probably the juniors or disciples of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were probably using this opportunity to learn more about the outside world. While he was looking around his surroundings, Yang Kai saw two familiar figures. It was a man and a woman, one young and one old. They were none other than Old Zhou and Yuluo Sha of Azura Heaven. Thinking about it again, it was not strange. Red Cloud's auction house and Azura Arena both had establishments in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. It was only natural that they were invited to participate in an auction here. In Thousand Birds Territory Star City, these two were not the only businesses belonging to first-class great forces. Wind and Cloud Auction House was an industry of Wind and Cloud Paradise, Gathering Virtue Emporium was an asset of 9 Stars Paradise, and even 100 Refinings Hall was supported by one of the paradises. At this moment, the representatives of these first-class great forces gathered inside this secret room. Old Zhou of the Azura Arena smiled and nodded at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting with a bow. Yuluo Sha was looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, but she also nodded in greeting. There was no hostility in her demeanor. Rather, her fighting spirit was burning. Thus, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of respect for this woman. He believed that she would definitely achieve great things in the future. The previous battle had not affected her martial heart negatively in any way. Instead, it became the driving force for her to strive to become even stronger. There was no sign of Pei Buwan anywhere as he probably lost everything the other day, so he did not have the money to participate in this exchange meeting. During this waiting period, countless people kept entering the secret room, found seats and sat down. All of a sudden, a middle-aged man with a golden crown on his head appeared at the entrance. He was dressed in luxurious robes and the aura around him was extremely powerful. A tall girl with picturesque features followed behind him. Her cultivation was not high. Like Yang Kai, she was only in the Emperor realm. Her intelligent eyes studied her surroundings with great curiosity, giving her an ethereal feeling. Many young juniors couldn't help glancing in her direction with a look of admiration and adoration on their faces. Likewise, Yang Kai glanced over in that direction just in time to see the middle-aged man leading the tall and slender girl in their direction. The middle-aged man arrived not far from him within a few steps. The proprietress stood up and gave an elegant bow. Senior Brother Gua. Old Bai also respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Greetings, Senior Gua. Surprised, Yang Kai and Yuhi hurriedly got to their feet. Judging from the tone of the proprietress and Bai Chi's voices, they seemed to be familiar with this middle-aged man surnamed Gua. Their relationship also seemed to be rather intertwined. Otherwise, the proprietress would never address the man with the title Senior Brother. It had to be said that most mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were the ones to greet the proprietress first when they encountered her. After all, the order of etiquette also served to represent the level of their respective statuses. In other words, this man surnamed Guo was more powerful than the proprietress. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Judging by the way the proprietress addressed this man, could it be that they had a senior brother-junior sister relationship with each other? Senior Brother Guo smiled slightly. Junior Sister Lan, there is no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. After saying that, he took the lead and sat down. Only then did the proprietress return to her seat. He then said, "It has been several dozen years since we last saw each other. You have a noble bearing as usual, Junior Sister Lan. It is truly gratifying." She replied with a slight smile. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Gua. You are as handsome as usual." He laughed. "I've gotten old. I can't compare with the younger generation anymore." Suddenly, he turned to look at Yang Kai with a measuring gaze. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Isn't this the boy who defeated you Luo Sha in the Azura Arena?" Yang Kai suddenly had the illusion that he was being stared at by the ancient ominous beast under that measuring gaze. For a moment, He felt as though he was being crushed under the pressure of a dozen mountains, and could barely breathe as a result. Chapter 42-24. What the hell do you count for? Fortunately, that terrifying pressure soon dissipated into nothing, almost as if the feeling just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Yang Kai bowed. Greetings, Senior Gua. Yes, it's very similar. Senior Brother Gua nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai was taken aback. He didn't quite understand what those words meant at first, but he soon understood. Senior Brother Gua was referring to his appearance. It was the reason why the proprietress had taken such good care of him in the past, as well as why He addressed him as young master. Apparently, his appearance was very similar to that of the proprietress' younger brother, Lan Tingyu. One's appearance was determined by the heavens, so he was unable to change anything about his appearance. Besides, there were trillions upon trillions of living creatures in the 3,000 worlds. It was not surprising that some people would look similar to each other. Yang Kai did not feel that his appearance had caused him any trouble. Rather, it could even be said that it had brought him great luck. If not for that, how could a humble person like himself become acquainted with somebody like the proprietress in this vast universe? They might look alike, but they are two different people. The proprietress smiled softly. I was very shocked when I first met this brat. Senior Brother Gua gently nodded. Once this matter is over, let me bring this boy back to meet the old man. His aptitude is not bad. If he is personally taught by the old man, he will surely have great accomplishments in the future. The old man. The proprietress' expression changed slightly. Is that what he wants? Senior Brother Gua shook his head in response. The old man has not heard about this yet. I only just learned about it myself when I arrived here. Her expression became gloomy and uncertain as she glanced at Yang Kai worriedly and shook her head. Senior Brother Gua, this boy does not belong to First In. If you wish to bring him back to meet the old man, you will have to ask him for his opinion. Not part of First In. He seemed a little surprised by those words. Yang Kai was a little confused by the flow of the conversation. He did not know who this old man they were talking about was, but a person who could be addressed so formally by two sixth-order open heaven realm masters could not be a trivial person. Senior Brother Gua laughed. Since he does not belong to First In, then there's no need to ask you. He turned to look at Yang Kai and continued. Kid, do you have any interest in joining Xianyuan Cave Heaven? Xianyuan Cave Heaven? Yang Kai was shocked. Each of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were extremely famous. They had more than one great territory under their command, were known as first-class great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and every one of them was led by high-rank open heaven realm masters. Out of all of them, Xianyuan Cave Heaven was ranked in the top 10 even among the 36 cave heavens. Yang Kai had long since guessed that this person by the name of Senior Brother Gua came from a very powerful background. There was a high possibility that Senior Brother Gua came from one of the 36 cave heavens, or the 72 paradises. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai learned that he belonged to Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Did that mean that Xianyuan Cave Heaven was the great force behind First In? Why else would the proprietress and Senior Brother Gua address each other as Senior Brother and Junior Sister? Senior Brother Gua said, the aptitude of Yu Luo Sha from Azura Heaven is pretty amazing. The fact that you can defeat her in one move must mean that your aptitude is even more impressive. An aptitude like that is enough for you to join Xianyuan Cave Heaven. What do you think? If you are interested, you can follow me back to Xianyuan Cave Heaven once this matter is over. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. If a cave heaven had tried to recruit him when he first arrived in the 3,000 worlds, he might have joined them eagerly without a second thought. That way he could enjoy the cool shade under a big tree after all. Backed by such a powerful force like Xianyuan Cave Heaven, his future would be very promising. He wouldn't even need to worry about his cultivation resources. He would only need to ask his elders for what he needed, and somebody would immediately satisfy his needs. Unfortunately, the current Yang Kai was no longer the same person who just arrived at the outer universe. He was now in charge of Voidland, and had more than 600,000 people under him. What would happen to Voidland if he left? Besides, his path to becoming a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would most likely be cut off halfway if he joined Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The proprietress once mentioned that only those disciples with excellent aptitudes who were born into and grew up in the various cave heavens and paradises had the qualifications to achieve the high-rank Open Heaven Realm directly. That was because the cave heavens and paradises had no need to worry about their loyalty. However, who would dare to allow the birth of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master if they were an outsider? What if that person cultivated to the level of a ninth-order Open Heaven Realm Master? Who could suppress them then? Especially somebody like Yang Kai, who only joined as a disciple halfway through. Nobody could guarantee his loyalty towards the sect. After considering all this, Yang Kai vaguely realized something. He had exposed his identity in the Azura arena. So many people probably had their eyes on him now. Senior Brother Gua was just one of those people. It was only because he was an old acquaintance of the proprietress that he took the lead to try and win Yang Kai over. If I agree to join Xianyuan Cave Heaven, I will only be allowed to achieve the 6th Order Heaven Realm at most. I will never be allowed to achieve the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai turned to look to the side, and sure enough, the proprietress was staring at him in anxiety and worry. He made up his mind seeing that and carefully said, "Many thanks for your praise, Senior Gua. Unfortunately, this junior has too many obligations to fulfill and must regretfully refuse your kindness." Senior Brother Gua became livid upon hearing those words. His stern and majestic eyes suddenly transformed to become a bottomless abyss, almost as though he wanted to drag Yang Kai's soul into them. "I can't believe this." Senior Gua immediately turned hostile the moment we disagreed. He truly is subject to shifting moods. Yang Kai trembled for a moment, feeling his Dao seal vibrating uncontrollably. Sparks danced in his vision as he grit his teeth and shouted, "Senior Gua, are you trying to silence the witness to your crime?" He originally hoped to cause a scene large enough to attract the attention of the people around him, so that this Senior Gua would be more mindful about taking action. This was Red Cloud's auction house's territory after all, so he would not be allowed to do whatever he wanted. To Yang Kai's surprise though, his voice never came out. His mouth opened and closed like a goldfish stranded on land, making him look extremely funny. "Senior Brother Gua." The proprietress let out a sharp cry. All of a sudden, the terrifying pressure disappeared. The power that was tugging at Yang Kai's soul and Dao seal also vanished without a trace. He came back to his senses and saw Senior Brother Gua looking at him with a smile, almost as though what he experienced earlier was all an illusion. But cold sweat drenched his entire body, and he knew that what he felt just now was not a figment of his imagination. "Your appearance is similar, as is your attitude. I just hope that the path you walk won't be that similar." Senior Brother Gua uttered that sentence meaningfully. "Otherwise, the ending that will befall you won't differ much either. Junior Sister Lan, you don't wish to see history repeating itself, right?" The proprietress' expression was extremely dark as she snapped, "Senior Brother Gua, please mind your own business. I will take care of this boy myself." "That would be for the best." He nodded. "It took a lot of effort for the old man to settle that matter for you in the past. You wouldn't want to cause trouble for him again, right?" Rubbing his chin, he abruptly changed the subject. "Speaking of the old man, I suddenly remembered something. When the old man brought the golden crow's carcass back, he was muttering about how most of the essence from its body was missing for some reason. It's obvious now that it was the doing of this brat." Only then did Yang Kai finally realize who the old man's Senior Brother Gua kept mentioning was. The golden crow's carcass had fallen into the hands of the owner behind First Inn, an old man known as Situ Kong. Before handing the golden crow carcass over, Yang Kai had absorbed most of the golden crow's true fire, and to condense his fire element power. He originally thought that he had been very secretive about what he did, but who could have known that his actions had been noticed so quickly? Judging by the current situation, Situ Kong belonged to Xianyuan Cave Heaven, and First Inn was indeed backed by the powerful force. The proprietress spoke firmly. "Please don't speak nonsense, Senior Brother Gua." Senior Brother Gua sneered. "I was just speculating. What are you so nervous about, Junior Sister Lan?" Even if it is true, the old man failed to notice the issue on the spot, So you don't expect him to come after this brat after so long, right? What would come of the old man's pride? At his age, what he cares about the most is face. He would not do something that would slap himself so terribly. His expression turned cold and his voice became solemn. There is no evidence regarding this matter, but is your intention to take down the Golden Rainbow Province and the Boundless Altar? Or is this also this senior brother talking nonsense? She replied calmly, "What are you talking about, senior brother Gua? This junior sister does not understand." He turned to look at her. "Don't give me that nonsense. These two great forces held a grudge against you in the first place. It was only because the old man and the other great forces intervened in the past that this matter was settled calmly. Not too long ago, you caused another huge ruckus. Did you think you could hide the truth? Do you think you can still stand here alive if the old man had not intervened again when you killed Yun Zhenhua of Wind and Cloud Paradise?" She looked at him leisurely. "What do you know, senior brother?" He said, "Even if Yun Zhenhua provoked you first, you should not have killed him. He belonged to Wind and Cloud Paradise after all. In the end, the old man had to clean up your mess again when you killed him." She became angry. "Are you saying they are the only ones who can attack me and I can't defend myself? What kind of logic is that?" He retorted, "With your strength as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, running away would be a piece of cake for you. Why should I run? They dared to provoke this great ant. In that case, this great ant will dare to slice off their necks. I will cut down every single person they send after me. I'll see just who in the 3,000 worlds would dare to provoke me again," she said furiously. He slowly shook his head. "Stop causing so much trouble and manage first and properly." She stared at him fixedly. "Is that what the old man wants?" He replied, "It's what I want. What the hell do you count for?" She threw a contemptuous look at him. He sighed. "The old man is getting on in age. How long more do you think he can continue to shelter you? What will you do when all your enemies come at you simultaneously following his death? Forget your enemies. Many people don't like you even within the cave heaven. Let them come. I'll take the opportunity to settle my grudges against them." She gnashed her teeth together. "Damn it. The old man has lived for so long. Why isn't he dead yet?" His mouth fell open in shock and he looked speechless. After a long time he angrily muttered, "Brainless woman." Then he turned to the tall girl next to him and said, "Remember this martial Aunt Lon of yours. Don't be like her in the future. Otherwise, you will never get married. Look at her. Even now, nobody is interested in her. That's the reason." The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. On the other hand, the proprietress glared fiercely. Senior brother Gua ignored the proprietress and pointed at Yang Kai. "Don't forget this person's face either. Don't ever become his enemy. You should ask him to rescue you if you are ever in danger." The young girl nodded obediently. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai seriously for a moment before she replied softly, "I've memorized it." Yang Kai was stunned by those words. He did not understand the meaning behind senior brother Gua's words. This young girl looked like one of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's elite disciples at a glance. Also, what kind of danger would she face that he would need to rescue her from? Chapter 42:17, Red Cloud's Auction. Red Cloud's auction house? Yang Kai gently nodded. "When will this auction take place?" "Half a month at the earliest to 1 month at the latest." Bai Qi winked at Yang Kai. "Rest assured, the proprietress knows that you will be interested in something like this, so she will surely bring you along with her. But it won't be easy for you to find any high-rank materials there. High-rank materials generally do not appear even at an auction of this scale. As far as I can remember, high-rank materials have only appeared in an auction twice over the last 100 years. Both times, people went crazy in an attempt to compete for those resources." Yang Kai said, "I am aware of that. Even if there were no high-rank materials, it would be great if there were sixth-order materials. The great emperors were currently cultivating in retreat back in Voidland, so their consumption of sixth-order materials was great. Leaving aside the great emperors, even he needed sixth-order materials for her cultivation now." During his journey, Yang Kai passed through several star cities, but only managed to purchase one sixth-order material. It would be best if he could obtain some in the auction. He currently had more than 1.5 billion open heaven pills, so even for sixth-order materials, he had enough to purchase up to several dozen. Unfortunately, a competition of this level would surely be extremely fierce, and it would cost him a lot of unnecessary money. Returning to First Inn, Yang Kai went to the proprietress to inquire about the auction before entering retreat in peace, when he learned that it would not be held until half a month later. At present, his cultivation was stuck in an awkward position. He was unable to proceed without suitable resources. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend the various powers in his body and consume dragon blood pills to further enhance his dragon clan bloodline. He consumed dragon blood pill after dragon blood pill, and though he could not sense any obvious changes in his body, he was certain that his dragon vein was continuously being purified. The golden divine dragon source was also subtly affected by these changes. What left him feeling speechless was that he had been comprehending the wood, earth, and water element powers in his body for so long. But even so, he had failed to gain insight into another divine manifestation like the golden crow casts the sun. The power of a divine manifestation was boundless, and it had always been a power that only those in the high-rank open heaven realm possessed. But Yang Kai had comprehended a divine manifestation as an emperor realm cultivator. He did not dare to claim that there was no precedent before him, or that there would not be similar occurrences in the future. But it was still an astonishing feat. It could already be considered a lucky coincidence for him to have comprehended the golden crow casts the sun. Therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult for him to repeat it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not discouraged. He would immerse his mind in comprehension whenever he had the time. Even if there were no benefits, it could still be regarded as a kind of accumulation. He believed that these accumulated experiences would lead to qualitative changes eventually. Time passed while Yang Kai was cultivating in retreat, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. Yuhi knocked on the door and entered to inform Yang Kai that the auction was starting. Only then did he stop cultivating, adjusted his clothes, and strode out of the room. The proprietress was waiting for him in the hall, and when she saw him, she nodded lightly and called out, "Let's go." Then she led the way ahead. There were a total of 4 people on this trip. The proprietress was the leader, followed by Yuhi, Yang Kai, and Bai Qi. Although their numbers were few, except for Yang Kai who was in the Emperor realm, the other 3 were in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm and above. It could be said to be a very powerful lineup. Along the way, they passed through numerous bustling streets and came to the entrance of a shop within an incense stick of time. There was a plaque above the entrance of the shop with the characters "Red Cloud's Auction House" written on it in shining gold. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the characters seemed to contain a mysterious power, constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that this plaque must have been written by an extremely powerful Open Heaven Realm master. These words most likely contained the martial truth of that master. It was not harmful, but it gave off a profound feeling. There was no doubt that this was one of the ways for Red Cloud's auction house to demonstrate its strength and heritage. Beneath the plaque, numerous cultivators of Red Cloud's auction house hurried back and forth to guide the people participating in the auction into the auction house with bright smiles on their faces. Before the 4 of them could arrive at the door of Red Cloud's auction house, somebody greeted the proprietress. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person was a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm master. As for what order that person was in, he could not infer from the situation. The proprietress seemed to be very friendly with the other party, so she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Meanwhile, Yang Kai looked around and was secretly surprised. In such a short time, he saw many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm masters entering the auction house with their followers or their juniors. Some did not have obvious auras while others displayed wanton arrogance. There was no shortage of masters in the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. This discovery both shocked and delighted him. Yang Kai was shocked that the auction had attracted so many masters to this place, and these people were only the ones that he saw. There were probably more that he did not see. On the other hand, what delighted him was the presence of so many masters. It could only mean that a lot of good things would be offered during the auction. Why else would these masters travel for billions upon billions of kilometers from various great territories to come here? The proprietress was very well connected, and she immediately greeted several masters in a very short time. They lingered around the entrance for a full incense stick before the proprietress led their group inside. Under the guidance of a young maid working in the auction house, they stepped into a private room. The private room was not that big, but it was more than enough to accommodate 4 people. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a little stunned as he gripped his space ring in his hands. He had spent 26 million to buy a 6th-order scarlet Een sand, but that was because it was a Een element material. Een element materials were much rarer, so their prices tended to be on the higher side. Most 6th-order resources were worth around 17 or 18 million. Thus, he originally believed that he had a promising chance of obtaining the echoing thunder purple bamboo. Who could have known that the old man of Red Cloud's auction house would not choose him? It would seem that it was not a pricing issue. Rather, the Divine Fire Union probably offered something that the old man was more interested in. The first transaction had gone smoothly, and the old man stepped down from the platform after a few polite words. A figure immediately flew up and stood on the platform. It was a petite woman. She bowed with a bright smile and lightly parted her red lips to speak. The value of what this mistress wants to exchange is not that great. Please excuse me, senior brothers and senior sisters. While saying so, she took out her item. Yang Kai looked up and his eyes immediately brightened. What she had taken out was a bug-like thing with a fiery red body that was slightly more than a palm length long, and as thick as an arm. When his divine sense swept over this item, Yang Kai could even sense the vitality coming from it. This worm was a living creature. A 10,000-year fire silkworm. If fed properly, it will produce a 10,000-year fire silkworm chrysalis every 10 years. The order of the fire silkworm chrysalis is uncertain. It might be 3rd order, 4th order, or 5th order. There is even a possibility it will be 6th order. It all depends on your luck. The woman looked down with a smile. She was smiling so brightly that her eyes were crescent-shaped. This mistress would like to exchange this item for a few 5th-order resources. The attributes are not limited and the number is. Naturally, the more the better. She stuck her tongue out playfully. The people below immediately showed interest in this item. The 10,000-year fire silkworm was extremely rare. If one could get their hands on it, then they could harvest an open heaven material every 10 years in the future. Although the order was uncertain and completely based on luck, the winning factor lay in the fact that it was continuous. There would always come a time when it would produce 5th order and 6th order materials. In the short term, this would definitely be a huge loss. But in the long run, it would be a money-making business. It was just that this kind of item was not suitable for individuals. After all, the investment was bound to be big, and the break-even cycle was very long. On the other hand, it was very suitable to become part of the heritage of a great force. Yang Kai was also rather interested in this item. Voidland might have a divine medicine like the gourd vine that could continuously produce 5th-order materials, but there was no means of producing 3rd-order, 4th-order, or 6th-order resources. If he could bring this 10,000-year fire silkworm back with him, then it would help offset this deficiency. Junior sister, what does the fire silkworm eat? Someone asked. She turned to look in that direction and smiled. Naturally, it eats items of the fire attribute. It eats anything in the fire attribute, and is not a picky eater. Does it mean that the more valuable the food we feed it, the higher the order of the silkworm chrysalis produced? Theoretically, that should be the case, but it also produced a 5th-order silkworm chrysalis when I previously fed it with some broken fire crystals and fire jades. On the other hand, it only produced a 3rd-order silkworm chrysalis when I occasionally fed it with some 1st-order or 2nd-order fire element materials. This fire silkworm is very naughty. Many thanks, junior sister, for clearing up the confusion. The speaker cupped his fists. A few other people also asked some questions, and she answered all of them, one by one. There were some questions that she herself had never encountered before, so she could not provide any answers. A short while later, everybody made their bids. Yang Kai also handed over the space ring that contained the 20 million open heaven pills from the previous round of bidding after consulting the proprietress' opinion. Quite a few people were interested in this fire silkworm, so the woman received more than a dozen space rings in total. After checking through the rings, she kept only one of them and returned the rest. What left Yang Kai feeling speechless was that he had not been chosen either this time around. The price of 20 million open heaven pills was definitely not a low price. Since the other party did not select his space ring, then it could only mean that she was more interested in the other bids. Judging from this situation, it would seem that open heaven pills were not omnipotent. It was true that mid-rank open heaven realm masters also needed open heaven pills, but in comparison, they seemed to value various cultivation resources even more. This discovery left Yang Kai feeling speechless. He originally hoped to throw a huge sum of open heaven pills to bid for the high-rank materials he needed if they appeared here. Who could have expected this situation? It stood to reason that he would definitely succeed if he was willing to harden his heart and throw out 100 million open heaven pills in the transaction. However, he was not a fool. How could he possibly make such a money-losing move? He secretly felt that this method of transaction was hugely advantageous for the person standing on the platform. That was because the bidders had no idea what the bottom line was like for the others. There was no way to tell what kind of item the others were offering in exchange, so there was no way for the bidders to up their offer. On the contrary, it would maximize the interests of the person standing on the round platform. Even if the bids offered were unsatisfactory, that person could simply choose not to trade with the others. There would be no loss for either party. The woman's 10,000-year fire silkworm was successfully traded. After she stepped off the platform, many others consecutively stepped onto the platform. They would first display the items that they wanted to trade, then put forward their own requirements before waiting for the others to bid for their item. Most of them managed to trade their items for other items that they wanted. There were also some whose requirements were too high or too niche, which naturally led to the failure of their request. Chapter 4226 7th Order. Primordial Yang Profound Ginseng. Yang Kai even saw somebody driving up the prices. That person ultimately held on to 2 space rings. Then he told the owners of the 2 space rings that he was very interested in the items inside these 2 space rings, but could not choose between them. He also mentioned that it would be great if one of them could add a little something to the bargain. As a result, his remark egged the 2 owners of the space rings to quickly add more to their offer. As time passed, master after master stepped onto the stage, and the exchange meeting proceeded in an orderly manner. In this exchange meeting, each person would only have one chance to take the stage during each round. Even so, some people would choose not to go up the stage. Hence, one round quickly ended in less than 4 hours, even though there were so many Open Heaven Realm Masters present. When the second round began, fewer people went up the stage to trade. Yang Kai watched the entire process with great interest, and even got hooked on the excitement. This exchange meeting was much higher end than the earlier auction. Many precious materials appeared one after another. Aside from cultivation resources, there were also some pills and precious treasures. The experience greatly opened his eyes. Furthermore, the cultivation resources that appeared in this exchange meeting were at least in the 5th order. Even 6th order materials could be found everywhere. The sight of these resources absolutely dazzled him. Those participating in this exchange meeting were mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters after all. Nobody would bring out low-rank materials and invite the scorn of others upon themselves. All of a sudden, a tall, straight-backed, fair-faced, and beardless middle-aged man stepped onto the stage. Looking around, he cupped his fists in greeting. Yang Kai immediately recognized this person as Yi Jian of Thunderclap Hall. Thus, he could not help gnashing his teeth in secret. He had hoped to win the bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, and its pill recipe for slightly more than 30 million Open Heaven pills during the auction earlier. It was this person who kept raising the price until it reached 50 million Open Heaven pills, forcing him to spend an extra 20 million Open Heaven pills for no reason. 20 million Open Heaven pills was practically equivalent to the price of a 6th order material. It was an unmistakably huge loss. During the first round of trading, Yi Jian had already been on the stage once to trade for a sixth-order material with another open heaven realm master. For him to go up the stage once more showed that he had a lot of good stuff on hand. Under everybody's gazes, he took out a long box. The box was as white as jade. Moreover, it exuded a hint of coolness the moment it appeared and enveloped the entire secret room with a slight chill. The box was around the length of half an arm and the width of 4 fingers. There were mysterious patterns continuously surfacing and changing on the box. It was very mystifying. Heavenly jade? Somebody suddenly exclaimed. The expressions of the others in the room stiffened abruptly at those words, and their gazes instantly became scorching. Brother Yi sure is extravagant. I can't believe he made a mere box out of 5th order heavenly jade. Only then did Yang Kai know that this clean and flawless jade box was also a 5th order material. It was most likely a Yin element treasure. Otherwise, it would not have given off such a cool feeling when it was brought out. Just this jade box alone was extremely valuable. There was no telling what was placed inside that jade box. The proprietress suddenly reached out and nudged Yang Kai. What you are looking for may have appeared. What? Yang Kai was so stunned that he could not react for a moment. She gestured towards the round platform with her mouth. On the round platform, Yi Jian smiled slightly and responded to the person who spoke earlier. You have a good eye, Brother Zhao. That's right. This is a jade box made from 5th order heavenly jade. However, what this Yi wishes to exchange this time is not this jade box but what is inside. Saying so, he formed several hand seals before light flashed at his fingertips and flowed into the jade box. Then the jade box slowly opened to reveal the item inside. Everybody looked in that direction with great interest. The item inside the jade box was a ginseng that was as thick as a baby's arm. The ginseng roots were dense and one could tell that it was very old at a glance. Moreover, this ginseng had already begun to take a humanoid-like form. A ginseng like this was undoubtedly in existence among the ginseng kings. That was not all. The entire ginseng was a strange pale golden color, and exuded a strong yang element power. It was a yang element ginseng king. Yang Kai felt his entire body stiffening in shock, and his heart pounding wildly in his chest. His eyes seemed to have grown roots in the way he stared fixedly at the ginseng king. Many restrictions had been placed on the ginseng king with numerous peculiar forces, sealing the yang element power that it was exuding from its body. Even so, these forces were unable to completely seal the yang element power away, so bits of it constantly clashed with the power of the heavenly jade. While everybody was still in shock, Yi Jian's voice sounded once more. A 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng in exchange for some 6th order cultivation materials. If there are any interested parties, please place your bids. Yang Kai's heart pounded even harder than before, and his lips went dry. His brain buzzed with a loud humming sound, leaving only the words 7th order echoing around in his head. His gaze was fixed intently on the primordial yang profound ginseng, and he could barely hold back the urge to throw his head back and laugh madly. A 7th order yang attribute material. This primordial yang profound ginseng is a 7th order yang attribute material. It really appeared in this exchange meeting. During the first round of trading, he had not seen anything he really wanted. Hence, he had already given up hope. Who could have known that his wish would come true during the second round of trading? Forcefully composing himself, Yang Kai secretly gashed his teeth. I have to obtain this 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng, no matter what. Who knows when I will come across another chance like this if I let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Whilst he was being absent-minded, a series of whispered discussions rang out in the secret room. Many people constantly released their divine sense to investigate the authenticity of the 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng. Some of them even revealed a fanatical look. Yang Kai observed the situation around him and felt his heart sinking downward. Looks like there will be many competitors. But, regardless of how many competitors there are, I have to obtain this primordial yang profound ginseng. A gaze landed on Yang Kai from the side. Feeling the gaze, Yang Kai turned to look to the side, and saw Senior Brother Gua smiling at him. Senior Brother Gua's expression became extremely meaningful when their eyes met. Yang Kai felt his heart thumping loudly. This guy isn't planning to get in my way, right? Senior brother Guo's previous words had been filled with the intention of recruiting and threatening. It was obvious that he knew Yang Kai was in need of 7th order materials. Yang Kai was not worried even if senior brother Guo tried to get in his way. It was just that he did not know how much money he would need to pay for no reason now. Nonchalantly withdrawing his gaze, Yang Kai began pondering how much he had to bid in order to impress Yi Jian. Generally speaking, cultivators would never exchange high-order materials for materials in a lower order. That was because high-order materials were much harder to obtain. However, the Thunderclap Hall that Yi Jian belonged to was just a second-class great force. The strongest master in Thunderclap Hall was only in the 6th order open heaven realm, and there were no existences in the 7th order. Therefore, this primordial yang profound ginseng had little practical value to Thunderclap Hall, unless one of them could advance into the 7th order open heaven realm in the future. As such, it was more practical to exchange it for some 6th order materials that could be used for cultivation purposes. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. During the auction earlier, Yi Jian had pledged an item to Red Cloud's auction house. Afterwards, he had significantly increased his bid. From the looks of it, the item he pledged earlier had been the primordial yang profound ginseng. A 7th order yang attribute material would be worth 200 million at least. Its value might be even higher than that, which certainly could give him enough confidence for his actions. If he had ruthlessly decided to continue bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, the price might have been raised to 100 million between him and Yang Kai. Fortunately, he decided to back down when it was only 50 million. Judging by the situation, he either did not wish to waste so many open heaven pills, or the primordial yang profound ginseng belonged to the entire Thunderclap Hall, and not just him alone. Recalling the previous auction, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. He secretly came up with a plan. Coincidentally, the proprietress also secretly sent him a voice transmission at this time. Her idea happened to coincide with his own. The reason Yi Jian bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was out of consideration for his son. Yang Kai had already noticed the young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes standing beside Yi Jian. Their appearances were not that different from each other, so he was probably Yi Jian's son. Yi Jian's willingness to spend 50 million to bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill showed just how much he cared for his son. It would certainly catch his attention if Yang Kai used the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to trade with him. Needless to say, the value of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was far from that of the primordial yang profound ginseng. Be that as it may, Yang Kai could make up for the difference. He originally planned to investigate the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill thoroughly later, but now that the primordial yang profound ginseng had appeared, he could not afford to care so much. In any case, he had already scraped off some pill powder earlier, which was enough for research purposes. The moment the thought came to mind, he immediately stuffed 200 million open heaven pills in addition to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill into a space ring. He was about to hand the space ring over when he decided to stuff another 20 million into the ring just to be on the safe side. It was not suitable for an Emperor Realm Jr. like Yang Kai to make such an offer. Even though all the cave heavens and paradises were basically keeping an eye on him by now, it was still too eye-catching for a mere Emperor Realm cultivator to participate in the transaction of a 7th order material. Hence, he immediately handed the space ring to the proprietress for her to trade on his behalf. Following a brief moment of shock and discussion inside the secret room, those who were interested in trading for the 7th order materials had already taken out their cards. Yang Kai looked around and saw that not many people were participating in the trade. There were only a dozen or so while the rest were merely spectators. Yang Kai quickly understood the situation. Those who were participating in this trade were the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises. They were backed by first-class great forces with high-rank open heaven realm masters, who could put these 7th order materials to good use. There were many open heaven realm masters from various second-class great forces, but none of them could use the 7th order materials. Therefore, there was no point in trading for it. As expected, senior brother Guo also handed a space ring over. The proprietress turned to glance at him, and he returned her look with a smile. Yang Kai instantly got a bad feeling. He was becoming more and more certain that senior brother Guo was going to cause trouble for him. Thus, he couldn't help worrying about his gains and losses. Should I have added even more open heaven pills? 220 million open heaven pills in addition to the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. It's certainly an amount on par with or higher than the 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng. But who can say what the other bidders are offering? Right now, I can only hope that Yi Jian really cherishes his son. That is the only way the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill can impress him. With more than a dozen space rings in hand, Yi Jian began to check their contents carefully. He was a 6th order open heaven realm master, so his temperament was exceptional. The items contained within these space rings were extraordinary, but his expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well. It was difficult for others to guess what he was thinking from his expression alone. On the other hand, Yang Kai was extremely nervous and secretly vowed that he would immediately increase his bid if Yi Jian did not select him. In the worst case, he would just spend even more open heaven pills. It was no big deal. This primordial yang profound ginseng was going to be surnamed Yang today, no matter the cost. Chapter 42-27, Pandering to One's Desires. In front of everyone's eyes, Yi Jian stood on the round platform in the center, and carefully checked the space rings in his hand one by one. At a certain moment, he paused and looked up at the proprietress. Even though he concealed his emotions very well, there was not a single person present who failed to notice the flash of joy in his eyes at that moment. The memory of Room A3 and Room B2 fervently bidding for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill during the auction earlier was still very fresh. For that reason, many people realized what had happened when they saw his action. Firstin had probably offered the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill from the auction just now. This was certainly pandering to Yi Jian's desires. After all, he had been extremely interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. This spirit pill would certainly be able to catch his interest. For a moment, many people secretly felt a deep sense of regret. They would have also competed for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, had they known about this earlier. For all they knew, they could have used this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill as bait to obtain a 7th order material in exchange. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house smiled bitterly. The one who regretted the most was none other than Red Cloud's auction house. They had brought out the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill for auction, but in the end, Firstin was using it against him by making it a bargaining chip to compete for the primordial yang profound ginseng. The old man couldn't help feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot with it. On the round platform, Yi Jian composed himself. He returned most of the space rings, except for 2. One of those space rings belonged to Yang Kai while the other was from an unknown party. Yang Kai was secretly ecstatic upon knowing that he was only one step away from achieving his goal. Yi Jian had held on to the space ring belonging to Yang Kai. That could only mean that the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill had an impact on him. It could be seen from this incident that he really did cherish his son. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. The young man had condensed 6th order elements, so he had the hope of advancing directly into the 6th order open heaven realm in the future. That was not just his desire, it was the future hope of Thunderclap Hall. It was worth the extensive investment. Yang Kai finally felt a sense of relief as the burden lifted from his heart. He had been most afraid that the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would not impress Yi Jian. If that was the case, then the 220 million open heaven pills would not have had much competitive ability either. At present, there was only one more opponent left to defeat before he obtained the primordial yang profound ginseng. But he had to figure out the owner of that space ring before that. Without waiting for Yang Kai to figure out the answer, Yi Jian gave a wry smile from where he stood on the round platform. He cupped his fist slightly at the old man from Red Cloud's auction house. To be honest, between the 2 rings that this Yi retained, Red Cloud's auction house has provided a better offer in terms of value. Yang Kai was stunned. At the same time, he immediately understood that the other space ring belonged to Red Cloud's auction house. It was not surprising if he thought about it. Red Cloud's auction house had known about the existence of the primordial yang profound ginseng in advance, when Yi Jian pledged this item during the auction. It was easy for them to guess that Yi Jian had brought this item with the intention of participating in the exchange meeting. Seeing as they had known about it in advance, then the auction house would definitely make preparations beforehand. It was only natural for them to bring out something that could impress Yi Jian. On the other hand, the others had to quickly prepare their bids at a moment's notice. It was difficult for them to compete with Red Cloud's auction house. It was only because Yang Kai had pandered to Yi Jian personally that he unexpectedly garnered a chance to stand against Red Cloud's auction house. In other words, Red Cloud's auction house had provided the highest value offer out of all the other bids. However, Yi Jian suddenly turned the conversation around. It is just that Madame Lan of First In has something that this Yi is deeply interested in. I apologize, but this Yi will be choosing Madame Lan's offer. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house nodded. You are free to trade with whom you please. Please don't worry about it, Brother Yi. He regretted putting the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill up for auction, and that feeling was only growing stronger. Although the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had sold for a high price, seventh-order materials were not things that money alone could buy. The auction this time around was equivalent to giving First In a great opportunity in vain. Then, Yi Jian turned to look at the proprietress again and cupped his fist. Madame Lan, this Yi is more inclined to choose your bid. But this Yi has a request. The proprietress nodded lightly. Hall Master Yi, please speak. He continued. Madame Lan, I know that you bought a large number of sixth-order materials during the auction earlier. This Yi wants those sixth-order materials. The remaining deficit can be made up with open heaven pills. What do you say, Madame Lan? She pondered silently for a while until she received a reply from Yang Kai via transmission. That's not a problem. Although Yang Kai was a little reluctant to part with those sixth-order materials, he could not afford to care so much if he wanted to obtain the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng. Sixth-order materials could be bought at large-scale auctions or exchange meetings like this one, but that was not the case for seventh-order materials. Comparing the two, this amount of sacrifice was worth it. It didn't matter even if he suffered some losses. Good. Yi Jian smiled and nodded. Just when Yang Kai was secretly feeling elated over the assumption that the situation had been settled, he heard Senior Brother Guo's voice coming from the side. Please wait, Brother Yi. This Guo wants to make another bid. On the platform, Yi Jian couldn't help showing a troubled expression. I will be honest with you, Brother Guo. I have my own reasons for choosing Madame Lan. Even if your bid is more valuable than hers, this Yi. Senior Brother Guo smiled slightly. You are free to choose whomever you want, Brother Yi. But, you might as well take a look at what I'm offering first. Who knows? You might turn out to be more interested in this Guo's bid. Yang Kai glared furiously at Senior Brother Guo from the side, wishing that he could summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab the other party to death. I knew this bastard was up to no good. I had the feeling that he was going to get in my way, but I can't believe it really turned out like this. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he sent a divine sense transmission to the proprietress. Is that allowed in this exchange meeting? Likewise, the proprietress scowled. The exchange meeting is all about freedom. Nothing is forbidden. Yang Kai immediately grit his teeth and secretly vowed to himself. In the worst case, I can just throw out all the open heaven pills I have on hand. I have to get my hands on the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng, no matter what. I don't believe that surnamed Guo can come up with something worth more than 1 billion open heaven pills. On the round platform, Yi Jian nodded after hesitating for a bit. He was not in the position to embarrass Senior Brother Guo in public. In that case, please go ahead, Brother Guo. Senior Brother Guo immediately threw a space ring to Yi Jian. Under Yang Kai's extremely nervous gaze, Yi Jian checked the space ring and immediately frowned. His expression wavered to reveal a look of indecision. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. He could tell that Senior Brother Guo's bid had tempted Yi Jian. This bid had nothing to do with monetary value. Rather, it might be what Yi Jian required at the moment. Yang Kai secretly cursed and swore in his heart. He was not sure what offer Senior Brother Guo had made. Otherwise, he could have countered the offer. Yi Jian smiled bitterly. Brother Guo, this is extremely troubling. While speaking, he raised his head and glanced at his son. Senior Brother Guo responded with a small smile. I believe you will make a wise choice, Brother Yi. Yang Kai seriously felt like punching that surnamed Guo at the sight of the latter's smug expression. However, the more triumphant Senior Brother Guo looked, the more uneasy he felt. Based on his observation, the interval that Yi Jian's eyes were lingering on Senior Brother Guo's ring was becoming longer and longer. In other words, he seemed to be more interested in trading with Senior Brother Guo. The situation is bad. Yang Kai's heart sank. He was just about to ask the proprietress to increase his bid when Yuhi suddenly sent him a stealthy transmission. Her message startled him for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He had only been thinking about the difference in value between his bid and Senior Brother Guo's bid. Thus, he completely forgot the reason as to why he won the bid by surprise in the first place. The bid offered by Red Cloud's auction house had clearly been more valuable, but Yi Jian had still chosen to trade with him. That was because he had offered something that Yi Jian desperately desired. If it were anybody else, they could only use this method once, even with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in hand. However, he could use that very method one more time. It was fortunate that Yuhi had reminded him about this, or else he would have forgotten that he still had a certain useful item in his possession. He immediately prepared his bid and secretly handed a space ring to the proprietress along with a transmission. The proprietress turned to glance at him, but did not ask further questions. She simply said, Hall Master Yi, I wish to increase my bid as well. Yi Jian was currently caught in a dilemma and at a loss for what to do. Therefore, he quickly replied when he heard those words, Madame Lan, please go ahead. She tossed the space ring Yang Kai had passed to her over to Yi Jian. At the same time, she turned a meaningful look towards Senior Brother Guo, one filled with a look of authority and confidence. Senior Brother Guo scratched his nose and turned to the side, seemingly feeling rather guilty. This is... On the platform, Yi Jian let out an exclamation of shock after he checked the contents of the space ring. He widened his eyes that were blazing with excitement. Everybody looked in his direction, feeling curious about what was contained inside the space ring. Unfortunately, they could not tell. Consequently, their curiosity gave them an itch in their hearts that they could not scratch. Even the proprietress did not know what Yang Kai had handed to her. Judging from Yi Jian's expression at this moment, it was obvious that he had obtained something incredible. Otherwise, how could a sixth-order open heaven realm master lose his composure like this? Ha 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 ha. Yi Jian suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. It's true that the heavens will always leave open a path. Good. Very good. While saying so, he immediately tossed the space ring belonging to Senior Brother Guo back to its owner and cupped his fist. Brother Guo, forgive me. This Yi has decided to choose Madame Lan's bid. For your information, this Ye's choice is not a matter of value. It's just that Madame Lan's bid is something this Yi desperately needs. The audience went into an uproar. It was not until this moment that they learned something shocking. Even though Madame Lan had increased her bid, what Senior Brother Guo offered was still more valuable. It could be seen that Senior Brother Guo had offered a fortune in this trade. Even so, it was still not enough to win off Yi Jian. Just what did Madame Lan offer for Yi Jian for him to be willing to give up on such huge benefits? Beside the proprietress, the extremely nervous Yang Kai clenched his fists and let out a great sigh of relief. There was an obvious look of glee and excitement when he met Yuhi's eyes. Although the handover had yet to be completed, Yi Jian's response indicated that the primordial Yang profound ginseng was as good as his unless somebody else could come up with an offer that would impress Yi Jian even more. It was just that the possibility was extremely unlikely. Senior Brother Guo held his space ring and pondered for a while. Nevertheless, he was pretty carefree and did not continue to cause further trouble. He simply smiled and said, Congratulations, Brother Yi. Many thanks. Many thanks indeed. Ha ha. Yi Jian's expression was radiant. He was unbelievably happy, which made many people watch him curiously. Now that he made his decision, he no longer hesitated and immediately traded with the proprietress. According to Yi Jian's previous request, Yang Kai took out all the sixth-order materials that he had purchased during the auction, then calculated the remaining deficit in value so that he could use open heaven pills to make up the difference. In less than an instant, the handover between both parties was completed, and everybody involved was happy. The proprietress nonchalantly put the primordial yang profound ginseng away, as though nothing had happened. In the meantime, the exchange meeting continued. It was just that the rest of the transactions were much more muted following the trade of a seventh-order material. Young Kai was so happy that he felt like he was floating among the clouds. He couldn't wait to enter retreat in order to refine the primordial yang profound ginseng, so he no longer had any mood to participate in the exchange meeting. Approximately 2 hours later, the exchange meeting finally ended and many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters got up and dispersed. Chapter 4228. Refining the Yang Element. The group of 4 from First and said their goodbyes to the old man of Red Cloud's auction house under the leadership of the proprietress. Young Kai walked along the streets in a good mood, trying hard to suppress his excitement. Old Bai turned to look at Young Kai. Laugh if you want to. Why do you have to hold it in so painfully? Young Kai immediately burst into laughter, causing other people to look sideways at him repeatedly, as though thinking that this person had problems with his head. The proprietress pursed her lips. I'm very curious about what you added into your bid at the ending that made Yi Jian so happy that he immediately decided to trade with you. Young Kai shook his head lightly. Proprietress, you are so beautiful and intelligent. Why don't you take a guess? She reached out and flicked a finger at his forehead angrily. Are you trying to test me? To which he replied unhappily, Proprietress, I'm an adult. You can talk, but you should not resort to violence so often, okay? The moment the words left his mouth, her leg flew out from under her skirt to kick him in the calf. He immediately staggered and lost his balance. For a moment, he grimaced in pain and clutched at his leg while hopping around in agony. She smiled lightly. You first used the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to impress Yi Jian. That's what made him choose you. Judging by his actions, he cherishes his son, Yi Ziying, very much. Otherwise, he would not have declined the offer from Red Cloud's auction house. I'm guessing that the item you offered at the last moment was also something that will be useful for Yi Ziying. Yang Kai and Yuhi looked at each other, then Yang Kai gave the proprietress a thumbs up. Yi Ziying's problem is very simple. It's a case of forcibly condensing sixth-order elements despite not having enough aptitude, which caused his Dao Seal to become unstable as a result. He will face a huge risk during his advancement. While the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill can alleviate this situation a little, it cannot guarantee that he will succeed in his advancement. In that case, what you brought out can also increase the success rate of his advancement. While saying so, the proprietress smiled slightly, but precious treasures that can increase the success rate of advancing into the open heaven realm are extremely rare throughout the vast universe. Normal people will never get the opportunity to come across these items. Nevertheless, you have one such item in your possession. So, I'm guessing that it is probably world source liquid. There was a slight pause, after which she frowned deeply. That's not right. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill is a spirit pill refined from world source liquid, so they will have the same effect. Moreover, the effects will be stronger with the refined spirit pill. If I were Yi Jian, I would not have been interested in world source liquid since I already have the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in my possession. After all, these things do not work under the principle of the more the better for a cultivator. Under the premise that the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill works, world source liquid will not further improve the success rate of Yi Ziying's advancement. Yang Kai nodded. It's not the world source liquid. Has proprietress ever heard of the Divine Tao Water? Divine Tao Water. She was taken aback by those words and stared at him in astonishment. You actually have Divine Tao Water in your possession? She was very well informed, so it was only natural that she knew about Divine Tao Water. The Divine Tao Water that he possessed was something Zhu Jiuyin had given to him in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in order for him to strengthen his Dao Seal. Back then he had used around a dozen drops to fortify his Dao Seal to its limit, but he still had some remaining. It was the perfect item to trade with Yi Jian for the primordial yang profound ginseng. Yi Ziying's Dao Seal is unstable. Compared to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, the effect of the divine Tao water will be more suitable for his situation. The proprietress was enlightened by the realization. No wonder Yi Jian lost his composure and laughed so heartily. So that's how it is. Then she glanced at him again. You brat. You sure obtained quite a lot of good stuff in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Yang Kai just grinned meaningfully in response. Old Bai sighed. Now that Yi Ziying has the divine Tao water to strengthen his Tao seal, all his worries have been eliminated. Furthermore, he also has the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill to aid in his advancement into the open heaven realm. It looks like Thunderclap Hall will have an additional 6th order open heaven realm master in the near future. The proprietress nodded. Thunderclap Hall has always been one of the top second-class great forces in the first place. Once Yi Ziying becomes a 6th order open heaven realm master, the strength of Thunderclap Hall will soar once more. Not to mention, Yi Ziying is different from Yi Jian. He advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm directly, so he has the possibility of growing into an 8th order open heaven realm master in the future. He will be much stronger than his father. Bai Qi was very envious. Thunderclap Hall is flourishing now. Yi Jian sure received a great bargain. Similarly, Yang Kai was also very envious. Thanks to him, Yi Ziying would now have a bright and promising future. When will I be able to advance into the open heaven realm? I managed to obtain the primordial Yang profound ginseng by chance today, so the problem regarding the Yang element has been solved. But what about the remaining Yin and metal elements? Maybe I should head to Golden Antelope Paradise to try my luck with a metal element treasure. When he first arrived in the 3000 worlds, Zhang Ruoxi once told him that Golden Antelope Paradise was the only paradise that was open to all cultivators. There was a sealed world inside Golden Antelope Paradise, and any cultivator was able to enter it as long as they were willing to pay a certain entrance fee. There was a high possibility that he could find something like the Golden Blade Yuan Spirit inside the sealed world. The Golden Blade Yuan Spirit was a 5th order metal element treasure. Zhang Ruoxi also mentioned that one could even find a 7th order metal element treasure inside the sealed world, if they were lucky enough. The reason she knew all this was that she had inherited the bloodline memories of her ancestor. As for how much one had to pay to enter the sealed world, she did not say. It was probably not cheap. On the other hand, it would be difficult to obtain a Yin element treasure. Yin and Yang materials had always been scarcer and more valuable than those of the other 5 elements. Take the primordial Yang profound ginseng that Yang Kai acquired for example. His initial bid was 220 million open heaven pills, plus a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Although he paid 50 million open heaven pills for the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, and its pill recipe, the true value of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was not that high. Even so, judging from the competition between Yi Jian and Teng Wang, the value of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill could not be less than 20 million. In other words, Yang Kai's initial bid was worth at least 240 million open heaven pills. Be that as it may, the bids from Red Cloud's auction house and senior brother Guo were even more valuable than that. Including the 2 drops of divine Tao water that Yang Kai added at the last moment, the total value of his bid was more than 260 million open heaven pills, possibly even higher. If he had only used open heaven pills to bid, he might not have been able to buy the primordial Yang profound ginseng, even if he tossed out 300 million open heaven pills. In the end, these items were not things that could be bought just because one had a lot of money. Yang Kai secretly decided that if he failed to gain anything from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he would immediately set off for Golden Antelope Paradise. He was going to enter the sealed world to try his luck. The only problem he now faced was that his existence had been exposed to the various cave heavens and paradises. There was no saying whether Golden Antelope Paradise would be hostile towards him. At the moment, he was still far from advancing into the open heaven realm. Therefore, the cave heavens and paradises were not in a hurry to suppress him. They might even entertain the idea of trying to win him over, like what senior brother Guo had tried to do at first. In any case, there was no point in worrying about the future. His top priority at the moment was to refine his Yang element power as soon as possible. Everybody was aware that Firstin had obtained the primordial Yang profound ginseng, So there was no saying what kind of unexpected situation might occur if he did not refine it quickly. After returning to First Inn, Yang Kai immediately asked the proprietress for a secret room and went into retreat. All the barriers in the secret room were activated, and there were 2 6th-order open heaven realm masters like the proprietress, and Yuhi standing guard nearby. Therefore, the defense could be said to be impregnable. In addition, nobody would dare to act recklessly in the Star City under the jurisdiction of Great Battle Heaven. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. 3 days later, his mind was empty, free from distractions, and as tranquil as an ancient well. Only then did he finally take the heavenly Yin Jade box out of his space ring. A sense of coolness instantly permeated the entire secret room. The heavenly Yin Jade box itself was a 5th-order material. It was worth quite a lot, but it was nothing compared to the primordial yang profound ginseng contained inside. When Yi Jian first brought out the heavenly Yin Jade box, the proprietress had told Yang Kai that what he was looking for had appeared. She had probably guessed that an item held inside a box made from 5th-order material would not be something trivial. It was most likely a 7th-order material. In the end, it turned out that her guess was correct. Yang Kai took the primordial yang profound ginseng out of the jade box and studied the item carefully. He did not know how long the primordial yang profound ginseng had lived, as it had already begun to take on a humanoid shape, which made it look extremely lifelike and vivid. With the roots spread across its entire body, it was as thick as a baby's arm and approximately a forearm in length. Furthermore, it was exuding an extraordinarily pure and potent yang element power. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he took a bite. The taste was ordinary, almost like he was chewing on a normal carrot. There was a sense of crunchiness, but it was nothing special and even tasted slightly astringent. It was hard to imagine that this was a precious treasure he spent 200 to 300 million open heaven pills just to obtain. Yang Kai took a few consecutive bites, but at his third, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly resealed the rest of the primordial yang profound ginseng in the heavenly Yin Jade box. Just as he finished doing that, he felt a burst of pure yang element power erupting in his belly. The eruption of power caused his internal organs to shift. Looking inward, he saw that his body was filled with a golden energy. More importantly, that energy was still expanding madly without pause. He had clearly eaten too much. He immediately knew that things were not looking too good for him. Although he had experience refining several high-rank materials in the past, he had never eaten a high-rank material to refine before. It was his first time, and his lack of experience had led to an unfavorable outcome. He immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Even so, he did not panic. If he were a normal cultivator, Yang Kai might have been injured by this mighty yang element power. Fortunately, he had an intrepid physique thanks to his dragon clan bloodline, so how could he be scared of something like this? He immediately adjusted his breathing and focused his mind. Mobilizing his strength, he guided the yang element power that was surging like a tumultuous sea in his body to flow into his Dao seal. At the same time, he separated a thread of his consciousness to circulate the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture to maintain the stability of his Dao seal. Cultivators had to follow a certain step-by-step procedure when refining the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, in order to maintain the stability of their Dao seals. However, with the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture, Yang Kai could ignore the specific sequence of elements. The price he needed to pay was that he needed to devote a thread of his consciousness to circulate this secret art at all times. Otherwise, his Dao seal would become unstable and result in endless negative consequences. In the past, he had skipped the metal element power and proceeded to refine his water element directly. He had already separated a thread of his consciousness for that purpose. In the long run, he was required to concentrate on 2 tasks at the same time no matter what he did. Now that he had refined the primordial yang profound ginseng, he would be required to concentrate on 3 tasks at the same time in the future. Fortunately, his soul was very powerful, so splitting his consciousness to do 3 things at once was nothing to him. Even so, it would place a heavy burden on his mind if things were to continue in this state for a long time. At some point, it would probably begin to affect his ability to engage in combat. Under the guidance of his Dao Seal, the pure yang element power slowly poured into his Dao Seal. The original 4 colors now had an additional faint golden radiance added. The golden color gradually blended into his Dao Seal and complemented the other 4 existing colors. It was an extremely mysterious sight to behold. Chapter 42-29 Alchemy. After making it through the most difficult part, Yang Kai gradually felt that his stomach was no longer bulging so painfully. He had almost finished refining the yang element power, and the most notable change was that the golden color in his Dao Seal had increased significantly. Taking the primordial yang profound ginseng out of the heavenly Yin jade box again, he determinedly took a few more bites. The golden yang element power exploded in his body once more, squeezing his internal organs together painfully. The energy filled his entire body, along with his physique and meridians. It even made his entire body emit a faint golden light. Mobilizing the power of his Dao Seal again, he guided the yang element power into it. Yang Kai simply repeated these steps over and over again. He did not know how long had passed, but the yang element power in his Dao Seal gradually became saturated, while the primordial yang profound ginseng he spent nearly 300 million open heaven pills to obtain was completely consumed in exchange. When the last bit of the primordial yang profound ginseng's medicinal efficacies dissolved into his belly, and the yang element power poured into his Dao Seal, Yang Kai suddenly felt an unusual change occurring in his body. He immediately understood what had happened. His yang element had been completed. That meant that there were only 2 more steps left before he advanced into the open heaven realm. Moreover, he had entered the half-step open heaven realm. Generally speaking, a cultivator could call themselves a half-step open heaven realm master once they condense 5 elements. This was not a realm, but it was undeniable that they could exert more power than ordinary emperor realm masters. Becoming a half-step open heaven realm master was of great significance to other cultivators. That was because they could look forward to advancing into the true open heaven realm once they reached this point in their cultivation. In addition, their strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, it was useless to Yang Kai. That was because he was already on par with low-rank open heaven realm masters in terms of strength, when he had only condensed 4 elements. Not to mention, he had to concentrate on 3 tasks at once now that he had refined the 7th-order yang element power, since he needed to operate the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture at all times to maintain the stability of his Dao Seal. Therefore, his strength had not increased by much. It would not end at having to concentrate on 3 tasks at once. In the future, he might need to concentrate on 4 tasks at once upon condensing his yin element. The impact would be greater than what he was experiencing now. Hence, the best solution was for him to condense the metal element power first. That way he could correct the sequence so that he no longer needed to work so hard to maintain the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture at all times. It was just that. High-rank resources were hard to come by. Who could say whether he would obtain a metal element treasure or yin element treasure first? After calming down, Yang Kai checked his body and confirmed that there were no hidden dangers. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. A quick calculation indicated that he had taken almost 2 months to refine the primordial yang profound ginseng. This period of time could not be considered long. If it were any other cultivator, they would likely have taken a year or 2 to complete the refinement process. And that was only if they actually succeeded in the end. It might even have taken them 3 to 5 years to complete the refinement process. Condensing the yin, yang, and 5 elements placed an extremely heavy burden on one's Dao Seal after all. If one were overly hasty in the process, there was a high possibility that it would cause unnecessary trouble down the road. Which cultivator would not be cautious when refining their yin, yang, and 5 elements, lest their Dao Seal become unable to withstand the internal pressures? Only Yang Kai, who had such a strong foundation and had taken more than 10 drops of the divine Dao water to strengthen his Dao Seal to the limit, could ignore such consequences. Yang Kai waved his hand to remove the barriers around the secret room. After a while, the door to the secret room opened. Both Yu He and the proprietress entered together. They must have been waiting outside all this time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to arrive so quickly. The proprietress came to a stop in front of him and glanced at him. Is it done? He nodded lightly. She seemed slightly surprised. That was fast. Meanwhile, Yuhi did not seem surprised. Yongkai had taken about the same amount of time to condense his earth element power back when they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. What about the items that I asked for? Yongkai looked at Yuhi. It's all in here. She immediately held out a space ring. He nodded and accepted the space ring from her. Then he swept his divine sense to check the contents. At the same time, the proprietress placed a hand on his forehead. The power in her body surged silently as she checked the situation with his Dao seal. After a while, she retracted her hand when she confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. Her gaze was solemn as she stared at him. Brat, the path you are threading is extremely dangerous. There's a very high possibility that it will lead to your death. Even if your life is not in danger, you will still face countless obstacles in your way. You must consider this matter thoroughly. He just grinned meaningfully though. Proprietress, you've warned me about this many times. Since I have these unique advantages, I might as well give it a try. Otherwise, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. As for the dangers and obstacles that I will face, I'll deal with them as they come. In the beginning, he had refined the essence of the immortal tree without knowing it. That had given him an extremely high starting point. He later obtained the Golden Crow's True Fire, followed by the Earth Attribute Great Dragon's Dragon Bead. With such powerful heritage and advantages, how could he not strive to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm? It was only natural for people to aim high, just as it was the everlasting logic that water would always flow downward. She nodded lightly and said nothing more. He asked, when will the Blood Monster Cave heaven open? She tidied her sleeves and said, I've already sent people to monitor the changes in the Blood Monster Cave heaven carefully. There has been no news yet. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a few more months. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to continue keeping an eye on this matter, proprietress. I will continue to cultivate and retreat. Let me know as soon as possible if you receive news regarding the Blood Monster Cave heaven. Don't worry. I will not let you miss this opportunity. She gave him a displeased look. Knowing that he had other things to do, she said a few more things before leaving with Yuhi in tow. Inside the secret room, Yongkai reactivated the barriers and took a short rest for 2 days to recover from his fatigue. 2 days later, he summoned an alchemy furnace. He took out the space ring that Yuhi had given him earlier, and the pill recipe of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill that he obtained from Red Cloud's auction house. He was going to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. This item was extremely invaluable. Yi Jian and Teng Wang had been willing to place a bid of more than 20 million open heaven pills just to obtain this spirit pill. Once he managed to refine this item, Void Land would never need to worry about cultivation or development resources again. 2 months ago, Yongkai instructed Yuhi to purchase all the necessary alchemy ingredients according to the pill recipe. The Star City in Thousand Birds territory was a large-scale one where almost anything could be found for purchase with some effort. Not to mention, they were backed by an intelligence network of first in. Acquiring the ingredients listed in the pill recipe had not been hard. At present, the space ring contained enough ingredients for him to refine 200 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was meant for cultivators in the Emperor realm to consume when advancing into the open heaven realm. Therefore, it was not a high-grade spirit pill. It was just that the main ingredient had gone extinct, causing the spirit pill to be lost with the passing of time. With his alchemy skills, Yongkai was confident he could refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. However, it was uncertain as to what quality he could produce. He was neither expecting to succeed on his first try nor to refine a spirit pill with pill veins or pill clouds. It would already be a huge harvest as long as he managed to successfully refine 10% of the 200 portions of ingredients. A short while later, he took out some of the pill powder that he previously scraped off from the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, extracted a small pinch, and placed it in his mouth to savor the taste. In doing so, he slowly deduced the process of refinement from the medicinal efficacies. All sorts of thoughts flowed through his mind like a shower of sparks. Half a month later, he finally formed a plan in his heart and began warming the alchemy furnace. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill could increase the success rate of a cultivator when advancing into the open heaven realm, while World Source Liquid had the same effects. Back then, Old Bai had suffered from interference during his advancement and nearly died as a result. At the time, Yang Kai had used the World Source Liquid to pull him back from the brink of death. In comparison, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, which was refined with World Source Liquid as its main ingredient, had even stronger effects. Not only did it have the effect of allowing a cultivator to experience the atmosphere of when a world was first born, but it also had the effect of stabilizing their Dao seal. In addition, each Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill only needed 1 drop of the World Source Liquid. Yang Kai had used 2 bottles of World Source Liquid to save Old Bai's life back then, enough to produce several dozen Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills. Therefore, World Source Liquid could not compare to the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill in terms of the consumption rate either. Half a day later, Yang Kai frowned when he was concentrating on his alchemy. He could smell something burnt coming from the furnace and sighed before stopping what he was doing. When the furnace fire went out, he opened the pill furnace. The burnt smell became even more intense, to the point that it was almost pungent. His first attempt at refining turned out to be a failure. He had failed to grasp the heat at a critical moment, so all the materials in the furnace were ruined. This was perfectly normal, however. Although Yang Kai was quite accomplished in the alchemic Tao, it was still his first time refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, so he was unfamiliar with the various steps in the process. Still, he did not expect to succeed on his first try, and was not discouraged as a result. After a brief rest, he reviewed what he had done wrong and started on his second attempt. Another half a day later, the materials in the second furnace were also scraped as a similar scorched smell wafted from the pill furnace. He did not make the same mistake as he did previously though. This time he had failed to grasp the right timing for a certain critical step. Alchemy has always been a rigorous process. The slightest error could lead to complete failure. That was also the reason why alchemists were so widely sought after everywhere they went. Likewise, the worth of various rare spirit pills remained highly valued at all times. In the following month, Yang Kai kept attempting to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. He built up his experience from his repeated failures, improved his techniques, and mastered the amount of heat required at every step of the process. Every failure would leave him reflecting over his mistakes for a long time, and every mistake he made allowed him to grow further. According to the proprietor's previous estimation, each portion of ingredients would cost almost 100,000 open heaven pills without taking the cost of the World Source Liquid into account. If the value of the World Source Liquid was added, then the worth of the spirit pill could no longer be estimated. It would cost at least 1 million open heaven pills. Over this period, Yang Kai had failed more than 100 times. In other words, he had suffered a loss of more than 1 billion open heaven pills. Nevertheless, this kind of investment was worth it. As long as he could successfully refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, it would turn into a steady stream of money in the future. He couldn't help but think about his Xia Ning Chang. Although he was certainly talented to a certain extent in the alchemic Tao, his little senior sister possessed the sacred spirit medicine body that was born for the sake of performing alchemy. If she were here, she would definitely fare better than him. It wasn't until a certain day 1 month later that Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from the pill furnace. This spirit pill was no different from the spirit pill that he had bought from the auction house previously. He gently scraped off a layer of pill powder and tasted it. There was not much difference, be it in terms of taste or medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai finally let out a soft sigh, knowing that he had succeeded in refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill at last. It had taken him more than 100 failures and a whole month to successfully refine the first Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. It had not been an easy feat. Chapter 4230, Setting Out. This was only under the premise that Yang Kai had the pill recipe. Without the pill recipe, he was certain that he could never have refined a similar spirit pill in his life. He had to admit that refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was extremely complicated compared to other spirit pills of the same grade. Everything was bound to be difficult in the beginning, but now that he had a successful experience in refining the spirit pill, the process would only become smoother and smoother. Likewise, his success rate would surely increase steadily. Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills came out of the furnace, one after another in a steady stream. By the time he finished the ingredients he had on hand, Yang Kai had more than 20 Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills in his possession. Out of a total of 200 portions of ingredients, he managed to produce 20 spirit pills. That meant that he had a 10% success rate. Compared with his initial expectations, the results were barely up to the standard. Be that as it may, it was only just the beginning. Yang Kai had completely scrapped more than 100 batches of ingredients at the beginning without producing even a single spirit pill. It could be said that these 20 or so spirit pills were completely refined out of the few dozen portions of materials left towards the end. Yang Kai firmly believed that his success rate in refining the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill would only increase with the accumulation of experience. During the previous auction, Yi Jian and Teng Wang had raised their bids to more than 20 million open heaven pills in order to compete for this spirit pill. That was only possible since it was during an auction. Not to mention, it was under the premise that this spirit pill was the only one in the world. If Yang Kai were to actually sell this spirit pill, the price of 20 million open heaven pills was slightly on the higher side. Still, according to his estimation, there would be many people scrambling to buy these spirit pills if they were priced at 10 million open heaven pills. Even if a single spirit pill was only sold at 10 million open heaven pills, selling more than 20 of them would mean a profit of more than 200 million open heaven pills. However, Yang Kai had no plans to sell this spirit pill for the time being. The first reason was that everybody knew that world source liquid was the main ingredient to refine the spirit pill. More importantly, world source liquid was extinct in the current world. If he brought these spirit pills out to sell, anybody would be able to guess that he had world source liquid in his possession. Even with first in as a shield, it might attract unwanted attention and greed. Hence, the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill would not be released for sale until Voidland had enough strength to protect itself from external threats. The second reason was that Lang Qingshan and the others had been following him since they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Most of them had condensed quite a few elements, so they were not far from their respective advancements into the open heaven realm. They could use these Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. It should also be mentioned that Voidland would have a high demand for these spirit pills in the future. In the end, the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills had to first meet their own needs. Only the surplus would be sold to the public. That was also the reason why Yang Kai could not convert these pills into actual financial resources within a short period of time despite having access to such a huge fortune-making operation. In the meantime, Yuhi delivered more ingredients. Yang Kai worked without food or rest to refine Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. When he saw batch after batch of pills leaving his furnace, he did not feel the slightest sense of fatigue. On the contrary, he became more and more energetic. It wasn't until he had almost accumulated 100 Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills that the tightly shut door to the secret room was opened from the outside without warning. The furnace fire in the pill furnace was affected by this unexpected disturbance and flared up all of a sudden. It was fortunate that Yang Kai quickly suppressed the flames in time. Otherwise, the herbs in the furnace would have been scrapped again. He turned to look in the direction of the door, only to see Yuhi walking in and nodding lightly at him. He immediately understood. The blood monster cave heaven was about to open. She would not have entered the room and disturbed him otherwise. Focusing his mind, Yang Kai finished refining the spirit pill inside the furnace before slowly getting to his feet. Yuhi stepped forward. "Young master, Big Sister says that the blood monster cave heaven is showing signs of opening. She asks that you prepare to set off immediately." He nodded and strode out of the room. While walking he asked, "Where are Guaziyan and Lang Qingshan?" "They have all returned." After exiting the secret room, Yang Kai came to the backyard where he immediately saw Guaziyan and the others standing in 2 rows. Every one of them was motionless and relaxed, but their entire bodies exuded the chilling sense of killing intent. When they noticed Yang Kai, they cupped their fists in unison. "Sir." Their combined voices were thunderous, and the aura they gave off was extremely impressive. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them, and noticed that their exposed skin was covered in countless injuries. Lang Qingshan even had a hideous scar that ran across his face, looking like a centipede baring its fangs fiercely. The wound stretched from his forehead and slanted downward to disappear around his lower jaw. Although Yang Kai did not know what caused Lang Qingshan's injury, he could tell that it had almost cost him his life. Ever since arriving at Thousand Birds Territory's Star City, Guoziyan, Lang Qingshan, and the others had been participating in the Azura Arena's battles. Hence, they had experienced countless life and death fights over the past few months. The battles in the Azura Arena did not prevent casualties from happening, so every battle was fought with their lives on the line. Lang Qingshan was originally born with handsome looks. With the addition of this scar, his appearance suddenly became less handsome and more intimidating instead. The same was true for the others. Compared to how they were just a few months ago, they had all grown quite a bit. They resembled wild beasts that sprang out of the barren mountains and forests, ready to attack at any time. Yang Kai grinned. It looks like everybody had an exciting time over the past few months. Life or death battles were always the best catalyst for growth. He himself had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so he had a deep understanding of this. Lang Qingshan and the others had pretty good aptitude, and under his vigorous training, they were bound to have a bright and promising future ahead. It was just that they lacked the experience of surviving against all odds in desperate situations, as well as the courage to fight without regard for anything else in order to survive. The few months of fighting in the Azura Arena had been enough to fully bring out their hidden potential. Compared to before, the strength of these people had definitely improved greatly. They had been little-known figures before they arrived at Thousand Birds Territory's Star City, but now they were all listed in the Heaven, Earth and Mortal rankings of the Azura Arena. Guoziyan cupped his fists. "Sir, you urgently called for us to come back. Do you have orders for us?" Yang Kai replied. "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to open. I'm planning to go on a rampage there. You can join me if you wish. If not, you can remain behind and continue your training in the Azura Arena." The Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Guoziyan raised his brow in surprise. Similarly, everybody else's eyes lit up at those words. The fact that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open was not a secret. Rumors regarding this matter had been flying around the Star City for the past few months. They might have been fighting day and night in the Azura Arena, but it was not surprising they had also heard about it. It was just that they had no idea when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would open, or what kind of qualifications were required for them to enter. They never imagined that Yang Kai called them for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Thus, they immediately became excited at the prospect. Fighting in the Azura Arena was certainly a worthwhile experience, but that was also the case for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Lang Qingshan said, "I've heard that elite cultivators from great territories all over the 3,000 worlds will swarm into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven every time it opens. This is a grand event that involves the entire outer universe." The shaved-headed man chuckled. It might have been dangerous if Open Heaven Realm Masters were to participate. But only Emperor Realm cultivators are able to enter, so what is there to fear? "Sir, I'm going with you." The others quickly responded, "I'm going too." Only Emperor Realm cultivators are able to enter? Yang Kai was stunned. He turned to look at Yu He and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The only thing Yang Kai knew about the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was its existence. If the shaved-headed man had not mentioned this prerequisite, he would not have known either. Yu He gently nodded. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is the small universe of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It is said that he preserved his small universe in order to choose his own legacy disciple. Before his death, he placed a restriction on his small universe, so that no Open Heaven Realm Masters could set foot inside. There have been people who tried to force their way in, but nothing good came of their attempts. Yang Kai frowned. Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He may have been amazing in his time, but it's not as if there are no other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Are you saying that the restriction placed by a dead man is too difficult for the living to handle? A dead master is naturally inferior to a living one. The proprietress' voice came from the outside. He turned to look and saw her slowly making her way over from the hall. However, Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an extremely decisive and ruthless man. Nothing will happen if his restriction remains intact. On the other hand, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will immediately collapse the moment his restrictions are broken. In other words, even if somebody were to take great pains to break his restriction, they would never be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. So that's how it is. Young Kai was stunned. It was true that nobody would waste their energy with a restriction like that in place. After all, cracking the restriction left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after his death was no easy feat. She continued her explanation. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven only allows those under the Open Heaven Realm to enter for 2 main reasons. The first being that Blood Monster Divine Monarch is looking for his successor. The other being that he wants to prolong the existence of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as much as possible. Prolong its existence? What does that mean? Young Kai did not understand. If an Open Heaven Realm is allowed to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, won't they be able to refine and absorb the world force contained within at will? How will the Blood Monster Cave Heaven exist without world force to support it? He was surprised. Does that mean that the world force of Blood Monster Cave Heaven can also be refined and absorbed? She glanced sideways at him. The small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master is no different from a real universe world. Since the world force of a real universe world can be refined, then why not the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? After giving it some thought, Young Kai felt that her words made sense. The small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was no different from a real universe world. Just like how old ancestor Mou once targeted the Demon Realm, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would have been long gone if Open Heaven Realm Masters were allowed to enter. It would not have existed until today. Are you all ready? If you're ready, we can set off now. We will still need some time on the road, and it will be too late if we set off any later, the proprietress called out. Young Kai turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others, who cupped their fists at him. We will follow you to the end of the world, sir. He said, let's go then. Today, First Inn was closed for business. It even hung up a closed sign on its doors. The chef and accountant were standing together in the hall. Luo Hai was also standing next to them. The chef had packed many things. Heavens knew what was inside those bags, but he was holding his kitchen knife in his hand and grinned meaningfully when he saw Young Kai approaching. Meanwhile, the accountant turned his dead fish gaze towards Young Kai. You're the slowest kid. Young Kai smiled. Are you entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven too? The accountant said. What's wrong? If you can go, then why can't we? We're also in the Emperor Realm. It's a great opportunity for us to earn some riches. Young Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. Please take good care of me, senior brothers. The accountant snorted. Brat, don't worry. I will keep you safe inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. His reckless attitude seemed to say, below the heavens and above the earth, only I am supreme. The proprietress kicked him in the shin. Blabbermouth. He immediately clutched at his leg and hopped on the spot in pain. Chapter 4231. Information on the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Under the leadership of the proprietress, everybody hurried to the void dock. Young Kai summoned the falling lotus when they arrived, which transformed into a gigantic lotus. Several dozen people entered the ship before it rotated slightly and sped off into the distance. They were not the only ones leaving from this void dock. There were many others besides them. There was an endless stream of flight-type artifacts in all shapes, sizes, and colors setting off at the same time. They departed one after another in a magnificent procession. Young Kai was dumbfounded by the sight. Are all these people heading to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Bai Qi stood next to Young Kai with a smile. Of course. What else do you think they were doing? Every time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens, it becomes a grand event that involves the entire 3,000 worlds. Who would not wish to claim a share of the pie? That is the small universe left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. If they could inherit Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. TSK. They would gain glory overnight. Young Kai looked around in a daze. There were nearly 100 flight-type artifacts just from what he could see, and there were many others that he did not see. There were nearly 1,000 people just from the Star City in Thousand Birds territory alone heading out. So what about Thousand Birds territory as a whole? What about the rest of the 3,000 worlds? If so many people flooded the place all at once, would he be able to find anything good? What if the place was filled to the brim when he entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Old Bai patted Young Kai on the shoulder with a laugh. Don't worry. Don't be fooled by the number of people here. Not many people will actually be able to enter. At most only 10,000 will succeed. Why is that? Young Kai glanced at Old Bai puzzledly. Could it be that there are other requirements to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? There aren't any requirements in particular. How do I put it? Let proprietress explain. At this moment, the proprietress waved her hand and flung out a dozen or so streams of light that shot towards everybody. They immediately reached out and caught the light, which turned out to be a jade slip. She then spoke. The jade slip contains information on the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Read it carefully. The map I acquired from Red Cloud's auction house has also been recorded into the jade slip. Although the map is incomplete, it should prove to be useful still. Who knows? It might save your life at a critical moment. After listening to her explanation, everyone quickly immersed their minds into the jade slip to investigate its contents. Likewise, Young Kai began reading. This jade slip was probably something the proprietress prepared specially for them. She knew that they were utterly clueless about the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in their current state, it would be no different from going in blind. But that would change completely now that they had this information. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven would open every 200 years, and several thousand people would enter every time it did. Although many people would die inside, there were also many who survived and came out wealthier than before. It was not surprising for them to bring back some information regarding the situation inside. Something like that was not a secret. The cave heavens and paradises would generally retain the information. It was just that the information was not publicized anywhere. Fortunately, First specialized in collecting information, so gathering this intel was child's play for them. According to the information inside the jade slip, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming when he was still alive. Therefore, there were many blood beasts inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. These blood beasts were nurtured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his long life. For that reason, they were generally no different from ordinary monster beasts, except for a few key points. In general, these blood beasts had strange abilities and ferocious strength, and over the years, most of the cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would lose their lives to their claws. The strongest blood beasts could compare to low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in terms of strength. They were existences to be avoided at all costs. After all, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was limited by a restriction that only allowed cultivators below the Open Heaven Realm to enter. A blood beast with the strength of a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was basically an invincible existence inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The blood beasts were vicious, but there were great benefits to killing them. That was because these blood beasts were nurtured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch personally, and were a little different from ordinary monster beasts in the sense that their monster core's attributes were often extremely singular and pure. They were known as blood beast cores and could be used as cultivation resources. According to the classification of order, there were blood beasts ranging from the 1st order to 7th order, and killing blood beasts of different orders would result in obtaining Open Heaven materials of matching orders. Young Kai's eyes lit up at those words. If I can find and slay a 7th order monster beast in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, won't I have the chance to obtain metal ending element treasures? No wonder proprietress said that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be an opportunity for me. The only problem was that the strength of a 7th order monster beast would be extraordinary. No matter how singular the attributes of its monster core, it was still in the 7th order after all. Just like the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd in his possession, the 6th order Yuan Magnetic Divine Light might have a singular attribute, but it was perfectly capable of dealing with low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. If that was the case for a sixth-order power, then what more need be said about a seventh-order power? A seventh-order blood beast was definitely in existence on par with or stronger than a low-rank open heaven realm master. I wonder if there are any eighth-order blood beasts inside? Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an eighth-order open heaven realm master after all, so it would not be strange if he managed to nurture some eighth-order blood beasts. Besides, Blood Monster Divine Monarch has been dead for so many years now. The surviving blood beasts might have grown stronger since his passing. Regardless of the circumstances, it will be best to proceed carefully inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. In addition to the threat of blood beasts, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was also filled with ancient traps and restrictions. Some of them had lost their powers over the years due to lack of maintenance, but some of them were still lethal. If these restrictions were activated, one would be heavily injured even if they were lucky enough to survive. Aside from the blood beasts, the restrictions inside were the second largest cause of death among cultivators. Be that as it may, it didn't matter how powerful the blood beasts were, or how amazing the restrictions inside were. Yang Kai knew that what he had to guard against the most were the other cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. As long as there were people, there would be conflict. Compared to the restrictions and blood beasts with low to no sentience, scheming and treacherous people would always be more dangerous. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven might be extremely dangerous, but there were also many benefits to be gained. Leaving aside the fact that one could obtain cultivation resources of various orders by killing those blood beasts, the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven itself was filled with numerous cultivation paradises. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the small universe of Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so it stood to reason that Blood Monster Divine Monarch's small universe was extremely stable when he was still alive. Unfortunately, it had been many years since his death. Despite the measures he took when he was still alive to preserve his small universe, the effects of time and nature had taken its toll over the years. The small universe was showing signs of instability. The yin, yang, and 5 elements had begun to split apart and accumulate in certain regions inside the universe Cave Heaven. That was why it was very likely to come across an area where a certain element was extremely dense inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Cultivating in these areas was not inferior to refining resources of various orders in terms of efficiency. In Seven Wonders Land, now known as Voidland, the 7 orchards were located at the places where the 7 powers of yin, yang, and the 5 elements accumulated. It was perfectly suitable for cultivators to cultivate in those areas and condense the powers into their Dao seals. It was just that the power in the orchards was of very low order. Cultivating there would only allow one to condense a first-order power. If they did that, in the future, that person could only advance into the first-order open heaven realm. That was why it was rare for anybody to cultivate in the orchards, even among the workers and disciples of Seven Wonders Land. On the other hand, the cultivation paradises in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were incomparable to the orchards of Void Land. These cultivation paradises could be regarded as the improved and upgraded version of the orchards. Needless to say, what order cultivation paradise one could find was completely based on one's own luck. Yang Kai secretly prayed that even if he couldn't kill a 7th-order blood beast, he could find a place where 7th-order metal element power and yin element power converged. That way, he could cultivate in those places for a while and condense the powers that he needed. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he continued reading. A short while later, Yang Kai suddenly looked at the proprietress with a peculiar expression. There are people living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The information recorded in the Jade Slip indicated that there were people living inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He couldn't help being surprised by the discovery. The proprietress said, "The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master is essentially no different from a real universe world. If monster beasts can live inside, then why can't people? Then these people are. They are the people whom Blood Monster Divine Monarch kidnapped when he was still alive. The prosperity of a universe world depends on the vitality of the creatures that are living in that particular universe world. The more living creatures there are, the more prosperous a universe world becomes. The same principle holds true for small universes. Compared to monster beasts, humans have much stronger spirituality. If they settle down and continuously multiply across the generations, it will deepen the heritage of a small universe. In that way, the strength that a cultivator can exert will also be stronger. It isn't just blood monster divine monarch. As far as I know, most high-rank open heaven realm masters, if given a chance, will try to raise some humans in their respective small universes. Young Kai couldn't help thinking of the star boundary. After the battle between the great emperors and great demon god, the star boundary had been on the verge of collapse. It had lost most of its auspicious spirit essence. At the time, it was only through the continuous reproduction and development of the remaining survivors that the decline of the star boundary was delayed. It would now seem that the existence of living creatures was extremely important to any universe world. Young Kai soon thought of another possibility and hesitantly asked, "Are there any open heaven realm masters among the people living in the blood monster cave heaven?" "You don't need to worry about that." Proprietress laughed. Blood monster divine monarch placed a restriction on his small universe to prevent any open heaven realm master from entering. In that case, it stood to reason that he would not allow the people living inside to advance into the open heaven realm either. They are only in the half-step open heaven realm at best. It is impossible for them to advance into the open heaven realm. He nodded lightly. But try not to provoke these people if you can. They are very xenophobic. They call cultivators like you who enter the blood monster cave heaven aliens. It will be troublesome if you are discovered by them. I got it. Young Kai responded before he continued to read the contents of the jade slip. There was a lot of information recorded, and he couldn't help feeling thankful that the proprietress had gathered all of it for him. Otherwise, he would have suffered badly if he had plunged into the blood monster cave heaven without knowing anything. The jade slip also indicated that the deeper one ventured into the blood monster cave heaven, the more dangerous it became. It was rumored that there was a blood monster divine palace in the deepest part of the blood monster cave heaven. That was where blood monster divine monarch left his inheritance. If he could find that place, he would be able to obtain the entire legacy of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The Blood Monster Divine Palace not only contained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, but also the entire fortune that he amassed throughout his lifetime. How amazing would the inheritance of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master be? That was the reason why countless cultivators flocked to this place. Not to mention the unimaginable wealth. If nothing else, just finding some 7th Order materials was enough to make a person rich overnight. Chapter 4232, Blood Monster Territory. It was just that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven only opened once every 200 years. Nobody had ever managed to enter the deepest part of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven throughout all these years. So nobody had ever found the Blood Monster Divine Palace either. It could even be said that nobody was certain whether the Blood Monster Divine Palace actually existed. Young Kai couldn't help recalling the jade that he acquired for 10 million open heaven pills. That jade was one half of a 2-piece jade apparently. It could be a key or it could be used to control a particular grand array. It could even turn out to be useless. If the Blood Monster Divine Palace really does exist, then will the jade be of any use? He couldn't help but daydream about all sorts of fanciful ideas. An hour later, he finally finished reading and understanding everything that was recorded inside the jade slip. Carefully putting the jade slip away, he asked a question that had been puzzling him. Proprietress, there are so many people heading towards the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. So why are only several thousand people allowed to enter in the end? He had not found the answer to his question inside the jade slip. The proprietress glanced out at the starry void with a melancholic expression on her face, as though she had recalled something from the past. She answered the question softly. It's hard to explain right now. You'll understand once we arrive. Then, she ran her hand through her hair and languidly called out, I'm tired. Old Bai, lead the way. Wake me up when we arrive. After saying that, she slipped into one of the rooms and vanished out of sight. Young Kai looked at her back thoughtfully. Just now, she seemed to have recalled something from her memories. Moreover, it was probably something sad. Otherwise, her mood would not have turned gloomy so quickly. The proprietress, he glanced at Old Bai with a questioning look. Old Bai sighed. She probably recalled something unpleasant. The proprietress has also been to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the past. Huh. Young Kai was taken aback. Old Bai laughed. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens once every 200 years. It's not strange for the proprietress to have entered that place before, right? I heard that she gained a lot from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That's how she managed to advance directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai immediately turned to look at Yuhi. Yuhi had known the proprietress for a long time. To his knowledge, the relationship between those two went way back. Therefore, she would know the proprietress' circumstances the best. Yuhi gently nodded and looked nostalgic. It's true that Big Sister and I entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven before. Otherwise, we would never have come this far with our humble backgrounds. The realization struck Yang Kai suddenly. The proprietress came from 9 Nether Continent. He himself had been there before, and although it was not a bad universe world, it was also nothing special either. It was also not a subordinate world under the control of a powerful great force. Both the proprietress and Yuhi had come from a place like that. Without a chance encounter or a special opportunity, it was impossible for them to advance into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, or the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Looking at the situation, it was highly likely that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was where they turned their lives around. Following the flow of his thoughts, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Lan Tingyu. Lan Tingyu was the proprietress' younger brother. His knowledge of this person was very limited. All he knew was that his appearance was very similar to this person. Furthermore, Lan Tingyu had also tried to advance directly into the high-rank Open Heaven realm. It was likely that something awful happened to him later. He ultimately failed in his attempt and lost his life for some reason. Yang Kai once wondered where Lan Tingyu managed to secure so many high-rank materials. It would now seem that he had obtained many things from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Unfortunately, his actions went against the interests of many people. That was why he failed miserably in the end. Lan Tingyu was an example to learn from. It was also what Yang Kai needed to guard against the most. If there came a day when he had to experience what Lan Tingyu once faced in the past, what should he do? The Blood Monster Cave Heaven might be extremely dangerous, but it should not pose a problem with your strength, young master. You just need to be careful. There's another thing you need to be wary about. That is, the elite disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Their individual strength might not compare to yours, but every one of them holds a hidden trump card. Yuhi warned. Yang Kai nodded. I'm well aware of that. It was not as if he had never interacted with the elite disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises before. He had met some of them back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so he knew that each of them had their own identity tokens. These identity tokens contained a divine ability that their masters or elders had sealed inside for them, so that they could use them as life-saving trump cards. The lotus flew quickly, passing through many territory gates and traveling across many great territories. None of them talked again for the rest of their journey. They were all conserving their strength. Yang Kai was meditating one day when the proprietress sent a transmission to him. He immediately got to his feet and headed towards the room she was in. Pushing the door open, he was just about to greet her when he saw that her complexion was extremely pale. Moreover, she was drenched in sweat as though she had suffered a serious injury. Shocked, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked worriedly, "What happened?" The proprietress slowly shook her head. "It's nothing." Then she handed a round bead to him. "Take this." "This is..." He lowered his head to look at the bead. Although he did not know what it was, he could keenly sense that this bead contained an extremely terrifying power in it. "I sealed one of my divine abilities inside this bead. You can summon it when you are in danger. It might be able to save your life." Yang Kai stared at the round bead in his hand quietly for a moment before glancing back up at her. The realization struck him immediately. Did you push yourself into such a state in order to create this bead? Sealing her own divine ability into this bead was no easy feat. Even the materials required to produce this bead were not something that could be found anywhere. Otherwise, the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises would not be limited to only one identity token as their trump card. Just by looking at the proprietress' current condition, Yang Kai could tell that sealing her divine ability into this bead had consumed a lot of her energy. "You fool." He glared at her. I might only be in the half-step open heaven realm right now, but it's not as if you don't know about my strength. More than one low-rank open heaven realm master has died at my hands. No matter how dangerous the blood monster cave heaven is, who can do anything to me? Don't be careless. The blood monster cave heaven is not as simple as you imagine. There is no saying whether you might run into some sort of trouble. It'll be safer with one of my divine abilities protecting you. Although the power that can be summoned through this method is only half of my full strength, it should be more than enough to deal with the power of an open heaven master below the 5th order. Yongkai did not know what to say to her. A moment later, she handed another item to him and said tiredly, "Take this with you too." "What is this?" He reached out a hand and took the item from her. He discovered that it was an extremely peculiar wooden token around the size of a palm. It looked rather old. Furthermore, there were strange patterns carved into it like a totem. "A favor," she murmured softly. "A favor? A favor from whom?" He was bewildered. However, the proprietress did not say anything else. She simply said, "In any case, just take it with you. Maybe it'll come in handy, maybe not. It's just in case." After saying that, she did not give him a chance to speak again and waved him off instead. "Go out. I need to rest." A wave of gentle force wrapped around him and pushed him out of the door. Afterwards, the door of the room closed behind him with a bang. The wooden token and the round bead in his hands felt extremely heavy. Half a month after leaving the Star City in Thousand Birds territory, the Falling Lotus finally came to a gradual stop. Old Bai, who was in charge of navigating, let out a long breath. "We've finally arrived." "We've arrived." Yongkai raised his brow and hurriedly took out his universe chart to check their location. A short while later, he was surprised. That was because this great territory was known as Blood Monster Territory. Unlike most other great territories, there were no other great forces in this Blood Monster Territory. There wasn't even a single universe world with any living creatures in it. It could be said that the entire Blood Monster Territory was completely devoid of life. Yongkai was extremely shocked. It had to be said that it didn't matter which great territory it was, as long as a great territory was labeled on the universe chart, then there was bound to be many great forces and universe worlds in it. All the known great forces and universe worlds were recorded in the universe chart. Even a great territory as isolated as the one where the star boundary was located was no exception. However, there was nothing recorded in the Blood Monster Territory. How could such a peculiar great territory exist in the world? Seeming to notice Yongkai's confusion, Old Bai explained with a smile. The Blood Monster Territory used to be no different from other great territories. It also used to have some great forces. Moreover, the number was not small. Yongkai asked, "Then why did it become like this?" Old Bai replied, "Of course, it's because of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Take a look outside." Yongkai turned to look outside and quickly discovered a strange scene. There were countless flight-type artifacts weaving through the void as far as the eye could see. There were also some that were motionless in the void like the Falling Lotus. These flight-type artifacts clearly belonged to the great forces that had rushed to the Blood Monster Territory not too long ago. Aside from these artifacts, there were also many cultivators flying about. They were constantly looking around as though searching for something. What are they looking for? Yongkai frowned. Yuhi walked over and explained gently, "They are looking for the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Guamiao looked curious. "Isn't the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fixed in a certain spot? Why do they need to search everywhere for the entrance?" This was the same question that was puzzling Yongkai. Yuhi chuckled softly. "It's true that the entrance of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven used to be located at a fixed spot in the beginning. But that was a very long time ago. Everybody would only need to gather in front of the entrance and wait for it to open in order to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It's just that some changes gradually took place over time." "What changes?" Old Bai answered from the side. "The entrance became 2, then 3, then 4. Every time it opened, the number of entrances would increase. At this point, entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven can appear anywhere in the Blood Monster Territory." Guamiao covered her red lips. Why does that happen? Old Bai sighed. It is said that there are signs of the blood monster cave heaven becoming more and more unstable. After all, so many years have passed since the death of blood monster divine monarch. It's amazing how his small universe managed to endure for so long without a master. Even so, it is impossible for it to last forever. The small universe is merging with the void of the blood monster territory. An entrance will appear at the place where the two overlap with each other. Yang Kai revealed a look of realization. So the blood monster cave heaven will completely merge with the blood monster territory one day. That's what they say. Who knows how much longer that will take though? Old Bai shrugged. But these changes have made it easier for more people to enter and explore the blood monster cave heaven. If not for that, did you think the cave heavens and paradises would allow anybody else to meddle with such a wonderful place? At the beginning, the right to explore the blood monster cave heaven was exclusive only to the cave heavens and paradises. The other great forces were not allowed to participate at all. Chapter 42-33, Securing a Spot. What Old Bai mentioned immediately resolved all the questions that had been puzzling Yang Kai. He had felt that something was a little strange when he first heard about the sealed world, known as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and contained the inheritance and wealth of that master. How could anybody ignore such shocking benefits? Even the cave heavens and paradises would covet such riches. If they coveted these riches, then why didn't the cave heavens and paradises keep firm control over the blood monster cave heaven? Why did they allow other cultivators to enter? Why did they allow this to become a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds? He had been unable to figure out the answer to these questions, so he eventually stopped wondering about it. It was not until this moment that he learned the truth. It was not that the cave heavens and paradises did not want to, but rather that they could not. In the beginning, the entrances to the blood monster cave heaven were few and far between. Thus, a few powerful forces could control the entrances and prevent the others from entering. Only disciples from their respective great forces would be selected to enter and explore the blood monster cave heaven. On the contrary, how could the cave heavens and paradises guard the entrances when one could appear anywhere in the blood monster territory? It was precisely because of this reason that the second-class great forces, the third-class great forces, the lesser-known organizations, and even the rogue cultivators acting alone had the opportunity to enter the blood monster cave heaven to take a share of the benefits. Old Bai continued, the entrances to the blood monster cave heaven are also becoming increasingly unstable. Sometimes, it is nothing more than a flash of light even when it appears in front of your eyes. It might vanish into thin air before you even get the chance to enter the blood monster cave heaven. Even if it did not vanish, each entrance can only allow one person to enter before it would collapse completely. Each entrance can only allow one person to enter? Yang Kai was stunned. Old Bai gently nodded. That's right. You should now understand why I previously mentioned that although many cultivators flock to the blood monster territory, not many can actually enter the blood monster cave heaven in the end. Yang Kai was enlightened. According to Old Bai, one had to fight to enter the blood monster cave heaven. An entrance might appear in front of several cultivators, but that entrance could only support one person passing through before it vanished. The rest could only watch helplessly. In this way, only a few people could seize the opportunity to enter the blood monster cave heaven. Old Bai snorted softly. Every time the blood monster cave heaven opens, more than 1 million cultivators gather in the blood monster territory. No, there might even be tens of millions of them. It's just that most of them come here for nothing. Yang Kai agreed with those words. They, too, had arrived at the blood monster territory. However, flight-type artifacts and cultivators were weaving about in the void everywhere as far as the eye could see. The numbers were indeed nothing to scoff at. Not to mention, these were only the ones that he could see. There were more out there that he could not see. After all, this situation was prevalent across the entire blood monster territory at the moment. After pondering in silence for a moment, he turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. When it's almost time, you should enter the small sealed world. Many people had come with him on this trip. Leaving aside the fact that there were more than 30 people in the group who followed him from the grand ancient ruins boundary, he also had Guo Miao, as well as the chef and the accountant from First Inn, coming on this trip with him. If so many people were to fight for an entrance each, not all of them would be successful. It was a different matter altogether if Yang Kai took them into the small sealed world and brought them into the blood monster cave heaven with him. At that time, he only needed to secure one entrance for everybody to be happy. Afterwards, he just needed to let everybody out of the small sealed world once he arrived. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it would not be difficult for Yang Kai to secure an entrance somewhere in this vast blood monster territory. In particular, since there were several tens of thousands of entrances scattered around. That was his original plan. But to his surprise, Lang Qingshan and the others looked at each other for a while when they heard those words and did not answer immediately. As such, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" The shaved-headed man laughed awkwardly and rubbed his hands together. "Sir, we would like to attempt this on our own. The last time we followed you into the primordial land, you protected us the entire time. In the end, we could only wait in the small sealed world without being able to help Sir in any way. Since we decided to follow you, we should also do our part. We cannot stay protected under your wings all the time." Lang Qingshan cupped his fist. "Sir, this subordinate understood something during the days he spent in the Azura arena. One can only grow rapidly by experiencing various hardships. A sheltered flower in the greenhouse will not live long when faced with a true storm. In the future, we would like to continue serving under you through all the ups and downs, sir. We refuse to remain helpless and incompetent. Please allow us to act independently in the blood monster cave heavens, sir." Yang Kai looked at Lang Qingshan calmly before turning to look at the others. "Are you all of the same opinion?" They cupped their fists and responded in unison, "Please allow it, sir." He stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. "I'm very pleased with your ambitious spirit to keep improving yourselves. It's a simple matter if you want to train yourself. Once we enter the blood monster cave heaven, you can act independently. But before that, I think it's better if I bring you in with me." More than 30 people would also mean having to search for more than 30 entrances. It was impossible for all of them to succeed. If they were to fight for the entrances on their own, some of them would surely fail. Moreover, it was likely that quite many of them would fail. It was such a rare opportunity. It would be a waste if they missed it before it even began. The others had no objections to this suggestion. Thus they quickly agreed. When their discussion was settled, the proprietress said, "Let's go. We need to secure a spot." Secure a spot? Yang Kai was taken aback by those words. Old Bai explained, "There are a few more days until the blood monster cave heaven opens. Since we arrived early, it stands to reason that we should occupy a favorable spot for ourselves. Take a look outside. Those with some measure of strength have claimed a large patch of the void, and are preventing others from approaching them. That area is the territory that they have secured for themselves. If an entrance appears within their territory, they would have the advantage of being slightly closer to the target." Yang Kai immediately understood. The falling lotus moved forward once more to head towards the depths of the void, to find a suitable area to occupy. The people from First Inn could not be considered late, but even more people had arrived before them. They searched for a long time, but could not find a suitable position. Everywhere they went, numerous great forces had already occupied territories of various shapes and sizes. In addition, Open Heaven Realm Masters constantly patrolled the edges of the territory to chase away other cultivators who accidentally stumbled too close. Yang Kai even saw a gigantic and domineering palace towering in the void from a distance. A radius of 10,000 kilometers around that palace was completely empty. The artifacts and cultivators that came and went in a steady stream had to fly around the gigantic palace that was in the middle of their path. Needless to say, that gigantic palace belonged to either a cave heaven or a paradise. Only a first-class great force could afford to create an artifact like that. That was a symbol of their identity and status. By placing this impressive and majestic artifact in the void, everybody had no choice but to show respect to them. There was more than one palace similar to this gigantic palace scattered around. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in the 3,000 worlds, which came to a total of 108 first-class great forces. Each of these great forces would send representatives forward whenever the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. Furthermore, each of these great forces would dispatch many of their disciples and bring out their large-scale flight-type artifacts. The Falling Lotus was quite extraordinary in and of itself, but it was nothing compared to those artifacts belonging to the first-class great forces. There were many artifacts and cultivators coming and going. Like Firstin, all of them were searching for a strategic but unclaimed position. Under most circumstances, everybody was rather restrained. There was an unspoken rule of first come, first served. If a certain spot was taken by somebody, then the others would bypass that area. Unfortunately, there were always people who liked to break the rules. They generally also believed that they were extremely powerful. Therefore, fights constantly broke out all over the Blood Monster territory. It was truly chaotic. As the Falling Lotus traveled along, Yang Kai saw many battles occurring. Some were small quarrels with several disciples in the Emperor realm attacking each other. There were also some battles that were fought with their respective lives on the line. Even the Open Heaven realm masters leading the groups were caught up in such fights. Divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed everywhere. At the same time, blood and severed limbs flew in all directions. Yang Kai also saw the broken remains of many artifacts that appeared to have been of no worse quality than the Falling Lotus. That just went to show the intensity of these battles. The fights were already so intense before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven even opened, so what kind of situation would occur when entrances began to appear? Just thinking about it caused him to shiver. Firstin could be considered famous and influential. On this trip alone they had the proprietress and Yuhi, 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Old Bai, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and Guiziyan, a 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There were a total of 4 Open Heaven Realm Masters with them. Even so, their lineup was still greatly inferior to the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Hence, they gave the palace artifacts belonging to the first-class forces a wide berth. Despite searching for half a day, they had yet to find a suitable spot. Just as Yang Kai was secretly beginning to worry that they might not find a suitable spot, the proprietress suddenly stretched out a hand and pointed to the side. "Head there." Yang Kai glanced in that direction and saw a large-scale multi-story ship floating in the void. Many people were standing on the deck of the ship. They were too far apart for him to see who those people were. However, judging from the size of the ship and the manpower that was dispatched, it probably belonged to a second-class great force. The proprietress was planning to snatch somebody else's spot. The Falling Lotus turned around and charged in that direction. The cultivators on the ship seemed to have noticed this too. A commotion broke out among the people standing on the deck. Then quite a few people leaped into the air. The illusory phantoms of their respective small universes flashed and disappeared behind their backs, indicating their powerful heritage. Their actions carried a hint of warning in them, as though trying to make the Falling Lotus back down in the face of difficulties. The proprietress naturally ignored those warnings. "It's that old bastard." Old Bai suddenly cursed with a furious glare, seeming to recognize the identity of the people on the ship. Simultaneously, an elderly man on the ship took the lead and displayed his full strength as he shouted loudly, "Who goes there? Ling Chunqiu of Boundless Altar is here. Please leave and head elsewhere. This old master will be very grateful." "Grateful your ass." Old Bai roared furiously. Then, he turned to Lang Qingshan and the others who were steering the Falling Lotus. "Ram them. Crush that old dog to death." Lang Qingshan turned to look at Yang Kai with a questioning expression. Yang Kai gently nodded in response. He had been wondering about the situation just now. The proprietress was not somebody who used her strength to bully the weak. So why did she suddenly decide to snatch somebody else's territory? Now it turned out that she had encountered an enemy. The proprietress and Boundless Altar had always held a grudge against each other. During Old Bai's advancement into the Open Heaven realm, Ling Chunqiu of Boundless Altar had worked with Qin Ji and the others to interfere with the process. It had nearly cost Old Bai his life. Now that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open, A second-class great force like Boundless Altar would definitely participate for a share of the pie. They probably never imagined that their presence would be detected by the proprietress. If Ling Chunxiu had remained hidden in the headquarters of Boundless Altar, the proprietress might have been helpless to lift a finger against him. However, they encountered each other in the blood monster territory, so it stood to reason that she wanted to exact her revenge. At the same time, they would also be able to snatch Boundless Altar's spot for themselves. Chapter 4234 Snatching. Halt, or we will show you no mercy. The falling lotus was giving off an aggressive air, and it was obvious to Ling Chunxiu that these visitors did not hold good intentions. Thus, he immediately shouted a warning. Who would heed his words, though? The speed of the falling lotus did not decrease in the slightest. On the contrary, it accelerated even more after approaching a certain distance. The group of disciples standing on the deck of Boundless Altar's ship suddenly turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Some even went so far as to hide in the cabins. Ling Chunxiu was so livid that his expression turned blue then red with anger. He exchanged a glance with the other two Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him. Then they swiftly formed a set of hand seals. Several cannons suddenly protruded from the sides of the ship, brewing with a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding space to shudder. Dazzling rays of light shone out, aiming in the direction of the falling lotus. This is your final warning. If you stubbornly refuse to listen to reason, then don't blame this old master for being ruthless. Seeing that the falling lotus showed no signs of slowing down, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You've gone too far." The entire ship shook with a loud boom, and a blinding light burst forth brilliantly. At the same time, a mysterious beam that was as thick as a man's torso shot out from the ship and quickly approached the falling lotus. The power of the beam was extremely terrifying. It seemed as though even the void could not withstand the force, as pitch-black scorch marks were seared everywhere it passed. Boundless Altar was a second-class great force. Needless to say, this ship artifact was also very expensive. It was originally produced as a weapon for besieging and taking down enemy fortifications, so the power of each cannon was comparable to a full-powered attack from a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Everybody inside the falling lotus felt their vision going white, filled with the glare of the light beam. Just as it was about to strike the falling lotus, though, a pale yellow light barrier suddenly appeared. The beam slammed into the light barrier a moment later. The light barrier dented inward so severely that the distortion was visible to the naked eye. The huge impact also forced the falling lotus speed to drop sharply. At the same time, the figures of Yang Kai and the others inside the falling lotus were thrown forward violently. However, this only lasted for a moment. Everything returned to normal again in the next instant. The power cannon beam might be horrifying, but the falling lotus was also an extraordinary artifact. This artifact was something Flying Flower Boat had spent countless resources to create after all. Even Flying Flower Boat only had one such artifact. The enormous lotus spun as it forcefully pushed forward against the weight of the cannon beam. On the ship, Ling Chunxiu and the others swiftly turned pale at the sight. They were clueless about the identities of the people aboard the Lotus who were behaving in such a ferocious manner. It almost seemed as though the other party had a huge undying grudge against Boundless Altar. Ling Chunxiu gritted his teeth and formed a new set of hand seals, resulting in several more shots being fired from the ship's cannons aimed straight at the falling lotus. A blinding light completely drowned the lotus as its flower petals flew apart and seemingly disintegrated. Many of Boundless Altar's disciples stood on the deck of the ship, frozen in shock for a moment. After that, they began cheering excitedly while secretly thinking to themselves, "The fools in that lotus are absolutely reckless. Why didn't they dodge in the face of such a powerful attack? Are they brain dead?" Similarly, Ling Chunxiu secretly let out a breath of relief, but a moment later, one of the Open Heaven Realm Master's expressions changed as he roared, "Raise the shields! Hurry up and activate the defensive Grand Array!" Ling Chunxiu looked up and saw that the lotus that should have been broken to pieces was still charging straight at them. The flying flower petals were spinning like indestructible blades and slicing through the void. The cheers coming from the ship stopped abruptly, and Ling Chunxiu's expression also changed drastically at that moment. Without hesitation, he desperately channeled his strength to activate the ship's defensive grand array. A light barrier had only just materialized when the flower petals arrived. Sparks flew in all directions, and the light of the defensive grand array quickly dimmed under the fierce barrage. Due to a hasty response, the defensive grand array shattered before it could reach the peak of its defensive abilities. The flower petals quickly closed in from all directions, turning the entire space within into a boundless killing domain that covered the entire ship. Gotcha! The deck of the ship was broken in half as huge gaps appeared all over the sides of the ship, sliced open by the flower petals. Shrill screams rang out incessantly as many Boundless Altar's disciples were killed in an instant. They died with their bodies cut to pieces. The 3 open heaven realm masters of Boundless Altar felt their hearts bleeding at the sight. Which great force had not dispatched the elites among their disciples for the sake of entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? It could be said that all the cultivators who came to the Blood Monster territory had been chosen through countless layers of rigorous selection. Having prevailed against all their peers, these disciples had obtained the qualifications to participate in this expedition. They represented the future hope of the entire sect. Given enough time to grow and develop, they would have become part of the pillars supporting the great forces in the future. However, Boundless Altar had suffered heavy casualties before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven even opened. Not only had their ship been broken to pieces, but many of their elite disciples that came along on this trip had also been killed or severely injured. It was no wonder Ling Chunqiu and the others were heartbroken. What depressed Ling Chunqiu the most was that he still had no idea who was attacking them, but it didn't take long before he discovered the identities of the perpetrators. 3 figures flashed out of the lotus. 2 of them were women, and the remaining one was a man. Moreover, each one of them was enveloped in an imposing aura. They consisted of 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and 1 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The rage of Boundless Altar's 3 Open Heaven Realm Masters turned into ice-cold fear in an instant as a chill ran through their entire bodies. They also had 3 Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, so both sides had the same numbers. However, their orders could not compare with the enemy at all. Aside from Ling Chunqiu, who was in the 5th-order Open Heaven Realm, the other 2 were only in the 4th order. What frightened Ling Chunqiu even more was that he knew all the people who had just shown up. Lan Yurua. His voice was dry and his gaze was terrified. The person next to him exclaimed, "What? The one from first in?" He shouted, "Run." While speaking, he quickly steered the damaged ship around and fled. On the other hand, the proprietress and the others chased after him without the slightest hesitation. Old Bai roared furiously, "Old dog! I'll hunt you down and rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces, even if you flee to the ends of the universe." The feud formed from the time Ling Chunqiu tried to end his Grand Dao could be said to be absolutely irreconcilable. How could he spare Ling Chunqiu's life so easily now that he encountered the latter here? 3 streams of light chased after the ship into the distance. During the pursuit, the proprietress and the others attacked viciously. Their attacks were so fierce that the lights of Boundless Altar's ship flickered incessantly. Everywhere they went, the passers-by around them hurriedly moved to the side to avoid them. Inside the falling lotus, Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and sighed. They were of no help whatsoever in a battle of such magnitude. Even if they caught up to the proprietress and the others, they would only get in the way. Thus, they simply stayed where they were. It so happened that the people from Boundless Altar had run away, so this huge empty spot had become a no-man's land. Judging from the current situation, this place would soon be occupied by other people if they chased after the proprietress and the others. There would be no place for them to go again by the time they returned. An hour later, 3 streams of light came from afar and landed on the lotus. It was the proprietress and the others. Yang Kai went out to take a look at the situation. The 3 of them showed no signs of injury, which was not surprising considering how strong they were. No matter how hard Ling Chunqiu and the others resisted, there was nothing they could do against the proprietress and the others. Contrary to expectations though, Old Bai was gnashing his teeth and looking depressed. "What happened? Did you fail to catch up to them?" Yang Kai walked over and asked in a low voice. "That can't be. Boundless Altar's ship had nearly been torn to pieces. With the strength of the proprietress and the others, how could they possibly fail to catch up to the enemy? We had no problems catching up to them, but we couldn't kill that old dog. Old Bai clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked loudly. Why? Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows. Old Bai snarled through gritted teeth. Somebody protected them. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Boundless Altar was a second-class great force. The only ones who could protect them were the cave heavens and paradises. If the cave heavens and paradises decided to intervene in this matter, then it was no wonder that the proprietress and the others had no choice but to retreat. Brat, if you meet any of Boundless Altar's disciples when you enter the blood monster cave heaven, help me kill them. Old Bai turned to look at Yang Kai with a fierce look on his face. Yang Kai patted Old Bai on the shoulder. Rest assured. It's one thing if I don't meet any of them, but if I run into any of them, I will definitely help you vent some of your anger. Only then did Old Bai's expression lighten slightly. The enormous lotus stood quietly in the void. The proprietress and the others stood on top of the flower petals, silently showing off their strength. 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and 1 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, could be considered an extremely luxurious lineup. Nobody even dared to approach and stroke the tiger's whiskers without the backing of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. For that reason, even cultivators of the other great forces would leave after glancing over from a distance, when passing by. For a time, all was at peace. The entrance to the blood monster cave heaven had yet to appear so far. Fortunately, the proprietress had a wide range of connections, so after asking around, they determined that the blood monster cave heaven would open within 3 days. At that time, the entire blood monster territory could turn into a battlefield where a fierce struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents would take place. Yang Kai had nothing to do. Hence he closed his eyes and preserved his strength. He strove to enter the blood monster cave heaven in his best condition. Another day passed by and there was still no sign of the blood monster cave heaven opening, so the entire blood monster territory continued to remain calm. All of a sudden, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly heard Old Bai muttering softly, "What are they planning? Why are they coming towards us?" He opened his eyes upon hearing those words, and turned to look in the direction of Old Bai's gaze. What he saw made him frown involuntarily. That was because a huge palace was rushing through the void in this direction. Moreover, it was showing no sign of detouring or slowing down. Are they here to snatch our territory? He quickly came to understand the situation. Their current location was obtained by snatching the territory from Boundless Altar. Who could have known that karma would hit them so quickly? Only 1 day had passed and somebody else was already eyeing this spot. Not to mention, the attack was coming from a first-class great force. Such a humongous palace was not something a second-class great force could refine. Only the cave heavens and paradises had enough capital to produce an artifact of such scale. Old Bai nodded solemnly. That's probably it. Yang Kai frowned deeper. Which great force is that? Why are they targeting us? It did not make any sense. The blood monster territory was so big, so even if there were people everywhere, each party had drawn clear boundaries around their territories. In addition, it was very easy for a first-class great force to occupy a territory with their strength. However, the route of the palace seemed to indicate that it was coming straight in this direction. In other words, it was coming because it could recognize first in. Atop the lotus flower petals, the proprietress got up and said slowly, "It's the 5 Elements Palace of Xianyuan Cave Heaven." It was obvious that she had recognized the origins of that palace. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction, feeling extremely surprised. It belongs to Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The owner behind First In was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. In this way, it could also be said that the great force behind First In was Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Since First In belonged to Xianyuan Cave Heaven, then they could be considered members of the same family. Why were they coming here? While Yang Kai was floundering in his confusion, the proprietress took out a communication bead and poured her divine sense into it, as though she was contacting somebody. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about senior brother Gua. Senior Brother Gua was somebody Yang Kai once met in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City. Based on the flow of logic, it made sense that he would also appear in the Blood Monster territory, seeing as he had appeared in the Star City back then. The proprietress was probably trying to contact him. Chapter 4235. People from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. A short while later, the proprietress' expression darkened. It was obvious that her attempt at communication had not gone smoothly. At this moment, the enormous palace arrived in front of them and came to a steady halt. Yang Kai looked up, feeling shocked. Just by looking from a distance, he could tell that the palace was huge. Even so, it wasn't until it was right in front of him that he realized it truly was a giant existence. The Falling Lotus was certainly not small, and could accommodate several dozen to several hundred people, without feeling the slightest bit crowded. Nevertheless, the Falling Lotus looked like a small blade of grass standing beside a huge tree when compared to the palace artifact of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The palace was at least 10 times the size of the Falling Lotus. Its huge shadow loomed over the Falling Lotus, producing a kind of gloomy air. A plaque on the front of the main gate of the palace was emblazoned with the words Five Elements Palace. The characters shone brilliantly in radiant golden light. 3 people stood side by side on the front steps of the Five Elements Palace. They consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. Moreover, one of them was Senior Brother Gua, whom Yang Kai once met at the auction house. At this moment, Senior Brother Gua squeezed out an embarrassed smile at the proprietress. His smile was mixed with a slight sense of helplessness. In addition to Senior Brother Gua, there was a dry elderly old man. He could only be described as thin and withered-looking, almost like a bamboo stick. His robes were flapping around him noisily. His expression was not angry, but he had an imposing temperament. On the other hand, the woman was extremely glamorous. She was petite and had exquisite features. She also had a pair of peach blossom eyes that overflowed with seductive charm. Yang Kai could not determine the cultivation of these 3 people at all. He only knew that Senior Brother Gua was on par with the proprietress in terms of strength. In other words, Senior Brother Gua was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Even so, it did not seem as though he was in charge of Xianyuan Cave Heaven's current contingent. That was because both he and the glamorous woman were standing half a step behind the elderly man. With such obvious positioning, it could be seen that this elderly man's status in Xianyuan Cave Heaven was higher than that of Senior Brother Gua and the glamorous woman. Yang Kai was startled. Senior Brother Gua is already in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Could it be that the elderly man is in the 7th Order? However, that didn't make sense. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was indeed of great importance, and a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds. Almost all the great forces would participate in this event. Even the Cave Heavens and Paradises were no exception. Even so, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters held such noble statuses, so how could they possibly bother themselves over something like this? It had to be said that the incident involving the Golden Crow Divine Palace had only brought out several high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, because an 8-order material was involved. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the proprietress bowed. First in Zlan Yu Rua greets Elder Chu. Then she nodded to the glamorous woman lightly, Junior Sister Han. As for Senior Brother Gua, she outright ignored him. Junior Sister Han returned the greeting with a soft voice, Senior Sister Lan. She then eyed Old Bai and Yu He with interest. In particular, she took a closer look at Yu He. The proprietress nodded and glanced at Elder Chu. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to open. Why did you come here, Elder Chu? Elder Chu had a dried-out appearance, and his voice was just as dry as his appearance. It was almost as if he had never drunk a drop of water in his life. Are you sure you don't know why this old master is here? Why ask when you already have the answer? She faintly said, Please enlighten me, Elder. Senior Brother Gua lightly coughed into his fist and said, It's like this, Junior Sister Lan. I'm sure you know how far the main sect is from here. Although Elder Chu and the others had calculated the time of departure, and should have arrived at the Blood Monster territory half a month ago, there was some trouble on the road. Because of that, they only arrived today, which is a bit late. So, she cast a glance at him. He scratched his head. We arrived too late, so we couldn't find a suitable location anymore. The blood monster cave heaven has attracted too many people. At present, the entire blood monster territory is crowded with people. She flicked her sleeve and snorted. And? What has that got to do with me? Senior Brother Guo chuckled in embarrassment. Just as Senior Brother Guo was about to say something, Elder Chu suddenly raised his hand from where he stood to stop him from speaking. He looked at the proprietress as he spoke. This old master will not waste time with you. Let us have a frank discussion. The main sect is unable to find a suitable location, so this old master wishes for you to hand this spot over to become the main sect's base. Yang Kai immediately lost his temper when he heard those words. Why? Although this territory was something the proprietress and the others had stolen as well, there had been a valid reason for their actions. Be it the proprietress or Old Bai, both of them held deep grudges against Boundless Altar, the previous owners of this spot. If not for that, the proprietress and the others would not have abused their strength to rob the other party of their territory. They passed through many places that they could have snatched along the way, but the proprietress and the others had not arbitrarily attacked anyone up until that point. Be that as it may, this elderly man with the surname Chu was asking first and to give up its place so lightly. Was that not a clear sign that his intention was to harass them? What's more, the elderly man with the surname Chu had maintained an arrogant attitude and an unquestionable tone throughout the conversation. It was almost as if the others owed him 1,000,000 open heaven pills. It was extremely annoying. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling what Senior Brother Guo mentioned at the exchange meeting. There also existed people who were unfavorable towards the proprietress in Xianyuan Cave Heaven. It would seem that Elder Chu was one of these people. Old Bai's expression also fell upon hearing those words. Meanwhile, Elder Chu glanced at Yang Kai calmly, but did not bother to respond to him. In his opinion, he probably felt that there was no need for him to explain anything to a mere Emperor Realm Jr. with his status. He simply glanced at the proprietress and exerted an invisible pressure on her. The proprietress was obviously a little annoyed, but she managed to suppress her anger. Although there are many people in the blood monster territory at the moment, it should not be a problem for you to obtain a territory with your strength and prestige. Isn't that right, Elder Chu? Why do you specifically target me? Elder Chu replied indifferently, That's true. It is very easy for this old master to occupy a territory if he wanted to. I believe no one would dare not give the main sect face. However, won't the main sect be slandered as an entity that abuses its strength to bully the weak if this old master were to do that? That would definitely result in damage to the main sect's reputation. That is not desirable. Not desirable at all. Yang Kai was furious. Snatching somebody else's territory is an abuse of your strength and bullying the weak, so you targeted one of your own instead? For the sake of something like reputation, you can damage the interests of one of your own? What kind of logic is that? Both Elder Chu and Senior Brother Guo frowned, and gave Yang Kai a displeased look. On the other hand, a young man who had been standing behind Elder Chu immediately leapt forward and scolded Yang Kai without a trace of politeness. The elders are speaking. How dare a mere Emperor Realm Jr. interrupt them with your nonsense? This young man had been standing behind Elder Chu without saying a word this entire time, but he had an extraordinary bearing. It was easy to tell that he was probably one of the elite disciples of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Yang Kai had interrupted twice. Due to Elder Chu's status, it was inconvenient for him to say anything. In comparison, this young man was not bound by such scruples. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the young man and curled his lips. With such bold talk, I was wondering which high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master it was. It turns out to be nothing more than an Emperor Realm Jr. The young man coldly snorted with a look of disdain. There are vast differences between Emperor Realm cultivators. Although both you and I are Emperor Realm Masters at the moment, I am destined to stand above the clouds in the future while you are destined to wallow in the mud. I will be looking down on you from above. Let's see if you still dare to speak to me in that manner then. Yang Kai sneered. Then, you better start praying so that you never meet me in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Otherwise, I will beat you so badly that you'll resemble a pig's head. The young man burst into laughter. This is the first time I've ever met such a crazed junior before. Let's see whether you can even enter the blood monster cave heaven in the first place. Who knows? You might not even get the chance. Young Kai nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. Even if you can't enter the blood monster cave heaven, I can. The two Emperor Realm cultivators were arguing in front of a group of mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Furthermore, neither of them was willing to back down. It was quite a strange sight. Senior brother Gua couldn't bear to listen any longer, so he looked at the proprietress with a grimace. Junior sister, please reprimand your people. The proprietress replied calmly, Senior brother, why don't you reprimand your people first? Elder Chu spoke up. Why are you all making so much noise? Cease this nonsense. His expression that had always remained as tranquil as an ancient well was tainted with a hint of rage. He glared at the proprietress. First doesn't have that many people in the first place. Why do you need to occupy such a large territory? Many people from the main sect came on this trip. Unfortunately, we arrived slightly later than expected. The blood monster cave heaven may open at any time, so there is no time to find another place. If you are still grateful for the kindness that the main sect has shown you, then you should be willing to sacrifice for the main sect. The proprietress' voice was cold as she retorted. It was the old man who was kind to me. What does that have to do with Xianyuan cave heaven? Elder Chu snapped irritably. The old man you are referring to is one of Xianyuan cave heaven's elders. Whether you admit it or not, you have received the kindness of the main sect. That's just your wishful thinking. She sneered. Besides, who said that First doesn't have many people? We naturally have our own reasons for occupying such a large territory. What will happen to the people under me if I hand this territory over to you? I suggest you should hurry and find another place while you still have time. Who knows? You might be able to find an unclaimed area. But it will really be too late if you wait around any longer. His expression was as ugly as could be. Do you insist on doing this? Senior brother Gua stepped forward. Please stop arguing. Look, I have a suggestion. First won't need to give up this territory either. Why don't we both share this spot? This territory is quite large, so when the blood monster cave heaven opens, many entrances will probably appear here. At that time, we can let the little ones compete for the entrances with their own strength. That way, they won't have any complaints even if they failed to seize the opportunity. Impossible. The proprietress refused flatly. This was the territory that First had acquired. Yang Kai had mentioned earlier that he could bring everybody into the blood monster cave heaven with him by using the sealed world bead, so they only needed to fight for a single entrance. Nevertheless, she could not swallow this indignity. Why should she share with Xianyuan cave heaven? She would have nothing to say if the old man himself came forward. However, Elder Chu had always looked down on her. She had no reason to make things easy for this old man. Fine. Contrary to expectations, Yang Kai nodded in agreement at the same moment that she refused. She turned to look in that direction only to see Yang Kai winking at her furtively. Senior brother Gua hesitated. Junior sister, do the words of this boy count? Do you need to discuss this first? Her expression was cold as she pondered in silence for a moment. Then she nodded. Since he has agreed to it, I'll let him make the decision. But we will agree on this in advance. If anybody dares to intervene when they are competing for the entrances, then don't blame this great aunt for hitting back. Chapter 4236 In Xianzhou. Senior brother Gua laughed. Affairs between the children should be left to them. As seniors, it's enough if we just watch over them. What do you think, Senior brother Chu? Elder Chu coldly snorted, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Although he did not agree with this method, the blood monster cave heaven could open at any time now. If he rejected this suggestion at this time, he might really fail to find even the last spot available. Thus he immediately replied unhappily, If you go back on your word, this old master will definitely report this matter to Elder C. Tuesday. I'll see how you still dare to hold your head high to face him then. The proprietress didn't even bother to look at him, treating him as though he were a fart in the wind. Hence, a strange sight appeared in the void. The gigantic Five Elements Palace and the much smaller Falling Lotus coexisted peacefully in that piece of territory that could not be considered large. It had to be said that countless great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds were gathered in the Blood Monster territory at the moment. Both large and small great forces would occupy a territory that belonged solely to them. In that way, they would have the advantage of being closer if the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were to appear in front of them. There were no other great forces in the Blood Monster territory in the same situation as First In and Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Smelly brat. What crazy idea are you cooking up now? The proprietress couldn't help asking when she saw Yang Kai sneakily studying his surroundings. The one who agreed to Senior Brother Gua's suggestion earlier had also been him. Although she could guess that he was up to no good, she had no idea what he planned to do. Yang Kai did not answer. Instead, he asked a completely different question. Proprietress, is First In directly under Xianyuan Cave Heaven? She replied, nonsense. The old man is the owner of First In. Even though the old man is one of the elders of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, First In is considered the old man's private asset. Private asset? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He might not know how much income First In brought in, but he was certain that they were raking in profit every single day. Not to mention that there were so many branches across numerous great territories. I can't believe such a great force is nothing more than the private assets of that old man surnamed C. Tuesday. I have to say, the heritage of a high-rank open heaven realm master is just so different from our own. Then, will it trouble First In if I were to make the people from Xianyuan Cave Heaven suffer a little? She sneered. In that case, I'll be looking forward to it. What do you plan to do? You just need to watch the good show later. While speaking, Yang Kai's gaze shifted towards the Five Elements Palace. He just so happened to meet the gaze of the young man who had been quarreling with him before. For eyes suddenly met, but the young man's expression was filled with contempt. He reached up and slowly slid his hand across his neck like a blade. The threat behind his actions were obvious. Yang Kai sneered in his heart and directed a question at the proprietress. Who is that guy? He looks like a complete wastrel. She raised her head and glanced in that direction. I forgot his name, but he is probably that old dog's legacy disciple. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned. I got it. Staring at the young man deeply, Yang Kai suddenly announced, it's still early. I'm going to take a walk. After saying that, he slipped out with his hands behind his back. He looked absolutely carefree, almost as if he was going sightseeing. The proprietress failed to stop him in time, so she could only remind him, don't go off for too long and come back soon. The entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven may appear at any time. I know. He didn't even bother to turn back as he waved his hand at her dismissively. Inside the Five Elements Palace, the young man watched Yang Kai and did not take his eyes off the latter at all. Yang Kai was acting like he was patrolling his own territory, looking around left and right in the vast void. There was no saying what he was doing. Hence, the young man couldn't help snorting coldly. Pitiful weakling. Senior Brother Gua was standing right next to the young man. Upon hearing those words, he laughed. Nephew, don't judge a person by their appearance. Jumping in surprise, the young man hurriedly turned around and bowed. Martial Uncle Gua. He frowned. Martial Uncle, what do you mean? Is there anything worthy of respect in that brat? Senior Brother Gua said. Do you know the name Yuluo Sha? The young man did not understand why Senior Brother Gua suddenly brought up an irrelevant person. Even so, he nodded seriously. Of course. I went to Thousand Birds Territory's Star City 2 years ago, and participated in the Azura Arena on a whim. I fought Yuluo Sha once. Oh, Senior Brother Gua raised an eyebrow at those words. What was the result of your fight? It was a draw. I fought her for 6 hours until I was completely exhausted in the end. But don't worry, Martial Uncle. This disciple has been working hard over the past 2 years. My strength has improved greatly compared to back then. If my estimation is correct, Yuluo Sha will definitely enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This disciple will not embarrass the main sect if I encounter her inside. Senior Brother Gua nodded. I'm not worried about you meeting Yuluo Sha. If you fought her on equal terms 2 years ago, then I'm sure you won't be weaker than her 2 years later. Rather, I'm worried about you meeting that boy inside the blood monster cave heaven. The young man was astonished for a moment, then he immediately became annoyed. Martial uncle, why do you speak so highly of him and belittle me? Although my aptitude is poor, I have never failed the teachings of honored master in all these years. Senior brother Gua sighed. I'm not trying to belittle you, but you wouldn't be so carefree if you saw how the fight went between that boy and you Luo Sha went. The young man was dumbfounded. He fought you Luo Sha before? What was the result of his fight? One move. Senior brother Gua turned to look at the young man sternly. Yu Luo Sha was completely defeated in a single move. Impossible. The young man reacted as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened in shock and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. There's nothing impossible about it. I witnessed it personally. Senior brother Gua reached out a finger and pointed at the tall girl standing beside him all this while. If you don't believe me, you can ask junior sister Zhu yourself. The young man turned to look at the tall girl, and she gently nodded in affirmation. One move. The color drained out of his face. He was as pale as a dead man. How can you Luo Sha be defeated in a single move? Like me, she condensed sixth-order elements. We are only one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. How can anybody below the open heaven realm overwhelm her so completely? It's simple. Senior brother Gua glanced at Yang Kai's back in the distance. What you are condensing is the sixth-order elements, but that boy is condensing seventh-order elements. Seventh-order elements. The young man's eyes narrowed as though he had received a great shock. Senior brother Gua said, this martial uncle will give you a piece of advice. If you encounter him in the blood monster cave heaven, run as far as you can. I'm certain that Brad is not a soft-hearted and forgiving young man. You were having a dispute with him just now, so be careful, just in case he does something to you inside the blood monster cave heaven. He dares. The young man was livid. Senior brother Gua patted the young man on the shoulder. It's better to endure for a moment and keep the peace. He has condensed seventh-order elements, so while his future might seem bright and promising, it is actually filled with misfortune and danger. The higher one stands, the harder one falls after all. After listening to what Senior brother Gua said, the young man seemed to recall something. His complexion slowly returned to normal and he nodded. This disciple will remember your advice, martial uncle. Gazing in the direction that Yang Kai had left, the young man gripped his fists lightly and sneered in his heart. Condensing seventh-order elements. He doesn't know his place. Exactly half a day later, Yang Kai finally returned to the Falling Lotus. He looked up and saw that the Five Elements Palace was crowded with people. Many cultivators were standing on the deck and listening to Elder Chu's teachings. He was amazed by the sight. Just how many people did they bring? The proprietress replied. The blood monster cave heaven only opens once every 200 years. They might not have another chance in the future. It's only natural for them to want a share of the pie, while they still have the chance. The numbers from Xianyuan Cave Heaven are considered on the low side even. They only have 200 or so. Some great forces might even dispatch 400 or 500 people. Old Bai chimed in. It's just that the entrances are limited. There's no point even if many of them come. They have to successfully secure an entrance if they want to enter. He turned to look at Yang Kai. You should act now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. Yang Kai nodded and slipped into the Falling Lotus. He placed Lang Qingshan and the others in the small sealed world. Then he put the Falling Lotus away. By the time he finished doing everything, the 200 disciples from Xianyuan Cave Heaven had moved out and spread out into the surroundings. They were evenly distributed across the rather spacious void that was their territory. In this way, the person closest to the entrance would have the greatest advantage if an entrance appeared near them. Glancing around carefully, Yang Kai discovered that the 200 disciples had practically occupied the entire area within the void. The distance between each person was rather evenly spaced. It was clear that they had no intention of leaving any space for first in at all. If there were more than 30 people from First In who were trying to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, this would have turned into an awkward situation. Xianyuan Cave Heaven had the advantage in numbers after all. If it came down to a fight, First In had no advantages to speak of. It was truly fortunate that he had the sealed world bead. Proprietress, I'm going. Yang Kai had his sights set on a certain location, so after a cursory goodbye, he immediately headed towards that spot. Young master, please be careful. He called out from behind. Guo Ziyan cupped his fists and quickly said, This subordinate wishes you all the best. May you return with success. Yang Kai waved goodbye. A short while later, he came to a spot near one of Xianyuan Cave Heaven's disciples, and came to a halt. Although it was said to be near, he was still a few hundred meters away from the other party. It was just that the others had a distance of several kilometers between them, so this distance was relatively close. The Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple shouted at Yang Kai furiously when he noticed him. Brat! Are you looking for trouble? Not only had Yang Kai come alone, but out of all the places he could stop, he also just had to stop so close to this man. Therefore it upset him greatly. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai turned to look at the disciple and grinned. He pointed in another direction and asked, Junior brother, can I ask you a question? What is that guy's name? The Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple glanced in the direction that Yang Kai was pointing and blurted out. That's Yin Xian Zhao. Senior brother Yin is Elder Chu's legacy disciple. He is expected to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm in the future. Hey, what the hell do you count for? How dare you so shamelessly address me as junior brother? So his name is Yin Xian Zhao. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Even though there were several kilometers between them, that smile gave Yin Xian Zhao an inexplicable sense of horror. He had looked down on Yang Kai before learning what the latter was capable of. However, he knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent once he learned that even Yu Luosha had been defeated by Yang Kai in one move. It was only natural for him to feel uncomfortable when he was being watched by Yang Kai so wolfishly. This guy can't be trying to compete against me for an entrance, right? There is a distance of several kilometers between us after all. If the entrance appears near me, I'm bound to have the advantage. How can he win? Chapter 4237 Keep a distance from me. Junior brother. Yang Kai turned to smile at the disciple nearby. Seeing as you answered my questions, I'll give you a piece of advice. That person roared furiously. Speak if you have something to say. You should keep a distance from me, otherwise, you won't be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That person was taken aback by those words for a moment. Then he lost his temper completely. Brat, don't you dare snatch my entrance from me. I will cut off your head and use it as a urinal. I'm just giving you a friendly warning. After saying that, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread his divine sense out to cover the surroundings. That person glared at Yang Kai furiously, intending to spit out some insults. However, he saw that Yang Kai was no longer paying any attention to him. Although he was burning with rage, he simply opened his eyes wide and kept a close watch on his surroundings, lest an entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared all of a sudden. Time passed slowly and a feeling of anxiety gradually filled the quiet void. Even cultivators from the same great force would feel tension when their gazes occasionally met. All of them had gone through rigorous selection of their respective sects in order to obtain the qualifications to come here. Be that as it may, there was no guarantee that they could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This issue involved a matter of fighting over the entrances. Only those who could secure an entrance could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That was why everybody else was a rival in their eyes. How could they not be wary of the others? Yang Kai kept his eyes tightly closed. He was completely motionless, almost as if he had fallen asleep. In contrast, Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple standing a few hundred meters away from Yang Kai was feeling incredibly anxious. Even though he kept his eyes wide open and vigorously searched his surroundings for so long, there were no signs of an entrance appearing nearby. His eyes were already starting to feel tired. Turning to glance at Yang Kai, he coldly snorted. Humph. Playing cheap tricks. He reached up to rub his tired eyes. Not a moment later, he suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his vision. He turned to look in that direction, and saw a glimmer of red light appearing at a certain spot in the void. The light was not very conspicuous when it first appeared, but it quickly spread like a drop of ink in clear water. It took only 3 breaths for that glimmer of light to transform into a swirling blood-red portal. The portal was not large, only able to accommodate a single person passing through it, while the aura of a universe world leaked out from beyond it. The entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had finally begun to appear. At that moment, all the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, and first in turn to look at the blood portal at the same time. How could that person continue to rub his eyes? He couldn't help bursting into laughter as he cheered. The heavens are on my side. With a slight shift of his body, he immediately rushed in the direction of the blood portal. He never imagined that the first entrance would appear near him. It was a huge stroke of fortune. He had been extremely nervous while waiting earlier, afraid that no entrances would appear within his couple-kilometer range. If that was the case, then he would not be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven no matter how capable he was. Who could have known that he would be so lucky? All his worries from before dissipated into nothing, causing him to throw his head back and laugh heartily. I'm going to be the first person to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was filled with all sorts of dangers, he was already here, so who was not mentally prepared for all the possibilities? Just as there were dangers lurking everywhere inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, there was also an abundance of opportunities to be had. He might be able to achieve success overnight, if he could obtain some benefit inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It would be even more wonderful if he could advance into the Open Heaven realm once it was all over. He was feeling extremely excited, and his expression reflected his emotional state. He hurriedly rushed towards the entrance as though he could see a bright future beckoning to him from within the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. In the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Widening his eyes, he stared in the direction of the blood portal and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible?" That was because a person had appeared right in front of the blood portal during that brief flight of fantasy he had. Moreover, it was a person who should have been several hundred meters behind him. Thinking that he had seen wrong, he even turned back to look behind him. There was no sign of a person's figure at the spot where Yang Kai had been standing earlier. Somehow, the hateful young man had vanished at some point in time, and bypassed him directly to arrive in front of the blood portal. Inside the Five Elements Palace, the 3 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of Xianyuan Cave Heaven all had different expressions on their faces. Senior Brother Guo was absolutely dumbfounded. "This," Elder Chu shouted through gritted teeth, "Space secret technique." The glamorous woman revealed a look of realization and murmured to herself, "So that's how it is." She had been puzzled when Yang Kai agreed so readily to Senior Brother Guo's suggestion earlier. After all, the situation was very disadvantageous to First In. Judging by the current situation, this junior by the name of Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, and could perform instantaneous movement. He could shuttle back and forth across the void in an instant without regard for the barriers of space. With such a divine ability, why would he worry about failing to secure an entrance? She laughed and shook her head, taking petty revenge just because he suffered a bit of loss. That's so childish. It's just a single entrance. So what if that Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciple fails to secure it? We don't expect all of them to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It's a good result even if only 50 out of these 200 disciples manage to go in. Losing one entrance won't cause a problem for the overall situation. It doesn't matter how amazing this boy's space secret techniques are. In the end, he's just one purse. As soon as that thought came to mind, everybody saw Yang Kai abruptly reaching his hand into the void. Immediately after that, he fished a chubby fatty out of nowhere. Senior Brother Guo was shocked, as were Elder Chu and the glamorous woman. Then all 3 of them suddenly had a bad feeling. The entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The chef immediately yelled in excitement when he appeared. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get inside." Yang Kai kicked the chef in his butt and sent the chef falling into the blood portal. The swirling portal immediately collapsed upon itself, and swiftly turned into a small red dot that vanished into thin air. Just as the proprietress and the others had mentioned before, the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was extremely unstable. Each entrance could only accommodate a single person passing through before it collapsed, so after Yang Kai released the chef from the sealed world bead and tossed him straight into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the entrance immediately disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that the previous Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple arrived, but he was too late. Staring blankly at the spot where the entrance used to be, he was completely dumbfounded at first. Then his blank stare was followed by a furious roar. "You bastard!" Yang Kai brushed past that disciple and patted him on the shoulder. "Good luck, junior brother. I hope another entrance will appear nearby." Manipulating space principles, his figure vanished out of sight again. Only that disciple was left behind in the same spot, fuming with rage that had nowhere to go. By the time Yang Kai appeared again, he was already several kilometers away. There was a small glimmer of red light in front of him, expanding quickly to become an entrance. 300 meters away, another Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple had just spotted the entrance, but before that disciple could make a move, Yang Kai grabbed the accountant out of the small sealed world and tossed him into the entrance. The accountant's figure flashed and vanished. He probably did not even realize what was happening before everything was over. Following that, Yang Kai's figure flickered again. This time around, he appeared 2 kilometers away. It was almost like he had predicted the future as a small red that was just appearing when his figure reappeared from the void. 3 breaths later, the entrance took form. Yang Kai grabbed another person from the small sealed world and tossed them into the portal. In just a matter of several dozen breaths, Yang Kai had consecutively stolen 3 entrances. This large void was like his backyard where he could come and go as he pleased. Nobody could compete with him at all. It could even be said that Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciples who were checking their surroundings had failed to even discover the appearance of those entrances before Yang Kai acted. Inside the Five Elements Palace, Elder Chu's expression was so ugly that one would cry at the sight of him. His gaze was fixed gloomily upon Yang Kai, who was several kilometers away. It was almost as though he wanted to rip Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. 3 entrances represented 3 chances that should have belonged to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Now that they were stolen away, the main sect had suffered a huge loss. This is difficult. The brat is very proficient in the Tao of Space. Senior Brother Gua fiercely scowled. An entrance into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appears when the Cave Heaven and the Blood Monster territory merge together for a moment, so there are bound to be subtle spatial fluctuations right before it becomes visible. The others might not notice anything, but these spatial fluctuations are as obvious as beacons in a sea of darkness to him. He can accurately locate each entrance before they even appear. The glamorous woman continued. Furthermore, based on that boy's actions, he probably has an artifact that can hold the living creatures. Otherwise, how could he have conjured 3 people out of thin air? An artifact that can hold living beings is extremely rare. Where did he obtain something like that? He was puzzled. She glanced at the proprietress. I'm afraid she must have given it to him. Elder Chu was furious. That junior thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he is proficient in the Tao of Space. He is not respecting the main sect in the slightest. That bastard. Elder, please calm down. The glamorous woman quickly tried to comfort him. The Tao of Space might be amazing, but there is still just one of him. He can't create clones out of himself. It is only just the beginning. I'm sure many entrances will appear in this large void. It's impossible for him to steal all of them. Besides, he is only in the Emperor realm. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of Space, there must be limits to the distance he can teleport. As long as an entrance appears outside of his range, he will not be able to do anything either. As though to verify her words, 5 red points of light flickered throughout the void following the consecutive appearances of the 3 entrances earlier. The 5 red dots swiftly enlarged and turned into entrances. Yang Kai's figure flickered rapidly. Even so, he only managed to steal 3 entrances. The other 2 were taken by Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciples. Elder Chu's expression finally eased slightly at the sight. The main sect only managed to obtain 2 entrances, so only 2 disciples could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, it could be considered a good start. More than a dozen kilometers away from the Five Elements Palace, the proprietress shook her head slowly. Smelly brat. You are the embodiment of the saying, revenge is a dish best served warm. It was not until this moment that she understood the reason for the question he asked previously. It would seem that he had already planned to make things difficult for Xian Yuan Cave Heaven beforehand. It was just that he was worried about causing trouble for First In. That was why he asked if First In would be placed in a difficult position if Xian Yuan Cave Heaven was humiliated slightly. At this rate, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven would not just suffer a small loss, they would suffer a terrible one. Be that as it may, it was Elder Chu who came looking for trouble first. If he had chosen to station himself elsewhere, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, they assumed that First In was easily bullied and forced their way into this area. With Yang Kai's temperament, how could he let others be happy when he was unhappy? This was a typical act of hindering the success of others, even though these actions served no benefit to him. Chapter 4238, Unstoppable. Entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared one after another throughout the endless void of the Blood Monster territory, allowing the cultivators waiting nearby to succeed in entering. There were people everywhere in the Blood Monster territory. As such, less than 10 breaths would pass from the time an entrance appeared to the time somebody entered. Some entrances were taken not even a breath after they appeared. Each entrance represented an opportunity. Whether a person could successfully seize that opportunity or not depended on one's abilities and one's luck. For the sake of securing an entrance for themselves, many fellow cultivators from the same great forces would even attack each other. This was also allowed. As long as one was careful when attacking and the attack was not lethal, the elders leading the team would turn a blind eye to those actions. The cultivators who managed to secure an entrance would vanish out of sight. On the other hand, those who failed would be extremely annoyed. They had no choice but to search for another entrance. Inside the territory where First In and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven were located, Yang Kai's figure was flickering about without pause, pushing his space principles to their limits. As Senior Brother Gua had mentioned before, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were formed when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven merged with the Blood Monster territory. Hence, there was a subtle fluctuation right before an entrance formed. Other people might not be able to perceive anything, but the space fluctuations were extremely conspicuous to Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space. For that reason, he was perfectly capable of taking the lead in seizing the opportunities. Even if he was all alone, he was practically unstoppable. Most of the time, the entrances had only just appeared, and he was already standing in front of them. He would casually grab somebody from the small sealed world and throw them into the entrance, then turn around to leave. As a result, he left many Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's elite disciples stunned and annoyed in his wake. However, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven appeared at irregular intervals. Sometimes, it would take a long time before one appeared. Sometimes, several entrances would appear at the same time, so no matter how capable Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to dominate all the entrances. Be that as it may, he had stolen almost 70% of the entrances that had appeared so far. Although Xian Yuan Cave Heaven had the advantage in numbers, they were only able to secure 30% of those entrances in this territory. Inside the Five Elements Palace, Elder Chu's eyes were practically spitting fire at the sight. His murderous intent was also extremely dense and he was tempted to smack Yang Kai to death in a single move. If not for Yang Kai's constant interference, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven could have secured nearly 20 of the entrances. On the contrary, only 6 disciples had entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven so far. Every entrance represented an opportunity. Therefore, this heavy loss left him feeling heartbroken. Suppressing his rage, he shifted his gaze to look in another direction instead. His legacy disciple, Yin Xan Zhao, was standing in the void and looking around his surroundings with an anxious expression. He was not very lucky. Almost an incense stick had passed by since the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven started appearing, but there were no signs of one appearing around him whatsoever. This had resulted in him being unable to obtain a chance to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, even though his strength was extraordinary. Seeming to notice Elder Chu's gaze, Yin Xian Zhao turned to look at his honored master. Then he took a deep breath and suppressed the anxiety in his heart to wait patiently. And his patience paid off. Less than a cup of tea later, a small red dot suddenly appeared approximately 400 meters away from him. He immediately noticed the changes and swiftly moved in that direction with an expression of excitement. As somebody standing at the peak of the Emperor Realm, a distance of 400 meters was nothing to him. He could cover it in the blink of an eye. Inside the Five Elements Palace, Elder Chu let out a breath of relief at the sight. It didn't matter if the other disciples failed to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but it would be an extremely devastating loss if his legacy disciple failed to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After all, he had very high expectations for this boy. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly came to mind. Elder Chu glanced vigilantly at a certain spot in the distance, and discovered that Yang Kai was a few thousand kilometers away, due to the constant struggle just now. Thus he immediately felt relieved. With such a huge distance between them, it was impossible for Yang Kai to return in an instant. It was not possible even if he was a master of the Tao of space. As soon as that thought crossed Elder Chu's mind though, his face twitched. That was because Yang Kai, who was several thousand kilometers away, had abruptly vanished from his field of vision. Immediately following that, Yang Kai appeared not far from Yin Xian Zhao. Elder Chu was absolutely startled and could barely believe his eyes. How can this be? He is only in the Emperor Realm. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, how can he cover a distance of several thousand kilometers in an instant? What enraged Elder Chu even more was the fact that another entrance had appeared near the place where Yang Kai was originally located. However, the brat had ignored that entrance and chose to appear in the vicinity of Yin Xian Zhao instead. His actions clearly indicated that he was deliberately aiming at Yin Xian Zhao. Elder Chu couldn't help feeling anxious. Thus he paid close attention to the situation at hand without looking away in the slightest. On the other side, the proprietress and the others had been keeping a close watch on Yang Kai. Therefore, they immediately noticed his strange actions. Old Bai let out a frivolous whistle and snickered. His expression seemed to say that he was ready to watch a good show. Meanwhile, the proprietress looked pensive. Like Elder Chu, she was puzzled. How did he achieve instantaneous movement over such a large distance? It should have exceeded his limits. She had once chased Yang Kai through the void, so she had an idea where his limits were. He replied gently, "It's thanks to the space beacons, a special artifact that the young master refined himself. One is used for positioning while the other is carried around on hand. As long as the distance between these two space beacons is not too outrageous, they can be used as anchor points to connect two places across the void." The proprietress was enlightened. "So, you're saying that Brat left a space beacon in the vicinity beforehand?" Then, she suddenly recalled how Yang Kai had wandered aimlessly throughout the territory with his hands behind his back before the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven began opening. Judging by the current situation, he was actually making preparations in advance, even though he looked like he had only been taking a leisurely stroll. Furthermore, he must have scattered more than one space beacon. "Crafty little bastard," she spat softly. It would seem that he had already been conspiring to do this when he agreed to Xianyuan Cave Heaven's unreasonable request back then. Yin Xian Zhao was Elder Chu's legacy disciple. Moreover, he quarreled with Yang Kai earlier. It would have been strange if Yang Kai did not harass him. Predictably, Yang Kai had immediately rushed back as soon as he detected an entrance appearing in this area. He even went so far as to ignore other entrances that appeared closer to him. At this moment, Yin Xian Zhao looked like he had seen a ghost. He turned his head to the side to look at Yang Kai, who was racing forward side by side with him, with a horrified expression on his face. On the other hand, Yang Kai winked at Yin Xian Zhao. Then his figure flashed and he vanished out of sight. Yin Xian Zhao raised his head to look forward. Sure enough, Yang Kai's figure reappeared in front of the nearby entrance. However, he did not send anybody through the entrance immediately. He simply stood there with a teasing expression and gazed at Yin Xian Zhao. The blood portal swirled endlessly a dozen meters behind him, connecting to the universe world like a huge mouth that was gaping open in silent mockery. Yin Xian Zhao was furious. His emperor qi surged and he bellowed, "Scram!" His speed abruptly increased, almost as if he intended to rush into the entrance while Yang Kai was unprepared. Yang Kai did not bother to dodge aside. He simply stretched out his arm in front of him in slow motion. Space principles surged and with a strike of his palm he shouted, "Near! Distant horizon!" This palm strike held no destructive force. Yin Xian Zhao was initially on guard against the attack, but contrary to his expectations, no attack came. He was feeling bewildered when he suddenly discovered that he could not approach Yang Kai at all no matter how fast he flew forward. That hateful face continued to smile at him from a few hundred meters away. Meanwhile, the void beneath his feet seemed to extend infinitely despite his constant forward movement. It filled him with an inexplicable sense of terror. Although he had heard from senior brother Gua about how Yu Luosha had been defeated by this man in a single move, he had subconsciously refused to believe it. After all, he was familiar with Yu Luosha's abilities. More importantly, he had his pride as an elite disciple of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, and the legacy disciple of Elder Chu. He did not consider himself inferior to anybody. He even had the impulsive thought of fighting Yang Kai in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to determine who was better between them. Unfortunately, it would now seem that this person's methods were both profound and mysterious. It was certainly extremely unusual. Just the divine ability near distant horizon alone was something he had never heard of before. Be that as it may, he was still a core disciple of Xianyuan Cave Heaven with amazing talent and disposition. As soon as he noticed that something was wrong, he immediately reacted with a loud roar. A violent force erupted from his body and his fists transformed into a rain of shadows that struck out in all directions. Yang Kai simply watched him quietly, showing no intention of stopping him whatsoever. 3 breaths later, cracks began to appear around him, as if space itself was collapsing. Overjoyed, Yin Xian Zhao increased the intensity of his attacks. Huh! The sounds of something shattering rang out, and Yin Xian Zhao could clearly feel as though he had escaped from an invisible cage. His entire body felt lighter all of a sudden. The other party's divine ability had been broken. The moment the understanding struck him, Yin Xian Zhao moved to rush forward without hesitation. However, what entered his field of vision nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets from rage. He watched as Yang Kai leisurely summoned a person out of thin air, before pushing them into the entrance. The blood portal immediately shrank and turned into a red dot that dissipated into nothing. His complexion was ashen due to his rage, and the veins in his temples were throbbing madly. Glaring furiously at Yang Kai, he shouted through gritted teeth, "You bastard! How dare you humiliate me!" Yang Kai had come running here from several thousand kilometers away. It was bad enough that he was deliberately targeting him to steal this entrance, but he even went so far as to taunt and trap him until Yin Xian Zhao had broken free of the shackles to use the entrance. It was obviously a deliberate act to humiliate Yin Xian Zhao. Inside the Five Elements Palace, Elder Chu was so angry that he almost spat blood. His clothes flapped around him wildly as he roared solemnly, "This junior does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. What impudence!" Following that, he took a step forward, and an endless wave of pressure came crashing down in that direction. A figure flashed at that moment, and the proprietress stepped in between Yang Kai and him. With a flick of her hand, she lightly stopped the pressure that Elder Chu was exerting and raised her head to look at him, questioning in a cold voice, "What is the meaning of this, Elder Chu? You are a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and the elder of a famous sect. Are you planning to attack a child? Who was it who said that adults should only watch over the affairs between children?" When she spoke the last sentence, she glared at Senior Brother Guo with a vicious look. Senior Brother Guo was a little embarrassed. Those were certainly his words. Nevertheless, he never imagined that Yang Kai would behave so excessively immediately after. Yang Kai had continuously stolen entrances from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, practically pushing them to the verge of despair. The rage brewing in Elder Chu's chest was about to erupt like a volcano. His world force fluctuated erratically, seemingly as though he might attack at any time. Both Senior Brother Gua and Junior Sister Han were taken aback, with the latter hurriedly speaking, Elder Chu, please calm down. Senior Sister Lan is a subordinate under Elder Si Tuesday. She is also considered part of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. We will only make a laughing stock of ourselves if a fight breaks out between us. Chapter 4239, Blood Monster Cave Heaven. There was something else that Junior Sister Han did not dare to say. The three Open Heaven Realm Master of First and were no inferior to Xianyuan Cave Heaven in terms of both cultivation and order. If it really came down to a fight, nobody would hold an advantage over the other. It would only result in a situation where both parties suffered losses. It was obvious that Elder Chu also knew this. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he shouted through gritted teeth. Lan Yurua, you better watch over your people carefully. If he dares to do something like that again, don't blame this old master for being merciless. The proprietress did not show any weaknesses though. Go ahead and try. You'll see whether or not this queen breaks those old bones of yours. Old people should find a place to live out their old age. Why did you come running here? Elder Chu nearly exploded with rage. Stretching out a hand to point at her, he spoke in a voice trembling with anger. This old master will definitely report this matter to the sect. Just you wait. You'll be punished for this. She snorted and threw Elder Chu to the back of her mind. When she saw that Yang Kai and Yin Xian Zhao were still glaring at each other in a stalemate, she couldn't help sending a transmission. It's almost time. You should also head inside. All the entrances have almost finished opening. Unexpected changes might occur if you wait any longer. Got it. Yang Kai replied. Then he smiled at Yin Xian Zhao and cupped his fist. Good luck, brother Yin. After saying that, he left with a flash. Fuck your good luck. Yin Xian Zhao was about to explode with anger. He had waited for so long just for this wonderful opportunity. In the beginning, he believed that entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a certainty. Who could have known that Yang Kai would interfere in his affairs so rudely? After such a long time, Yin Xian Zhao had discovered a pattern. The entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven might appear without a fixed frequency, but they typically did not appear in the same location twice. In other words, there was not much hope for another entrance to appear in this location that he guarded so zealously. He had to search in another location. However, there were Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples everywhere around him. Where could he go? For a time his expression was extremely ugly. On the other side, Yang Kai arrived at another newly appeared entrance and slipped inside. After stepping into the entrance, he felt a blood light wrapping around him. Then he was pulled, pushed, and squashed by an invisible force that pressed down on him. The scenery in front of him turned bizarre. A faint sense of dizziness came from the depths of his mind and golden stars filled his vision. These were typical symptoms of teleportation, so he was all too familiar with this feeling. Moreover, he could tell from the severity of these symptoms that he was not being teleported too far. That was rather understandable. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was hidden within Blood Monster territory, not to mention that the entrances were formed when both sides merged together. Sooner or later, there would even come a day when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and the Blood Monster territory would completely merge together. That was why the distance between them was not that large. It only took several breaths before the bizarre scenery suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred for a moment, and he discovered that he was in another world. He was in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Before he could take a closer look at the surrounding scenery of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven though, he suddenly felt his body sinking downward. It felt like there was a huge mountain pressing down on his shoulders, causing his body to fall into a sharp descent. Only then did he realize that he was standing in mid-air. He hastily tried to correct his posture to stabilize his body, but to his horror and surprise, he found that there was an invisible restriction of some sort in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, preventing him from flying. This was the small universe left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. The restrictions placed within the world were not something an Emperor Realm cultivator like him could ignore. This place had gone through the baptism of endless years, and many of the restrictions had fallen into disrepair. Even so, restraining the abilities of Emperor Realm cultivators was not an issue. Yang Kai was flustered for a short moment. Lowering his head, he saw that he was no more than a few dozen kilometers above ground. It was just that he was falling out of the sky at a high speed. Be that as it may, he did not panic. He had a half-dragon body, so although it might hurt to fall from such a height, it would not endanger his life. The key point was that he had not appeared at a very favorable location. There was a group of hyena-like monster beasts in the plain directly below him. These monster beasts numbered over 100, and they had a ferocious aura about them. Seeming to detect the scent of a human, one of the hyenas looked up and let out several short but fierce yelps. Consequently, more than 100 hyenas soon raised their heads and swarmed around the area where Yang Kai was going to land. They bared their fangs and howled endlessly, seeming extremely hostile. It was Yang Kai's first time in the blood monster cave heaven, so he was clueless about the strength of these monster beasts. The idea of using them to practice his skills immediately popped into his head. His figure fell rapidly, like a meteorite falling out of the sky. When he was about 3 kilometers away from the ground, he stretched out a finger and flicked repeatedly. Pitch-black moon blades slashed out, tearing space apart. Slashing sounds echoed, accompanied by blood splattering everywhere. The bodies of the monster beasts that were gathered around in one spot were torn apart by the moon blades. They collapsed in a pool of blood. With one attack, more than half out of the 100 or so hyena-like monster beasts were either killed or severely injured. Yang Kai crashed down a moment later, blasting a crater in the ground with a loud boom. The ground cracked and split apart around him. In addition, dust flew up in a cloud in all directions. The short but fierce barks of those hyenas sounded mournfully all around him. By the time he stood up and cast a secret technique to get rid of all the smoke and dust, there was only a pile of monster beast carcasses left lying on the ground. The rest of the monster beasts had turned tail and fled. Trash! Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had thought that these monster beasts were powerful, when he saw how fierce and hostile they were. Who could have known that they would be so weak? Even an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator could have dealt with them easily. He casually gave a wave of his hand to retrieve one of the hyena's carcasses, and took out its monster core. A brief investigation revealed that this monster core was equivalent to a first-order material. In other words, this was nothing more than a first-order monster core. Yang Kai checked a few more carcasses, but none of them was an exception. It would seem that these hyenas were the weakest first-order monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven. There was no value in hunting them. Nonetheless, the situation here was consistent with the information from the proprietress. The monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven were cultivated and modified by blood monster divine monarch when he was still alive. The attributes of every single monster core were singular and very pure. This was a very rare phenomenon. The monster core of a monster beast was similar to a cultivator's Dao seal. It was a collection of a monster beast's spiritual essence, so the energy within was generally more convoluted. Although there were monster cores with only a single pure element in the outside world as well, they were extremely rare. Not only was that the case for monster beasts, but the same also held true for divine spirits. It was just that more divine spirits had sources with a singular attribute compared to these monster beasts. For example, Jin Wu's source was of the metal element. Yang Kai used to covet it greatly. Other examples included Bai Feng, who had a source of the fire element, and Kuan Sha, who had a source of the water element. There were all sorts of varieties out there. On the other hand, Yang Kai had just randomly killed a bunch of monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven. Even so, the element of each monster core he obtained was singular and extremely pure. Although the monster cores in his hand were only in the first order, and were very low in value, they included the metal, water, earth and fire elements. There were more that he did not gather, but he should be able to obtain all 7 types of the yin, yang, and the 5 elements from them. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was definitely an expert in the Tao of cultivating and modifying monster beasts. Thus, Yang Kai could not help wondering what he had been aiming for. Cultivating such monster beasts would have required an enormous amount of effort and cost and incredible fortune. There must have been a reason for his actions. A sudden idea occurred to Yang Kai, and he couldn't help thinking of a possibility. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. The next step would be to advance into the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. If he wanted to advance further, Resources like the open heaven pills might not be useful to him. In that case, he would need to refine all sorts of cultivation resources. It was just that his order was so high that refining ordinary resources was just a waste of time. The only method that could work was if he refined 8th order materials. However, 7th order materials were already extremely scarce. 8th order materials, which were one order higher, were probably even harder to find. Even if he himself was in the 8th order open heaven realm, Blood Monster Divine Monarch would not be able to find such treasures just anywhere. Since he could not find them, then he had no choice but to think of a way to create them himself. If he could produce an 8th order monster beast, he could then slay that monster beast for its monster core. In that way, it might be possible to further improve his cultivation. The jade slip from the proprietress had recorded the existence of 7th order monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was not a mere rumor, but rather that cultivators had actually encountered 7th order monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven over the years. Be that as it may, the jade slip did not contain any information on 8th order monster beasts. Judging from the situation, it was either that Blood Monster Divine Monarch's breeding efforts had failed and no 8th order monster beast had ever been born, or all the 8th order monster beasts had already been slaughtered by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Yang Kai shook his head. He did not know if his guesses were correct. It was just an idea that came to mind all of a sudden. Unfortunately, only Blood Monster Divine Monarch himself would know the actual reason why he began to cultivate and modify these monster beasts. This 8th order open heaven realm master had passed away so many millennia ago that the truth of ancient times had long been buried, becoming an unsolvable mystery. In any case, countless cultivators had benefited from Blood Monster Divine Monarch's legacy. As long as one was strong enough, one could easily obtain suitable cultivation resources in this place. Leaving aside the monster cores of different orders and varying elements hidden within the bodies of the monster beasts, just the cultivation paradises scattered all over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was enough to make people go crazy. Every 200 years, countless cultivators would flock here just to obtain the cultivation resources that they wanted in order to receive the qualifications to advance into the open heaven realm. Naturally, great benefits would also come with great dangers. Only the elite disciples of each sect would be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, how many of them actually left this place alive? Just as how great waves washed away the sand, only the best among the best would survive such trials. Yang Kai casually put away the first-order monster cores in his hand, and ignored the rest. First-order materials were only worth some 150 open heaven pills. With his wealth, he had no interest in such baubles. He then waved his hand and 8 figures came out of the small sealed world to appear in front of him. With Lang Qingshan in the lead, these people cupped their fists in greeting, "Sir." Yang Kai nodded gently, his gaze sweeping over each one of them. More than 30 people had been hidden in the small sealed world earlier. However, he had thrown most of those people into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven when he was stealing entrances from the Xianyuan Cave Heaven disciples. He did not know where they had been scattered at this point. Since they had the resolution to train by themselves though, then their survival was up to their own respective fates. There was no point worrying about them. It was just as Lang Qingshan and the others had mentioned previously. They could not keep relying on him and hiding under the shelter of his wings. When walking the path of a cultivator, one would only grow and become stronger by experiencing real hardships. Chapter 4240, A Highly Dangerous Place. This is the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai got straight to the point. Are you coming with me or going your own way? Lang Qingshan and the others exchanged glances with each other before they responded in unison. We would like to try exploring this sealed world on our own. Please forgive our selfishness, sir. This was the same resolve they had expressed previously. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have thrown them, one after another, into the entrances of Blood Monster Cave Heaven earlier. Since they had made up their minds, then they would not change them easily. He nodded. In that case, please be careful. Everybody responded enthusiastically and rolled up their sleeves, as though planning to demonstrate their skills in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After that, he turned to look at Guo Miao. What about you? Guo Miao glanced at Lang Qingshan and quietly blushed before she said softly, "This disciple would like to follow big brother Qingshan." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words. He looked at Guo Miao, then looked at Lang Qingshan. Quickly grasping the situation, he nodded, "Qingshan." "Sir." Lang Qingshan stepped forward. Yang Kai looked at Lang Qingshan with a smile. "Guo Miao wishes to join you. What do you think?" Lang Qingshan was embarrassed. Sneaking a glance at Guo Miao, he cupped his fist and quickly said, "This subordinate will definitely keep junior sister Guo safe. Please rest assured, sir." Yang Kai patted Lang Qingshan on the shoulder. "I'm not worried, but you better not let anything happen to her. Otherwise, you will have a hard time providing Commander Guo with an explanation when you exit the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Lang Qingshan nodded solemnly. Yang Kai looked around again before saying loudly, "You are all ambitious men. This king is very pleased, so I will not stop you. This king wishes you all the best. I hope that any misfortune you encounter will turn into opportunity and good luck." Afterwards, he took out the jade slip that the proprietress handed to him previously. Using his divine sense to make copies of this jade slip, he handed each person one. Only then did he wave his hands to tell them to leave. A short while later, Yang Kai was the only person remaining in this place. He was holding the jade slip in his hand and trying to compare his location with the incomplete map recorded inside to determine his position. Unfortunately, he had only just entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The information that he received was too little, so he could not determine where he was even after checking the map for some time. With no other choice, he could only put the jade slip away and prepare to explore a little more. He could make a decision again once he had more information to compare. Randomly choosing a direction, Yang Kai traveled onward. Along the way, he did some experiments and discovered that he could only float at a height of several dozen meters in this damned place. If he tried to go any higher, he would lose his ability to fly. There was probably a flight inhibiting array covering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. His discovery was in line with the feeling he got when he first arrived in this place. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was certainly worthy of being the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was truly not much different from a real universe world. In this place, the world principles were essentially perfect, the world force was lively and vigorous, and world energy was abundant everywhere. It was a huge cultivation paradise. According to Old Bai, at least some tens of thousands of people could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven every time it opened. This was not a small number. During his travels, he would occasionally encounter some people, most of them alone, like him. Thus, they tended to be wary of their surroundings and chose to give a wide berth to strangers whenever they sensed an unfamiliar aura, so that they could avoid conflict. The entrances of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were widely scattered all over the Blood Monster territory. As a result, the people who entered this place were not gathered in any one place either. Rather, they were scattered across every corner of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It had to be said that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a paradise for monster beasts. There were countless monster beasts of various shapes and sizes roaming this place. Yang Kai traveled forward for half a day, but did not encounter many cultivators. He did, however, run into many monster beasts. Along the way, he came across many traces of fighting, as well as the corpses of various monster beasts. All their monster cores had been retrieved. There were no exceptions. Although he did not see any corpses belonging to cultivators, that was not to say that no cultivators had died. On the contrary, even if any cultivators were killed in battle, their corpses would have been devoured by the monster beasts. Yang Kai's true strength had already surpassed the limits of an Emperor Realm cultivator. After all, he had even killed several low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the past. Most ordinary monster beasts were not his opponents at all, and he could instantly kill any monster beasts in the 4th Order and below. He had yet to meet any 5th Order monster beasts, so he did not know the strength of one yet. Aside from that, this place was also abundant with various spirit flowers and exotic plants. There was no saying whether they formed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven by natural means, or whether they were cultivated by the late Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Be that as it may, Yang Kai only selectively harvested some, and did not waste his time with those of little value and rarity. After surveying his surroundings for half a day, Yang Kai had gotten some understanding of his current location. Comparing his location with the map recorded inside the jade slip, he adjusted his direction slightly and headed towards the depths of the blood monster cave heaven. If he was heading in the right direction, then there should be a swamp up ahead. An hour later, a huge swamp appeared in front of him. There was no end in sight to the swamp, which only made him more confident that he was heading in the right direction. Floating 10 meters above the ground, Yang Kai's figure flew across the swamp. All of a sudden, he halted in midair and looked forward with a frown. There was an unusual fluctuation in the void coming from a spot less than 3 meters from where he stood. He would not have noticed anything if he were not proficient in the Tao of space. A void crack. His brow rose, surprised to find a void crack in this swamp. Under careful probing, he discovered that the void crack was quite long, at least several dozen meters in length, stretching out invisibly and horizontally. Void cracks were extremely dangerous, to the point that even though he was proficient in the Tao of space, Yang Kai was reluctant to touch something like that. Once touched, he would either be slashed in half by this invisible void crack, or dragged into the void crack with no means of determining his direction. He was secretly shocked. This void crack was so well hidden that he had nearly run straight into it without realizing it. It would seem that the blood monster cave heaven was indeed becoming rather unstable. Otherwise, it was impossible for something like a void crack to appear in the middle of nowhere. The appearance of the void crack undoubtedly meant that the blood monster cave heaven would not last for much longer. After perceiving his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling speechless. There was more than one void crack above the swamp. In fact, there were numerous void cracks messily scattered across the sky. This place was highly dangerous. If somebody were to accidentally pass through this place, they would lose their lives 9 times out of 10. Yang Kai's gaze suddenly landed on a certain spot in the swamp. That spot had faint traces of bloodstains and he couldn't help sighing. It looked like somebody had already met their demise here. Not everybody was able to sense the dangers lurking in this place after all. The only reason Yang Kai managed to detect these dangers was by relying on his mastery of space principles. Just as he was preparing to bypass this area, Yang Kai abruptly turned his head to the right and shouted, "Who is it sneaking around over there? Show yourself." While speaking, he reached out a hand towards the depths of the swamp to grab at something. At the same time that he made his move, a beam of light shot out from under the water. That beam of light was aimed directly at his face, and was extremely hostile. Yang Kai leaned to the side and dodged the attack, but immediately following that beam of light, a figure charged out of the swamp. Water splashed and rippled everywhere. A sword stabbed forward, shooting out thousands of sword waves that swarmed over him. Despicable! Yang Kai roared furiously. His figure dropped sharply, instantly figuring out the intentions of the sneak attacker. The other party was probably aware of the existence of the void cracks. Therefore, they laid an ambush in this place to see if they could gain riches from the dead. After all, the wonderful chance to pick up the assets left behind by the dead without lifting a finger was not something one could easily encounter. It just so happened that the invisible and intangible void cracks that practically covered the entire sky above the swamp had created a chance like that for this person. Who could have predicted that Yang Kai would be so alert though? He not only discovered the existence of the void cracks in advance, but also noticed that person's ambush. Thus, that person had no choice but to strike out openly. While falling downward, Yang Kai flicked his fingers repeatedly. Numerous moonblades slashed towards the sneak attacker. That person reacted quickly. Sensing that the moonblades were shockingly destructive, he hastily released numerous sword waves. The moonblades and the sword waves collided with each other, and vanished without a trace in midair. The attacker frowned at the sight. Then he turned his body and fluttered to the ground several tens of meters away. Tilting his head to look at Yang Kai, he grinned. "Wait, senior brother. Don't attack. This is a misunderstanding." It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai finally caught a clear glimpse of the sneak attacker's appearance. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s and looked quite capable. Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with deep wariness. He probably never expected Yang Kai to be such a difficult opponent. Besides, he was not weak in his own right. He also had the advantage of launching a sneak attack. His attempt would have succeeded if Yang Kai's cultivation had been slightly weaker. If his attempt had succeeded, it would not have been a misunderstanding anymore. It was precisely because he noticed Yang Kai's strength that he said those words. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Seeing as it's a misunderstanding, why don't you invite your companion out to join us?" While saying so, he suddenly punched at something behind him. That punch ignored the very barriers of space. When the force of the punch burst forth, a muffled grunt rang out. Another figure appeared out of nowhere, no more than several tens of meters behind Yang Kai. At this moment, that person was pale-faced and retreating backwards. Blood was trickling out of his mouth, and he was horrified to see that he had coughed up blood after just one of Yang Kai's punches. Startled, the young man smiled bitterly. "I admit defeat. You are amazing indeed, senior brother. My brother and I have made a mistake. Please forgive us, senior brother." He immediately backed down upon realizing Yang Kai's strength. It could be said that he was rather flexible and adaptable. Yang Kai looked at the young man calmly. "What is there to hide at this point? Ask your third companion to come out." The young man frowned. "There's only my brother and me here. We just wanted to take advantage of the situation to get some free benefits." "What do you mean by a third person?" All of a sudden, a stream of bubbles emerged behind the young man. Immediately after that, a whip-like object shot out from the swamp. Before the young man could react, it pierced right through his body. He stiffened as if struck by lightning, his eyes widened in shock. Only now did he understand what Yang Kai meant by a third person. He and his fellow brother had been lying in ambush in this place, but something had been watching them all this while as well. The absurd part was that both of them had been completely unaware of this fact. If Yang Kai had not pointed out the truth, they would have remained in the dark even now. Unfortunately, it was too late by the time he realized. The length of the whip was astonishing. Moreover, it did not lose its momentum even after piercing through the young man's body, and came straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slammed his palm out and caught the end of the whip. However, what he caught in his hand was so slippery that he could not get a good grip on it. The whip rolled up and wrapped around his body several times. Then a powerful pulling force was transmitted through the whip. Yang Kai abruptly lost his balance, and as a result, the owner of the whip dragged him into the swamp, along with the young man who was pierced through the chest. Both of them instantly vanished from sight. Chapter 42-41, Fifth Order Monster Beast and Cultivation Paradise. Only the cultivator who spat out blood after being punched by Yang Kai remained in the skies above the swamp, staring ahead blankly. The changes that took place in front of him were so sudden that he could not understand what was going on. He didn't even manage to see what it was that had attacked from under the water. By the time he realized what was going on, his companion and the other man were gone. Only bubbles remained, emerging from underwater to burst at the surface of the swamp. It was absolutely terrifying. Without even bothering to think twice, he immediately turned around and fled. How could he even think about rescuing the others? He had just seen a whip-like object piercing through his junior brother's chest. Furthermore, his companion had been dragged into the swamp. It was almost certain that his junior brother was dead by now. They might be fellow brothers, but even a husband and wife would escape separately in the face of great danger. What was abandoning a junior brother under such dangerous circumstances? It was only natural that protecting his own life took precedence. He had only just turned around when he heard a loud explosion coming from behind him. Turning around in shock, he saw a humanoid figure flashing out from under the swamp water at the speed of lightning. That person was dripping wet, and his hair was a clumped mess. Even so, he immediately recognized that person as the man he and his junior brother had tried to ambush just now. Hong! A huge spout of water erupted from the place where that man came out of the water. Droplets filled the sky, falling down like torrential rain. Following closely behind that person, a huge figure leaped out of the depths of the swamp and landed heavily on the surface. It cast a dense shadow over the water, obscuring the two humanoid figures. A toad! The cultivator raised his head to look, the word toad flashing through his mind. It was not until this moment that he finally got a good look at the perpetrator's true appearance. It turned out to be a large toad with bumpy warts all over its body, and a pair of eyes that nearly bulged out of their sockets. Awe-inspiring monster chi exuded from its body, and it was easy to see that this toad was not a creature to be trifled with. When he realized he had been watched by this large toad during the time he and his junior brother had been secretly lying in ambush, he couldn't help feeling a tingle of fear crawling across his scalp. At least he knew what that whip-like object was now. It was obviously the tongue that came flicking out of the toad's mouth. 10 meters above the ground, Yang Kai wiped the mud away from his face and secretly cursed his bad luck. He never imagined that such a monster beast would be hidden beneath the swamp. When he detected the hidden trace of vitality beneath the swamp earlier, he had simply assumed that it was a third person in this group of ambushers. It wasn't until this incident occurred that he realized he was mistaken. The first young man who launched a sneak attack on him earlier was gone. It was most likely that the young man had been eaten by this toad. At this moment, the monster beast was staring at him with bulging eyes. Its gaze never left him as its lower jaw expanded and contracted, making a rumbling sound. Yang Kai was just about to check which order this monster beast was when the evil beast suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a large water ball. The water ball burst with a loud bang. Following that, a thick and dense fog covered the entire surroundings in a flash. Yang Kai's entire vision was filled with white in an instant, and he could not see anything. Even his divine sense was obstructed and could only stretch out approximately 15 meters around him. Pain spread out across the surface of his body as if burned by fire. It was also accompanied by a strange hissing sound. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. This fog was truly impressive. Not only did it have the effects of obstructing both his sight and divine sense, but it was also highly caustic. The poison was so strong that Yang Kai had never seen a match for it before. If ordinary cultivators fell into such an environment, only death would await them. It was fortunate that he had a powerful dragon clan bloodline and half-dragon body, so Yang Kai had a natural resistance to poison. The poison in this fog might be powerful, but it was not enough to kill him. It would only cause him some external injuries at most. With his restorative abilities, he would recover quickly once he was outside the range of this fog. Not far away came the screams of the other cultivator from earlier. The screams were filled with great agony, as though suffering from horrible injuries. Judging by how the screams kept shifting around, he was probably searching for a way out. "Don't move," Yang Kai shouted quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sound of a mighty wind slicing through the air rang out, and that cultivator's screams turned into a muffled groan. "Help!" A cry for help resounded through the air, fluctuating erratically due to the rapid movement of his body. He only managed to shout for help once before he went completely silent. Yang Kai could not see anything, but he could imagine what had happened to that person. That person must have been caught and delivered into that toad's mouth, suffering the same fate that befell his companion. This is a fifth-order monster beast at the very least. Yang Kai quickly made a judgment in his heart. The cultivators that could enter the blood monster cave heaven were not generally weak, and if they were weak, then it would only mean that they had very good luck. Otherwise, they could not have managed to secure an entrance for themselves. Even so, the two cultivators from earlier were killed by the toad in an instant. Launching a sneak attack might have helped somewhat, but a fourth-order monster beast could not have killed a Peak Emperor Realm cultivator in one move. Yang Kai stood motionlessly in place and waited for a while, but the toad made no movements either. Mulling over the situation, he had the feeling that this toad retained its wild instincts even though it was a high-order beast. Hence, it turned a blind eye to any stationary targets because it could only hunt with great accuracy when its target moved. This logic was in line with the previous 2 times it attacked. After considering all this, Yang Kai could not be bothered to waste more time in this place. He immediately began to sway his body. He had only just begun moving when the soft sound of something slicing through the air came from the depths of the fog. Immediately after that, he felt something tightening around his body as though he had been caught by a whip. It was followed by a powerful pull that tried to drag him in that direction. Yang Kai was waiting for this very moment. Thus, he immediately broke out into a grin, and reached out both hands to grab the thing that was binding him. The slippery feeling was extremely disgusting, as there was no need to think to know that it was the toad's tongue. His hands transformed into dragon claw. Gripping the tongue firmly, his body abruptly sank downward as he shouted, "Come up!" An overwhelming force poured out of his hands as he grabbed the toad by the tongue and forcibly threw it up into the air. At the same time, he silently surged the fire element power in his Dao seal. A layer of black flames covered his entire body, burned by the golden crow's true fire. The toad's tongue involuntarily loosened its grip. The moment the restraints binding him disappeared, Yang Kai released his grip and threw the toad away. Standing still, he cocked his ear to the side and listened attentively. He soon heard the sound of something being sliced into pieces. These sounds were immediately followed by the sounds of large objects falling into the swamp with loud splashes. Done. He dusted off his hands and quietly stood there waiting. A short while later, the fog in the swamp slowly dissipated and his vision returned to normal. He looked in the direction of the sounds he heard towards the end, and saw pieces of a corpse scattered all across the swamp. The incisions on the corpse were precise and crimson-red blood dyed the ground red. The direction in which he threw the toad was where the void cracks were distributed. Those void cracks were something even he was reluctant to touch, let alone the toad. Its huge body had passed through several of those void cracks. The only ending for the toad was to be sliced into pieces, thereby losing its life in an instant. Yang Kai waved his hands in front of him to disperse the fog that still lingered before walking in that direction, and lowering his head to examine the pieces of the corpse. He soon found 2 human corpses that were so badly corroded that they were no longer human-shaped. He was secretly rendered speechless. It had not been long since these 2 people were devoured by the toad, and yet they were already in such a state. It could be seen just how corrosive the acid in the stomach of this toad was. These 2 men had been lying in ambush in this place, hoping to earn some money from the dead. Who could have known that they would end up in the stomach of this monster beast? It could be said that they got what they deserved. After retrieving the space rings belonging to these 2 people, Yang Kai got to work and finally found the toad's monster core. As expected, it was in the 5th order. Moreover, it was a water element monster core. The energy contained within the monster core was extremely pure and singular, which was perfectly suitable for a cultivator to refine and use. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was certainly impressive. The method to cultivate and modify these monster beasts was absolutely invaluable. It could guarantee every single monster beast would have a monster core that could be transformed into an open heaven material. If one could obtain this method, it would not be long before their great force rose to power and prosperity. It was uncertain whether this method was included in Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, but if it was, the value of the inheritance would greatly increase. This was the first 5th order monster core that Yang Kai received so far, so he carefully put it away. However, he was in no hurry to leave. On the contrary, he carefully searched his surroundings until he found a certain spot. After that, his figure sank and disappeared into the swamp. He had discovered something interesting when the toad dragged him into the water just now. It was just that he was attacked without warning and did not dare to take his enemy lightly until he could figure out his strength. Therefore, it stood to reason that he would investigate the area carefully now that the fight was over. There was poison in the water. Moreover, it was even stronger than the poison in the fog. It was obvious that the toad monster beast had been living in this place for countless years. During that time, the toxins in its body must have merged with the nearby water source and caused this phenomenon. Yang Kai activated his dragon source and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, instantly making him feel much more comfortable. After sinking to a depth of several dozen meters, Yang Kai came to a halt. Although the muddy water was turbid and his visibility was poor, he could clearly perceive his surroundings with his divine sense. There was an area in front of him that was several tens of meters wide. More importantly, the area was filled with a dense and pure water element power. The water element power was so dense that it condensed into a fog, occupying a small space underwater that was incompatible with the turbid and dark muddy waters in the surroundings. Yang Kai slipped into the fog and took a sniff. What entered his nose was a faint but clean scent. This was most likely the hiding place of the toad monster beast. It had probably relied on this dense water element power to become a fifth-order monster beast. If a cultivator were to refine and absorb the dense water element power in this place, they would definitely be able to condense a fifth-order power. It was no different from refining fifth-order materials. This place was one of the cultivation paradises scattered across the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that he had heard so many stories about. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. After the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch, this place experienced the baptism of countless years. The Yin, Yang, and 5-element powers in this cave heaven were divided and transformed as a result. Eventually, they gathered and accumulated in numerous areas within the cave heaven to form cultivation paradises. That was why it was not a must for cultivators to slay monster beasts for benefits when they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. They could achieve the same results if they could find a cultivation paradise that was suitable for their cultivation use. If any other cultivator came to this place, they could only choose to cultivate and refine the water element power. However, Yang Kai had the sealed world bead. He could transfer this cultivation paradise into the small sealed world, and transfer it out again when he returned to Voidland. By doing so, Voidland's disciples could use this cultivation paradise for their cultivation. Chapter 42. Your luck is quite good. To make a comparison, it was like going to an inn for dinner. The others could only dine in, so they were limited as to how much food they could eat. Yang Kai, on the other hand, could choose to either dine in and take away. This ability naturally had its own advantages. When Yang Kai emerged from the swamp again, he had already transferred the cultivation paradise that contained the water element power into the small sealed world. He turned around to look at the corpse of the fifth-order monster beast, and secretly thanked the heavens for his luck. That monster beast was not weak in any way. Otherwise, it could not have killed 2 Peak Emperor Realm cultivators in the blink of an eye. He might have been able to defeat the monster beast if it really came down to a frontal fight, but it would have taken him quite a lot of effort. By taking advantage of the void cracks in this place, Yang Kai swiftly slaughtered the monster beast, and saved himself a lot of time and trouble. According to his estimation, the strength displayed by a fifth-order monster beast was almost equivalent to the strength of a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master. Fortunately, the singular attribute of the monster cores of the monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven made them easier targets. Take the Toad Monster Beast for example. It had a water element core, so it was naturally weaker to fire element power. The reason Yang Kai used the Golden Crow's True Fire in his Dao Seal was out of this consideration. Although such a monster beast had a weakness that was easy to target, a fifth-order monster beast was still equivalent to a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of raw strength. Most Emperor Realm Masters would be in danger if they encountered a fifth-order monster beast. If that was the case for a fifth-order monster beast, then what about a sixth-order monster beast? Wouldn't a sixth-order monster beast be equivalent to a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in strength? This information was in line with his understanding and knowledge. After all, he had used the sixth-order Yuan Magnetic Divine Light to fight low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. The power of the sixth-order Yuan Magnetic Divine Light was great. So many low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would have a hard time blocking its attack. What about a 7th-order monster beast, which should be much stronger? Wouldn't a 7th-order monster beast be equivalent to a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in strength? Yang Kai was secretly alarmed by the prospect. Not too long ago, he had wanted to find a 7th-order monster beast in order to slay it for its monster core. Looking at the current situation though, he might have no choice but to turn tail and flee if he encountered a 7th-order monster beast. There was no point thinking about such possibilities at the moment. It was true that 7th-order monster beasts existed in this place, but they were not something that could be found so easily. If he really were to run into a 7th-order monster beast, then he could only react as the situation called for. He took out the space rings from those 2 people earlier, and checked the contents. Both of them were extremely poor, with only a couple hundred Open Heaven pills between them as well as some random trinkets that Yang Kai turned his nose up at. Looking at the situation, it had not been long since they arrived in this place. It was a pity that they died before they could even make a fortune from the assets of the dead. What a tragedy. Yongkai did not mourn their deaths. They should have been mentally prepared to be killed when they entered the blood monster cave heaven. Just as he was about to put their space rings away though, his expression changed drastically as he took out a piece of animal skin from one of the space rings. It was easy to tell that the animal skin was very old at a glance. In addition, there were jumbled patterns drawn closely together on the animal skin. It was just that many spots on the animal skin were blurry and hard to read after countless years of wear and tear. At first, he could not understand what was drawn on the animal skin. However, he seemed to remember something a short while later. Hurriedly taking out the jade slip the proprietress had given to him, he split his divine sense into 2 parts. He immersed one part of his divine sense into the jade slip to study its contents, and used the other part of his divine sense to pay close attention to the patterns on the animal skin. Sometime later he revealed a look of astonishment. A map? What was recorded on this animal skin turned out to be a worn-out and incomplete map. Moreover, it was a map of a certain area inside the blood monster cave heaven. It was only because part of this animal skin map was relatively consistent with the map recorded in the jade slip that he could identify it. That was not to say that the animal skin map was more comprehensive. On the contrary, the map in the jade slip given by the proprietress was much more complete. It was a map purchased through auction from Red Cloud's auction house after all. This map was compiled from all the experiences of countless cultivators exploring the blood monster cave heaven over the years. Be that as it may, the animal skin map contained additional locations that were not recorded in the jade slip map, although there were parts in both maps that overlapped with each other. Holding the animal skin map in hand, Yongkai fell into deep contemplation. The 100 copies of the blood monster cave heaven map that Red Cloud's auction house sold off might not have been complete, but it was enough to provide the cultivators with an idea of their position and bearings. Yongkai was also not so naive that he would believe Red Cloud's auction house publicized this secret information out of kindness. After all, a relatively complete map could bring about huge and unimaginable benefits in a place like this. Red Cloud's cave heaven, who was the actual figure behind the Red Cloud's auction house, would definitely have a more complete map in their possession. That was their biggest trump card after all. The only information they could disclose to the public would be information on places that they had thoroughly explored and deemed to be of little value. It was not just Red Cloud's auction house, of course. All the other cave heavens, paradises, and even the second-class great forces would have their own respective maps compiled from information and experiences over the years. It was hard to say who had a more comprehensive map or who had a more valuable map. That logic applied even to the map in Yongkai's hands. He was certain that this was not an exact copy of the map obtained from Red Cloud's auction house. The proprietress would have definitely added some information of her own into this map. After all, she herself had been to the blood monster cave heaven in the past. Yongkai did not know to which great force those 2 who died just now belonged. This animal skin map could also have been an accidental acquisition by one of the 2, which would explain why it had accumulated such an ancient aura. There was a certain location on the animal skin map that had been circled, and was very eye-catching. Generally speaking, places that were marked with such great emphasis would surely contain some sort of treasure. Just looking at that spot on the map made Yongkai's heart itch with anticipation. When he compared the 2 maps, he discovered that the circled location on the map would take several days of travel to reach. He would first need to pass through the areas where the 2 maps overlapped. Still, Yongkai put away the animal skin map for now. He was in no hurry to make a decision. It would not be too late to decide once he arrived at the location. Raising his head, he looked at the swamp in front of him and did not choose to take a detour. The first reason was that it would consume more time if he wanted to bypass this region, and the second reason was that this place was the best battlefield for him, even though there were void cracks all over the place. If he were ambushed by another monster beast like the toad monster beast earlier, he could make use of the void cracks to slaughter it for its monster core. Not to mention, it would not take much effort on his part. Thus, Yongkai spread his divine sense into the surroundings, then headed towards the depths of the swamp at a high speed. There certainly were quite a few void cracks in this damned place, but fortunately, He was proficient in the Tao of space. He was also staying vigilant at all times, so he generally detected the void cracks in advance and smoothly avoided them. Contrary to his expectations, he did not encounter any other monster beasts. It would seem that this place was also an extremely dangerous place to the monster beasts in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Thus, they were reluctant to step foot here lightly. Even the toad had only been living at the edge of the swamp. Since there were no monster beasts, Yongkai focused only on traveling and quickly crossed most of the swamp. All of a sudden, Yongkai heard a person's voice coming towards him. "Friend, please wait. The road ahead is dangerous." Yongkai immediately stopped and turned to look in the direction where the voice came from. A group of 5 was standing above the swamp more than a dozen kilometers away. All of them were dressed in full armor and carried weapons in hand. Although there were only 5 of them, their aura was so overwhelming that they gave off the impression of a mighty army. Yongkai couldn't help thinking that this method of dressing was very familiar. Raising his brow, he recalled the name of a certain great force. His figure flashed and he arrived in front of those 5 people in a matter of moments as he tentatively asked, "Great Battle Heaven?" Only the disciples of Great Battle Heaven would dress in this manner. It was only his guess, but he became more confident of his guess when he got closer. That was because all 5 of them gave off a chilling iron-blooded air. That was an aura that could only be acquired over the years, if one lived under permanent military discipline. Furthermore, Great Battle Heaven was the only great force in the entire 3,000 worlds that was governed and managed by the iron law of an army. Any military order that was issued could not be disobeyed. Thousand Birds Territory Star City was governed by Great Battle Heaven, so Yongkai had seen a few Great Battle Heaven disciples at the Void Dock before. These people were not so much cultivators as they were soldiers. These 5 people consisted of 4 men and 1 woman. They were staring at Yongkai as though they were looking at a ghost. Shock and disbelief were written all over their eyes. Upon hearing Yongkai's questions, the young man in the lead nodded, "That's right." Then he examined Yongkai once more and exclaimed, "Your luck is quite good." As soon as Yongkai heard this young man's voice, he immediately identified this person as the one who called out to him earlier. This person had thick brows and large eyes, making him look lively and spirited. The lines of his face were rigid though, giving him the feeling of an insightful but battle-tested young man. It could be seen that this person was the leader among these 5. Yongkai smiled. "And your luck is not very good. How did you get trapped here?" He could tell at a glance that these 5 were standing motionless in this place not because they did not wish to move, but because they were stuck here. There were void cracks surrounding them in all directions. Moreover, some of the void cracks were moving about slowly and silently. These void cracks were imperceptible even with the help of divine sense. Among these 5, 3 of them were covered in blood, making it obvious that they were injured by these void cracks. The young leader shook his head in response. "It's difficult to explain. Let's not talk about this for now. How should I address you?" "Yongkai." The young man was visibly taken aback by Yongkai's answer. "You are Yongkai." The 4 people behind him also looked surprised and glanced at Yongkai curiously. Similarly, Yongkai was stunned. "Do you know me?" Then he immediately understood the reason. "Of course. You've probably heard of me." He most likely caught the attention of many cave heavens and paradises after the battle in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City's Azura Arena. First, there was the warning given by the man in charge of the Azura Arena. Then, there was the recruitment offer from Senior Brother Gua from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Seeing as both Azura Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven had noticed his existence, it was not surprising that the great force in charge of Thousand Birds Territory Star City, Great Battle Heaven, had also heard about him. The young leader did not deny the statement. He simply cupped his fists and said, "So it is Brother Yang. I apologize for my disrespect. This one is Bu Lianzhong." "You're too polite, Brother Bu." Yongkai nodded. Bu Lianzhong pointed at the 4 people behind him and introduced them to Yongkai. After that, he solemnly said, "Brother Yang, this one has a request." Yongkai gestured. "Please speak freely, Brother Bu." Earlier, Bu Lianzhong had shouted a warning to him after seeing him traveling at high speed, so it was obvious that this person was good-natured. Yang Kai had always believed in the philosophy of mutual respect, so he would not show enmity to a person who showed him kindness. Nevertheless, he would not agree to a request easily until he knew what kind of help the other party wanted from him. Bu Lianzhong explained, "We are trapped in this place and I'm afraid things will not end well for us. Brother Yang, when you leave here, please head to the governor's mansion in Thousand Birds Star City and report our deaths to Governor Yi." The governor in charge of Thousand Birds Star City, Yi Tianxiong, was a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Even Yang Kai knew of him. There was no denying that Thousand Birds Territory Star City was a large one. Therefore, only a master as capable as Yi Tianxiong could manage it. After all, he would not have been able to control the situation in the Star City if he was not strong enough. Chapter 42-43. The Inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch? Yang Kai was wondering what kind of help Bu Lianzhong would request of him, but he hadn't anticipated such a request. He couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Brother Bu, you can tell that to Governor Yi yourself, but I don't think he will believe you." Bu Lianzhong frowned. "Brother Yang, it's just a small effort on your part. It won't take up much of your time. Since it won't harm your interests, why refuse my request?" The other four people were also looking at Yang Kai, frowning. Yang Kai knew that they had misunderstood him, but he could not be bothered to explain himself. Instead, his figure flashed as he passed through the area surrounded by the void cracks and came to stand before Bu Lianzhong. Bu Lianzhong was startled, involuntarily taking a few steps back as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. Why did you come in?" The few of them had been trapped inside this space for a long time now. It was not as if they had not tried to escape from this place, it was just that they could not determine which path was safe. 3 of them had been injured after several attempts to escape, and they ended up unable to move from their current spot. On the contrary, Yang Kai entered this place with so little effort. It was almost as though the void cracks trapping them here did not exist. Isn't his luck a little too good? To their knowledge, this person had traveled across the swamp without encountering any danger, and just now he even slipped into this highly dangerous place so easily. It was a miracle how he managed to survive until now. Yang Kai smiled and said nothing. He simply pushed his strength to wrap up the 5 of them. Before Bu Lianzhong and the others could react, Yang Kai's figure flickered again, and he escaped from the area surrounded by the void cracks together with the others. "Brother Bu, it's best if you report to the governor yourselves," he nodded at Bu Lianzhong. Bu Lianzhong and the others were stunned. They quickly looked around their surroundings and confirmed that they were no longer standing in the same spot as before. Rather, they had left that place by several kilometers. Only now did they reveal expressions of surprise and joy. A realization struck Bu Lianzhong as he turned to Yang Kai in astonishment. "Brother Yang, can you see those void cracks? Could it be that you cultivate the Tao of space?" Yang Kai replied reservedly, "I know a little something." Bu Lianzhong was extremely impressed. Yang Kai had brought him and his fellow brothers and sister out of that place so easily. That was far beyond the level of knowing a little something. It definitely required a high level of attainment in the Tao of space, so he quickly understood. It's not luck that allowed him to safely travel through the swamp. There was simply no danger to him in the first place. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." He cupped his fists solemnly, with the 4 people behind him following suit. "It was nothing." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "This swamp is extremely dangerous and there are hidden dangers everywhere." Strangely enough, the map did not mark this place as hazardous. He had the map bought from Red Cloud's auction house in his possession. Likewise, Great Battle Heaven's disciples would definitely have a superior version of it. That map not only indicated various routes but also various dangers and opportunities. These were the results of countless cultivators exploring this place throughout the ages. It was just that the map in Yang Kai's hand had only indicated the location of the swamp. There were no warnings about the dangers hidden in this area. Thus, he guessed that the map owned by Great Battle Heaven disciples was similar. Otherwise, they would not have ended up in this situation. Bu Lianzhong explained, "The blood monster cave heaven is unstable, so the situation inside sometimes changes. This place was probably safe 200 years ago. These changes must have occurred recently, which is why the dangers were not marked on the map. Brother Yang, although maps are useful, you should not trust them completely. We have already learned our lesson. Please be careful in the future. Yang Kai understood. You're right, Brother Bu. Turning to look at Bu Lianzhong, he asked. Where were you trying to go? Bu Lianzhong pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai smiled. It looks like we are heading in the same direction. Let's go together then. After saying that, he took the lead. Bu Lianzhong and the others exchanged glances with each other before hurriedly following after him. Since Yang Kai could bring them out of that place surrounded by void cracks so easily, it should not be difficult for him to bring them out of the swamp. It was only natural that they did not wish to pass up on this opportunity. It was hard to tell whether Great Battle Heaven's disciples were generally on the reticent side. But along the way, Bu Lianzhong and the four others barely spoke. Even if they occasionally made conversation, it was because Yang Kai was the first to bring up a topic. After a casual conversation, Yang Kai learned that these five had entered the swamp from another direction. They had not encountered any dangers at the beginning, and by the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late for them to turn back. If not for their luck in meeting Yang Kai, they would most likely have lost their lives in the swamp. Even though they did not say much, the gratitude in their hearts was overflowing beyond words. After all, Yang Kai had saved their lives. Great Battle Heaven's disciples were generally taught to be straightforward and upright. They would always repay the kindness they received and return the grudges they were given. Despite having 5 people in tow, Yang Kai's speed did not decrease in the slightest, and they managed to leave the swamp after traveling for half a day. Bu Lianzhong and the others exhaled fiercely, finally feeling relieved. The feeling of not being in control of their own lives was simply awful. They never wanted to experience something like this again. We're now out of danger, so we'll be parting ways here. Yang Kai cupped his fist to Bu Lianzhong and the others. He had only brought them out of the swamp since they were going the same way. Hunting for treasure was better done alone after all. In that way, he could monopolize anything he found. Bu Lianzhong returned the gesture. We 5 will never forget the kindness you showed us today, Brother Yang. We will definitely repay this favor in the future. Pausing for a moment, his expression suddenly became extremely solemn as he continued. Brother Yang, please be careful. Don't trust others easily. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to those words. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly heard a cry for help coming from afar. Moreover, it was getting closer. Everybody hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see 2 figures speeding in this direction like bolts of lightning. One was chasing while the other was fleeing. The person in the back continuously blasted out fierce attacks, causing the person in front to jump left and right to avoid those attacks. The person who was being chased had probably noticed the presence of Yang Kai and the others, so he rushed in their direction while shouting for help. It only took a few breaths for him to arrive in their vicinity, while his complexion was extremely pale. Staggering to the ground, he hurriedly begged, Senior brothers, please save me. Yang Kai, Bu Lianzhong, and the others simply looked at him calmly. They neither promised to help nor refused to. The main reason was that they did not know anything about this person nor what kind of grievances this person had with the other party. Therefore, it was not their place to interfere. Be that as it may, the cultivator chasing after this person faltered, and came to a stop when he saw this person landing in front of Yang Kai and the others. He glanced in this direction from afar, and seemed to recognize the origins of the Great Battle Heaven disciples. Coldly snorting, he turned and left. The Great Battle Heaven disciples were dressed so distinctively that it was difficult not to recognize them. With the reputation of one of the 36 cave heavens behind them, nobody would willingly come into conflict with them. When the cultivator who asked for help earlier saw his pursuer leaving quickly, he finally let out a breath of relief. He slumped to the ground tiredly as though all the energy in his body had been drained. His face was filled with lingering fears. After a while he finally struggled to his feet and cupped his fist at Yang Kai and the others. Many thanks, senior brothers. Bu Lianzhong replied, No need. We didn't do anything. That person shook his head and said, although senior brothers did not act, this junior brother still knows that he only survived because of you. If I had not happened to meet you here, that person would not have given up so easily. Bu Lianzhong waved his hand dismissively. Since you survived, you should get a good rest. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is a dangerous place. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to do anything in your current state. That person's expression darkened at those words as he smiled bitterly. You're right, senior brother. I will go and search for a place to treat my wounds. Before I leave, I want to tell you something. Somebody located about an hour's travel in that direction found Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance. Many people have gathered there to compete for it. If you are interested, you should go and check it out. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance? The expressions of Yang Kai, Bu Lianzhong, and the others stiffened at those words. That person explained. That's what they said. I don't know if it's true. I was just watching from the side when that guy suddenly tried to kill me. It's probably because he was afraid that the news might leak out and attract more people to investigate. Yang Kai and Bu Lianzhong exchanged a glance with each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. If this person's words were true, then a huge treasure had appeared, one that would definitely cause a reign of terror in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That person continued. I don't know much about the situation there. You can check it out if you are interested, senior brothers. This junior brother will take his leave first. He bowed after saying that and swiftly left upon deciding a direction. Yang Kai and Bu Lianzhong watched as that person gradually vanished out of sight. Then Bu Lianzhong asked, what do you think, Brother Yang? Yang Kai licked his lips. If there's a possibility of it being Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, then we should go and check it out. If he could obtain the 7th Order materials that he needed there, then his trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be complete. It didn't matter even if that person had been lying. It was only an hour away after all. Bu Lianzhong nodded. I think so too. It was impossible to resist the temptation with such a huge prize dangling in front of them. Having come to a decision, they did not hesitate and immediately headed in the direction that man pointed earlier. After going forward for a little less than an hour, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. He turned to Bu Lianzhong and asked, Brother Bu, do you notice anything? Similarly, Bu Lianzhong had a serious expression on his face as he responded, the smell of blood. Yang Kai nodded. He could also smell the scent of blood. However, this bloody scent gave him a strange feeling. It did not smell like when somebody was killed. Moreover, the smell of blood became stronger and stronger the further forward they went. It almost felt as though the world energy itself was infused with blood. A short time later, the group of 6 came to an abrupt halt and stared ahead blankly. In front of them was a huge blood-colored lake that spanned a diameter of a dozen or so kilometers. The lake water was crimson, as though it was made from fresh blood. The surface of the lake was strangely calm. There was not the slightest ripple in sight. Everybody couldn't help feeling a little disturbed by the sight. It felt like countless ghosts and corpses would emerge from within the lake at any moment. Currently, at least a few hundred people had gathered by the shore of the Blood Lake. They were either standing in groups of 3 to 5, or standing alone. Many people were scattered around the edges of the lake, staring at its center. Even more people were gathered in front of a large stone monument, and looking up at something. Yang Kai looked up and saw a palace standing in the center of the lake. Thus he couldn't help but wonder. Could that be the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Is that where Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is hidden? But that can't be right. According to the rumors, Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was indeed hidden in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Be that as it may, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was said to be located in the deepest depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was impossible for it to appear in this place. Regardless of whether Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance was hidden in this palace, there must be something precious inside a place like this. Therefore, countless cultivators were eagerly looking forward to the opportunity to explore. Chapter 42-44, Meeting Chu Huashang again. Many cultivators were gathered around the stele by the side of the blood-colored lake. Even more cultivators were rushing over from all directions, probably having heard about the news here. Otherwise, they noticed the strange movements here by chance. Aside from that, Yang Kai also noticed that there were 3 small islands in the lake. Each island was separated by a distance of a couple thousand meters. They were located between the palace in the middle of the lake and the shore of the lake. In other words, one could use these 3 small islands as a foothold in order to reach the palace in the middle of the lake. It was just that nobody was trying to head towards the palace in the middle of the lake, even though many people were gathered around the shore. Most of them were gathered around the stele. Some stood with their hands behind their backs while others sat cross-legged on the ground. There were also some who were randomly shaking and swaying their heads. It was unknown what they were trying to do. Ha 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 ha. The Blood Monster Divine Palace. A loud burst of laughter rang out. A burly figure rushed over from afar and charged towards the palace in the middle of the lake without hesitation. While doing so, he arrogantly yelled, "Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is mine. Get out of my way." Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw the cultivator charging across the blood-colored lake. The cultivator was heading for the first island that was nearest to the shore. Before he could fly very far though, a huge wave suddenly rose up from the blood-colored lake, which had seemed like a pool of undisturbed and stagnant water all this time, before coming crashing down on him. He let out a furious roar and immediately surged his strength and defense. Splendid colors lit up around his body, and a violent power fluctuation spread out. It was clear that he was a half-step open heaven realm master, who had condensed the fifth-order elements. He was only 1 step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. Thus, his heritage was quite impressive. Given enough time, he would surely become a powerful individual as long as he did not die along the way. However, the burly cultivator was completely powerless to resist the blood-colored wave. The wave crashed down on him, swiftly dissolving the layer of defense around his body like snow under the scorching sun. His defenses didn't even last for a breath. Turning pale with fright, he didn't have the time to do anything else before he was showered from head to toe in blood water. After encountering such a sudden change, how could he not know that he had activated some sort of restriction with his rash actions? For a moment, cold sweat drenched his entire body. He stood in place and did not dare to move. The wave subsided and the blood-colored lake returned to its peaceful state. It was almost as if the scene just now had been nothing more than an illusion. "Ah, I'm fine." That person laughed heartily once more. That was because he turned out to be completely unscathed even after waiting for some time. He initially thought that he had activated some sort of restriction previously, and assumed that he was going to die. It turned out that he had simply been overthinking things. Fool! Somebody by the shore looked at the burly cultivator coldly with an expression of scorn and ridicule. Yang Kai also found the situation strange. That burly cultivator had been doused in the blood water, so how could he come out unscathed? Just as he was mulling over this question, he heard that burly cultivator's voice again. "The restriction in this place has fallen into disrepair. It lost its effects a long time ago. And yet, you guys are being so cautious. How laughable. Just you wait. I'm going to get the Divine Monarch's inheritance." After saying that, he rushed towards the small island in the middle of the island again. He had just made his move when a burst of exclamations rang out among the people along the shore of the lake. Some women even looked horrified. They covered their red lips with their hands, staring ahead with widened eyes as though they were watching something extremely horrifying. Likewise, Yang Kai also narrowed his eyes and stared in shock at the burly cultivator, who was charging across the surface of the lake. As that burly cultivator continued to charge forward, pieces of his flesh began to peel off and fall into the lake. In the blink of an eye, his head had turned into a fleshless skull. All the flesh on his body was gone too. His wide robes covered his body, making flapping sounds with every step he took. Even so, he seemed completely oblivious to the fact and continued to charge forward. It was a chilling sight to behold. A short while later, the burly cultivator who was turned into a skeleton finally fell apart. He collapsed straight into the blood lake and was swallowed up silently. The surface of the lake was so calm that it was almost as if nothing had happened just now. Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if the restrictions he placed when he was alive had fallen into disrepair, how can just any stray cat or dog ignore them? The cultivator, who called the burly cultivator a fool just now, sneered coldly. It was obvious that it was not his first time seeing this situation. Somebody else must have died in this blood lake earlier. Otherwise, it was impossible for so many people to be so indifferent towards the palace in the middle of the lake despite gathering in this place. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction, and his eyes involuntarily narrowed all of a sudden. That was because he discovered that the speaker was brimming with demon chi. He couldn't help thinking that it felt very familiar. After giving it some serious thought, he realized that he had felt this feeling from Great Demon God before. Is this person from Myriad Demons Heaven? Yang Kai mulled over the possibility. Based on what he knew, there was a high probability that Great Demon God, Mo Sheng, had originated from Myriad Demons Heaven. Seeming to notice Yang Kai's gaze, the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple turned around and grinned fiercely. What are you looking at, boy? Are you courting death? Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked away calmly. It was not that he was afraid of the other party, but that he was too lazy to be caught up in a conflict now. Contrary to expectations, the other party was unrelenting. He studied Yang Kai with a measuring gaze, and revealed a look of interest. With a shift of his body, he appeared within 10 meters of Yang Kai as he rubbed his chin and said, "Brat, I realize that you resemble somebody a lot." Yang Kai turned to look at the other party and asked faintly, "Senior brother, how may I help you?" The Myriad Demons Heaven disciple observed Yang Kai carefully and nodded repeatedly. "I knew it. It's you." When he said the last word, the demon chi in his body churned violently. He raised a hand and slammed his palm down on Yang Kai. 6th Order elements surged in the palm of his hand, turning into a swirling vortex that tried to drag Yang Kai into the depths and strangle him to death. Yang Kai was just about to counter the attack when Bulien Zhong and the 4 others activated their powers at the same time and charged out from behind him. The auras of these 5 people connected tightly to form a peculiar formation in an instant. Then, the power of these 5 gathered around Bulien Zhong's body. Bulien Zhong raised a hand to counter the attack. With a boom, the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple's demon chi was shaken, and he was pushed back several steps. On the other hand, Bulien Zhong and the others gave a muffled grunt and retreated. This fight was evenly matched. It was just that Bulien Zhong had borrowed the might of that formation to gather the power of all 5 of them. Meanwhile, the Myriad Demons Heaven disciple was all alone. It could be seen that the strength of Bulien Zhong and the others was far inferior to this Myriad Demons Heaven disciple. Great Battle Heaven? The Myriad Demons Heaven disciple glanced at Bulien Zhong and the others coldly. Are you courting death? How dare you intervene in my affairs? If you dare make another move, I will kill you along with him. Bulien Zhong quickly said, I have long heard that the disciples of Myriad Demons Heaven are extremely arrogant and tend to look down on everybody else. I originally thought that those claims were an exaggeration, but it turns out to be true. You might be powerful, Senior Brother Pei, but my fellow brothers and I are not weak either if we fight with our lives on the line. The Myriad Demons Heaven disciple tilted his head to the side. Do you know me? Bulien Zhong said seriously. Pei Wenxian of Myriad Demons Heaven. Senior Brother Pei, you are so famous, how can I not recognize you? His words might seem like he was answering the question, but he was actually explaining this person's origins to Yang Kai. Pei Wenxian grinned, showing off his fangs. He looked at Bulien Zhong with approval. You can recognize me, yet you still dare to say such words to me. The people of Great Battle Heaven are courageous indeed. But, you're dreaming if you think you can stop me with your abilities. It might work if it were your eldest senior brother instead. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. Bulien Zhong and the others were Great Battle Heaven disciples. It would not have mattered if he had killed them in secret, as long as the secret was not leaked. However, there were so many eyes watching in this place. It would be troublesome if he killed them here. After all, Great Battle Heaven was not to be trifled with. What if you include me? A soft and gentle voice rang out. It was accompanied by a delightful fragrance that tickled the nose. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. The person who arrived had an extremely graceful image. Her appearance was exquisite and captivating. Her twin peaks were also so generous that it drew many people's attention. Her dark hair was tied behind her head with a red ribbon, and her beautiful eyes were mesmerizing. Her every frown and smile gave off an amorous attraction. It was as though this woman was a flower in full bloom. Extremely eye-catching. Many of the cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed in their hearts, "What a seductive woman!" Their eyes were fixed relentlessly on this woman like leeches biting into flesh. They secretly swallowed nervously. As a result, many male cultivators were pinched hard by their junior sisters. They involuntarily grunted in pain and shifted their eyes away in embarrassment. Clutching the small hands of their junior sisters, they apologized profusely. "Senior Sister Chu?" Yang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. He had not expected to meet an acquaintance in this place. Many people had certainly entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time. The entire 3,000 worlds had been involved in this event, so it was only natural for the people he was acquainted with to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as well. It was just that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was simply too large, so the possibility of running into them was simply too minuscule. Who would have known that he would meet one of them so quickly? Chu Huashang of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai's memory of this woman was still quite fresh in his mind. She was the one and only woman who could clearly and eloquently discuss the matters of Yinyang Union cultivation with him. Moreover, she did so with a straight and serious expression. She truly was a woman with a firm Tao heart. Although Su Yan had performed Yinyang Union cultivation with him countless times, she had never discussed this aspect with him before. She was a woman who would blush if he so much as spoke affectionately to her, so how could she possibly discuss Yinyang Union cultivation with him? Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian's gaze turned cold. He did not recognize Bu Lianzhong and the others because they were not at his level even though their strength was not bad. However, that was not the case with Chu Huashang. Ever since she came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and became a Yinyang Cave Heaven Core disciple, she had become quite famous in her own right. It could be said that her future achievements would not be inferior to his. Senior brother Pei. Chu Huashang bowed elegantly. "It has been years since we last met. I see you are still as arrogant as ever." He coldly snorted as his gaze shifted between Yang Kai and her before he asked, "Do you know who he is? Why are you so anxious to stand up for him?" She smiled. "I've known junior brother Yang for more than 10 years now. Of course I know who he is." He couldn't help scoffing at those words. Then he seemed to recall something and grinned. "Interesting. How interesting. I see that Yinyang Cave Heaven is playing these tricks again. But you better watch him carefully if you want to protect him. I'm not the only one who wants to kill him." She smiled in response and thought to herself, "This fool has never seen how powerful Yang Kai is. That's the only reason why he dares to boast so shamelessly." Unlike the others, she had accompanied Yang Kai for some time inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Therefore, she had a deep understanding of how strong he was. Despite originating from one of the 36 cave heavens, even she was confident there was no one in the 3,000 worlds beneath the open heaven realm who could be his opponent. Even Pei Wenxian would not survive for long against him.